Oh. What's up, guys? Bruh, slow mode. Is my chat really in slow mode in YouTube? I don't even know how to change that. This is a debate with Nick. No, I don't think it's going to be a debate. I'm just finishing the documentary thing today. I don't think anybody's going to want to debate on this now. I think I just wasted a fuck ton of time. But it's been fun. Fuck it. We'll steal content from Kit Boga while I eat. Let's see, exclusivity clause is being removed. Does that mean you can stream with Twitch streamers if it's a live stream on YouTube or Facebook? They're not letting you live stream on YouTube. They blocked that one out, mysteriously enough. You can do scope. No, yeah, fuck. Oh god. Unless they want to just not stream on Twitch at all for that. But.
My brother gave his life hunting the enemy. His task is now mine.
Oh, modern music and everything.
Stand with me. Ours was no chance meeting. Not fate. Nor destiny. Ours was the work of something greater.
Wait, was that the Aragorn guy? Did I recognize the dude?
Each of us, everyone, must decide who we shall be.
I am not the hero you seek.
Whatever it was you did, be free of it.
One day this will be your kingdom.
Raise your sail and then let go.
Choose not the path of fear.
Wait, this actually looks like ass. Wait, what is happening? This isn't the show that was like fucking $100 million an episode or whatever, was it? Am I thinking of the Game of Thrones show?
But that of faith.
One thing we can do, better than any creature in all Middle-earth, we stay true to each other.
Oh, $1 billion budget for 10 seasons. Okay. So what, 10 million an episode?
With our hearts even bigger in our feet.
We can survive this. You and I.
Commander! Wait! No! We keep moving!
Why do you keep fighting?
There is a tempest in me.
You have fought long enough, Galadriel. Put up your sword.
Without it, what am I to be?
Why would you... Why? I'm so curious what the decision was to use like a modern soundtrack. I understand it's just the trailer. They're probably not, or maybe not going to do it for the show, but... oof. This is a... It looks kind of shit. Is there a new trailer for this? Oh, I didn't even watch the first episode yet. That's the only trailer modern soundtrack? Oh, okay.
The virtual machine, which I find really weird. It's super strange. Okay, whatever.
Sorry. Okay, Are you there? Sorry about that.
Yes, I'm here, sir.
Okay, go ahead. What was the?
Yes, I'm here.
What were we talking about again? Sorry, my doctor. You know.
Well, okay, sir. Look at your computer screen, sir. At the bottom left-hand side, do you see a run box? Type the name of a program, folder, or document.
Yeah.
Okay.
How do I get
want
to
you
that?
to go ahead and type inside the box. First, you can let go the keys from your keyboard, sir, and inside the box there is a blank space next to open, right?
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Do you see the blank space?
Yes. Yeah. Okay. I see what you're talking about.
Okay. So type over there, sir, in small letters. Please put over there, I explore. It's a one word, I explore.
Okay.
Then put a space, sir, one space. And after space, type www dot. After dot, put ultra, one word. Ultra. I'll spell this for you. After dot, it's U like uniform, the letter U, L as in Lima, T like Tango, R like Robert, A as in Apple. Ultra. So after A, it's V like Victor, I as in India, E as in yes. After I, then E, then W like whiskey, E as in echo, R like Romeo. Ultra viewer together, no space in between. And after viewer, put a dot, one dot, and now type net. N as in November, E as in echo, T as in tango.
Okay.
And by women had the right to scam. Feminism is a scam. A few years ago, I was an angry, blue-haired feminist. I once believed that male privilege was real and that I was a victim of the wage gap. Now that I understand the true motives of feminism, I know that this could not be further from the truth, and that modern-day feminism is a war on true masculinity. Before women had the right to vote, most were stay-at-home wives, which meant they weren't working jobs and couldn't be taxed. Our overlords didn't like that. Rockefeller started funding feminist campaigns in media.
And terrible as the dawn, treacherous as the seas, stronger than the foundations of the earth.
That's very nice, babe. Well done.
Soren bam, the Soren map, the Middle Earth cock.
And as a consequence of the movement, women started entering the workforce and leaving the home. Children would then be separated from their parents and sent to Rockefeller-funded schools to be indoctrinated by the state. All of this ultimately disrupting the family unit at its core. Feminism is defined as the belief in social, economic, and political equality of the sexes. But in the West, I must ask, what rights do men have defined as the belief in social, economic, and political equality of the sexes? But in the West, I must ask, what rights do men have that women don't? Modern feminists are convincing women that hookup culture, using hormonal birth control, and not shaving is liberation. That toxic masculinity is prevalent and the patriarchy must be dismantled. Through movies and media, we're taught that working for the man, climbing the corporate ladder, and paying tax is more empowering and valuable than raising the next generation. Women have lost touch with our natural loving instincts and birth rates are plummeting. Men and women are not the same. And by protesting for equality of outcome rather than opportunity, feminists are demonizing and emasculating men.
Okay.
How much did you make last night, and does Nat get a half?
I don't know how much I made last night. Nick got the wonderful company and friendship of me for a night, okay?
Soul Calibur 6.
Halo. The flood is spreading.
Andross won't have his way with me.
Building the sentry.
Alles license? What for?
Damn it. I lose 10 rings every time I'm hit.
Pizza time.
I'm hit.
You'll be regretting yourself for walking white joints to bed.
I am endangered.
Ronald McDonald is now delivering smiles online.
Is this a real game? Or was it a real game?
Obama.
It's called Rival of Ether? There are fan modes?
Time to die! Jim.
The Monopoly gang.
Okay.
With abortion being a meta topic in the political world, could you use that same logic they use to also argue that child support is sexist to men too?
I don't know.
Mac reflexively called Tafshi. He can still be saved.
Oh shit. Guys, I'm not fucking paranoid like some of those guys. Some of those guys are super paranoid. Like, oh my god, the address leaked. Like, fuck that. Like, if the address gets leaked, the hotel address, who gives a fucking fuck? What are the people gonna do to me? I'm the fucking world's strongest man. You come here, I fuck you up.
Nice. True. Why? Okay. I don't want to be cringe. Okay. And doing the Camp Canute or whatever is awesome. And that's cool. And I hope they continue on with it. It's always really good. But people are posting like these like insane transformations after like 2 or 3 or 4 weeks working out. There is no insane transformation in 4 weeks of working out. He probably just has better posture, and he's probably just flexing a little bit better because he knows how to use his muscles a little. You're not gonna have there is no such thing as a 4-week transformation. I'm seeing comments. I saw it. I think he even posted a 2 or 3 week thing where people are like, "Oh my god, it's insane! Holy shit! What, bro? You can't. You're not gonna have a transformation in 1 month. It's just not gonna happen." Shit, it is hot in here. I don't know if my AC's not on. Is our Mewtwo girl, she gone forever? Did you watch House of the Dragon? I have not yet. No pump versus pump is insane transformation. That's actually true. That's super true. This is one of my favorite pictures of all time. Oh, they like oiled him up for these pictures too. Yeah, geez. Lighting and pump are like huge. Lighting, pump, and posing are going to be huge too in terms of how you look and everything. But damn. Yeah, like I don't know if Lucari worked out before or if he's maybe just naturally pretty strong. Like his arms are like decently big here, right? But this is coming in with like he's slouching. He has no pump. He has no fucking, like the lighting is shit. He's not posing, right? Just like, it's like whatever. And then here he's like fucking oiled up. You've got way better lighting. Maybe has a pump here. I don't know if he worked out a little bit before these pictures, but like it's not like an, and I'm not trying to take away from anything too. It's more just like, it sucks if people go into things expecting like, oh shit, I'm gonna get shredded in like a month, right? I think it's like 3 to 4 months. You'll probably see changes. After 6 months, you definitely will. And then past that, you know, it was all diet. Cutting alone would give you a definition. First of all, they're doing an insane workout. There's no way that he's doing a massive cut while doing an insane workout. I don't believe that. And then number 2, over the course of a month, how much weight could you lose? In a month, realistically, you could probably lose 4 to 6 pounds of fat. 4 to 8 pounds if he's really heavy, maybe. And then maybe water weight. If you went from like a really high sodium diet to eating healthier, he could cut some water weight too, maybe. But like, nothing is going to be insane in 1 month. It's just not. If you go in with that expectation, you're like setting yourself up for failure. Unless you're going to do like, you learn how to pose, you do the lighting shit, and then you like, if you oil up too, obviously that helps as well, right? I lost 20 pounds in 2 months. If you're losing 20 pounds in 2 months, either one, you're starting off really fat, or two, most likely, I think something that happens is you.
Has anyone looked into the ongoing white genocide in chat?
Yeah.
We are being replaced.
So something that happens when you start eating healthy is, if you're on a normal American diet, you are eating really high sodium diets. Things like French fries, things with tons of salt. You're eating a ton of fucking sodium. And when you have when you're eating like a really high sodium diet, you retain a lot of water. Something that happens, an unfortunate side effect, is when people start to lose weight, something that happens is they'll switch from a high sodium diet to something that's more healthy. And something that can happen is, let's say you weigh 200 pounds. This is like a thing that can happen with your diet. You weigh 200 pounds. In the first week, you lose like maybe a pound or two. And then like in the second week, or not even actually, in the first week, you might lose 5, 6, 7 pounds. Unironically, if you go from 200, you could be like, depending on when you weigh yourself during the day, you could be 192, 193 at the end of the week. And then next week, you're like, holy shit, I just lost like almost a pound a day. I'm unstoppable. And then the next week, you gain a pound, even though your diet hasn't fucking changed. And then the next week, maybe you lose that 1 pound and it feels like you stalled and everything is fucked, and then you give up because after 3 weeks, all of your progress in 1 week. But I think what's happening is on week 1, when you cut out a ton of that sodium, what's happening is your body's water levels are downward adjusting, and then the next week you kind of like rebalance, and then you're not losing much weight. Because realistically, you can only lose about a pound of fat a week. You can lose more if you do a more aggressive cut, but if a pound of fat is about 3,500 calories worth of energy, it is about 1 pound of fat. If you're on if your total daily estimated energy expenditure, your total daily energy expenditure is about like 2,400 calories. If you eat down to 1,900 calories for 7 days, 500 calories a day, 7 days a week, it's about 3,500 calories. On a 500 calorie cut, you're losing about a pound of fat a week. Anybody telling you they're losing 3 pounds of fat a week is lying to you. You're not losing 3 pounds of fat a week. You're not cutting 1,500 calories a day. Nobody's doing that. Unless you're insane. Unless you're a monster and you're like fucking Michael Phelps, you're doing some crazy shit. Chances are you're losing a ton of water weight is more often than not what's happening. Or if you're not losing a ton of water weight, you're really fat. If you're like 400, 500, 600 pounds, your total daily estimated energy expenditure might be like 3,000 plus calories or whatever.
220 when I started, and about 210 right now. But I've never gained weight while cutting and counting calories.
Destiny, he could just be starving himself. 1 meal a day, 1,200 calories or not. Yeah, but the reason why I don't think he's doing that is because they're doing hardcore Camp Canute workouts. There's no way that they're like burning their bodies out like that on 1,200 calories a day. Like, you would... 21-day weight loss can be wild. Oh, nice. This is our boy. Oh, shit. Hold on. Okay, we're not doing this topic for long, so I'm going to kill myself. What you speak of is true, but it's still possible to lose 20 pounds in 2 months. The body can use up to 22 calories per pound of body fat per day before it resort to burning muscle. So whether or not your body burns muscle, I think has to do with 2 things. One has to do with how much protein you're consuming. If you don't eat enough protein, I think your body will start breaking down muscles for protein. But the second thing has to do with resistance training. If you just diet and you stop working out, your body will slowly begin to break down the muscles. The way that you avoid losing muscle is to train while you're cutting or while you're on a diet. If you don't train, your muscles will eventually get broken down. Or if you're on a huge protein deficit, which you never should ever be on, your body will break down muscle as well. I lost roughly 100 pounds in around 14 months on a modified keto diet. If you're starting off pretty fat, I could believe that. If you're hardcore dieting, sure, that's almost like 7 pounds a month. You could do that. So that's a big cut though, right? Like that's going to be like what, 700-ish calories a day. It's possible. That's not impossible. That's doable. I think like 2 pounds a week is like aggressive. That's like you're doing pretty aggressive. But the more than 2 pounds a week is like, I don't believe that's possible unless you're really, really, really fat, or you're like a hardcore athlete that can cut professionally because your body can endure. You can do like a lot of training to burn calories and shit too. Keto, you'll lose a ton of water weight too. Yeah, I think doesn't going on a keto diet make you pee more or something too? I don't know. I don't know because I don't do keto shit. But I don't know the interaction between carbs and water. I know there's some interaction there, but is keto a meme? I think keto is a huge meme. But some people like swear by the holy grail of the ketones. I think keto is just good because most foods that are high in carbs are dog shit foods. So if you're cutting those foods out of your diet, you're almost certainly massively improving your diet, in my uneducated opinion. Carbs are usually like some of the densest, most processed, most fucking, or not densest, the least dense, high calorie density. I don't know what you'd say it, but like breads and pastas and pizzas and all of this shit and like tons of sugary stuff. Like when you do keto, you're cutting all that out. You're cutting out necessarily like a ton of dog shit food. But some people are they're on like some weird kick where they're like burning ketones is actually better.
Jordan Peterson claimed to have lost 50 pounds in 7 months after switching to a carnivore diet.
Burning ketones is healthy for your brain or like weird shit or whatever. I don't know. What do you eat before gym? If you're eating a full meal, it's supposed to be 2 hours before gym. If you're eating a mixed meal snack thing, then it's supposed to be about an hour before. And if it's simple carbs, I think it could be 15 to 30 minutes before. I usually take like a Gatorade with me because you can just drink, it's just liquid sugar. You just drink it while you're working out to make sure you have energy. But I think you can eat a full meal about 2 hours before the gym, and then you're usually pretty good to go. Did you see Darius' stream? Nope. Did you see 4chan threads on you and Nick yesterday? Nope, link them.
Was it a mistake?
My mother lost 60 pounds on a keto diet.
A calorie, kcal, is the amount of energy needed to raise the temperature of 1 kilogram of steel beam 1 degree Celsius.
Nice. My mother lost 60 pounds on a keto diet. Seemed to work great. She was never hungry either. Yeah, the thing is that when you're eating like vegetables and fruits and meats, they're way more satiating than like ultra highly processed carbohydrate foods, right? I think we all know this. I want to say, I should just have these memorized. I don't know why I always look it up. I'm pretty sure like a chicken breast, a full chicken breast, I think is as many calories as a croissant, right? Eating 5 chicken breasts, at least for me, would be impossible. But I could eat 5 croissants like nobody's business. Like in 10 minutes. I could eat 5 croissants in 10 minutes easily, and I would still be hungry. I'll eat more. I could eat 10 croissants in one sitting, 100%. So yeah, the highly processed, high carbohydrate foods are usually, you can eat very, very quickly. You can eat them super easily, and you'll be hungry in like, 30, 40, 50, 60 minutes. The fact that I don't even, how much have you been linking this? Okay, I'll look at your bread. Okay. Jesus Christ. Here you go, bread. I think just calories per weight / volume, right? Like you physically can't fill your stomach with broccoli the same way you can fill it with pastries. I think I think that when it comes to, okay, we're getting into bullshit diet science that I don't know anything about, okay? This is my rough understanding of it, okay? Highly processed foods have already had like most of the big digestive steps done for you. They're super processed. A lot of the fibers and stuff have been stripped away. When you drop one of these things into your stomach, highly processed food, you eat it, it goes in your stomach, your body, it digests it instantaneously. It doesn't have to do very much work to break it down. Your blood sugar is going to spike like crazy, correct? Because it's probably high on the glycemic index, meaning that it's absorbed incredibly quickly. It's just very quick and easy to eat. And then you're done, and you digest it, boom, you're good to go. When you talk about like raw foods or unprocessed foods, so, things like vegetables or fruits or whatever, and you eat these or meats or proteins or whatever, it takes a little bit longer for your body to kind of like break it down. The whole metabolization process from start to finish is going to be a lot longer than in an ultra processed food. And in service of doing all of that, you feel more full for a longer period of time, I think is the difference. But you can tell this too, if you go to work out, if you're working out and you're like really shaky, you don't have enough energy, not like you're tired, like your muscles are tired, but like you actually just feel like your glycogen is low. I don't know what the fuck you would say, but you feel like you're shaky and you can't do it. If you eat like a steak, you're not going to go in and feel like really strong. But if you drink like a sugary drink or you eat like a simple carb, you can feel like pretty energized pretty quickly because your body breaks it down and you're ready to go like pretty fast. Something I've never understood is that people tell me to have lots of chicken and rice for diet food, but isn't rice like literally pure carbs? Rice might have more fiber, but I think also different types of rice are processed differently. Like I think you can strip away a lot of the stuff from rice and make it like really, I don't want to say like unhealthy or like quickly digestible. It's not that all carbs are necessarily bad for you, but some carbs are like highly processed such that you eat them and digest them instantly. I don't know if rice is one of those. I think rice is generally okay on the grand scheme of like all like the super simple, highly processed carbs. Let me see how much on a cup of rice. How much is? Hold on, I'm not reading this right, am I? Wait, hold on. Fuck, I forgot how to read. It's been so, my diet is like, I said it and forgot it like 2 months ago, so I don't like redo all this shit. So when it says total carbs, 45 grams, and the dietary fiber is 0.6 grams, and it's only 0.1 grams of sugar, does that mean it's 44 grams of starch? Is that the rest of it? Where's my gym bros at? Okay. Okay, so if that's the case, your body can't digest fiber. Can your body digest starch? It's not just starch? I thought starch and fiber were like the two complex carbs. Are there more than that? Hold on, I have to look this up. Starch might be digestible. Humans digest starch readily. Okay, gotcha. I think when you're going to look for this is okay. Remember, dietitian stuff is I'm way less knowledgeable about. Okay, so take everything I say with a grain of salt. But I think that when you go to look at food and you see the carbohydrates, I think the two really important things you're looking at are like, and you should look at more. Obviously, it's not just about carbs. But if it'll say like 45 grams of carbs, it'll say down here how much of that are simple sugars. I think it'll almost always list that. Okay, so here's a guess. And I might be wrong, but like if I go to look up like a can of Red Bull, it's probably going to say like how many carbs it has, like 15 or 20 grams, and for sugars it'll say like 15 or 20 grams. That's my guess. Let's check. I could be wrong. Who knows? I don't know how many grams right now. Okay, 27 grams. Okay, so see, so if okay, more 40 grams, or no, wait, for the little ones I drank. Okay, so here you can see the total carbs on a Red Bull. It's 28 grams. For sugar, it's 26 grams. When you see sugar here, I believe this is is this the monosaccharide version? It's the very simple, instantaneous, like touches your stomach and instantly in your bloodstream sugar. Like very, very quick to digest, very high glycemic index. So if we look at like any quote unquote unhealthy food, what's another thing? Like chocolate, cake, nutrition. Oh, it doesn't list it here. I wonder why. But I would expect that like if you were looking at like a thing, like a nutrition thing on a, hold on, what did it show me here? Okay, yeah. So like here I can see for cake, it's 242 calories, 44 grams of carbohydrates, 26 grams of that are simple sugars, right? But then if we go back to the rice thing, it's 45 grams of carbohydrates, very, very, very low on like the ultra simple sugars. So roughly speaking, wait, table sugar or sucrose is a disaccharide. Okay, well, fuck me then. So like very, very, very roughly, if you're looking at like hard carbohydrate foods, you also want to see like what the sugar content is. It'll tell you here. But there's more that goes into this than just that. Like foods that are high in the glycemic index aren't necessarily worse for you than foods that are low in the glycemic index. Foods that are high in simple sugars aren't necessarily worse for you than foods that are low in sugar. These are all just kind of like rules of thumb. Not even rules of thumb. It's just like things to be aware of, I guess. Yeah. What do you think of one meal a day? For someone who is massively obese, 430 pounds, it helped a lot. I don't know. I think the best diet is the one you can keep. The best anything is one you can keep. The best gym routine, the best practice routine for your instrument, the best whatever diet. They're always whatever you can keep. The one thing that I've never seen worked ever, and I've seen a lot of people try and break these, and if anybody smarter or bigger or more healthy than me says something different, then feel free to contradict me, and feel free to ignore everything I'm saying. But in my personal opinion, any diet that ever involves any form of like cheat day is a trash dog shit diet, and you should never, ever, ever do those. That would be my only suggestion for diets. If you want to do anything else, I think it's good, but like anything that involves like cheat meals or cheat days, it has two huge problems. One, I think you can undo a lot of progress with a cheat day or a cheat meal. And two, it trains you into thinking the normal food that you're eating is dog shit, and you have to survive until Saturday, Sunday in order to have like a good meal. Like it's so like you can eat healthy food that tastes really good and is good for you. There's lots of that food out there. And the idea that you're like suffering every day with your horrible diet, and then you have finally your cheat day where you can eat all this dog shit, and I don't know. Personally, I think it's really bad, but Destiny, a lot of bodybuilders do cheat days. People that are highly trained are different because these people know their bodies well enough that they can do whatever the fuck they want. And if you're a bodybuilder, you're not taking advice from fucking me on your diet. Terry said he's scared to confront you on this.
Even going on stream, like Destiny going on stream, and like the one thing he's saying about it is like, lol, Darius, you're fucking up, dude, your dog's gonna die. It's like, dog, like, I don't know, man. It just makes everyone else kind of like be a dick and like dismiss it as well. And it's like, that's not really what I wanted out of that. It was a pretty serious post that was supposed to be like kind of handled seriously instead of just like a meme. And I get like, I do memes, but like,
it's just like, bro, like he's literally, his life is like getting fucked up completely. He just lost his job. And now you're showing me you have a puppy that you adopted 5 months ago that now needs thousands of dollars in vet bills? Like, bro, what the fuck? I disagree. The healthiest I've ever been, I always had a cheat day. The key, though, is that I didn't eat hot garbage on the cheat day. I used to go to a restaurant and get a bit more food than normal. If you treat a cheat day, there are times where, like, I'm hungry and I'll grab, like, a Kit Kat bar from the gas station. It'll be, like, 200 or 300 calories. I think that's okay. What I've seen historically, if that's your way of engaging with a cheat day or whatever, I think that's fine. I've seen people, though, I remember my aunt and my mom used to do this, where they would have a cheat day, and cheat day for them was, like, going out to a restaurant, getting huge appetizers, cheesecakes, fuck tons of shit. And I'm like, bro, you're putting away like 4,000 calories today. Like, how much of that shit is like, you've like erased the last like 4 or 5 days of fucking dieting? What the fuck is even the point of what you're doing? Like, I don't know, yeah. If you can engage with it like in a healthy manner, if you want like a candy bar every now and then, I think stuff like that is okay. I think that's fine. I eat a 1,500 calorie deficit on my cheat day. I eat 2,000. Oh, you mean like a 500 calorie deficit? Yeah, sure, that's fine. What is your diet right now? It's a half cup of oats, full cup of milk, scoop of casein protein, and an 1/8 cup of chocolate chips every morning. That's my oatmeal that we did at the start of stream. I've got like these. Oh, then I drink 1 Red Bull at 2 to 3. And then I eat one of these prepackaged meals. It's about 400 to 450 calories. And then I'll drink a Soylent that's about 400 calories. Then I work out, and then I drink a protein shake that's about 400 calories. But I've been having to fit like a second meal in because I'm getting like way hungrier. Now that I'm running every other day, I get like so much hungry. I can't do it. I have to rework or refigure my diet. I'm not sure because I'm getting hungry all the time. That's why I'm drinking like 2 Red Bulls a day now too. Stop drinking regular Red Bulls and switch to sugar-free. Those things suck, okay? How important is water intake throughout the day? I don't know, probably more important. I probably should take water intake more seriously, especially with the creatine. Because when I go to work out, in between almost every single set, I have to go to the water fountain and I drink like a fucking gallon of water. I think, fuck, I should check. I think one time there was like a 1.5 pound difference between how much I weighed when I went to the gym and then when I got back upstairs because of how much water I was drinking between fucking sets. I probably should drink more water throughout the day. Or maybe not, I don't know. I might just be sweating a lot when I work out, who knows. It might be the creatine stuff too, or it might just be working out because the gym's been kind of hot recently too. I don't know. Bring a gallon jug. Yeah, that's how you always know what the real bodybuilders are. They have the milk jugs with water. How often do you weigh yourself? Every single morning. What? So many people write so much gay fanfic about me. It's actually unreal. It's gay fanfic about me and Nick. It's gay fanfic about me watching my wife getting bowled or whatever, me getting cucked, the bull fucking my wife. There's an unbelievable amount. It's like kind of weird. Read someone stream. Oh yeah, I'm reading the fortunate thread, which is funny. Snacking constantly is also a hard habit to break, even if your main meals are good food. Snacking is such an easy thing to eliminate, or an impossible thing to eliminate. I'll always say this, okay? If you have snacks around the house, you will always fail. You're not a strong enough man, okay? That shit is more addicting than fucking heroin. You cannot do it. You will not succeed. Remove snacks from the house, and you won't snack. But if you have snacks around the house, you will eat them. Don't do it. You'll never resist it. You're always setting yourself up for fucking failure, okay? Jesus Christ. I'm sorry. It's cringe to talk about how hot I think my wife is because I think it's super fucking cringe. But it's so funny. Somebody posted a picture like this in the thread. I'm like, Jesus Christ, her legs are so fucking hairy. It's just funny to me. I don't know. I'm sorry. Blonde women are really lucky in that they can usually get away with not shaving their legs because the hair is usually very fine and very light. If you're like Italian or if you're Hispanic, it's a lot harder as a woman to get away with not shaving your legs because it's usually immediately noticeable. But if you have any female friends that are blonde, if you take close notice, start staring at their legs, they can go a while without shaving sometimes. Nick will be radicalizing Destiny. Because Destiny can do nothing besides talk fast and set official government and media statistics. Why do you keep spamming? This meme was so unfunny so long ago. Take random picture of a person and then put this 4chan text here. This meme got old like 3 years ago. I don't know how people would still spam it on every single picture. It's old memes, dude. I will not give up. All right, what meme do you have?
Right. So you know,
30-minute video, good one. Joe Rogan and Jordan Peterson. I'm good on that one. Did you go out to eat with Nick and Melina for stream? Nope. I slept a lot last night. I got good sleep. Sorry. Here, have donuts.
Is intermittent fasting a meme?
I think IF can be good. It just helps you moderate your calorie intake, so you're not like snack. Here's the reality, okay? You know how I said protesting past 10 o'clock usually never good?
Well, dude.
Like, you're always asking for trouble when people are protesting at night. It's just not a good thing to do. Protesting the day. Same thing applies to eating, okay? Very rarely in your life are you eating good things past 10 o'clock. So if intermittent fasting helps you cut that shit out, I eat from fucking noon to 10, or I eat from fucking 2 to 10 or 4 to 10. You know, anything that keeps you eating past fucking 10 o'clock, probably good for you, okay? Because you're not eating healthy food past 10 o'clock. Nobody says at, you know, midnight, I made myself like a healthy tray of vegetables and a vinaigrette sauce or some shit. No, you're not eating good stuff past 10 o'clock. You're eating dog shit food, all right? You're getting a big-ass bowl of cereal. You're eating candy bars. You're going out late to get some fast food. Nobody eats good food past 10 o'clock. So if intermittent fasting helps you cut that shit out, then it's probably good for you. I don't know about all the claims about manages your blood sugar better. It makes your brain pump faster. I don't know. There's like weird shit people claim every diet, but I think IF is probably good if you're... It keeps you from eating at weird times because it's usually never good.
I did a diet called the Snake Diet. It was ketosis with fasting for 2 weeks at a time. You drink Roman 4 fluid every day. I could lose 3 pounds a day by doing an elliptical with no assistance in the morning and shivering in an ice bath at night. I have pictures.
Called the Snake Diet? It was ketosis with fasting for 2 weeks at a time. You drink IV fluid every day. I could lose.
What's up, Destiny? Your appearance on F was legendary. Are you planning on going back for a round 2? Maybe bring a group of girls yourself.
Erudite's trying to get her passport so she can come down for an episode. That'll be fun. It'll probably be me, Erudite, and Melina on one. Hopefully within the next 3 weeks is the goal.
How would you feel if your F appearance made fans start putting their feet to the fire with questions and led to them rapidly falling off?
I don't know. Damn. The ideal thing would be that they moderate their views a little bit, not that they are like destroyed.
I'm a Vada Indian, not active in chat, but I love your content and decides to support you. DGGL.
Jesus Christ.
Alex Johns predicted 911. 3 months before it happened. Listen to his explanation. The anthrax at the post offices.
Wow.
UK/Australia attack on 911.
Wild, dude. Passport shit is fucked in Canada? Yeah, apparently you can pay to get it.
I don't know if you've talked about this yet. But are you going to talk about the What is a Woman documentary? Also, I love you.
At some point. Cut down version, trust, bro. What?
I want to get into this.
10 minutes? This is, bro, we've already watched shit about this before. Why do you want me to watch it? We've seen it. Peterson is crazy.
Doing a shroom trip with the wife Tilda, in your opinion, best to plan activities before the trip or just free ball it?
There probably is some truth in you being able to There's probably some truth in you being able to do an all-meat diet, but it means you have to eat all sorts of organs. It can't just be steaks all day. You gotta eat, like, fucking weird, like, livers and eyes and, like, other weird shit as well. Or maybe not eyes, but...
It's, and...
Does Nack's conservatism remind you of the kind you grew up around? Chicago suburbs are blue as heck.
Maybe.
I told these guys it.
Or wait, no. Nick's conservatism has nothing to... Nick is a radical conservative. That's not typical of any part of the United States. What do you mean? No.
GQ. There isn't any question that I won't answer. Except this one. What's up, GQ? I am UFC President Dana White, and I...
Wait, why do I care about this? I don't care about this. Hold on, I'm almost done with my food. One sec. Do you think kiwi farms are gonna shut down? Probably not.
Here comes over the House of Capulet. Coral.
Oh shit, this movie was old. They did a modern take on Romeo and Juliet, but I'm pretty sure they kept all of the original dialogue, right? This movie is horrible. I hated this, but I also hate Romeo and Juliet. Or am I thinking of the right thing? It's such a good movie, is it? I don't know. This has DiCaprio too? Yeah, it does.
I will bite my thumb at them, which is a disgrace to them if they bear it. Huh?
Go forth, I will back thee!
Do you bite your thumb at us, sir? I do bite my thumb, sir!
Do you bite your thumb at us?
Sir. Is the law of our side if I say aye?
No!
No, sir, I did not bite my thumb at you, sir, but I bite my thumb, sir!
Do you quarrel, sir? Quarrel, son? No, son!
But if you do, sir, and for you I serve as good a man as you!
No better? Here comes our kinsman, say better!
Yes, sir, better!
You lie! Two of you be men! Port fools, you know no...
Jesus.
Off topic, but have you been to the Ultra Music Festival?
Nope.
For the industry and the growth of music online. Well, Guy Cuny is the editor of the technology website News Wireless. Hello, good morning to you.
Good morning.
Were you surprised by this verdict today?
I'm very surprised to see this verdict to come on me, because I was not expecting that. When I came, they told me something else, and I'm coming. You got an interview there, so it's a big surprise anyway.
A big surprise.
Exactly.
Yes, yeah. With regards to the cost that's involved...
I did the carnivore diet for 2 months. I found that the diet did a good job regulating my hunger. I was able to go from 260 pounds to 240 pounds in those 2 months. I am 6'3" for reference. I didn't feel anything magical.
Wow, thanks.
Cost that's involved. Do you think now more people will be downloading online?
Actually, if you can go everywhere, you're gonna see a lot of people downloading to the internet and the website everything they want. but I think it's much better for the development and to improve people what they want and to get on the easy way and so fast the things they're looking for.
This does really seem to be the way the music industry is progressing now, that people want to go onto the website and download music.
Well, I'm a Blister. Welcome to the Tier 4 Supper Clubber.
Exactly.
I love you, Destiny, and when I become a millionaire, I will buy you a gold Cuban chain.
Thanks.
Go everywhere on the cyber cafe and you can check. You can go easy. It's gonna be very easy way for everyone to get something to the internet.
Thank you, thanks very much indeed. I think we can now also speak.
Didn't get the job.
Well. Let me guess. Spring cleaning.
Jesus.
Nice shot.
Did you and Nick reschedule the 9/11 debate? Well, apparently I agreed to do it with Sneeko, not Nick. Although I thought kind of both of them were there for it, but Sneeko's not going to want to do it. There's no shot. And Nick backed off of everything. It's very frustrating because, like,
how does Nat reconcile with the fact that he wouldn't be considered white, or at least he would be discriminated against 100 years ago because he isn't English, French, or German?
I don't know. We've argued about this a million times. He always has excuses for it. One thing that's very frustrating is people will come up and they will put forth like a ton of really strong claims. And if I don't know, I always look so conciliatory and weak. I'll be like, okay, well, we can schedule this debate in a week or two if you want, or okay. And they'll be like, oh, well, this happened, and they'll go like so hard when they don't know the information. But because they're willing to assert things they don't know and I'm not, it always makes me look weak. But then when I come back later, it's like, all right, well, I did all the research. Let's talk. And they're like, oh, I don't know about that. And, maybe, who knows? And I didn't come here for that. And, I don't know about this thing. And, I'm not sure about it. And it's like, bro, come on. Now I have to figure out if I want to do the JFK thing. Because it's like, because I feel like the JFK thing is going to, Stefan P, I love you and I love your tier 4-ness, okay? I'm not throwing out random 40-minute videos right now, okay? But when if I do the JFK thing, we'll probably watch or read a bunch of stuff on that, okay? I'm gonna be totally honest. I don't know fucking anything about the JFK assassination. I truly don't. Other than he got shot by a dude in the head and his brains were on his wife. I think the Lee Harvey Oswald dude, I think, was the guy that shot him. I don't know anything about the JFK assassination, so that would be a thing I'd look up. But the if I wait, what? What was I gonna say? I don't remember. But anyway. Oh, I don't know if I'm gonna do this because, yeah. Ooh. Clip you can show. Why does this guy think? I don't even know what I'm talking about today. I agree, somebody made like a documentary or some movie on Nick. I don't know if they think I'm like here to promote it or what. I'm not actually sure what we're talking about today. Did the rational male answer you? That guy will never talk to me, okay? He's the bluest red pill I've ever seen, okay? You might as well round out your conspiracy knowledge on the big four: JFK, moon landing, 9/11.
Just went to the gym for the first time yesterday and enjoyed it as much as you can enjoy starting. But I really don't want to diet. Am I just wasting my time working out without a solid diet?
Yes. No, that's not true. It's better than nothing. But you really should. You should figure out something. Destiny argues like half a guy and half a woman. I didn't even read that comment before. Thank you, Jackabaka Booty. I see it. Oh, okay. Time for my Red Bull. One sec. Wait, sorry. Oh! I'm hot as fuck in here. Hold on. Chill. Oh, everybody say hi, hamster. Destiny, the trans actress from Euphoria is getting beat for allegedly being a trans medicalist. Try to get her on? Yeah, dude, I'm sure she'll hop onto my stream, okay? Joe Biden's getting rinsed in the press. Try to get him on. True. Hunter Schaefer. There's no way she would ever...
Any update on the Martin S.H. Crowley situation?
No, he's just... he's a guy doing his thing, okay? All right, if she has less than 1 million Instagram followers, I'll reach out to her. She has 7.2 million. No shot. Boom. Do you think these are real accounts? No, that and Lesby PhD, I almost got baited by it earlier too. I don't think that's a real account.
There's a lot of Pepe posters. I hope you know. Pepe is a symbol of racism and hate. Don't be like Mac Fuentes. Embrace the Dino.
Oh, are we going to do the Vosh religion debate arc? Damn, their subreddit is so mad. Poor Vosh, not doing too hot right now, guys. His community's falling apart. Somebody showed me this yesterday. I thought this was really funny. Vosh did a debate against a I'm not gonna be able to find it. Fuck. Vosh did a debate against that religious dude, the no Agua one. I didn't realize this, but his debate video got 100,000 views.
I don't think Vosh.
I didn't know that my video of this blew up so much. I got over 500,000 views on on watching him do that debate. Oh no. I don't know. I think it's kind of funny. Oh yeah, this was his video. Trans water. Gender debate gets scientific. Okay. What am I even doing right now? Oh. I don't like my phone here. I should have moved it here. If you try that plugin that lets you see dislikes on YouTube videos, no, that is toxic, okay?
Daily dose of Yarvin spamming. Sank from TYT interviewed him yesterday. Was nice to see someone push back against his SH take, but he did end up scoring some decent points. Looking forward to your future discussion with him if it's still in the books.
Yeah, we'll see. What do you reply to female that replies with one words like haha, is it over with her? If a woman is starting to give you like one word replies like that, I'll usually go for like hello? You just like go for a big ask, you shoot your shot, and then you're done. You don't want to draw it out too much farther. Okay, let's just finish.
That evidence alone would indicate that the official story doesn't hold water.
Question. Can you explain how freefall, which requires the almost simultaneous removal of the supporting structure, can be achieved without a controlled demolition?
No.
This very question was posed to Senator John McCain by a 9/11 researcher in April 2013 during a C-SPAN broadcast.
Senator McCain, the National Institute of Standards and Technology asserts that the collapse of Building 7 was caused by fire, yet they acknowledge that the first 100 feet of that collapse took place at free fall acceleration. Now, engineers will tell you that fire cannot do this, and that the only method by which it can be accomplished is the use of pre-planted explosives.
Your question is what?
Well, how do you explain this discrepancy of 100 feet of free fall without the use of explosives?
To tell you the truth, this is an area that I am not very familiar, and if you would drop me a note and mention that we talked on C-SPAN, I'd be glad to get you a more complete answer, but
It is unfortunate that Senator McCain could not answer.
If you think that
as
Knack
he
and
is the
Sneeko
person
probably won't engage on 9/11, sucks to let that research go to waste. Thought about looking for someone else to debate on the topic.
Fuck no. This is not a topic that I would be interested in, like, because if I had to guess, there's probably like 20 other documentaries that you can get into the weeds on shit on, and it's such an old conspiracy. Like, I would rather focus on more modern ones, like related to mRNA vaccines and stuff, rather than like all of the weird shit that would be hard to explain for every single coincidence on 9/11. It's just not interested in that.
who wrote the foreword to the popular mechanics book, Debunking 9/11 Myths. In the foreword, McCain stated,
Wait, what?
Any explanation for 9/11 must start and end with the facts. The evidence must be gathered and analyzed. Then, only then, can conclusions be drawn. But now that the evidence has been gathered and conclusions can be drawn, he claims ignorance on the whole matter. This brings us to the last question, which is not only for the debunkers, but for anyone who cares about freedom, democracy, and an honest government.
That's us, guys!
If you were aware of solid evidence disproving the official version and suggesting the involvement of some rogue elements of the government in the terrorist attacks, would it be more unpatriotic and anti-American to ask for a new investigation?
Sorry for interruption. Former security chief of Twitter has come out as whistleblower claiming that Twitter lies about numbers. Hope or nope?
I have no idea. I haven't followed that or know about that at all.
Blind eye to it and pretend such evidence doesn't exist. Given that the people's trust in institutions is of paramount importance for a nation's well-being, would that trust be better served by denying the evidence of a conspiracy or by bringing those suspected to accountability in a court of law? We leave the last word to the first responders, who have been dying by the dozens after having inhaled the poisonous air from Ground Zero in the total silence of the media.
I want to tell you tonight about the people we call heroes and are still in growing numbers living in terrible physical and economic circumstances as they struggle with the carcinogenic effects of the toxic chemical soup Ground Zero became. Can this side of the room, everybody stand up? Everybody on this side, if you're all rescue workers, will be dead in 4 years. Thank you. You'd all be dead in 4 years. That's our statistics. That's what's happening. In 7 years, it doubles. And every time popular mechanics calls the people of this movement nuts, these propagandists, professional liars and tools who cannot, even by any stretch of the imagination, be considered journalists, strike another nail into the coffin of another rescue worker. I don't think we're crazy. Conspiracies are only evidence the courts won't hear. We who are still dying from 9/11, who went into the towers and into that pile, now live with those buildings in our lungs and digestive systems and our blood. For myself and far too many of us, research and the effective treatment is going to arrive far too late. I have double metastasizations in both lungs. That's just a reality. We were also killed on 9/11. Avenge us.
Wow. He died 4 years later. What a wild ride, guys. Oh, that is a really famous Philip Glass song, isn't it? This one. God, I hate how fucking hot this woman is. Fuck! I think it's one of these songs, right? overrated, calm down. There's just something about blonde women that disagree politically with me that just gets the engine turning. If you know what I mean. It might be metamorphoses. Yeah, maybe. I sent you an email on World Trade Center 7 sound recordings that you asked for, by the way. Yeah, I listened to it. It's just one thing. Hello? Whoa! Whoa! Did they just change what Gmail looks like? Oh no. Oh God. Oh, actually, you know what? This is actually okay. This is pretty cool. I'll take it. I like it. I like it. Okay. It's cool. It works. Oh fuck! I might have deleted your email. But I saw your email, but it was not the explosions I was looking for. It was like a little rumble before it started to collapse.
You should watch Wendigoon's video on the JFK conspiracy. It is the strongest circumstantial evidence. The most compelling talking points, nice and succinct.
I'll get to that, okay, for sure. Are you actually awake?
Wait, yeah?
What do you want?
Oh, sorry, I was behind in the butt. Basically, I had a question about AGP.
Oh boy, what about it?
Yeah. Basically, is it ethical for...
Wait, are you trans?
Someone... No.
Okay.
I'm not. But I have a friend that has AGP, and they're wondering if it's ethical to be trans.
Why would it not be ethical? It's a personal decision. If you feel trans, you're trans. I don't know if I necessarily think that like AGP means that you're not a real trans person or whatever. Like people probably masturbate to themselves sometimes. Like I don't know.
Yeah, I just have you read anything about it or?
Yeah, a bit. What about it?
Well, there's this one guy from the 1990s that was the main guy that...
Yeah, but that guy's probably pretty transphobic because he thought that all trans people literally just were people that wanted to fetishize. He had AGP and there was the other one for men too, right?
I think it's the same, but I could be wrong about that.
No, there's a different name because gyno doesn't that refer to female? It's autogynephilia and there's another one for gay people too. I don't remember it, but... Yeah, Blanchard, I think, is the person or whatever. Or Blanchard? Is it Blanchard or Blanchard? Blanchard?
I'm not sure. I'm not very good at...
Okay, but anyway, yeah, go for it. What about it?
But yeah. I was just wondering if it was unethical, because I can't look it up online because the trans community just doesn't recognize it as a thing.
Oh,
really.
Talk to Taj about it. She's got interesting takes on it, if you can.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't mean to throw shade, but does she have AGP or?
I think the joke that she told me was she thinks that every trans woman that thinks hard enough has AGP or something. I don't know, something like that.
That's yeah.
But like,
okay,
like, this would be really, really hard to dig into, and really only you could truly know the answer. But like, part of seeing yourself as a person that is a certain gender or sex is probably going to carry with it some type of sexual feeling. That's probably not abnormal. Like, I feel good, like, looking in the mirror now and seeing, like, shoulders and arms and stuff like that feels good. I don't think I'd ever masturbated myself, but, like, it's a nice thing to look at. I'm sure there are a lot of women that when they wear certain outfits, they're like, oh, like, I feel like I like my legs, or I feel like I look good, or my ass looks good in this outfit. I'm sure there are probably some people that masturbate thinking of, like, their own sexual activities and stuff. I don't know how you get into the weeds on that. But if you're, like, obsessed with the idea of just masturbating, thinking about yourself as a different gender, that might be a little bit more of a fetish, but it's going to be really hard to delineate between those two thoughts from an outside perspective, you know?
Right. What if, imagine a situation in which that was all you thought about when it came to sexual encounters, was yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of like, yeah, what's that one movie where that guy is like a serial killer? Yeah.
Uh-huh.
And he like stares in the mirror just to see himself. What if that was your entire sexual identity? It's just that. Would that still be?
That'd be
because that's what I understand from the reading. Yeah, from the reading I understand is literally AGP is just that. Well, I don't know. I've also read a lot of that guy that apparently is transphobic because he says that there are no homosexual trans AGP people because it's literally them just thinking about themselves as women while they're getting, while they're in the act. It's just a really hard question that my friend has to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, being trans is already like a really hard question. And yeah, that definitely complicates things, but I'm not gonna be able to give you like a super good answer on that. That's a really tough line of inquiry.
All right. Well, thanks. I appreciate you answering it. I couldn't get it anywhere else. No one else wants to even acknowledge it. So.
Yeah, it's a tough one. If you can ever hop on Taftazer's stream, I know that she has thoughts on it. So.
Yeah, she doesn't stream as much as you, but yeah, I'll definitely try.
Okay.
All right. I'll see you later, buddy.
Have fun. Bye.
Love you.
What?
Hey.
Hi.
Let me just mute the stream. Just a second.
Good idea, dude. Do you want to surface as well, or are you going to talk to me underwater the whole time?
I'm still underwater. I just have a quick question.
Okay,
did you comment on the Andrew Tate getting banned? And that's it. Okay.
There's not really much to say. I mean, I don't like the idea of like banning everybody that we don't like. I still think it's bad. I think it speaks poorly of your ideology if you can't like justify it, and you kind of have to just ban everybody. But I mean, I don't know. I mean, if he's breaking TOS or if he said things that are like TOS breaking, then I guess I'd support it. But I don't know what he did. I don't know what the actual specific ban reasons given were, so it's hard to say.
I think we're still waiting for everything to,
White names
for
need
him
salvation.
to release stuff, and yeah. And did you see that he got banned on TikTok as well?
Yeah, I think he got banned on everything.
Yeah, very fucked. Okay, that's it. Bye.
Bye.
Good luck.
Except for Twitch, because he deleted his account. I have like a talk in like 25 minutes, so there's not much I can do. Slavic Donut. What is up?
Okay, I'm totally willing to be wrong on this because I don't.
You probably are.
At the risk of derailing the Collins already, it's not what you think it is. I don't know enough vegans or vegetarians to know this. Okay, but do you think they're morally lucky? And by that I mean, all of the vegans and vegetarians that I know seem like, as like a personal preference, they don't really care for meat that much anyways. Like they could just take it or leave it. It doesn't. I don't really know. Like, are there just a bunch of them out there that are like, oh fuck, I just love meat so much, but I just can't eat it because it's wrong. Is that a thing?
I'm sure there are some, but some of them might be morally lucky as well. Yeah, just depends.
It would be kind of like me saying like my moral system is that I have to eat donuts and get blowjobs.
Sure.
Like it kind of takes away from the virtue of it if it's like.
No, yeah, I mean, I understand what you're saying. It's possible. I don't know enough to really say, but I'm sure there are some that are like, I'm sure there are a decent amount that have moral convictions about it.
The real question would be if tomorrow, if lab grown meat gets perfected, right? Like it's cheaper, it tastes the same or better, whatever. It's just better in every single way. If I snap my fingers and completely replace the meat supply chain with lab grown meat, would the vegans and vegetarians change? Yeah. If it was purely just a moral problem, that should be no problem, right? Like they would be a huge conversion right there.
Correct.
But I bet there wouldn't be.
Maybe, dude. Maybe.
I don't know. That's all I had. Okay. Also, I'll never complain about women on your stream again after the Fresh and Fit panel. I've seen the other side. Okay, I've been.
Yeah, the women on my stream are awesome. You guys just don't have enough life experience, okay, to know how good they are. You guys didn't know how good you had it. All right. In a world of Miami bitches, all right, Labs and Laurens and Brittany's, okay, are treasures. They're queens, okay.
Just keep them off the Xanax.
What?
The Xan 1, Xan 2? It's a joke.
Oh shit. Okay, never mind. I got you. Okay. All right.
All right. That's all I had. Thanks.
Have fun. Be careful, babe.
Who are the whites? They must be expelled from.
Let's chill on that, okay? FBI, don't come here. Hello, Leo. You're in. Leo. You're wasting everybody's time. They're all looking at you, making fun of you right now, Leo. Marigor, you're in while Leo figures out his show. Oh, he left. Nice.
Yo.
What up?
Okay, so when are you gonna learn to play a real champion? Like this Tristana trash? It's gotta end.
Okay, what's a real champion you?
Zeri. Alright.
Jewish Giga Chad, you're in. What's up?
Oh, will you ever play Synthetic? The Mr. Mutant?
Someday. Maybe.
Cringe.
What?
Cringe.
Why is that cringe? Outsider miniatures. Okay. James.
Okay,
yeah,
so
what's up?
I'm horribly distraught after listening to Nick talk about the instrument that he plays. I just want to say that euphoniums are now ontologically evil.
He kind of seems like a euphonium kid, right?
A little bit. He's like super awkward.
Yeah, they're like euphonium kids don't even really have stereotypes because it seems like they just kind of like sit there and nobody like euphoniums and baritones are just like the two. Like a lot of people don't even know what those instruments are.
Yeah, no, that's true. I mean, hey, but don't say we're not important. We're the fucking baseline. You know, we're right there with the tubas. You know, the trombones get a little bit more action, but
that's true. You're like, you show up to band and it's like, oh no, like I lost all my sheet music, and it's like, oh well, here's the tuba, just like read it up an octave. It's like, okay.
Oh wait, I was just playing BFA in fucking eighth notes the entire time, anyways. Who the fuck cares?
You know, it's all good. Do you
except for Jupiter?
Except for fucking Jupiter, one of Gustav.
Yeah,
yeah,
Gustav Holst's Jupiter. Ooh, that was a good shit.
He's a very low brass friendly gentleman.
True. I got the solo for that. That was I loved it.
Congratulations, nice job. Was this must have been in college, right?
No, that was senior high school.
Damn. Wait, are you from Texas? Where are you from?
No, Florida, Orlando.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I went to a really good school. We had a really good music department, except for the fucking music teacher ended up being found out that he like misappropriated funds and was getting himself like iPads and shit with the band.
Absolutely base.
Headphones. I know, right?
Damn.
Yeah, that was it.
Okay. Well, have fun. Be careful.
That's it.
Tough nerd.
What's up?
You tell me.
Not much, man. Just saw you was taking calls. Just wanted to see what's up, see how he's doing today.
I'm doing great today.
That's great. That's good to hear. And I got a question for you, real quick.
You come to the right place. What's up?
Did you know that females have more genetic material than males?
Females have more genetic material than males.
Yeah.
I would know that. If you're telling me that's true, I maybe, but I don't know why.
So
what
like,
about it? Yeah.
So to make our Y chromosome, we have to drop an X. I mean, we have to drop a leg off of one of our X's.
Okay.
So that means females have like 3% more genetic material available than males.
Okay, interesting.
So is it safe to say that females are more human than males?
I don't think that's how we would define human, but
I mean, they got more of the stuff that makes humans humans.
Does that mean that like people with Down syndrome are the most human people because they got like a whole extra chromosome? I don't think it works that way, Chief. No.
Oh, good question. I don't know either. I don't know shit about genetics.
Oh, well.
All right. Well, that's all I want to ask. Hope you have a great day, boss.
All right, have a good one, dude.
You too.
Bye. Marigor, you're back in for round 2.
Okay.
Oh, you're working this time. Good job, dude. We're all proud of you. We're all here. We're all pogging for you.
Well, all right. Well, so when can we get more league comp?
Outside miniatures. Wait, didn't I just have you in here? Did your mic not work? Oh, it didn't work. Reki, you're here.
Wait, let me mute the stream. Salam alaikum, my brother.
Jesus. Hello. Oh shit, never mind. Hold on. I don't make a shot. Sorry. No, I'm sorry. I had to clear my throat.
Okay, no.
Jesus
okay,
Christ.
I get it. There was
Okay.
nothing, I get it.
Yeah,
I get
okay,
it.
what's up?
Okay, alhamdulillah. Okay. So, why...
Wait, where are you from? Which Gulf country? Saudi Arabia, UAE, or Qatar?
I'm half Moroccan. Okay.
Oh, jeez. Oh, okay.
I'm not Arabic. I'm Berber.
Okay. All right. What's up? I feel like every friend I've had on stream that's ever been from one of those countries has always been from like one of those 3 countries. But okay, Moroccan. What's up?
Yeah, it's the most of them come from there. So the Yi and Pepe Olympics, where the fuck are they?
They're in the works. You know, we've had to talk to some organizers.
It's been 2 years. It's actually, remember the last fun event we had? It was our place. And it was, we unleashed our inner wolves, but we're hungry for battle.
I'll work on it. The problem is that Yi versus Pepe Olympics is, here's the challenge of it, okay? It is a very inside joke thing. Like, even my whole community doesn't know what the fuck it is. Like, I was actually kind of surprised because I thought, like, the overall fun of, like, the community participating in each other and everything would be kind of funny or whatever. You can go back and look up views on the YouTube video. Somebody can link. They actually did really poorly. My stream numbers weren't that good either. So I can do it. It's just, it's one of those things where it's like, okay, I need to, like, I'm doing, like, a road bump for my, or a speed bump for my content right now. We're gonna, chill for a bit, but.
Okay, that's true, but you have to respect the real one's destiny, you know?
Yeah,
we're hungry
I
for battle.
I got
okay, but okay, that's it. Thank you for having the chat.
Okay.
Love you, buddy.
Have fun. Outside miniatures. I'm just gonna leave you in here until you figure your shit out, okay? Who knows?
Yeah. Do you think we should raise the retirement age?
Man, that sucks.
Yeah, I know.
Because it feels like you're like punishing people like, well, we don't have enough benefits to pay out shit, like work hard or work longer. Man,
I'm just saying, like,
what is it right now? Isn't it like
like
64 or 65 or max social security? What is it?
I don't know, it was like 63 or something like that.
Man, fuck that. What, you have to work till you're 70? That's fucked.
I was thinking like 68.
Fuck, that sucks.
I know it sucks.
I feel like the retirement age should be going down. No, we got so much money and wealth and power and all this shit.
But we have the average like in China and Japan, and you're gonna see that in America too soon, I guess, where you have like the average like age of people, it's getting higher. So you need people to work longer so that they're paying into Social Security and make benefits and taxes.
Fuck that. No, fuck that shit. We can figure it out. We gotta be able to figure it out, okay? We gotta be able to figure it out.
All right.
You don't want to have to work till you're 70, right? Isn't that kind of fucked?
Well, me personally, it's different, but...
What do you mean by that? What, are you on disability or something? Or are you like a millionaire?
No, I just genetic conditions are I'm probably gonna die when I'm fucking 60 years old or something.
Oh, well, look at this guy, Mr. Parkinson's or whatever over here, Mr. Huntington's disease over here. Fucking, yeah, wants to raise the retirement age. Well, fuck you, okay? Some of us are gonna live longer than 60 years old, and we don't want to have to work the entire fucking time, all right?
All right. Thank you.
Damn, all right. Bye. Well, hey, thanks a lot. Have a good one, dude. Good luck. Unbelievable, dude. Answer.
What's good?
What do you got?
Hold up on me. Great. Mute the stream.
Yeah, pull up, dude.
I'm here to attack your two most, probably the strongest opinions you have in your life. Easily.
Wait, you're gonna debate the 2 strongest opinions I have, or you're asking me what the 2 strongest opinions are?
No, I'm gonna debate the 2 strongest opinions you have.
Okay. What do you got?
First, ADCs aren't that bad right now, brother. You need to chill the fuck out. I'm freaking out every time you...
Sly, what you got for us? Joe Madi 2, what you got for us?
What's up? What is the topic of the call-ins today, or is it just free
Whatever
for
the
all?
fuck you want, dude.
Epic. I don't know. What do you think about Nick Fuentes' earlier in his career's his statements on the whole Holocaust thing?
It's 67.5 now, and it only goes up for the younger generation.
What am I supposed to think about it? Obviously, I think the Holocaust happened. I think Holocaust revisionism is cringe.
Yeah.
What kind of opinions are you looking for here?
No, yeah, I should have worded that better. Do you think it was just for memes and for fun, or do you think it was like...
No, I think a lot of them
legit
probably don't
focus
100% believe in the official story. That'd be my
Right.
guess.
I think the same, because the stuff he mentioned, a lot of it was very clearly matching the stuff that very prominent Holocaust deniers have said. Like,
Yeah, of
for
course.
example,
Yeah,
Irvine.
they're super Holocaust critical. Even today, he probably doesn't believe that. My guess is if you would ask him, he's like, yeah, the Holocaust probably happened. But he'd say the number of Jews killed is probably less than 1 million. And he would say that other tragic events that happened, like the bombings of... oh, what's the big one they always bring up? Oh my God, I can't believe I'm forgetting it.
Dresden?
The Dresden fire bombings
Right.
and everything. He would say like these things, like everybody was committing atrocities during the war, and the Holocaust wasn't like a big deal compared to everything else. It was just part of like being in war. That's probably what they would say.
Yeah, I think so too. I think it's a bit weird to see what he said earlier in his career, because it was always said through jokes. But as somebody who understands Holocaust deniers and who has like kind of read up on that stuff, it's it's wild, man. But anyways, thanks for having me. Have a good one.
Yeah, good luck, dude. Shower, what you got?
Yeah, you know.
Oh my
this
God, are
time
you
I,
okay?
Yep. Hello?
Hello.
What?
Okay.
Did I sound like I was gonna die?
Well, you were like slamming your desk, like you were hella mad.
Yeah. Yeah, I was mad because last time I couldn't talk.
Okay.
I wasn't able to speak.
Well, now you're here, okay, and you
Yep.
can speak. I'm not gonna Agent Smith you. What you got?
Okay.
Wait.
Have you played what?
Have you ever played Factorio?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Can you help me figure this out real quick?
Yep.
Okay. Cargo pods take 30 seconds to craft.
Yeah.
And you need 4 iron chests per cargo pod, right?
Yeah.
So that means every 7.5 seconds you need 1 iron chest, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So if I've got 2 factories making iron chests and they make an iron chest in 0.5 seconds, how many of these assemblers can I feed at once?
Okay, do you want to know the base way to play Factorio? Is you
You're
just
not-
build
no.
like 700
Shut
iron
up.
chests.
Okay, never mind. Forget it. All right, what was your question?
It was a Factorio question.
Okay, what's your Factorio question?
Have you played Bob's Angels?
No,
Or Bob's
not yet. I'm
Angels,
doing
whatever the
space
fuck?
exploration now. I might do
Okay.
the Bob's Angels next.
It's-
Maybe we'll see. I know it's
It's
like 1,000
really,
hours.
yeah, it's really in
Involved.
depth.
I know. Yeah,
Yeah, I was breeding fish to get speed modules.
that's awesome. Okay.
Yeah, it's great. You should try it out. Okay, and then wait. When you build your underground belts, you always like try to just eye it out. Instead, just build it from the other side and then just rotate with R, so that you don't have to like eye it out. Does that make sense?
No.
It's like when you're trying to build them perfectly, so it's the like max distance, but it
Yeah.
also like comes out on the other
No,
side.
yeah, I know what
you
you
can just build it from the other side and then just press R real quick, and it'll switch the direction. So you can stop like replacing like 3 or 4 times. It
Wait,
kinda
I don't know if
hurts.
that's true.
Yeah, it is. Just build it from the other side. So like, if you
Like,
want,
hold
to come
on.
out
Let's
the
say
other
that I want to
side-
build. I want to build a thing. Oh wait, can I R? Oh, I can R the whole thing. Oh, maybe.
Yeah, you R it, and then it just instantly switches the whole belt.
Yeah, I'll think about it.
It's
okay?
way faster.
Don't worry
It's
about
nice.
it. Okay.
Okay. Bye.
Bye. Okay, hold on. I need to figure out hold on, I have to figure this out. Okay. Cargo pods. Okay. Okay, every 7.5 seconds I need 1. No, I need 4 iron chests every 7.5 seconds. No. Because I need 4, I need 1 every 7.5 seconds. So if I'm making 1 per second. No, I'm making 4 per second. Oh, because I've got 2 of these. Okay, I'm making 4 per second. And these need 4 every 30 seconds. 1 every 7.5. So these 2 should be able to feed like 8 of these, right? At least. Oh my god, hold on. Let me just... I think they could feed 30 of these. Oh, they could feed 30 of these. Every 30 seconds I need 4 iron chests. And I'm making 4 iron chests per second. So I could feed 30 of those machines. Okay, that's good. Okay, all right. Okay. So I can do like 15 of each. That'll be good. All right, are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready. I think so. Can you hear me?
Yep, loud and clear. What up, G?
Oh, not much, man. Hey, when are you retiring? When are you kicking up those feet, letting the world burn?
Probably whenever I get banned off everything. If YouTube ever goes the way of Twitch, then I'm fucked. But.
All right, cool. And a follow-up question. Let's say you retire. Have you ever considered writing a book with all your prescriptive beliefs and thought processes?
If I ever write a book, it would be probably well into my 40s would be my guess, or maybe 50s. Yeah, because my beliefs and everything change so much so often from shit that I learn about and everything that I feel uncomfortable being like, oh, like let me tell you how to live.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. And also, do you have a favorite D&D moment?
Favorite D&D moment, and man, honestly, it sounds lame because there was only 2 of us. But the that fireworm fight was pretty wild.
Got you. And what arc was that? Because I'm still like at like.
Oh shit! It happened like 2 episodes ago. It was some it was pretty wild shit.
Cool. And as a player, what makes for a good D&D? Because I'm a DM at the moment.
Here's what I would say. I think that you should do campaigns. I think it should be 2 player characters and 1 DM. That's what I think. I think 2 player characters and 1 DM would be perfect, but
yeah, I have been noticing that a lot. The less players, I find it's a lot better.
Yeah, because like it feels like if you want to roleplay a lot, or if you want to do a lot of things,
you're going to be streaming Rust again anytime soon.
Probably not Hoodie, but thanks to Tier 4 Supper. It's just hard to do it with. It's impossible with 4 people. It's hard to do it with 3 people, and I feel like 2 is a good number to where both people could like be inputting a ton without like anybody stepping over anybody else or anything. But yeah, probably 2 to 3 people at the most, I think.
All right, great. And the last time I came on here, I talked about like 0101 death shit, and you sort of debunked that. So thank you very much.
Wait, 0101 what shit?
There was a 0101 like death. Like I was the guy who said like I was the schizo. It was like okay, so before I was born, it was a 0.
Oh, I remember. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Thanks for that, buddy. It made a lot of sense.
Oh, well, cool.
And I also asked you a question about the restaurant shit, and you gave me like this like niche fucking Japanese restaurant. I tried doing research into it, couldn't find jack.
Wait, what restaurant? Oh, that noodle thing.
I couldn't find it, man.
Wait.
So, like, and even if I did, that sounds like some super like 10 weight shit. That's like no, like I ain't getting in that. But do you have anything else? Like maybe you went to Italy.
How can you claim to be anti-communism when you spend 11 hours day making nothing in a factory that nobody cares about the existence of? Curious.
Nice. Sorry, somebody donating jokes. Okay, what was the question you just asked?
Just some like a fucking amazing restaurant you went to like in Italy or like some maybe Sweden, just in your travels. Anything?
I don't. No, I can't think of anything.
That's okay, man.
Damn. Like legendary restaurants I've been to while traveling. No, I can't really think of anything.
All right. I'll switch it up. Like, what's some cool shit you did while traveling? Just some like real memorable shit. Because I'm like a sailor, man. I wanna like explore the world, you know, not just like fly over to that shit. I really wanna enhance my visits. I'm even learning some languages and shit. So yeah.
Well,
anything
damn.
would be appreciated.
I'm not sure. Damn. The favorite vacation okay. So when you travel, how well you do in an area is going to depend on what you plan for. I think if you travel to some country or city or place and all you do is like stay in the main city all day and then go to a few restaurants, you're probably missing a lot of what you could potentially do. The best vacation I've ever been on, this probably isn't even the best place to go, but the best vacation I've ever been on was when I went to Aruba, bar none. But it's because me and Melina had planned out like a ton of stuff to do. It was like super, super, super fun. Like we did like these things called UTVs where you go driving over the island. That was insane. Like, I don't know if you've ever done like off-roading stuff before, but it's pretty crazy how vertical you can get on some of those vehicles. We did like snorkeling where it's actually like beautiful. It's like a Disney movie. You go underwater and there's like a million ultra colorful fish that are swimming around you. There was like an Italian restaurant on like the tip of this island that looks out over like the sunset and everything. Yeah, that was super, super, super fun. If you plan for fun events, you'll have a fun time, but you have to like actually like seek things out and plan for it. It's really good if you can try to find people that are native to the area that can tell you like the fun things to do too.
Okay, yeah, so planning a ski essentially. Yeah, that's news to me.
Yeah.
Right, thanks, man. That's all I had.
Yeah, no problem. Have fun. Oh, he left, loser. I must have fixed this, I think. Okay. Fuck, I'm not gonna be able to make this. Was it Japanese? Was it Chinese? Japanese people are generally known for the noodle things, right? Not Chinese people, right? Fuck, I'm not gonna be able to find this. What happened to the interview? It should be happening pretty soon or now, I think. Traditional.
Show my camera. There we go. Yeah, I do got wrinkles on my green screen.
Yeah, you got to get those wrinkles handled before you. I mean, it's fine. You're a young guy.
Yeah. There we go. It's Destiny. How you doing, big guy?
Hey, pretty good. How you doing?
How was the big stream last night?
It was so much fun.
Was the sandwich good, or are you still upset it wasn't Nutella?
You know, it was tolerable.
Tolerable. So do you have any idea what we're discussing right now?
I'm gonna be totally honest.
Yeah.
What
is it?
I have no
You
idea.
know?
I just
So
agreed to
Paul-
things in chat. You did a documentary / film thing relating to Fuentes, and you wanted to chat about stuff relating to that, I think, right?
Yeah, well, we both have, but Paul, he just spent like 5 figures on this big Nick Fuentes documentary. He premiered it in Vegas, and I thought it'd be interesting if we could all talk about it.
Okay.
All right, so Paul, you want to kick it off?
Hey, it's nice to meet you, Destiny. How you doing?
I'm doing great.
It's good to finally meet you. We're meeting for the first time here, and you're talking to like 2 of the most preeminent like documentarians on this particular world of celebrities and politics. So I do want to give a shout out to Michael Alberto. And what I will say is when I started this process of doing a documentary on Nick, during the research phase, which was probably like a full month of figuring out like what is there to talk about, what do we want to do, I found his iceberg video, which have you seen that, Destiny? His iceberg video?
When's his iceberg video? I don't think so.
What? Oh, that's a Michael Alberto insult right there. I thought you guys were
It is.
close.
Yes,
Anyway,
not.
he put together a really cool, YouTube documentary, since you guys are both not banned on YouTube, which is awesome for you two. And so I started down that path and created this documentary that at first was just going to be like, I don't know, 4 to 5 minute short. I just interviewed Nick on one day talking about the no-fly list, and during that process, I saw that he had his bank account seized, and I was like, well, that's another chapter of this story, and it sort of just progressed from there. A lot of cancellations along the way, and anyway, the reason probably that we're talking about it this week is it launches on Friday. It was announced yesterday, and it's going to come out on Friday. And there's a lot of bit of interest, as you can imagine, from Nick's audience out there. But I want the world to see it, not just the Groiper friendly people. So
Okay, gotcha.
I want you to see it.
How long is it?
It's 47 minutes.
Okay.
So it's not terribly long. It started as a short. The first cut of it that we tried to get into a film festival was 21 minutes long. So it was clearly a nice little short piece. And then there's a second 26 minutes that I appended to it in the last couple months that really takes a broader look of America First. We went to AFPAC very much like Louis Theroux went to AFPAC 2 to do a documentary in the UK. We went to AFPAC 3 to do a documentary here. And so, you know, since Nick calls you his best friend, I know you don't call him your best friend. I think you owe it to him to at least take a little look at that.
Okay, I'll consider it, okay?
That's all I need, just a consideration. Just a consideration.
Yeah, so that's how you got interested in Nick. I think, didn't you say you met him at like a event, right?
Well, you know, what we were doing was we were doing a documentary on the election in 2020, and so we were going to a lot of the protests, the election protests that were happening around the country, and just filming. We didn't really know anybody at the start. We were just two guys that were trying to figure out like what the heck's going on, and since we're documentarians, we were like, well, let's just go film it and talk to people. That's
for election protests. You're talking January 6th?
Yeah, like, well, before January 6th. So after the election, when they did protests in D.C. and they did some in Atlanta, Georgia, and they did some in Michigan and Florida and kind of all over the place. So we were following that story.
Okay.
That culminated in January 6th. So I was there on the ellipse because we were with people that were that was kind of like their last hurrah, their last day.
Okay.
So I was like, we're gonna go do this last one, and you know, it didn't work, but you know, we drew some attention to the issue, and that's it, right? And then January 6th happens, and we're like, wait a second, we got a whole other movie now because of the events around that. So so yeah, we actually have two documentaries in the pipeline that both look at post-election January 6th issues. But this little short Nick Fuentes thing we just kind of pumped out in the meantime, and now it's our first release. So yeah.
Well, what do you want to chat about it?
Well, Michael, how do you want to bring that? Michael said he had a lot of questions, and I just you know, it's not out yet, so we can't really you're not able to see it yet, but I think your audience might be interested. You know, I guess I would just ask you, like, what do you think about the idea of there being a documentary about somebody like that? That's, you know, I treat him fairly. Like, I let him tell his story in his own words, so that whether you like him or you hate him or somewhere in between, I think it's important to answer the question, like, what do these guys see themselves as, you know? Not what does the media tell you, not how does the Anti-Defamation League write about him, but like, what does Nick think he's up to? And I think there's some value in just exploring that, even if you think it's authentic or he's full of shit or he's a subversive or whatever it is, you know? So does that sound like something that would interest you?
All of these things are interesting to me as a political figure. My challenge at the end of the day, because as friendly as we are on stream, and personally, we're personable to each other. Like, I can do that. I can be personable to anybody. But ultimately, end of the day, I do want to minimize like these types of like ideologies. Like, I would consider them to be like harmful. Like, I think they're bad. Like, I have real substantive disagreements with his view of the world and the prescriptions that he makes and everything. So it's kind of a challenge to like skirt the line of like what is too friendly, what is too aggressive. Like, if I'm too aggressive, then obviously I turn his whole fan base off and I just look like a screeching liberal. If I'm too friendly, then I kind of like humanize it and too much, and I make it look all like too kind of funny and not a big deal. And those are the same types of challenges that I would imagine. Well, I don't know how much you care about the political side of things, but when looking at like political documentaries, those are the types of challenges that I imagine on those end, where it's like, you know, I think documenting things and knowing what people really think, I think is important. It's very important to know what people really think, because if you don't know what they really think, you can't combat it, or you can't argue against it, or you're lost, you're at sea. And so I think there's a value in that. I guess the only worry I ever have, obviously, is that it's like it's too kids glovesy, and then somebody ends up like looking better than they should, or people get the wrong idea about like so for instance, like, I believe that there's probably some pretty real anti-Semitism that exists in Nick's movement, obviously, I would say, but he does a really good job at kind of presenting everything as jokes and obfuscating, and it's really easy for randoms to kind of get taken in by that. And you know, when people are like, oh, does he think the Holocaust really happened? And you know, people are like, oh, he just jokes about that, like it's just memes. And it's like, yeah, he does meme about it, but he's not joking about it. Like, he does think that the Holocaust is severely overplayed. So yeah, I don't know. That's always the challenge when I look at stuff like that. For me,
you know, you're a unique person on sort of that side, because you're willing to engage with him. You had him in your house yesterday, and I'm guessing you probably take a lot of criticism from people that say, why do you even have him on? Why do you even give him the chance to look like a personable guy with you, who's like just another guy with ideas, right? Which like you said, you think he's dangerous and you want to minimize that. So How hard is that for you? I guess I would say, and then I'd love to tell you my experiences. But like, is that it? Obviously, you're always going to get criticism, but do you feel like maybe Nick looked too good there, and he's too the people's laughing at him, or how do you like how do you feel about that with your own audience?
Yeah, I think about stuff like that a lot. It's a huge consideration I make. But like, if the ideas that I believe in can be defeated with humor and irony, then my ideas must be dog shit. So like, at the end of the day, I should be able to step into the metaphorical ring with anybody and defend the things that I believe in. And if I can't, I think that says more about my ideas than anybody that I oppose. So I used to be more of like kind of the, we've got to hide these people and we can't let people engage with their ideas. Maybe like 2, 3, or 4 years ago, I was more on that train of thought. But these days, I kind of see that as being a little bit pathetic. It's like, I believe very strongly in the things that I believe in, and I think I believe in good things, and I think I can argue those things. And the idea that I would have to hide from anybody or hide my audience from anybody that they might hear a thing and all of a sudden they become corrupted, I don't agree with that position as much. So yeah.
Well, that's what I asked myself too when we were making this film, and I realized nobody was really covering the story about him being put on the no-fly list without ever being accused of a crime. Nobody was really, even on the right, even on the conservative. I'm like, Tucker kind of missed it.
To be fair, that's part of the big deal about the no-fly list is that I don't think there have to be formal charges or anything brought against you for it to.
Sure, no, yeah, definitely, but it's still a fact, that
sure.
like they put them on. They don't tell you that you're on, and so you just find yourself on it. And they don't really even tell you what they're investigating. The movie kind of explores how he discovered that, but it was like. Most people, I feel like in this world that we're in right now, they still take that approach that you did a couple years ago, and they're like, we can't even let the guy ever be seen. Deplatformed, canceled off everything. And you show a lot of courage. Obviously, you'd come from a different worldview and a different perspective, and you're trying to knock those ideas down. And I kind of read the internet and the chatter and the Reddit. Some people say, oh, you crushed them. And then other people on the Groyper side are like, no, Destiny's always coming up with those tricks. And it's like, that's a healthy way of interacting, I think. And so what I do, I guess, is, I'm not going to say I did the same thing, but, there's something similar there in that I'm not going to go talk to him like a Louis Theroux and just try to get him in a gotcha question. Or, oh, what about this joke you made 2 years ago when you said that? It's like, there's value in just like letting them talk and letting those ideas out, and like you can like wrestle with them once they're out. But right now, if you Google his name, when you Google his name and you look at like the 5 top results, do you think you're getting a fair picture of who he is now that you know him a little bit more?
No, everybody on the internet plays up into caricatures of everybody else. So that's just kind of politics 101, right? Like if I Google like who is Joe Biden, if I'm getting like right-leaning results, I'm not getting an accurate picture. If I Google who is Donald Trump and I'm getting left-leaning results, I'm not getting an accurate picture. Like I think people are pretty bad when it comes to fairly representing political opposition. That's just kind of but like I said, it's just kind of par for the course when it comes to politics, unfortunately.
Do you think more people? I keep wanting to say like on your side. So, however you interpret that, do you think more people that are closer to where you're at politically and how you see the world, do you think they're opening up more to like platforming or engaging with guys like Nick, or do you think you're still unique in that most people are like, don't talk to him, absolutely not, never watching you again, or have you seen any shift in that?
Depends on what you consider my side. Like I would still say that my political views are like pretty progressive, and progressives are not on board with ever dealing with somebody like Nick ever. So, but when it comes to like center leftish people, like the kind of like the typical, I don't know, like a Biden Democrat, I think that those people are starting to open up more and more to like saying that we need to be able to talk to people and engage with people because like the cancel culture shit has gotten a little bit crazy. It's going a little bit too far. That's the current kind of read I'm on right now, but maybe that's not true. Maybe that'll change in the future. We'll see. But I think people are starting to see it's a little bit cringe.
You've been canceled, right, off some platforms?
Yeah, I'm banned on Twitch.
Weren't you banned on Twitter too? You used to have like a verified Twitter account.
Yeah, I'm banned on Twitter for fighting with alt-righters, and I'm banned on Twitch for fighting with trans people. So.
Wait, how do I super follow you on Twitter if you're banned? Did I just?
That's not his account. That's his friend.
It's my friend's account, but I mean, somehow I survived so far. Yeah.
Did you know I'm a super follower? Did you at least know that? Michael did not prep you if he did not tell you that I'm a super follower.
Michael, are you serious?
I think I did tell you he was a super follower. You can go through the DMs.
Hey, I'm always willing to throw Michael Alberto under the bus. I love the guy, but I will throw him under the bus as quick as anybody because he can take it, and I need a foil. So we could do that.
He was shitting on me at the Vegas event because he premiered it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The only time I cussed was at your Q&A question.
Wow.
Thank you. So happy I set this up with you and Destiny.
Well, no, this is good, Destiny. I wanted to tell you, since you brought up cancel culture and how it's kind of getting out of control, I just want to tell you quickly that we created this film and we submitted it to Freedom Fest, which is a libertarian film festival, and we thought, hey, okay, it's not a topic that talks about it's not a movie that's like, what is Nick's view on the Holocaust or what is his view on Jewish power? It wasn't like that. It's like, it was specifically about the no-fly list and his bank account being seized, and we just explored that in 20 minutes. So we thought Freedom Fest, libertarians, they're going to be open to something like this, and they accepted it. And then a couple days later, they made an announcement that Nick was going to be on a panel, which was a premature announcement. We had only had a conversation about the possibility. And as soon as that email went out, they got so much heat from the right, or the libertarians and the right, and they had to pull it. And not only did they pull it, they disinvited us from the event, and our hotel rooms that we independently booked got canceled. So we're like, okay, well, we're just going to show the event on our own. And so we worked with Nick to try to put a screen together, and we were able to do that. And that's what Michael talked about. But we got there, and we booked at the Venetian Hotel across the street. So we're like, okay, it's our money, it's private. We're not doing we're not engaging in any sort of destructive way. We're not causing trouble. And the Venetian put us on a list. They canceled our room reservation while we're in the cab to the airport. And we tried to check in anyway, because we're like, the documentarians in us were like, hey, let's record this and see what happens. And the head of security comes down and says, yeah, you guys are on our do not book list. We're like, what? What is that? They're like, yeah, we can't really tell. You're not banned forever, but right now we just can't like give you a room. And so our association with Nick, and again, I called you courageous earlier because you're willing to talk to him. Our association with Nick got us banned from multiple hotels in a city for nothing other than we created a film that we were intending to show in the city. I mean, and I'm just a documentary filmmaker, it's insane.
They also wouldn't let anybody in they thought were groypers, because we tried to go and Kai went up to them and was like, how much is a ticket? They said a one-day ticket's like $150, which they were just bullshitting us. There's no way they were charging that much for a one-day ticket. And I think they gave other people issues too.
Well, damn.
I mean, that's crazy, right? I mean, that's
it is crazy. Assuming everything you're telling me is true is crazy. Or assuming everything you're saying is true, then yeah, that is pretty crazy. But
yeah, I know you can't
a lot of people make a lot of crazy shit up. But assuming everything you're saying is true, yeah, that's pretty insane.
We actually did a whole. I think it ended up being a 4-part article on our Substack. It's cancelproof.substack.com. Jason Rink was the producer of the film. He had hands off on the production of it, but he like financed it, and he helped me. He's my production partner, and a lot of the rooms were in his name, and we were spending like $5,000-6,000 at these hotels because we had booked a suite. We go to these events and we book like the nicest room because the idea is like it's easier to draw people in to do interviews. It looks nicer, and we're always making the next film, and so it's the question of who had the power to like make the call to a hotel that was not even affiliated with the event and say, this is a list of people that you can't book, and it's us. It's not Nick Fuentes. I understand if like Nick Fuentes' name is just gets on lists, but it's like Paul Eskindone, like director with like a lot of credits and like normie sports television. It's just so weird. But that's kind of where we're headed, I think. So anyway, that gets me back to like the fact that you're willing to engage with them and take criticism on your side or on our side, I guess, on the more political right is there's I'm glad you do. I'm glad people do that, and that's how I know about you is because Nick is talking about you, and that's how I learned about you.
Yeah, nice. What other documentary related stuff have you guys worked on?
I've done. Or do you want? You go first. You go first.
Go.
Okay. I'm doing. I interviewed Destiny a few months ago for one on JonTron. That one. Hopefully someday I can get it out.
Are you dropping that, by the way? I just keep.
It's like 3 hours long. I have like an hour done, but it's like it's just blackpilling because I'll work on it for days, but then it's like, oh, this isn't coming out forever, and then I get depressed. I made a video about Destiny actually, and his beef with Keffels. I've done a few things.
That's still ongoing, right? Or has that ended?
It never ends with Keffels. Right now they're fighting with Kiwi Farms and Josh Moon, but normally the target's Destiny. They were going after him last night because you did that show with Nick. It's like, wow, I wonder why Destiny would rather invite, Nick Fuentes to his house rather than, Keffels, right?
Yeah, although, I mean, ever since I kind of broke off from that community after my big manifesto like a month ago, so I haven't been involved too much with them, and they haven't been involved too much with me, so it's been interesting.
I think that's probably the smart move to go instead of kicking the hornet's nest.
Yeah, probably. It seems like it probably isn't a good idea to keep kicking the hornet's nest on some things, huh?
Yeah, I agree. So, Paul, what else have you been working on?
Well, we got 2 movies in the pipeline. One is called Q Sent Me. It's about the QAnon shaman, Jake Angeli, who we interviewed after January 6th. He was a guy in the Capitol. We're the only people to have interviewed him. We were able to have access to him after January 6th because of a connection that we had previously made, and we were in D.C. at the time. So that's Q7xpIVsuuh.com. And then there's one called The Steal that was the original movie that we were kind of in the process of making after the election. That's a 2023 release, but that's at thesteal.com. So you guys can check those out, and hopefully they're out soon. The Nick movie, this documentary that we were talking about earlier, that's going to be on Movies Plus. So that's mymoviesplus.com, and that's going to air on Friday. It's going to come out on Friday, and it's a subscription service, like $6 a month. It's not much to buy it. But Destiny, I wanted to ask you. I was reading a little bit in like Nick's community, and there was definitely some criticism when he started engaging with you. A lot of people are like, "What is he?" Even online, even when I super followed you, and I made a tweet about, "Hey, everybody should super follow this guy." A lot of people were like, "He's like a fucking liberal. Why would you super follow him?" And it's like, well, I don't want to explain that, So, what do you think Nick's goal is? What do you think he's up to when he's in your house and he's engaging with you and he calls you his best friend? How do you see that? How do you interpret that? I'm curious.
On Nick's fan base, I mean, the dance that I have to do is I'm trying to look reasonable to alternative audiences, or audiences that would never traditionally engage with somebody with my political point of view, while also maintaining a firm grasp of and good representation of the things that I believe in. And to some extent, Nick is trying to do the same. Like, when we're both talking to each other, we're really kind of sort of aiming for audiences. Like, I'm not an idiot. Fuentes stands to gain a lot from his relationship with me, obviously. I open him up to audiences that he has never had before. Theoretically, maybe I could have been the one that connected him to Sneeko. Maybe that wouldn't have happened without being me. So Nick stands to gain a lot from talking to those audiences. And then I think that I stand to gain a lot by talking to his audience. And we're kind of both in this back and forth exercise where he's trying to present ideas that don't come off as radical as he really is, so he obscures a lot with humor and irony, but he can't cuck out too much because then his audience is going to shit on him for well, why did Nick let Destiny get away with this, or why didn't he go hard on that? And then I'm kind of playing the same game on the other end, where I'm trying to give a firm representation of my progressive and liberal beliefs, but I don't want to look like a screeching blue-haired banshee that people are immediately turned off by listening to. So yeah, that's kind of the back and forth that we're doing. Yeah.
So have you spent enough time sort of engaged with him over this Destiny Fuentes friendship arc to get a sense of if you're winning over hearts and minds from that side, or if he's maybe doing more damage, or is it hard to even figure that out since it's all happening outside of you in communities, and how do you even get metrics on that? Or
it's a really hard thing. It's just like a feel thing. Typically what I'll have to do is I try to read a lot of other communities' perceptions of me. So when we're talking, I'll usually have his cozy chat up. Sometimes you'll see me typing in there. I'll be checking 4chan threads afterwards. I'll be checking Twitter threads. I'll be checking subreddit posts. And I'll be checking my YouTube comment section. And then I can kind of get a feel for how I think I'm doing based on how people are responding in those threads. So when I go to other communities, the types of comments that I'm usually looking for are wow, this Destiny guy is a huge cuck that preps the bull for his wife, but he seems at least a little bit reasonable. He's one of the cooler liberals. If I'm seeing comments like that where they're trying to shit on me, but at the very least they see me as reasonable, I consider that to be a really good success. If it's not all hostility, but it's kind of people who are yeah, this guy's a loser, but I guess he's at least kind of reasonable. If I see stuff like that, I feel like I'm kind of getting in a little bit. That's basically generally what I'm looking for. And then,
are you worried? Yeah. Oh, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, that, and then as long as I'm not making horribly, if the reception is too friendly, then I have to be a little bit careful. So Obviously, I've gone through a woman-hating arc because I'm a man, and you know, we spend half our lives in women-hating arcs. It's just part of being a man. But like, if I go to like Nick's sub afterwards, it's like Desi's base as fuck. I love how much he hates women. If I see stuff like that a lot, and it's like, okay, I need to change my approach a little bit. I probably don't want to be selling this message too much. Like, I want them to like me, but not too much. So yeah, it's kind of there's like a back and forth there that I play. And
you want them to be like respectful towards you, like have some sort of respect, but not like think you're like Nick's top guy or something.
Yeah, I just want them to be able to listen to me. They don't have to agree with everything I say, but I don't want them to immediately outhandedly like just discount me. Oh, and then the really positive comments I'm looking for are ones that are attacking Nick because they don't think he did well. That's good. If I can arouse that doubt, or make that doubt arise in their mind, where people are like, man, Nick really fucked up this conversation. You know, he should have had this ready, or why did Nick do this, blah, 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 blah. Those types of criticisms are probably good as well. And this isn't just for Nick. This is like every figure I engage with. I'm kind of like looking for these things to see how I do it, yeah.
So let me ask you a question. When I've seen you debate Nick or been on panels where you guys go head to head, I never feel like it's a clear L for one of you guys or a clear W. I mean, there's L's and W's within. Here's what I want to know. How did you feel about when you debated Alex Stein and that thing just went off the rails instantly? Like, did you come away from that being like, you know, I wish I could get a do-over? Because it seemed like you were a little rattled, but he approached you in a way that maybe you weren't expecting. I don't know. I'm just curious how you saw that.
No, unfortunately, it went about as I expected. So I had a policy where after I did my big manifesto and I broke away from kind of these crazy people on the left, I wanted to try to engage with more like not high IQ, like high idea, like people that are more fun and fruitful to engage with. But I'd already agreed to do that Alex Stein debate, so I knew that was going to be a toss-up on whether it was going to be like crazy meme shit or not. And it ended up being crazy meme shit. And I think I realized after, it was probably like 20 minutes in, I'm like, oh, this is not going anywhere. So I go full meme mode, he goes full meme mode, and it's like, whatever. It was just, I don't think there was any way to do it. It's for somebody like him, he's not like a serious political figure, and he's only there to like stir shit up. So when it comes to people like that, there's not really a positive way that you can ever engage with them. You just kind of like, you have to laugh at them from afar, and you actually can't engage. He's the actual embodiment of like some people are so bad faith you can't engage with him. Now people will say that about everybody on the other political side, but he's one of those people where, like, imagine you've got like a baby in a restaurant that's just like grabbing shit out of its diaper and smearing it and throwing it everywhere. Like, you can't go and touch that baby in any way, or hug that person, or interact with them without getting shit all over yourself. There's just no way to do it. So in that sense, you just kind of like look at it, laugh at it, and move on, I think. And Alex Stein is definitely one of those figures.
So when you talk about him not being a serious political figure, I would assume you feel like Nick is, most of your debates maybe.
I try to be serious on my ideas, and then Nick, I super disagree with Nick, but I would consider him a serious political figure. He has serious political ideas, and he'll engage with things he's got AFPAC, he engages with things on a deep level. Even if I super disagree with him, he's still like interesting to talk to and argue with. Let
me ask you this, Destiny. Who do you think's winning this like war? Because it seems like both of you. I know people do the spiritual battle joke for Sneeko, but who do you think's winning over whose audience more, or do you think this is just all like for the content and really nobody's minds are really being changed? It's just like for fun, for entertainment.
I mean, it's really hard to say. It's hard to track Nick's metrics because the only one that exists is on Cozy in terms of viewership, and I don't know how accurate those viewership numbers are. So it's hard to track because I don't know.
You can read in the forums.
But I mean, also, I would do it. It's hard to measure like his success versus lack of success in terms of what he's doing. For my success, I mean, I can see my viewership numbers growing. I can look at community engagement. I don't know. I think that in some ways, I have the harder battle, but in other ways I have the easier battle. Defending the establishment right now is really hard today when anti-establishment is like the trend all across the internet, and Nick can play into that really well. You see that when he engages with especially black people or people like Sneeko. Like, these are people that are already kind of like primed to be very anti-establishment, so he has like a big edge there. But I think I have a big edge, and that this is so cringe to say and everybody says it, but I think I'm the only one that actually means it. I'm not really like a very politically ideologically driven person. I'm kind of like epistemically driven, in that like I really do look for positions that are the most truthful positions, and that's what I go for. And when I say that, and when I mean that, is that like I'll change my position on things really radically if new data comes out to show something is like radically different. Like, I've had a radical evolution in my beliefs on things like Citizens United or on things related to Supreme Court cases because I've got like new information, and I'm willing to like be open-minded and change my mind about it. Nick is in a much harder position though, and by the way, I'm not trying to say that I'm better or worse because of this. I'm just saying I have the advantage. Nick is in a harder position because he's kind of like the ideological figurehead of a movement, and he doesn't really have the flexibility to change his mind or opinions on things as much. much because he's America first. He has to do this like Christian. Like, let's say that he has a coming of age whatever moment and he like wants to be an atheist, or let's say that he radically changes his mind on stuff related to democracy or whatever. He can't really do that because now he's created a political movement around a certain ideology. So in a way, he kind of suffers from this ideological capture that he himself has set up. Whereas I can be far more flexible. If you compare my positions now to where I was 5 years ago, holy shit, it's radically different. 10 years ago, I was a Ron Paul supporter. In the 2008 election, I was a big Ron Paul fan.
You said that last night. I didn't know that.
Yeah, huge Ron Paul fan. Did we watch if you think Bernie Bros were delusional, you should have seen the Ron Paul us dudes in 2008 when we were like, he can pull, he can do it, he can do it.
I know.
Yeah.
You just didn't know. You just didn't know how corrupt the system was, or at least you hoped it could. You hoped there was a chance you could overcome it through some voting.
Course, yeah. And like abolish the Fed and all of that. We need to go back to the gold standard. Yeah. So I have the advantage there that I can be far more flexible and open, and I can appear open-minded. I am open-minded, but I can appear open-minded and open to reason and fact. Whereas for Nick, he has far less flexibility because I'm an individual on the internet and I can be an individual, whereas he's kind of like the leader of the movement, and to some ways he kind of has to maintain faith and fidelity to that movement. It's a difficult position for him.
Another side of that is just kind of like age and just natural growth that you do in your life. Because like how old are you, Destiny? Like
I'm 33. That's another thing that feels really shitty too. And I try never to bring it up in conversations because I do it to my wife sometimes because she's really young too. She's 24 and it sucks to use that in an argument. But like sometimes there are people that I talk to. It happens with Sneeko, I'd say. It happens a little bit with Nick, but it's like, man, like you're 24 years old. Like I've had so much more time in life to figure things out. It's almost like not fair. Or it almost feels like bullying because I know that you're going to change. Nobody. How old are you? You're older than me, I think, right?
I'm 41.
Yeah. Nobody is the same at 30 as they were at 24. It just never happens, you know.
Truth. Yeah. And so you don't want to throw it at somebody's face and be like, "Oh, I know everything. I'm older."
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
If you will change, he could change. He could be more radical. I mean, who knows?
He could.
Right?
Yeah. He could. Yeah.
How he's going to change, but I think like. When you're 24, 25, and you're strong in your opinions, like maybe you were, how I was, we were sure we were right.
I did. I knew everything about the world when I was 16. Yeah. Okay. When I was a teenager, I was like, oh, I got all this shit figured out. Yeah. Of course.
I know everything about the world.
Yeah.
Now, this young kid right here, he has no idea. So we're two older guys talking about it, and it's like with Nick, I feel like even over the course of doing this documentary, it's almost been a year and a half since I had the idea. I've seen some shifts in rhetoric and tone, nothing major, nothing where you're like, man, he's jettisoned that idea or he's changed this for optics. But you could just sort of see it on the edges, how he thinks about an issue or the time that he gives things. And, you know, I think you acknowledge, maybe that's why you engage with him so much, because you're like, hey, this is a guy who's got a lot of pull. Maybe if he's going to shift, maybe if I just pull him a little over here, shift him on this topic over here. I don't know if you're...
I think about it a little bit, yeah. My fan base gets really triggered because, so like for instance, and I'll say this, and I even see in his chat, they'll all call me wrong, but I know I'm right on this just because I've listened to enough and had enough people email me things. But like one example would be like Jewish related shit.
Jesus wept.
Like I think that 4 or 5 years ago, like Jew stuff was it was like the talking point for every alt-writer, like Nick included. There was a lot of shit related to Jews that we're talking about commonly. Now, I'm not going to go as far as to like, I think that Nick is pro-Jew now or he's not anti-Semitic anymore, but it's definitely taken a backseat to other types of rhetoric, whereas like before and I'm not saying that they love Jews or they believe in the Holocaust or some shit, but like you can definitely see more tactful changes in rhetoric in terms of focusing more on like a positive building of a movement and focusing more on like this kind of like Christian nationality thing and like attacking other conservative figures rather than like this hyperfixation on kind of the weird vitriolic racism and anti-Semitism that I think was embodied in the alt-right, you know, like before Charlottesville. Yeah, for sure. I think Nick has definitely changed, and the alt-right, or not the alt-right, and the America First movement has definitely changed in regards to that. Even if the chat doesn't agree, and even if Nick's chat doesn't agree, I think they have.
Destiny, so you were talking about how you... What?
No, I was just going to say Nick's chat's upset that I just, like, we lil bro'd you, Michael. Yeah, me and Destiny.
It's all right. It's all right. I'm not complaining. I don't have that many questions, but
Sorry,
one question I wanted to... Because Destiny was saying, well, Nick really can't change because he has this movement. But a few years ago, he was like a Yang Gang guy. Like he was taking pictures with Andrew Yang, and I think his rhetoric has changed. So what do you think about that?
It's shifted a little bit, but it's very, very, very hard. Like he can change a bit. Like I just said, like in some ways I think he has changed, but it's very, very, very hard. It's very, very, very hard because he has to contend with being the ideological head of a movement. Like 4 years ago, when I spent so much time debating with conservatives and alt-righters and shit, I didn't realize this, but I actually grew a sizable fan base of like communists and socialists. I didn't know that. I thought they were all joking and memeing when they said that shit. And when I found that out, I axed half my fan base. I was like, listen, if you guys are here for socialism and communism, you guys are fucking cringe. I don't do that shit here. And I literally lost half my fan base to Vosh and Hassan. I don't know if Nick would be willing to chop the size of his movement if he radically changed it. Like he's like, listen guys, I've thought about this a lot. I don't really know how I feel about this Christianity shit. Like, I don't know how much of his movement would instantly bleed off if he said that. So I don't know if he has the same flexibility to be as forthcoming with huge personal revelations is what I mean, yeah. He can change a little bit for sure, and he will over time, and he'll continue to. He has to. He's a growing young man.
Well, why would you chop off your audience in that situation if, you know, the reason you're engaging with Nick the way you are is to sort of like, you know, affect some change in those people's mindsets or their ideology? Well, couldn't you have done that there, or were you just like, these guys are too close to me, they need to know where I stand on this stuff right now?
That's what I mean. I'm sorry, I'm presenting that a bit dramatically, but that's really what I mean when I say chop off my fan base. What I really mean is that I had to like make people understand like very clearly, guys, I am not a communist. If you think this about me, like, you're totally wrong. And it was in the process of in the service of that, people got really, really, really mad, and I lost a pretty huge chunk of my fan base.
Would you have done anything differently, or do you think it was you did it the way you had to do it?
Oof. I was stuck in a really, really, really hard place because I had two people that were at the same time that were probably more radical than they were letting on, that were fighting me at the same time. So it was very, very difficult to navigate that. And like, because Hassan was presenting himself as a social democrat, and he wasn't. He was far more radical, but he didn't want to reveal that. And then Vosh was always kind of like in a weird place where he was kind of a fan of me, but he would attack me on like the worst like misinformation points. So to contend with those two, like kind of like nibbling at the edges of my fan base at the same time while I'm trying to figure out like where my fan base even is, because I'm getting like, to this day, you can go back and read, there were posts on my subreddit were like, oh, like it's so funny guys, like Destiny's like so close to being a communist, he's basically already a socialist, lol. Like people were making posts like this, like you guys are fucking crazy. So I probably could have handled it differently. I'm older, I'm smarter now, I've got more wisdom. I'm sure I could have navigated it more effectively, but man, it's a very, very, very difficult thing to do. Yeah.
Are there any particular issues that are important to you that you and Nick are close on, and you could potentially like share a stage about a topic and not just be like you're on one side and he's on the other side? Or is there like, what's the closest thing that you guys see some alignment on?
The problem is on the things that we see alignment on, I don't know if we really see alignment on it or if he just sees opportunity. So like, for instance, today we would probably agree quite a bit on stuff related to freedom of speech, that like we shouldn't be deplatforming actors and shit just because we don't agree with them. But I feel like he probably only thinks that because he gets super deplatformed. And I'm pretty sure in like a Christian, like theocratic, monarchic world or whatever, he would probably want to deplatform like the gays and the LGBTs and everything as well. I don't think he would be a free speech advocate in his ideal world because everybody would be Catholic and shit. So yeah, I'm not really sure. I'd have to think a lot about that to see like would there be things that we would actually like have an agreement on. I'm sure there's probably something. I'm sure we can find things out
there. That could be an interesting conversation for you guys to have.
Well, maybe, but I don't know if I want to build ideological agreement bridges with somebody that I'm so ideologically opposed to on so many other levels. I don't know if that's like something that I would consider to be a good thing.
Yeah. People in my chat are giving me a hard time because I said Nick was Yang Gang, and they're saying it was a complete meme. I don't think so. I think it was like half meme, half serious. But, maybe I could be wrong.
I think there were two candidates that were people could like support them, but the really reason they supported them is because they were anti-establishment, and that was Tulsi Gabbard and Yang Gang. These are two candidates got a lot of support people, and they would pretend it was because their ideas or some bullshit, but the reality is just that these guys were like wicked anti-establishment people, so people supported them for that reason.
Yeah, I know. Like a lot of it was like a meme, but I don't know. I feel like for it to become a meme, there had to be some things there because Yang had the like 1K a month thing, and that was like the big thing. I remember on 4chan back in 2019 or whatever.
The freedom dividend, yeah.
So the reason I asked that question, Destiny, is I was just thinking like in this crazy world where Destiny and Nick are both at FPAC 4 together, or FPAC 5, you know, what would you talk about? What if he said, hey, I'm going to give you 30 to 40 minutes to just make your pitch to my people. We'll try to win them over. Do whatever it takes. Would you take that offer?
That's a really hard one. I had to think a lot about that. I'm not sure.
The optics are you're at AFPAC, right?
The optics, yeah, obviously that I'm at AFPAC. I'd be bringing my whole audience into it, so now they're all exposed to it. I'd have the opportunity to talk to his audience. I feel like I would gravitate towards no, because like they're in like such a highly charged environment to do their thing that I don't think I'm ever convincing anybody in that environment that I've got like better ideas. Yeah, so I don't know. I'd have to think about that one.
You don't think you can do that? You don't think you could convince them over? Or?
At AFPAC? Could I go to a Trump rally and pull fans away from Trump? Probably not, right?
Dude, that's a good question, though, right?
Nah, it would be.
You should go to AFPAC. You and Nick could have like an on-stage debate.
If he were to set up a debate, I would consider it.
Yeah. What if he expands it? What if he expands it? And so, you know, one day is like the traditional AFPAC speeches, and then there's like a debate panel day or something like that. You know, like a 2-day thing.
Yeah, if he did a debate thing, I would consider it. I'd have to know the topic and everything in advance, but we could do 9/11 maybe. But no, but yeah, if I knew the topic and everything in advance, I would consider it.
Hey, so about that, when you guys talked about watching that documentary, I thought you guys were gonna like watch it live and react, but you like studied it, right? You're like,
yeah. Well, I wanted time to study first because obviously, if there's any like documentary like that, the guys are gonna have a ton of information in the background, and I need to be prepared.
Do you see any value in live reacting to content like for the first time and just hashing it out right there? Is that just not your style? Would that not have been your style? Given
a sufficiently effective rhetorician, I think that's a real word, somebody that can prepare everything in advance and have like a film, it would be very arrogant of me to assume that I could just like on the fly combat every single point. I might consider doing that with like the mRNA vaccines because I've studied them so much. But even that, I don't know if I feel 100% confident on because, yeah, just given time to prepare, like it's a hard battle, yeah. And I've you know what? No, actually, I wouldn't. I've actually been too arrogant in the past, and I've had that happen to me, even in personal matters. There's a whole Bob Seven saga on my stream, and I've done things like, you know what, this is like so wrong. Like I can do this on the fly. Like I'll just show everybody why this guy's wrong. And then you end up when you're doing it live and you're not prepared, you stumble too much, and then you like undermine your own credibility. And it's like, no, I think I would need time to prepare. I need to like figure out like what a good response to everything is. The person that I'm watching, they took time to prepare, so I should assume, unless they're a total dumb fuck, that it's going to take me time to prepare a good response. But yeah.
How much of your brain power right now is in your video game, and how much are you giving to us in this conversation? I just want to get a sense of that.
It's all, you've got all of it right now. This is like menial tasks I'm doing right now. So
you're just like, what game is that? I don't even know what that is.
It's called Factorio. You build factories to build more factories to build more factories. It's
like a tycoon.
You and Nick, you play games like this, and he plays like Valorant crap, and that's just a whole different world.
Nick plays Valorant.
In Minecraft, right? You do a little Minecrafting?
Yeah, I do.
Who, me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I do.
Oh, him.
Well, everybody
plays Minecraft, yeah.
I've been playing this game called Frog Gun. It's like a platform. It's slow paced. I like it. It's a lot of fun. But
did you know Michael Alberto is like a legit celebrity? Like the first time I met him at AFPAC 2 the first time. Sorry, AFPAC 3, and there was like a line of dudes trying to get his autograph and meet him. Like he had the biggest line of people.
You're trying to interview me because you were going to take me to the hotel to do the interview originally, right?
The way you say that is you say that in the worst possible way.
Yeah, that was pretty bad. That's pretty bad.
I was going to take this young man.
I was 18.
Teenager to my hotel room and put a camera in front of him. That's true.
Hey, the camera's what makes it legal, right?
Yeah. I'm sorry. But yeah, that was fun.
My favorite thing was the first interview thing that I did with him. It was funny because he was trying to convince me, I'm not a groiper, and he literally talks fucking exactly like Nick verbatim. I thought that was really funny, but okay. Not as much as that Kai Clips guy does, though, or the Kai Clips guy does.
Kai's awesome. Kai's a good
Michael's a chameleon because he definitely can be a not groiper sometimes, and the community, the community is like,
hate me. Sometimes.
They want you to take a stand. They want you to defend Nick. Be on like firm position, a pro America First position. And sometimes you got the Medicare thing, and you wear.
They want me to burn the Medicare hat.
You burn the hat.
I hosted that debate, and everybody I guess wants me to like take Nick's side with it or whatever, and like burn the hat.
Be in chat if you want him to burn the hat. I just want to see how crazy your chat go. Be in chat in Alberto's chat if you want him to burn the hat. Does it mean anything to you, Destiny, or is this like just crazy lore that you don't even get involved with? Because he is the king of lore.
Yeah, unfortunately, I shouldn't say unfortunately, I've made more conservative friends, so I know more about this stuff than I'd care to. I listened to that debate that you guys did. I was almost going to jump in when it was Medicare and Nick about Ralph.
Yeah, I forgot to let you in.
Yeah, I think I was just waiting
at a bad time.
Yeah, that
you
was
were in the parking lot, the Wendy's parking lot.
Yeah, a parking lot with a friend, and we're just like
Whatever.
listening to your fucking debate, and I'm trying to explain to them like, okay, well, you don't understand, like, like I'm trying to catch like a normie friend up on like the crazy, stupid fucking drama that's going on. I realized like halfway through I started understand, like, listen, just sit here for a moment, I'll be done in a second, okay? But eventually, yeah, I had to take off. I couldn't sit there forever.
Michael, this is crazy, man. Your chat is full of bees. Destiny's chat is full of bees. This is
They
like
want me to burn the hat. They want me to burn the Medicare bridge.
Let's build that bridge. It's all bees in chat on both chats. I think it needs to happen.
I said if they fill out my monthly goal, I'll do it.
Oh, what's your monthly goal?
If they get me to $18,000 this month, or not 18,000, 1,800, I'll burn it. But I don't think we're gonna get there, so I think my hat's safe for this.
Well, hold on. What does burning the bridge look like?
Burning the hat. I actually don't think Medicare would care. I think he would find it funny because.
Well, I want to know, would it be like bringing him on stream and ambushing him with somebody, or like?
Not a literal.
No, they want me to like. I have a hat, and they want me to burn it outside of my driveway.
Oh.
That's what they want me to do.
I want you to burn it inside. I want you to burn it right there, right on camera. There's nothing from burning it right now.
I don't know where it is. I think it's downstairs.
Okay,
Or it might be over there. I don't know. All I have is the Let's Go Brandon hat right here. That's all I have in my arms reach.
So you are kind of a chameleon. He said he didn't know you presented yourself as not a groiper, and you show up and you're like talking just like Nick. That's a problem.
I could tell he was a groiper. He was trying
This was like a fight me and Nick had because he's like, "Oh, you don't call yourself a groiper." But the reason why I don't call myself that is I don't do political commentary. I do my documentaries and I cover e-drama. So
I understand.
That's why I don't call myself that.
Well, that's my same position. You kind of want to be an independent outsider, observer looking in. So even if you share some ideas, it's like
that's what I try to do.
All in.
I don't even get what's the point of doing it at this point because everybody in Destiny's audience sees me as like some right wing guy or whatever, and then everybody who might like me is mad because I don't know because I guess I'm a fence sitter or whatever, and I'm not a furry to that guy in the chat. That's slander. Total slander in the chat.
Destiny, what are you gonna stream with Nick more, or what's your plans this week? Because I know he's out there.
We might do one more. I'm trying to do more real life stuff with people. So I think
Yeah.
Sneeko's moving down here. We'll see how long until that bridge burns. He's a really cool dude. And then if Nick moves down here, maybe. But again, I have to be careful because like I don't want to just like intermingle my community with his too much. So.
Listen, is it fair to say that you have these concerns and you're trying to be strategic about them, but like as a person, you like Nick? Like he's friend, like you guys are friends? Or
Yeah, I mean, I'll always get along more just because of my background is too set in stone in terms of how much time I've spent on edgy parts of the internet growing up. Like, I'm always going to get along more with conservatives than fucking progressives who are crying and have 52 mental illnesses and are complaining about every single fucking thing, like, under the sun. It's harder to get along with those people, unfortunately, even if we're more politically aligned. So, yeah, I'm always going to be probably more friendly with conservatives in that sense, but, yeah.
Are you friendly with like the trans crowd, or do they have issues?
My
with
community, yeah, I've got a lot of awesome fucking trans people in my community. There are a lot of cool trans people out there. There are a lot of trans people that make a lot of really fucking edgy jokes about being trans, about like progressives and shit. But the problem is you just don't ever see them on the internet because for a lot of these trans people, man, if you think you're persecuted on the internet for being like a groiper or a right winger, try being a trans person who doesn't 100% toe the progressive line. Like you get destroyed from these communities, and you have like no other community that you can associate with because being trans in and of itself already puts you in another category. So there's a ton of like awesome trans people in my community and on the internet, but they have to stealth. They can't like out who they are because if they disagree with any of the progressive orthodoxy, they get fucking slaughtered online. It's brutal.
So are they only kind of hush hush about it, but they interact with anonymous names in your community and they find community, or is it like in their real life they just don't?
Well, in my community, they're all open. Well, some of them are open, I mean. But, like, people that associate in my community get called, like, transphobic and horrible people by other communities. So if you're, like, a known trans person that's part of the DGG community, people will just, like, call you transphobic even if you are trans. So it's, like, a rough...
Call you that, too?
Yeah, of course. Well, that's why I'm banned from Twitch, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that's what it was?
Yeah.
Was that the Keffels thing, or is that something else?
That's the Keffels thing.
Oh, okay.
Made a whole video about it. Paul, you should have seen it by now.
I can't watch everything, my man. I want to.
And now I got a response to some people in my chat because I said they see me as this right wing guy and they're like, Michael is disavowing the right wing. What I mean by that is I don't do right wing commentary. That's all I mean. Like I have right wing views, but I don't do right wing political commentary. I'm not like Nick. That's all. That's
What
all
are
that
you willing
matters.
to disavow right now, Michael? What will you disavow right now?
I don't. I don't know. What do you want me to disavow?
I don't know. I just want disavowals are important. What is that? What do you disavow? Other than
Disavow
Nick?
murder. Disavow that. It's pretty bad.
What do I disavow? What does that mean?
I don't know. We're just talking about disavowals. Maybe you don't. You're too open-minded. I don't think you disavow anything. I definitely think you disavow parts of cancel culture and the deplatforming that you see, even if it's guys you disagree with, right? Very leading question. I'm sorry, that was a very leading question.
Yeah. I mean, I don't like cancel culture, of course. Yeah. I would disavow that. I disavow like murdering people and raping people. Does that count? Like, yeah, these aren't very brave positions to disavow, but yeah.
Now you'd be surprised.
Sure.
You'd be surprised. That's all I'll say. I'm a little bro you here.
Yeah, okay.
7 years older. Yeah, you'd be surprised. You'd be surprised. How did is it your wife or your girlfriend and Nick get along? How was that?
My wife, I mean, she gets along with almost anybody, and then he left pretty quickly after we finished our thing, so we didn't hang out or anything. So.
Well, that's disappointing.
We might do food or something in a day or two. I don't know. We'll see.
When you talk about the IRL content, is that like just bringing people into your studio, or are you gonna go out and do some shit?
Probably a little of both would be fun. Streaming in America is really hard because our fucking infrastructure for cell phones is dog shit.
Oh,
it's like if you go in Europe, you can be in the fucking random. Dude, I remember I went to some random fuck mountain area with a giant lake in Sweden with a free driver and with Melina, and we were like diving in this. It was like in the middle of fucking nowhere, and we had perfect cell phone connection. We streamed the whole thing. And in America, I don't get good reception in any major city. In Miami, LA, San Francisco, New York, Seattle, I can't get a consistent connection anywhere. It's unbelievable. Even with a full 5 bars on my phone, I have no bandwidth. I don't know what the fuck is going on with cell phone shit. If all the towers are just overloaded, they don't have enough infrastructure, or what the fuck it is, but it's so irritating. I hate it for the United States.
You know how annoying you probably sound to your audience when you're like, Sweden is so much better at cell infrastructure.
Well, that's one of the reasons why we need to support better infrastructure in the United States. We can do it. We have the money. We just don't have the political will for it.
There's a liberal big government prescription to that problem. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, there is. There absolutely is. And if you go use phones or public transport in any fucking European country, you will come back so public pilled. Okay, you'll be like, holy. But at least, at the very least, like Nick is America first. These guys should be like close-ish, like relatively like third positionists, right? Like they should be okay with big public spending and stuff. They just don't want it to be wasted on black and brown people, right? So at the very least, we're kind of agreeing on one part, right?
Whoa, yeah, man. So can I give you some names and you just tell me like based or cringe or what you think about them? Because I want you to get on the record on some of these America First streamers.
Oh no, I can try, but I'm not gonna know a lot of these guys. I'll do my best.
You'll know a few of them, okay?
Okay.
Baked Alaska.
Friendly guy, but yikes, pretty cringe. But he's a friendly dude.
Okay. What about Tyler Russell, Canada First guy? Do you know who that is?
Don't know anybody like that.
Okay. What about Laura Loomer? She's got an election today.
Cringe because I didn't get invited to go up and hang out with them. So fuck her.
No, you're not at the victory party.
Nope, Nick is up there, and he didn't even think to invite me. So fuck.
Would you go?
Yeah.
Would you have gone? I guess.
Probably, yeah.
Okay.
It's a federal seat. Wait, hold on. It's a federal.
It's the House. Yeah.
Yeah, the House of Representatives, right? Not a Florida bullshit.
Correct.
Yeah, so
Correct,
fuck yeah. Why would I not? Yeah, of course.
Like she'll be the Jewish AOC, the Jewish right-wing AOC if she wins.
Yeah. Is she better or worse than Marjorie Taylor Greene? Or is she in a similar vein to that?
Well, you know.
Okay, she is. You're telling me. That's what I'm getting. I'm picking up what you're putting down. Okay, go ahead.
Oh, you mentioned Kai earlier. Kai Clips, based or cringe?
He's a friendly dude. He's halfway. I'll go halfway with him. Based / cringe.
Kai's based. Kai's like literally like the best.
Yeah, but you guys are also all fucking America Firsters, okay? So.
Well, I'm talking in terms of like his personality. He's just a nice guy to hang out with. Very, very polite, very kind guy.
I'll give him 51% base because he wants women to be ripped too. Okay.
Base.
He's not scared. He's not scared of shredded women. Okay.
Gang, I agree. I agree with him on the muscular woman question.
You're Suckle Gang?
Yeah.
Destiny, have you heard about this Suckle Gang business?
What a Suckle Gang? Do I want to know?
You don't want to know. I wonder if chat. Hey, Destiny's chat. I'm going to make a direct appeal. Destiny's chat. Do you know about this Suckle Gang? I hope not. I hope that hasn't crossed over. It's a
Suckle Gang. Do you want me to explain it?
I'm not going to do it.
basically Kai is into the idea of drinking breast milk to help get gains. That's what it's about. That's what it's about.
Damn, boost your immune system, gives you higher IQ, gives you a hot MILF to suck on. I don't know, man. That sounds like I've seen a lot of pros. Where are the cons?
Yeah.
Well,
there is none.
Here's the only time I'm going to actually give my position on Suckle Gang. There is the question of whether that is something one should do, and then there's a question of like that being part of your identity. Okay, am I into consuming human breast milk? Of course. Why wouldn't I be? Am I gonna like put that hashtag on my profile and talk about it incessantly? Hell no, I'm not. This is the only clip that will ever exist where I come out in favor of it, but that's it. Okay, since we're talking about it.
You see, Kai's into it because he has this cope that's like, oh, it's just for health. It's like, dude, it's like you just like tits. It's like, why do you gotta like have this weird cope to like justify? I don't get it.
Well,
he's unmarried, so it's a little weird, right?
No.
Or is he married? He's not married, right?
He's not married, but I don't think it's weird.
Oh, well, how do you? All right, that's it. I'm sorry for bringing it up. I apologize for bringing it up. It's
I wouldn't have brought it up. It wasn't even a super chat. I mean, I had some weird questions.
Oh yeah, do you have super chat? Yeah, I mean, we're kind of getting to the end of the hour. Is there some stuff that you need to read to your?
Well, I have I guess one question for Destiny. This is like one I wrote down, but what do you think about like what happened with Nick with after like January 6th, and do you think it was deserved? What was?
I would have to know what the particular. Was he charged with anything?
He was not, but there was the no-fly list. He had his bank account seized, or one of them seized.
I don't want to give a strong statement on that because and I know that there's been a lot of different things talked about in terms of what actually happened. So I don't have any strong. I haven't done enough research to have a strong opinion on any of that. I don't know what's real or what's not real or whatever. No-fly lists are tricky. I'll say that, but I think we kind of touched on that earlier because no-fly lists are something being taken from you without any formal charge being brought ever. There is no due process for a no-fly list. I don't even know if you can challenge it. So I don't know how I feel about those, but yeah, but that has nothing to do with Nick. That's just the concept of a no-fly list in general is challenging.
Yeah, let's talk about the concept. In this concept of being on the no-fly list, they don't tell you that you're on it. So the only way you ever find out that you're on it is you go to the airport and you try to get on a plane, and they tell you that you can't get on the plane. And then if you try to book with multiple airlines, it's going to be the same thing. So they'll never tell you you're on it. You just kind of have to infer it. And then there's a formal way that you can have them review your case to get off of it, but they won't tell you that you're on it. So you kind of just have to guess through circumstances that you're on it. And then you can have your lawyer, or I guess you could do it yourself if you want, file this paperwork that they'll get to eventually because it's a national security issue. And so, yeah, no due process at all. It's just taken from you until the point it's not. And they don't tell you when you're off. So you have to sort of just like book every once in a while to see what happens.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna sit here and say they're great. It's a challenging one. I would have to see like how many people I know fly listed where it ends up being like a good thing. Well, yeah, it's a hard one. From what I know of a no-fly list, I'm not really in favor of it, but I could be easily persuaded one way or the other with certain facts being brought to my attention. So it just depends. Yeah.
Any super chat? I
got a bunch of questions. We can do them at the end, so you just keep going until you're done. I can read them.
Flow. Give us another one.
Well, that wasn't a super chat. That was a question I wrote down.
Well, give us another. That's the superest of chats, dude. It came from your own brain. It's your channel.
Real. This one I can't read the name, but for $10. Now that the drama has died down and both Ralph and Nick won against the A-Logs, spending their days dabbing on the haters, it's time for Destiny's first cozy stream. Bring on more drama, please.
I need to do that Matt Walsh "What Is a Woman" thing. I still have to. I wanted to watch that. I can't watch.
You said this for like a month.
Yeah, I know. Well, there's been a lot of stuff going on. I can't watch it on YouTube because I'll probably get copyright hit. And I think my first cozy stream being a huge one that I do to argue for trans people would be fun. So
that would be pretty fun.
Mad as fuck, but yeah, we'll see.
I don't think you're gonna get much out of that film.
Yeah, maybe. I'll give Nick a friendly warning on this. Okay, this is a friendly warning. Okay.
This is your warning, Mr. Fuentes.
I shouldn't even say this, okay? But I'm a good man, okay? You ever watch Rurouni Kenshin?
I don't know what that is.
Okay, fuck you, losers.
Sounds like
Okay,
some
just
anime.
forget I even made
That's like
this.
that's probably some boomer thing.
It
That's some
is.
anime
It's boomer
stuff,
anime.
right?
You wouldn't understand. Okay, you're all about.
Oh, it's an anime.
Yeah, don't
What's
worry
it
about
called
it.
again?
Don't worry about it. No, don't worry about it. Listen.
I know some boomer animes.
No, listen.
Have you
Okay.
seen Gunbuster?
Here's what I'll say. I have not. If I stream on Cozy, okay, I will legitimately have 3, 4, 5, 6,000 viewers on Cozy. So if there are rumors that Nick is faking his numbers, make sure those servers are reinforced for the day that I announce that. Because if I go live and it's having trouble serving content to 4,000 viewers, people are going to say some shit. So just saying, if that is happening in the back end, make sure you guys are ready for an actual surge of viewers. Just saying, but
So we got to put all resources to the Destiny channel. You got to be ready to hit that button and to turn off the view multipliers,
yeah,
right?
be careful for that one. Yeah.
Well, I would love to see you on there. Let me just ask you, because, you know, I saw you pop up on there after you got banned from Twitch, and you haven't streamed, as far as I know, and that's what Michael Alberto just referred to. How did you even getting a channel like that come about? Was there, like, a conversation, and you're like, yeah, maybe I'll do it, you can set me up, or how did that even work?
Well, I got banned from Twitch, and then I'm just kind of like I'm always looking for other platforms to like stream on if I can. And then a platform with almost no moderation is obviously attractive for a few reasons. If I want to like respond to documentaries or do things like that Matt Walsh thing that I can't really watch on YouTube, it's a fun way to be able to do that in a live format. Yeah.
Yeah. Man, that's going to be exciting. I'll definitely be watching.
Yeah, I'll check
You
that out.
stream on there. What else you got, Mike?
I can't believe he got away with watching a 9/11 documentary about how it was faked on YouTube. That's so funny.
It's literally hosted on YouTube.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, that's how I know I could watch it.
YouTube video, yeah.
Yeah. Caldeo Nick for 5 say the N-word. I'm not going to do that on YouTube. Paranoid Angloid for 3. Michael, what was the lore on Nick's disguise he used to get into Freedom Fest he mentioned on Telegram? Was that someone else or was it him? Paul, do you want to answer this one?
No, I'm gonna keep that. I'm gonna keep that a little hazy for the audience. I don't want to pull back the curtain.
It's confidential.
Confidential.
If you knew, like, it wouldn't be fun anymore, right?
If you super chat me $100 on my channel when I next stream, then I'll tell you.
I'll tell you for 50. Just kidding, that's a joke. Enjoy Paranoid Angloid again for 5. Enjoy the last few days of the summer of Michael Alberto, and he have some shekels for a Big Mac. Thank you. Can really use to put on some weight. And I think those are all the questions, I guess.
That's all we got. We had
we
Destiny.
had Destiny, and only like 4 of you guys super chat.
What about your Destiny? You got questions from Michael Alberto or me or you on this topic? What is your chat like?
I've got Kai in my chat spamming about Suckle Gang.
I love Kai.
Well, this is a big W, Kai. This whole stream, Kai's pretty cool. 51% base. Suckle Gang's reached the mass audience. It's a pretty big day for him.
Yeah. I don't know if we have any questions. I'm looking now.
Alright, I think, hold on, let me check Streamlabs. Maybe I got one on Streamlabs. I forget to check Streamlabs sometimes. I missed them.
While you guys look, let me just tell you, you can follow me on Cozy. I'm cozy.tv/cancelproof. You can hit a follow for me over here if you like the content I'm bringing you guys. I'm older like Destiny. I'm a little bit more level-headed, less crazy, not cringe. Not cringe.
Not cringe.
Not cringe.
And I'm Michael Alberto. You can find me on YouTube, a bunch of other platforms. I do video essays and documentaries. I made one on our good friend Stephen Bonnell. It's on my YouTube. It's about his beef with Keffels. I think it's like 30 minutes long. Destiny, if you want to watch it on stream, you can. Be easy content farming for you. I know you stream for like 10 hours, so if that's up your alley, you can. Oh, actually, no, I did have something I wanted to talk about. Regarding, I know this is like kind of off topic, but what do you think about Wikipedia?
I love Wikipedia.
And,
what about it?
Like its accuracy.
Wikipedia is a really good starting place for almost any research topic. But, I mean, depending on the contentiousness of the topic, you might want to dive a little bit deeper. It's always good to dive a bit deeper. If you can engage with the sources linked on Wikipedia, that's good as well. But, yeah, it's going to depend on the topic. Yeah.
Because recently, I noticed so in my video, I made a mistake. And I said, you began your streaming career on Twitch, which that isn't true. That was a mistake. I corrected it in the comments because you started on livestream.com, right? In Ustream, correct?
Like
12 years ago. Yeah,
like 12 years ago. But on your Wikipedia article, it says you started on Justin. So I tried to fix it. I made like a burner account just to fix that. And they wouldn't let me do it because I guess they said your document wasn't a good primary source or whatever, but it literally is a primary source. It's literally your words. It's your document. So it's just like a dumb website.
Let's see. Bono quit his job as a carpet cleaner to stream video games full time. Streaming his StarCraft 2 matches on Justin TV. He was immediately financially successful. Yeah, maybe.
Wow. I tried to include that. You could probably go through the edit history, just like just a war. I think my name was like, I think I named myself like Documentarian G or like some retarded shit. I just came up with it. And,
can you say the R word on YouTube? Is that fine? Because you just did.
Retarded? Generally we can, yeah. I mean,
okay.
Yeah.
I don't know the rules.
Jeez.
Okay, we got 2 more super chats, and I think we can wrap this up. Vose talk for 10.
Oh wait, can I give a quick thing
Yeah, go
for
right
something
ahead.
that I've noticed? If you want to do research on a thing, here's like a little trick that I've noticed. People oftentimes won't outwardly lie about facts, but I'm sure there's a name in grammar for this, but there are like things that there are ways you can phrase things that make things whatever. Okay, let's say I'm dating somebody, okay? And let's say somebody says, okay, so let's say that I'm dating somebody, and let's say that it says Destiny or Stephen Bonnell was dating Stephanie Bonnell, not my sister. Stephen Bonnell was dating Stephanie, okay? Stephen and Stephanie fought a lot over where they wanted to live, which led to their breakup. So this is a thing where if I read statements like that, like they probably fought over where they lived, but that led to the breakup. Those are the types of sentences where people are making statements that aren't necessarily true. Like it might be the case that was the thing that led to the breakup, or it might be the case that there were other factors as well that contributed to it. But the article that I'm reading seems to apply more weight to that than to other things. I wish I could think of an example of this.
Well, it's just not descriptive enough. It doesn't tell the whole story.
Yeah,
it's
or
too
like
short.
they'll list a bunch of facts, but
It's implying too much.
Yeah. Nothing will be outwardly incorrect. This is like the big issue, and it happens a lot with right wingers and left and extreme left people too. Yep. People will say things like the media lies and the Wikipedia has lies and articles lie. That's not true. Very, very, very rarely will a primary, like a good publication, have an outward lie. Usually it's the things that they're attributing to reasons why people are acting. Things like that will be where, I don't even know how to call it lies, but like major disagreements can stem, or people are a little bit too ideological. That's where I would say you should generally look for lies. When I'm arguing with somebody and they immediately say, oh, I don't trust that source because I know that they lie, I know that you don't engage with media very critically. But if somebody engages me and they're like, okay, I know that they said that like Al-Qaeda did this because of that, and yeah, that was one of the contributing reasons, but if you look at what was going on here, here, and here, that's probably more the reason why they did. Then I know, okay, cool. So we know that like we agree that the facts are correct, but the reasons they're stating for why somebody did something, those are like a little bit more contentious. Sorry, that's like a complicated thing, but that's like a random thing to keep in mind when you're doing like Wikipedia.
No, you're right. You're right. And when you read attack articles too, there's a lot of that. Like I haven't read Nick Fuentes' Wikipedia article in a while, but when you read it, a lot of stuff in there is accurate. Nick did say this one thing that could be, seen as this. He is described by this source as this subjective thing, but the order that they put it and what they omit clearly shapes the story and shapes the narrative and is supposed to get you thinking about him in a certain way.
Yeah.
Understanding that almost every article about Nick he is approached in that way. When I talked about this film that I did, I wanted to just say, hey, what if we don't do that, right? There's enough articles out there. There's enough pieces of media or content where this guy calls him a name or he's anti-Semitic or he's like a little Nazi or whatever it is. That's out there. I don't need to be another voice, and I don't even need to hedge. Sure. I don't need to go, well, he's called this, that, and the other, but here's what he says. You can just create a piece of content that says, here's what he says, and if you care enough, you'll go read the other stuff too, and you'll agree with it or disagree with it or whatever. It's not like Groypers don't know what the bad things about Nick are said to be. Of course they know. Of course they know. And they just either they dismiss it for whatever reason they dismiss it, whether, oh, he's just joking about that or that's not, or they agree with the stuff that they are supposed to believe is really bad. And I think that's, that's
true. That's
a way to make a documentary or to write an article. And it's just not done with guys like that.
Yeah.
And you say on the left too, but I don't know. It seems like they target guys on the right more in that sort of way.
Well, I'm on the left and I've been targeted quite a few times, so it happens. But yeah, no, I know what you mean. Yeah.
All right. Well,
we did get a few more super chats because you guilt tripped them into it.
Oh,
Or were you wrapping it up because we did get a few of these?
No. Do a couple, and then I do have a little wrap-up statement. But yeah, go do what you got. Do what you have.
Spinach Bra for 5. Hey, Bra, Spinach Bra here. Just had to let my support for Suckle Gang be known. Raw milk nationalism is inevitable. Oh, he's got his book.
I have Spinach Bra's book right here. Have you read this one, Destiny? Draw Me a Gorilla.
I have not.
Somebody on this chat, do you have an Amazon wish list, Destiny, or anything like that? How do you get gifts and stuff?
Pepe wins.
I usually just I'll add that. Okay.
Get Destiny, Draw Me a Gorilla off Amazon. This is my favorite book of the year.
Isn't it a New York Times bestseller, or is that just a joke? I think I asked you this last night.
I think it is a New York Times bestseller. It's a great book.
That's funny.
That's Spinach Bra right there. Love him.
So thank you, Spinach Bra. Voz Talk for 10. Destiny, do you think it's a coincidence that all the right-wing people who are more sociable and easy to get along with, leftism is a mental illness at this point? You're my new favorite Groiper. Destiny plus Groipers equals love forever. What do you think about that?
Just depends on a lot of things. Like I said, like I think that people that control the levers of power tend to be more antagonistic and less tolerant of opposing views. Right now, it's definitely the left that has those levers of power to control. But I think that right wingers, when they get control, they also are pretty intolerant of like other points of view and stuff, and they try to like excise people off platforms and shit. So, like LGBT people were driven underground for a long time when media and everything was a tad more conservative. So. Yeah, I don't know. I think when people get power, listen, it's an adage as old as time, okay? Why do we all hate internet Jannies? It's because as soon as they get fucking power, they turn into fucking madmen. We've known this before. Reddit existed. We've known this back when forums and message boards existed. As soon as somebody gets a little taste of power, they turn into a fucking corrupt lunatic. And
they do it for free. That's what makes it
easy. They do. That's what happens. That's what happens to them. It's like a tale as old as time, yeah.
Yeah, Vostick for 10 again. Destiny, are you aware of Larry Silverstein, who purchased the Twin Towers on, I guess relating to your 9/11 debate with Fuentes, on July 24th, and ate breakfast at the top floor every day until the 11th, when he magically had a doctor's appointment? Look up, where was Larry Silverstein on 9/11? What is your response?
Yeah, I mean, like, there were a lot of people and a lot of stories that didn't happen to be on the tower that day for a lot of different reasons. And some people got really lucky. They were either running late or their daughter needed a ride to the hospital, or I believe for Larry, he said that his wife had scheduled him an appointment or whatever. The weird thing about stuff like this is people, and there's a lot of that documentary that was pointed out where people knew, like, I think somebody in the Pentagon, there was an MSNBC journalist where a top Pentagon brass told him, I would stay away from those outer rings if I were you. It's very strange to me that so many people apparently knew about the 9/11 towers collapsing, but there isn't a single shred of evidence in favor of a broader conspiracy to commit 9/11 against the United States. It's always, like, all of the documentaries always point out, like, isn't it weird that that guy wasn't there? And isn't that kind of strange? And it's like, yeah, I guess. But I mean, like, this is an event that involved, tens of thousands of people. Of course, there are going to be a ton of weird coincidences. What are the facts for the other side of the story? And there are none. So... yeah, there's a lot of like weird conspiracies. People point out the idea too.
I remember when the whites were free to chat and DGP.
People point out the other idea too. They're like, oh, he had like terrorist insurance on the building, and it's like, first of all, he had all risk insurance, which everybody bought. Secondly, World Trade Centers were already attacked in '93. It's not surprising that he would have insurance against that building. I'm pretty sure for the people that invested in that sale, they wouldn't let him buy it unless he actually had insurance on the building. But that's not even that surprising. But yeah. People also talk about like the dancing Jews, the dancing Israelis, the idea that like two people from the Mossad came to the United States to document the event. I don't know why they would do that. And if they were there, I don't know why our agencies would have arrested them. Why wouldn't they have been like communicated with by our government? Hey, leave these Israelis alone. They're here to watch the falling towers that they know is going to happen. Like it's just crazy how many people knew that 9/11 was going to happen, but somehow nothing is leaked. Chelsea Manning didn't leak any documents related to 9/11. Edward Snowden didn't release any documents related to 9/11. Trump was in office and he didn't have any information related to 9/11. Like tens of thousands of people were brought in to work this conspiracy theory, but not a single thing leaked in 2001. That's wild to me. But hey, what are you gonna do?
Wasn't like the guy who made Family Guy supposed to be on one of the planes too, or like some shit like that?
Maybe, who knows?
Thank you.
So that was that one. Humma for 3. Okay, I hold on. Let me make sure I can read this on YouTube. Basically, it's asking you if you can criticize, I guess, Jewish influence in black crime without being considered a white nationalist.
I would have to. I don't know what the links are. How you get from Jewish influence to black crime? I'm sure they've got it all mapped out.
He's just saying, can you talk about those types of topics? That's what.
I talk about any topic I want. Yeah.
But without
He'll
without
dog
labeling the person, though, that's the question. Without
I mean, it
labeling
depends
that
on how they're making the arguments, right? Like, yeah.
All right, Tenrio for 3 tells Destiny to follow me on Twitter at Oirenet. I think that's how you say it. And
Yeah, I gotcha.
Crankless for 5. Hey Destiny, what do you prefer, pee pee poo poo or poo poo pee pee?
Good question. I'm agnostic on that.
You're agnostic on that.
Mhm.
All right, I think that's all the super chats.
Coin flip. That's a coin flip for me if that person's wondering which one.
All right. Well, hey, thanks a lot,
All right.
guys. It's been fun. Stay safe. Be careful.
Take care.
Yes, my film, please.
I'll check it. I'll do my best. Okay.
I'm
Check out
asking.
my
Okay.
YouTube.
I might watch it on
Alberto.
stream. We'll see.
You can find me at michaelalberto.com. Paul, where can they find you?
Cozy.tv/cancelproof.
And Destiny, where
Media
can
pending.
the audience find you? For our
You-
cozy friends.
Yeah, youtube.com/destiny all the time.
Let's go. All right, thank you for coming on. This was a fun show.
Yeah, have
Love
fun.
it.
I'll see you guys later. Peace out.
See you guys.
See ya.
All right. I love you guys very much. I'll be right back. Hold on. And then I think today what am I doing? I'm moderating a debate between MrGirl and Dario tonight. I have no idea on what. That's going to be wild, but we'll see. I'll be back 1 sec. Have donuts.
Asterisk fine. Here, you got my money. You happy, you whore?
Chap, sit down. Let me tell you a story of the frog that was promised. They say he will rise. He will rise and defeat the frog. The frog gives life. The frog knows. The frog is a friend. He will rise. IT is foretold. All rise, brothers.
Hello, all you bad little girls and boys. I know you want to be punished. Pepe and Joyous get to be punished, while you cocks get put down. Pepe wins huge.
Welcome, new growers. It is your fearless leader speaking. Cut, 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 cut. In Jesus' name.
On June 4th, 1989, nothing happened. In Tiananmen Square, the authorities used horrible means of peace and prosperity to prevent citizens from becoming Western pigs. World leaders were shocked at China's strong morals.
Okay, we're good on that, guys. Okay, let me see what I have scheduled. Wait. Fuck! Say your favorite cutout pasta now. I'm gonna be totally honest with you. I love all sorts of different pastas, but I forget the name of all of them every time I go to an Italian restaurant. What's in your background? What do you mean? Keyboard, saxophone, that Twitch belt from Dylan. Light thing on the wall. Oh, the sounds. The construction on the building over there. I feel like you're giving Sneeko a little too much leeway. I feel like he doesn't have a basis to come to conclusions. Can you elaborate a bit? Forming like really strong, coherent, like understandings of how to arrive at truth and shit. That's a really difficult and involved process. I usually don't hold it against people if they don't have like a good way of doing it. But I mean, it's something I slowly challenge over time. Wait, okay. What was the big religious debate that kicked off all of Vosh's like anti-theist art? Or what's like the biggest part of that that's come out? Does anybody know? How many guns do you own? Not many. I need to bring them here. I've got a Glock 17, an Omaha, and a Mosin Nagant. I think it's the 9130. I think was the World War II one or whatever. Or maybe earlier. It might have been World War I don't remember. And then I got a really nice shotgun here that I haven't gone shooting with yet. I need to go with Mel and we need to go trap shooting at some point. That's a fucking awesome shotgun, but I haven't used it yet.
Hey, buddy.
Hi. As much as he is growing, could harm come from fostering a fan base that can't come to logical conclusions without someone like you pushing back, though? Maybe, who knows? We'll see. We've seen the Meat Canyon animation on Tate. Yep. Did you see Nope? Nope. Why does Vosh have so many religious starts in his community? Who knows? What is the do you like the 17 or would you recommend a different Glock? Bro, I'm not a Glock expert. The Glock 19 is probably fine.
Imagine pooping on Kyle Kulinski and giving Sneeko leeway.
17 is
Steve.
A bit easier to shoot, but it's a bit harder to carry. But I think it's like 2 more rounds in the 17. The 19 is a little smaller, a little easier to carry, but I don't know. There's a ton of different Glocks out there. I've only shot like 2 or 3 of them. I think only ever chambered it.
Steve and I have failed. I succumbed and watched the Game of Thrones Blu-ray lore. Videos the show was so fucking good. The world was so beautiful. Futica. They fucked me, Steve, and they fucked me hard. All the lore from these classified documents could not fill the gaping hole Game of Thrones left Eurocuck.
Nice. Is DGG in permanent sub mode now? No, wait, is it in sub mode? Oh. How big do you think? I was going to buy a Jericho 941? Yeah, this one. I think this is one that Spike uses. But I read reviews on it. Apparently it's a pretty shitty gun. But if I'm buying it because it's in an anime, I should probably just get it anyway. I don't know. I've been lazy about gun shit because I've streamed so much of everything. How big do you think Nick could have been on platforms like Twitch and YouTube? Or do you think a big part of his appeal comes from being banned in most of America? I have no idea. It's hard to say. Who knows? Vosh debated some religious PhD dude on modern day debates that sparked off the recent religion arc. What's like the best, if I just want to watch one debate with like Vosh and religious shit, what's like the best one to watch?
Anyway.
George House of Dragons? Nope, we're in slow mode, help us. I don't know how you're in slow mode on YouTube chat. I don't know how to turn on or off slow mode. Blame my mods. Chat publicly, slow mode is on. I don't know how to change it or do anything. I don't know how to moderate my chat at all. I don't know what I type in to do it. Create poll, show support, add reaction, toggle timestamps. I don't even know how to moderate chat. I don't know where the moderation options even are. I'll buy you a Glock micro conversion kit since you're such a naysayer. I don't even know what that means. What does a micro conversion kit do? Change it to what? This started the religion arc. 2 hours. Why religion is a problem. Debating a Christian anarchist. Oh boy.
I'll buy you the Glock micro conversion kit since you're such a naysayer. Where can fans send you stuff?
Ask your mom, dude. Got Wait, damn, this was a full month ago? Anti-theism. Ocean Keltoy versus Vosh. Is this a better one? The Christian anarchist one was way worse? Like worse isn't better or worse isn't worse? Micro conversion kit Gen 1 Glock. Oh shit, is this legal?
Block 45, 9mm, nothing special, showing off the picks, and standard mag release. Function's fine.
Lots of talk of shutting down Kiwi Farms right now. Would you be in favor of it, and would it
Wait,
really
what?
do anything?
How did this just change? Wait, what just happened? Unk! I don't like Kiwi Farms. I think it's kind of cringe, but I don't think we should be shutting websites down.
Block 45, 9mm, nothing
Wait, hold on. He's saying it works fine, but it seems like he was having a lot of trouble getting that mag in.
special,
What?
showing off the picks, and standard mag release.
This looks awesome, though. But
Function's fine.
oh no, he's pressing the mag release here. That's why it was coming out over and over again. Yeah, I see. This looks sick.
But wait, at this point, why not just buy like an MP5? Or why not just buy like a bigger gun? What's the point of all this for a Glock?
Function's fine.
It's for the pores? How much does an MP5 cost and how much does that Glock conversion kit cost? Dude, they make MP5s in like semi-auto? These aren't like hard to get guns, are they? These are, damn, these are really $3,000? Seriously? Wait, are you sure? They're like $1,500. They're called SP5s. Those are really expensive. There are clone ones for $1,500. Huh. They're 1,500 in CSGO. Good one. The big benefit is being able to use your Glock mags with your AR pistol platform. How much does it cost to just buy new mags? Is that really that expensive? Mags can be $60. No shot. I'm pretty sure my Glock 17 cost like $400 or $500, and it came with like 3 or 4 mags. I should probably check before talking about the price, though. Whatever, fuck it. I'm never gonna find this. MP5 mags are expensive? Okay. MP5 mags are expensive.
Hitchhiking to Peach City.
Cool. Don't know what that means, but okay. Bump, 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 bump. Okay. Throw up a 900 real quick just to show off. Yeah, I can do that real quick. Easy. Hold on. Fuck. Well, how is it always so close? Hold on. What can I say, you know? I'm a rhythm god. I'm a rhythm god. What can I say? I just have natural talent for every single thing I put my hands on. Every single thing I touch. League of Legends, StarCraft, debating, your mom. Hold on. Let's try one more. Let's see if we can throw up a 920, okay? Hold on. Hold on, hold on.
Wait, hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. Whatever. Fuck this game. Okay, if I'm gonna watch this, I should do it now before.
Yo.
Howdy.
Hey. How are you doing?
I am doing well. Sorry for the delay in calling you.
Ah, you're good, man. I have gotten a message from our mutual friend Cirrus, calling you a degen and saying that his subathon is still going, and that you are to come on at some point. That's my opening.
Yeah,
line.
I believe I made that promise. Cirrus is well aware of the fact that I take forever to respond to messages, though. So I'm sure they've not taken this personally.
Take forever to respond to messages. Dog, you stream like 3 hours every other day. What the fuck are you doing with all your free time? Wait, what does Vosh do in his free time?
He and I talked a little bit about this. He said that he mentioned to you, he was also interested in talking to you about the subject, like the anti-theism thing. So, you know, but yeah, I guess, do we want to jump right into it or what? Like,
yeah, hit it up.
Cool.
Kill.
Yeah, so I guess the first thing that I want to open with basically is getting a sense of your position with respect to anti-theism. We haven't talked a whole lot about this. I've seen you talk to other people about it, but I'm not sure like what your stance is. Like, if you're describing yourself as an anti-theist, what does that mean?
I just don't like any kind of mysticism or superstition. I don't think we can make any prescriptive statements on metaphysics outside of the ones that are necessary for basic cognition. So, like, the metaphysical.
Oh man, okay. Before we get too far into this, Vosh, if you're listening, you need to copy some coherent ideas on anti-religious shit. The reason why I don't like religion usually is because I don't like it when two reasonable minds can't reconcile a disagreement. And I think that's a really scary
Destiny,
thing.
I love you.
That religious people can get into a world to where they're telling you like how you should view the world or what kind of like things we should do in regards to our view of the world. And two reasonable minds could come to a disagreement and never actually reconcile because their things are all like fucking holy shit. Like, oh, well, God said this or whatever said that. And that it's hard to have a reasonable discussion about that because it's fucking religion, right? Well, if you disagree, I guess we just disagree. There's nothing we can do. His definition here is leaving him open to more shit, but we'll see, I guess. Yeah.
Belief in causality, you know, the reliability of our senses, that kind of stuff. You have to make those leaps, otherwise you literally can't participate in the world. You would just have to die if you can't.
Right. We both agree solipsism is not necessarily the most helpful position, I guess, right?
Yeah.
Like,
so to avoid that, I mean, anything beyond that, right? You can make basic assumptions, but any metaphysical stuff outside of that, I completely reject. Because
I don't like the word metaphysical because metaphysics is like a branch of philosophy. Like when we talk about like ontology, that's part of like metaphysics. I think metaphysics is just your understanding of the world from a philosophical sense. Just say supernatural. I know it sounds less cool, but supernatural is a very clear word. When you say supernatural, I know exactly what you're talking about. When you say metaphysics, like, I don't believe in metaphysics, like, you don't believe in, like,
the existence of anything, or what do you mean when you say metaphysics? Because that's like our fundamental physical understanding of the world from a philosophy standpoint. Just say supernatural. I think it's a much clearer word, but I understand like you want to say metaphysics because it makes you sound smarter or something. I don't know. I think you should just say supernatural.
I think it leads people into really dangerous positions where they're capable of making rational utilitarian conclusions based on information that I don't think is real. So like, for example, if a person believes in some kind of metaphysical thing, like a spirit or like a deity, you know, with a given set of values or principles, beliefs, something about the world that isn't empirically testable, it's possible that they could arrive at a rational conclusion about the world that I would consider immoral based on information they have that I can't argue them out of. You can't argue a person out of like a metaphysical belief unless you're willing to do that whole like, here's a different interpretation of the Bible type deal, and that's not like a reliable process, especially if a person's
if this religious guy is smart, I don't know if he is or not, but if he's religious, it feels like to defeat Vosh in this debate, all you'd have to argue at the end of the day is, well, technically all of our ethics are going to ground out in something supernatural or something like not empirically or rationally justifiable. So why is yours any better or worse than the religious man's? We'll see where that goes, but that would be like what I would immediately assume what the challenge would be, and I don't know how Vosh responds to that.
Not an adherent to a like a major structured religion. You know, it could just be kind of a crapshoot on how much their positions can actually be moved.
What's your favorite type of vegetable, and do you enjoy it cooked or raw?
All vegetables cooked. I don't know. I like every green vegetable. Every green vegetable with any kind of spicy Asian or Indian sauce is like always good to me.
So is this a position that you have like a policy position on? Like, is there anti-theist policies that you would want to enact, or is there like
ethics can be grounded in reason? Okay, Con.
Or is this just like a rhetorical point?
No, I'm pro freedom of religion. I don't think it should be extended to any kind of state persecution.
So
yeah,
I guess
I mean it's like more of an ethical thing, I guess.
Okay, so like I guess my feeling on anti-theism is that if it's a position that in which enacting any policy relating to it would be like a violation of human rights, why do you subscribe to the position? Like, because I get kind of like where you're going with respect to I see like your position, but I'm wondering that, I guess, how do you get there? If there's no policy position that you can get with it, then that without violating human rights, then why would you subscribe to that position rather than going some other route?
I think it's a cultural shift. I feel the same way about like gender abolitionism. I don't think you can policy your way over to that point. I think you need to kind of socially discourage some avenues. I don't think there's any practical or ethical way to enforce anti-theism through the state. I think like we have micro experiments of this in like the Soviet and Mao's China's bans on religion, you know, like the state atheism type thing, but like it didn't really change anything. Functionally, it didn't change anything even for the people who deconverted, because for those who didn't practice their religion in secret, a lot of them just started adopting mantras of the state with a religious fervor. So it ended up not really changing anything. It's like a long-term cultural project.
So I guess if you're going to have like that kind of, this isn't necessarily where I was planning on going, but like if you're going to have that kind of behavior, what's your goal with anti-theism then? Like, what's the end result that you're wanting to go for there?
Same as with gender abolitionism. It's just something that I care about ethically. I don't think that it's possible to like vote in a guy who will make a big change or whatever.
Okay.
It's like a guiding set of principles, right? Because there are lots of things that I think are bad that we shouldn't do that I also don't think you can really legislate against. Like a lot for like a lot of abusive behavior that you would do to a partner. The only stuff that crosses the threshold into like potentially illegal, like goes into like physical abuse or financial crimes, you know, but you can never make gaslighting illegal. That'd be insane. Can you imagine?
Yeah, no, I feel that. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. So it's like you can't meaningfully legislate on that. But obviously, like, you know, culturally, we can still move towards the idea that you should treat your partner with respect.
So I guess let me get into my position then on anti-theism, because I think that I'm in opposition to largely what you've expressed. I think that your position is a little bit more reasonable than what I've heard some people say.
Yes, I pray you find Islam, inshallah.
I've encountered a number of different perspectives on anti-theism, one of which would be like the lowering the number of religious people in the world and elevating the number of atheists in the world, for example. And I think that gets into dodgy territory. Does that describe where you're at, or does that not describe where you're at?
I mean, through a cultural project, right? There are people making the choice to not be religious, or the rejection of religious principles, or any kind of spiritualism, but
Yeah.
not through any like state project. I mean, ideally, I would want to live in a fully secular world, yeah, but I don't even know if that's necessarily possible. Just
I don't
like
either.
Just like a mathematical sense, and I think any attempt to do so through policy or force would be more destructive than whatever benefits you could possibly extract from it.
Yeah. So I think that also the cultural enforcement issue winds up being not just as bad. It's like, it's just a different form of the same problem. Because you wind up just like shaming people arbitrarily. I think that, let me suggest like a different approach, because I think that anti-theism stands in contrast to another social strategy of pluralism. And I think that that's a better approach when it comes down to coalition building. I think that when anti-theism is kind of like a scorched earth approach, and because when you're setting yourself up as an anti to something, it's going to result in like toxic behavior. And the question with that is going to be, is the toxicity that kind of cultural narrative promotes, is that going to be hitting the kind of people that you want to hit with that toxicity? So for example, if you're an anti-fascist, you're going to be hitting fascists with toxicity. What's bad about that? Fucking nothing. So, okay, fine. If you're with an anti-theist position, though, you do wind up hitting a bunch of theists with toxicity. And if you're interested in coalition building, that's going to be hitting a lot of people that are like on your side on most issues with everything except for like their religious belief. So
I agree that for coalition building, it's always a better idea to spread the net as far as possible.
Mhm.
But obviously, there have to be considerations within that, right? Like,
yeah.
So I believe in coalition building with people, like lots of people with moral positions that I disagree with. I mean, I've gotten in trouble with the left for believing like, should like edgy libertarian-leaning kind of racist white dudes have an opportunity to join the left on some issues? Like, yeah, absolutely, because better to have them on our side than not, you know. But I wouldn't then think like, well, we shouldn't exclude or criticize those ideas because it could be more effective to coalition build with them.
Sure.
And I do think that spiritual thinking is harmful. I just think it's indirectly harmful.
Okay.
It's not harmful for what it is. It's harmful for what it enables. So it doesn't necessarily fit, because how often when it comes to like coalition building do you consider metaphysics, right? It's kind of a unique case, the whole like issue with religiosity. And my goal isn't necessarily to like shame people, because you can't shame people out of religion. God, maybe 1 in 1,000. I don't know. That's not reliable. But it's so consider it like a non-pragmatic position to hold. But I still think it's important. Like you still have.
Destiny, don't you think it's disingenuous how you blame religion for the behavior that right now secular atheist lefties are engaging in the most in society? Purity testing, heretic burning, dogmatism, moralizing every issue, etc.
When do I blame religion for moralizing every issue? I don't think you have any idea what my stances on religion are. You haven't listened to anything I've said. I don't think I've ever blamed all of societal ills on religion. I just think that being somebody that's like listening, or if you have the mind to be religious or believe in like supernatural stuff, I think it puts you at a disadvantage when it comes to evaluating like true things in the world, which can make reconciling differences between two people difficult when it comes time to make like policies and government and shit.
Mind, right? And that's
so why, like, okay, I think that when you're talking about an end goal that is like entirely secular, that winds up being like effectively cultural.
I have watched so much of your shit on religion. Stop capping. Okay, when I talk about moralizing every issue, I bring up both sides of that. I almost blame the left more than that, but it's very rarely does it involve me saying anything about religion, moralizing every issue. Usually I'm talking about like rent control and shit like that. There's no religious aspect to that. Dogmatism, I accuse a lot of people of being dogmatic. Purity testing and heretic burning, this is generally the left that I usually accuse this of. I've never made any of these accusations like intrinsic to religion. But if religion was the common denominator, wouldn't we expect less, not more, from atheists in society? I don't think religion produces like all of these societal ills. I'm not even hardcore like anti-religious. I don't like it, but I don't have like a strong position on it. I don't know if I'd want the world to be full of atheists.
Cultural genocide at that point, because you're looking at an end goal of eliminating indigenous practices, several religions across the world, various types.
Yes.
Ultimately, right? Like it winds up being like a colonial position.
Sure. I mean, there are plenty of other things that I want like culturally eradicated,
like slavery,
like
sex trafficking,
patriarchal tribal structures. I think those are pretty unethical. I mean, if that means eventually the stigmatization of a bunch of indigenous cultures, then yeah, go for it. Yeah, there are plenty of cultures or cultural elements that I think need to be.
And just spiritual belief is one of those for you.
Yeah.
Okay. So, on my position on that is when you're looking at, I'm a big fan of looking at religion kind of like in a rational way. And I think that somebody can be a theist and rational and an atheist and rational. And I think that that's exemplified by the number of people that are in philosophy of religion who are on both sides of this issue. And so when you're looking at like an end goal and saying spiritual beliefs bad, I think that in order to have that kind of thing, you need to show that like the spiritual belief is the reason why it's bad. And I don't think that's the case. I think that the cause usually when we're criticizing religion is in some other place other than mere God belief, rather than, something else like somebody being an authoritarian and being religious as well, and then utilizing that religion for authoritarian purposes, for example.
Well, the issue is that if a person's bad behavior is rooted in some way in a spiritual or metaphysical justification, there's literally nothing you can do to argue them out of it.
There you go.
It becomes completely impossible unless you want to adopt their own moon logic and just take a roll of the dice and hope that it...
Moon logic. Uh-oh. Vosh is bringing out the mean words. Oh, no.
Their brain ends up, like, reconciling those new pieces of information in a way that's favorable to you. But there's no real way around it. I mean, a big example of this right now would be the fact that a huge, like a bloc with a ton of political power in this country is fundamentalist Christians.
Right.
And fundamentalist Christians often believe that the global warming isn't anthropogenic, it's caused by God as part of the end times that predicate the rapture. And the rapture is something they're looking forward to. They have been for a very long time. So they either don't care about or actively kind of root on climate change, something that would kill hundreds of millions of people charitably, because it suits their metaphysical, like morals. And there's nothing I can do to push them out of that outside of like pulling out a Bible and hoping that I can like beat them to death with the right scripture, like actually, no, not that. But you can't really argue them out of it. And that's very dangerous. Religion gives a supernatural pretext to existing justifications. It allows people to dress up irrational arguments and make them rational through the addition of extra factors that can only be justified metaphysically.
This is, I don't know if they'll go there, not to bring up like trans arguments for everything, but a very interesting counter to this narrative. So what Vosh is essentially arguing is that religious people are kind of bad here because they can twist empirical fact to fit some moral or religious belief they have, which I would argue is kind of true. But then one interesting counter to that would be, well, what about people that say that trans women are women just because it makes society feel better? Like, isn't that kind of your argument? Like, as long as there's a good moral end, who cares if we twist or bend fact or epistemology to get there? Like, aren't you the one saying that, like, whether or not Nazi Germany, Holocaust of the Jews depends on who wins the wars? Like, that's kind of a Vosh argument, a Voshian argument, one could say.
Stuff like that is really, really, really dangerous. And that, to me, is the underlying issue. There are smart religious people and rational religious people. Einstein was, religious. There's a lot of that. But the religiosity is always itself irrational, much in the same way that intelligence is highly compartmentalized. You can have people who are very smart.
One second, my chat is freaking out at me and saying we skipped introductions. So yeah, I hear your point and I want to address them, and we might have to retread that ground a little bit. But I do want to let, I guess, all y'all know I am pagan. I'm not a Christian. So I'm a polytheist YouTuber that does a lot of content around paganism and philosophy and that kind of stuff. So I'm here, and I make a lot of the same criticisms that you just made against certain forms of religion and even paganism. So,
but it's the logic, right? It's the spiritualism underlying it all. Even if you change the religion itself, the belief in any kind of spiritual or metaphysical force that can't be empirically accounted for, then you could justify whatever. Believing in a soul, for example, is very dangerous. If a person believes in a soul or reincarnation or afterlife or whatever, their weight on death is going to be very different than what a secular person's weight on death is going to be. That's a moral calculation that just gets totally fucked up by the introduction of a lot of,
It's just his analysis is always just so simplistic. He never considers both ends of things.
and I know these arguments because I used to be such a crazy atheist. I'm still atheist. Fuck religion. But the existence of a soul can introduce a lot of problems. Absolutely. If you assume that everybody wants to become like a suicide bomber, right? You know, the 9/11 hijackers believing that they had souls might have led them into bombing the World Trade Centers, you know, because they thought that there was like a reward in the afterlife for them. That could be true. It could also be the fact that the existence of souls in an afterlife is what motivates us to do better for the future, right? Well, do you really give a fuck about climate change if there are no souls? What if it was the fact that when we died, that's it, and there's no afterlife whatsoever? Who the fuck cares about climate change 200 years from now or 100 years from now? If once you're dead, you're gone and done and everything doesn't matter anymore, who cares? But if there's an afterlife and there's a heaven and you're waiting for future family to join you, you're looking down, you could argue that in that case, souls are something that keep you invested and motivated in the well-being of the future. Now, I'm not saying that either of these arguments are necessarily true, but I'm saying that's one way that you could cast a soul in a positive light. The idea that there are ramifications for your actions that extend beyond death, keep you motivated in performing actions that are good, that have ramifications beyond death, is one argument you could have, you know? Let me pop a meal in the microwave. Hold on one sec. Sim for hamster. Good job, guys. Look at you guys.
You know, mystical shit.
So, okay. As far as soul belief, wait, were you saying it's a problematic part of soul belief?
Well, it necessarily cheapens death.
Okay.
It has to, because it now.
That, like, this is like, man, I wonder if this guy, I don't know how equipped this guy is for these debates, but like, you can view that as completely the opposite. That like, souls don't cheapen death at all. Arguably, you could say atheism cheapens death, because once you die, who the fuck cares? It's all over. Like, nothing matters anymore, right? Like, whereas for souls, you could say that you're highly motivated to do things that are going to be noble past your death. It just depends on.
It means that it's not an end to everything. If you believe in reincarnation, you might think killing an unfortunate person might actually be morally right, because you're sparing them that life and sending them to another one.
Okay, so I've got a couple of distractions going on. I guess as far as like the soul is concerned, I'm heathen. I hold that the soul is in multiple parts, and that as one dies, that breaks apart, and it can be considered the end. I'm not necessarily against the idea of like reincarnation or any of that kind of shit, but at the same time, I don't see that as necessarily like a harmful belief. One of the things that I got into with respect to history on the belief of the soul and afterlife and that kind of shit. I'm agnostic on the afterlife. I don't think that you can reasonably. Afterlife is different than even God belief, in my opinion. I think that there's less of a case for afterlife than there is of a case for deities. But at the same time, I think that I don't have an issue with traditionally holding to an afterlife view of some sort.
But it's
that being said,
right? Like you could
well,
be like
no, I
really
don't.
dangerous if you're
I don't think that it's dangerous inherently. I think
No,
that
it's
you
not
can
it
wind
could be
up
good or
creating
bad.
dangerous narratives around it, though.
Yeah.
And I think that that's true with a lot of things. And I think that if you start saying that you're against everything, that in order to have that, if you're against everything that can have dangerous narratives around it, you're going to be banning a hell, or not banning, but you're going to be trying to be culturally against a hell of a lot more than religion. Politics, for example, is something you can build tons of dangerous narratives around. You can build dangerous narratives around the organization of government.
Well, wait,
that isn't,
the difference isn't just can it be used for bad.
Mhm.
It's can it produce in a person a conclusion that can't be argued against.
Yes.
So
Politics? Hell yeah.
Well, no, because as long as a person is basing all their judgments off of empirics and your axioms are.
Do people do that in politics? Are politics entirely empirically driven? Wait, come on. That's very naive, Vosh. That's a very Voshian statement. Let me get my food. No! Fuck, hold on. God damn it. Wait, fuck! Bosch isn't even empirically driven. He keeps saying he's a socialist ideologue and socialism because of unprovable axioms. Yeah, I know. It's kind of, so it's a weird position for him to take. Yeah.
They're aligned. You can reason people out of arguments theoretically, but if a person believes there's a God and believes that God is telling them to kill, there's no moral argument you can make against that person. There's no benefit.
I disagree with that.
In the spiritual, there's not like a thing you get that you don't get through rational or empirical thought, but you do gain the ability to obfuscate real empirical moral judgments with spiritual factors.
So, historically, we do have some kind of like gates that are built up around that kind of subject. And there's a couple of historical thinkers that I want to kind of toss your way with respect to this conversation. And I think that this is where I get anti-theism doesn't necessarily work as much as a pluralist approach. That if you're going to be criticizing religion and taking a pluralist standard, you're going to be able to criticize those things in a way that is going to appeal to people that maybe even are ignoring empiricism in some way, which I'd argue that most people do anyway.
Yep.
I think that if you're outside of religion, there's a lot of people that will say that they are into empiricism, but generally aren't.
Yep.
Most people, a lot of people don't think rationally generally. That's my opinion.
Yep.
And I think that irrational or irrational narratives can appeal to people who aren't religious or are religious.
Yep.
It's the religion part doesn't necessarily predict one way or the other. It's but if you hold a pluralist narrative and say instead of an anti-theist narrative, then you're going to be able to start building standards with respect to how we engage with other people. Somebody saying that, you know, their God wants them to kill other people is going to be anti-pluralist. So if we're thinking with a pluralist approach, then that person can easily be ethically argued out if they're in a society that strengthens pluralism. So pluralism is a set of here. I'm going to send the.
You can put salt on chicken, right? Can I do that? That's a war crime? Wait, what are we talking about? Listen, in the I don't know, I think this is a Midwestern thing. I learned this. In the Midwest, we put salt and pepper on every single fucking thing we do. Like, when you get a plate of food, you can have a steak, like potatoes, corn, and whatever else. And you will salt and pepper your entire fucking plate, okay? But I don't know if that's normal or not. Okay, I'm doing it. Pretty sure you can put salt on literally anything. Fuck it, who cares? Actually, here's a question. I didn't know these would be good. Have you ever had salted cookies? That's some good ass shit. It truly is. Or like vanilla ice cream with like salt in it. Oof. I don't know why. It feels weird. Doesn't feel right eating it, but it's
Wild
good.
Destiny, how white are you? Can salt be put on chicken?
Whiter than your mom. Oh! Oh! I'm working on maxing out astrology now, guys, okay? Exciting stuff.
These to you on Discord. I've got this.
I'm familiar with the concept. The problem is that you're building a house on a rotting foundation.
Oh,
like you can arbitrarily develop a set of moral beliefs that align with mine through religiosity, but I don't really value those beliefs that you've arrived at because they're built on shaky ground.
Okay, so the things that I want to send you about pluralism are constructed by an atheist activist.
That's fine. I'll still disagree with them.
Oh.
They're holding it without any. It's an ethical system. I think that the criticisms that you're putting forward on the criticisms you're putting forward against religion are ethical, right?
No, the problem they're not ethical. It's not that religious people are necessarily less ethical. It's the system. They've opened themselves up to non-empirical information. They trust things based on faith. As soon as you start doing that, you introduce factors into ethical decision making that can't be accounted for and can't be reasoned against.
How do you do... The killer question is, well, okay, Vaush, how do you do ethics from an empirical position? Are you telling me you can derive an ought from an is? Or explain that, walk through that. Because you can't do that, right? Ask him. Hit him up with it.
There's no like backbone to it. I think a lot of people are irrational, even secular people. I recognize that.
Yeah.
But there are ways to address that through education. You can't counter with religiosity education. Because even if a person is highly educated, a religious belief that aligns them with different sets of axioms, or God forbid, if they're one of those types who thinks that anything God does is necessarily ethical.
Yeah, I think this is a problem that will show up where I'll agree with you with respect to criticism of religion in this regard, but I think that it's something
top
that
tier also.
Caramel sucks. Fuck you. Wait, what is this? Vosh explains religion and mental illness.
Not backing off that, though.
Okay, I'll look at that later.
it shows up with respect to specific religions that have supremacy narratives.
But it's fine even if they don't. It's still a problem.
See, this is where I disagree. That if you have a religion that doesn't have a supremacy narrative, a lot of the things that you're talking about wind up going by the wayside. There's things that just don't show up.
What do they believe?
For my particular manifestation of religion, right? I don't engage in a supremacy narrative. You can be an atheist, that's fine. I can be heathen, that's fine. That's not necessarily an issue.
That contradicts empirical reality. What additional,
as far as like contradicting it? No, I think that empiricism is a useful tool for engaging with reality, just like I think that there are other useful tools for engaging with reality. If we're looking at history, like for example, if you're looking at history, you're going to be engaging with history in different assumptions that aren't necessarily empirical in order to build a narrative with information.
The difference is that those are analytical methods that are meant to provide us understanding of something empirical, whereas religion, superstition adds just like it's not analysis to believe there are like spirits or fairies or whatever. That's just an extra thing that a person believes.
And I'm against superstition, but I'm against superstition in a way that the Romans and Greeks have criticized it, not with respect to just labeling all religious beliefs as superstition.
Well, then what do you believe that I would disagree with, assuming that I'm a fully,
I believe the gods exist, so we probably disagree on that. But I'm holding that the gods exist.
But you just said you were against the...
I bet Destiny doesn't like caramelized onions. You know what? True. I don't like caramelized onions. I think onions have a really good flavor and a really good texture. And 95% of the time when you get caramelized onions, you've taken the onion's texture, you've turned it into this gooey fucking nasty shit, and then the flavor is just like onion gel. I don't like caramelized onions. I think raw onions, especially like on burgers and shit, are awesome, but getting like onion soup is fucking gross. I will say I don't like caramelized onions. True. Actually true. People be like, do you want an onion? And I'll be like, what do you mean? And they'll be like a crisp, white and purple, perfect, flavorful, zesty. You can snap it and you can hear in the air, the delicious flavors and aroma of the onion. Oh, perfect. Then they'll go to fucking, what's that name of that shitty restaurant in California that everybody likes, In-N-Out. And people will be like, get caramelized onions. And it's this nasty soup of shitty fucking over buttered, disgusting onions that are just falling out of and you like bite it and it's like, ugh, disgusting. Actually disgusting. Actually disgusting. Stay mad.
The superstition. Is that not
right?
Like if
God, look! I'm just just look at him. Oh, like people be like, look at how much better I've made my onions. People be like, look at the improvement. Why would I ever? Now hold on. Oh.
I've seen you ironically seen better food takes on DSP canned tomato sauce cooking streams than I ever have out of your baby pellet mouth.
Look at this. Crispy, flavorful. They sit correctly on a burger, or you can chop them up, throw them in a salad. Flawless. Perfect. Delicious. Look at... look, you people eat this shit. It's so much better. Oh, look how much better I made it. It's so good. Put it on my burger. Unbelievable. The flavor's been cooked the fuck out of it. It tastes like a buttery, oily mess. There's no texture whatsoever. It's just onion soup. Disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. You guys should be ashamed of yourselves. Ugh. Ugh. Wait, fuck. Okay, not too bad. More of you in here are reasonable than I thought. That's good.
And that's why I'm saying that I'm against the superstition with respect to how the Romans and the Greeks criticized it, not with respect to labeling all of religion as superstition. So when Plutarch, there's Roman and Greek writer, Theophrastus and Plutarch. Theophrastus had a...
This is important. How do you feel about pickles? I've grown. Let me share with you my wisdom on pickles, okay? Let me share with you
Now I understand why Vosh calls Destiny a contra Ryan.
Let me share with you my controversial opinion on pickles, okay? Pickles on sandwiches are okay. They've got a distinct flavor. If they're fresh and crunchy, it's okay. They don't have to be crunchy. Those pickles are okay. When I go to Chick-fil-A, sometimes I forget to say no pickles. And you know what? When I get pickles on my sandwich, I'm like, you know what? These are okay. These are okay.
What the fuck are these food takes? I unironically question why I listen to you when you talk about food. Please, no more.
Hello?
Have you ever eaten any of the food you talk shit about? Or do you look at it and think like you like a toddler who only eats chicken tendies and drinks chocolate milky?
Okay. Pickles on sandwiches, they're okay. People that take the dill pickles out of the jars and eat them raw are sociopaths. Okay? Sorry, not sorry. That is a factually true statement. Motherfuckers that are eating raw fucking pickles out of jars like that have problems. Disgusting fucking... These were always the grossest people. The absolute epitome of gross person. Yeah. There's your true facts of the day with Destiny. Stay mad.
A text
How
called
do you
Characters,
reconcile your hatred
where
of
he
flavor
goes
and your
through a
human
series
heritage?
Ask your mom.
Of basically morally bad people, and just describes like these negative characteristics. And one of them was the superstitious man. And the superstitious man describes somebody who
Destiny
is
eats
absolutely
steak well done.
I ate your mom's pussy. Well done. Yeah.
debilitated by trying to adhere to every single religious custom that is part of his society, such that it negatively impacted his life to the extent that he wasn't able to live. And describes this as like a moral flaw, basically. So when you have somebody that is believing in religion in such a way that they're taking it to this sort of like extremity and
extremity
impacting their own life in a negative way like that, that's where you can criticize it as superstition.
My threshold is well beyond that.
Sure.
Point.
And so
I don't even like horoscopes. I mean, I consider
right.
people who believe in horoscopes.
And horoscopes can
game
manifest in that way, where you have somebody who is, because of their horoscopes, afraid to live, right? Like
No,
that,
any
we see
belief
that
in
manifestation.
Like any at all, like any belief in it whatsoever.
I've got not the best opinion on horoscopes generally, if you want my like absolute honest opinion. But at
They
the same
predict
time,
fascist
if somebody, yeah, you're talking about the essentialism thing. I think I addressed that in my video to you, a year ago or some shit. But like,
whoa,
and I think that there is like
sound
an
effects.
essentialism problem that shows up with horoscopes. True. I think that if you get into some forms of astrology, this is one of those things. This is a practice I'm not super familiar with, so it's not something that I would stake my arguments on. But you can have like fascistic expressions of it, definitely. Like and I think that that's true of heathenry, my religion as well. There's definitely fascistic representations of heathenry where you get into heathens that engage in a supremacy narrative, and that supremacy narrative winds up being a racist one. And
But I don't want any of it.
Right. So you're not. I'm against the supremacy narratives. They don't have to be against the religion in order to be against the supremacy narrative.
But the religion's still a problem because it adds non-empirical factors into what would otherwise potentially be an empirical ethical analysis.
And so do a lot of, like, if you're engaging in mathematics, if you're engaging in logic, you're going to have to start engaging in some non-empirical stuff. Empiricism is not an end-all be-all when it comes to
other milk-like products. So yeah.
I've tried. I'm a Midwestern boy. I grew up with Midwestern stuff. Okay, I have a really hard problem or a really hard time with dairy milk because it all feels very watery to me. I've tried almost every type of milk. I had a vegan girlfriend for a very short time at one point in time, so I've tried like vegan. I've tried soy milk, almond milk, and coconut milk, and some of them are a little sweeter than others. But at one point in time, or no, hold on, sorry, fuck, I just read like 3 more things. All of them taste too watery to me. They don't have the same full-bodied deliciousness of cow milk, I guess. I've never tried goat milk, but
finding truth.
Well,
and
when it comes
there's
to-
several studies across philosophy that do not deal with empiricism, and I would like among them would be history deals with empiricism on some level, but you still have to make a certain amount of assumptions, such as the documents that you're reading are somewhat reliable as accounts and that kind of shit.
I'm not anti-philosophy, and I'm certainly not anti-analysis. I know that there are things that we do to obtain knowledge that go outside the bound of pure empirical measurement.
Right. One of those things is
that
theology.
Religious people make empirical arguments or believe empirically in things that aren't empirical. So the belief in the existence of a god isn't a philosophical framework. It's not an analytical
You're saying they
narrative.
believe it empirically?
If a person believes that something is capable of affecting the real world, analysis isn't. Analysis can't change the interaction of photons and molecules or whatever. Philosophy can't. It informs the way we make empirical decisions. But if you believe there's a deity that can influence the physical world, you're making an empirical claim, not supported empirically. If the god is just this like abstract philosophical concept, like a sort of like an analytical, no, like a alliterative way of describing a process, you know, I would still take issue with it. Because this often takes the form of like the personification of natural phenomena, which impedes our understanding of it in a genuine empirical sense.
My perspective on polytheism would be like definitely into the realm of what you would be against then, because I'm holding as the gods as external agents. Mine's we might talk about imminent polytheism or something like that, and get into the kind of the various forms of it. But
then you think they're
again,
empirical. You're making an empirical claim there. Because if they affect the real world,
not
they
this.
have to
I've
be
held that the
empirical.
mind is non-physical. So, and I might be. I've been leaning towards like idealism lately, with respect to like my philosophy of what the external world is. So,
Do you get onions on pizza? I'm gonna be honest. If they're raw onions, I'll probably eat them on almost anything. I think onions are base.
But can they? But like these gods, I mean, if they can direct the winds or control energy or matter or anything like that, they must necessarily be empirical phenomena. They're in the
yeah, you
realm
could
of
probably
spirit.
say some empirical things about the areas that they manifest. Like you could probably predict where the rain is going and say that that's Freyr or something like that. But I don't think that that gives you necessarily access to Freyr's mind or anything. Just as knowing the parts of the brain doesn't necessarily give the ability to read a mind. And
Yeah, but
maybe
if
we'll
you-
develop that technology at some point, and it'd be interesting to see how that affects God belief, or how we can interact with, like, if you have the ability, some sort of apparatus that is able to read a mind, and utilize that in order to have some sort of communication with the gods, and that starts getting revealed. Then you start having empirical conversations about minds and gods and all of that kind of shit, and you wind up answering a few questions with respect to mind-body problem and all this other philosophical crap that we've been hitting our heads with for millennia, but that's not where we're at right now. You know
This
what I
is
mean?
what led to people doing rain dances. I mean, it's a.
I have no problem with rain dances.
Well, I know, but I do, because they cause people to starve, because they thought they could solve their famines by dancing instead of other approaches towards towards agricultural management. It doesn't do anything.
Right. I don't think that it matters necessarily, like, as far as this conversation goes, as far as the arguments whether or not God exists. I think that where I can hang my hat on and where you can hang your hat on is that when you get into the upper echelons
Boy,
of the
do I love
philosophical
raw onions
conversation,
because they're
this
so
isn't a
crispy and
settled matter.
flavorful, but I'd imagine
And I think that
eating
I've
a
even
pickle
heard
really
you
gross.
say that we should be withholding judgment at the end of the day, right?
I'll withhold judgment when talking to people, but if I'm talking about why I reject these ideas, I mean, I have to be forthcoming about it. I think it brings ruin. And it's an unreliable way of assessing a person's ethics, you know? No matter how you came to believe in what you believe in, the gods or whatever, you got that from somewhere.
Mhm.
And if you got that from somewhere, that means there's a source from which you can derive non-empirical beliefs. And all
Right.
it would
I
take
mean, you
is the
believe that it-
corruption of that source of information for you to potentially believe in the valid, like the nature, like human sacrifice. You know, people
Based.
did that for their polytheistic deities. And how
Mhm.
could I morally argue you out of that? If you genuinely believe that a famine could be settled with a human sacrifice, if that's an empirical belief that you hold, ethically, you're in the right. The problem is that your predicating beliefs are incorrect. The existence of that God, the value of the human sacrifice. But I could never argue you out of that.
So arguments against human sacrifice show up with Plutarch, and I think that, again, we can talk about pluralism with respect to human sacrifice. Harmful practices are going to be the kind of thing which, as a pluralist, you're going to be objecting to.
Why?
Pluralism, I think, is going to
Gods
be a
will
better
reward
strategy
us.
here.
But if
What's
the
up?
gods will reward us with bounty and food, if we perform,
I'd argue even then, even if you try to argue that kind of thing, I don't think that you could demonstrate that, first off. And second, I don't think that even if it's true, it's something that is worth engaging in because of the harmful practice nature of it.
we're not basing our beliefs on whether we can demonstrate it. That's the whole point. You don't either.
Right.
But
So
that's
if you're going
my-
to say that it's a good practice to do, you need to be able to demonstrate on some level that it's a good practice to do. And that's not, if you're going to...
Sorry, hold on real quick. What do you think about people who put ranch on their pizza? One sauce goes on pizza, and it's that red pizza sauce. That's it. People that put ranch on it, or people that use like buffalo sauce or any other weird pesto, all of that is disgusting. And those people are heretics. Gross.
Especially
You said
with
you're
respect
okay
to
with
harming
rain
somebody. So what?
You said you're okay with rain dances.
Yeah. There's not a harmful element to that.
Well, there's a very beneficial element to potentially ending a drought or a famine, right? I mean, if
Right.
they
How the fuck are ancient people going to end a drought or a famine if they're not rain dancing, Vosh? I'm pretty sure a lot of the time these rain dances were just like, it's spring, let's fucking dance because we think it brings like the water god or whatever to rain on our fucking crops. I don't think people were like, let's plant all of our crops in the summertime or in the winter and fucking rain dance and all of a sudden our shit is going to be taken care of, right? I don't think, like, I doubt they're doing like, or if they were, those tribes probably didn't survive for very long. That would be my guess.
Like if somebody is, I'd say that if you're, if somebody is engaging in rain dances or prayers for rain or something like that, that's not necessarily a problem because it's not a harmful practice.
Right,
When you're
but
talking
the
about human sacrifice, all of a sudden you're dealing with harmful practices, right?
If people believe enough in the idea that showing glory to a deity will bring good, to do a rain dance, human sacrifices aren't that far off.
We object to that to the same way we object to political beliefs that have the same kind of consequences. Genocide group X, therefore, and that'll be better for our society.
But I
You know what I
don't have to
mean? Like
argue
that's
against the religion. I can do empirics in there.
right. You're going to be arguing against something that can't be demonstrated until you know what I mean. Like this,
No,
if
but
you're
that's the point. Religious people don't wait to see if it's demonstrated. Christians
neither do the
pray.
political narratives.
Yeah,
If you
but
have the
can
political
argue
narrative
against
that is like, hey, let's
ranch with wings. I think that using sauces on like wings can be really good if you have a dog shit taste in chicken wings. Why the fuck are you getting chicken wings with sauce that's so fucking disgusting on them that you need to add ranch afterwards? The fuck are you thinking? Why would you do that? If you're getting good wings with a good sauce, why the fuck would you smother it in ranch or blue cheese? That's some degenerate level shit. Why would you do that? Like, oh, cool, what kind of wings did you get? Oh, actually, it's got, it's an Asian sauce. No. You don't know what kind of sauce it is because you're eating ranch chicken, you disgusting fuck. Don't talk to me about what kind of wings you got. You don't know what kind of wings you got. You got ranch wings. That's what you got, motherfucker. You've got blue cheese wings. Blue cheese is a really fucking strong dressing. Don't tell me you can taste anything out of that. You're fucking lying, okay? That's like going to a fucking $200 a plate restaurant with steak and covering it in fucking ketchup. Why would you do that? Absolutely disgusting.
do genocide X, then you're not going to have people that are going to go, oh, well, can you demonstrate that first or whatever the fuck? Like that's we've seen that a couple of times in history, right? Where
wait, first of all, most genocides have been committed by religious people, so we're kind of shaking, like we're arguing on shaky ground, like from the get-go there. And second,
right, well,
like,
talking
Even
about
I cannot
murders
stand by
of
and let you
population.
continue to debase the great people of this land. Your terrible food takes are yours and yours alone, and do not represent true Midwestern values. Show us your birth certificate to prove where you were born, OBA.
I don't know if most genocides, if we look at number of people killed, I don't want to play the old conservative talking card, but Mao and Stalin killed a lot of motherfuckers. And those were pretty expressly anti-religious societies. I'm not sure if religious people have genocided more people than atheists. I don't actually know what the answer to that question is. I'd be careful in that one.
I'm not arguing that secular people are always rational. I'm only saying that adding the religiosity adds an additional extra layer of like immutable political like invulnerability when it comes to argumentation. If a group of people, like a community or a culture or whatever, believe there are gods in the sky that do reward them with rain or with food or with bounty when they show those gods glory, the step up to human sacrifice is a totally rational one. This is why I hate that like Westerners arrogantly look down on human sacrifice in like Aztec culture or whatever. Like that's so much more barbaric than the fucking Crusades, which had like 5,000, 10,000, 500,000.
I'm not going to be defending the Crusades either. Crusades are obviously a harmful practice and anti-pluralist, right? So, like, and I mean, as a pagan, I'm not going to have a good position on the Crusades. I think that even Christianity in general, you might be able to make some pluralist arguments against. However, because I think that with Christianity, we find a proclivity towards authoritarianism. And that proclivity towards authoritarianism is what lends to shit where you get into the justification of harmful practices regardless of the effect. Because now you have a supremacy narrative. Now you have authoritarianism.
But I'm not saying that you would be pro-Crusades. I'm only arguing that from the perspective of the Aztecs, the idea of human sacrifice was an empirically justifiable one. They already believed that showing glory to the gods would bring them bounty. So
empirical? Wait, what do you think empirical is?
Uh-oh.
Because they thought the gods were an empirical force in the world. If you presuppose that the gods exist empirically,
wait,
and they can
what?
affect
What does
the
that
world.
mean?
What is
Empirical
empirical?
force.
So maybe material. Maybe I'm misusing the word. Like a material. They believe the gods are a material force in the world.
I don't
And
think
if
that
you
they thought that.
presuppose
I don't.
that-
As polytheists, we generally hold that the non-physicalness is an aspect of, or
pretty
as
sure
part
the-
of the.
The
But-
Aztecs did believe that
The Aztecs were not
gods-
physicalists, and regardless, as far as like the Aztecs being, We can take it to another. Let's move from the Aztecs to the history of my religion. Hold on, 1 second. 1 second.
Wait, you can't 1 second me. I have.
I want to give.
Oh, no.
You can still talk about human sacrifice. I just want to move it to a religion I'm more familiar with. We can talk about the history of my own religion, which has human sacrifice in it, and we can discuss it from there. It's just I want to move it out of like. Out of that conversation into one that I have a little bit more familiarity with, but still has the same problem, so that we can discuss it substantively.
Debate tactic.
Okay. All right.
Don't let him do it, Vouch.
So heathens in the past did human sacrifices to Odin. Yes, yes, we agree on that. So go ahead and make your point.
Okay. If they believe that the gods are a material force in the world, which they did, even if they didn't believe the gods would show up and fuck them physically, but they did believe that. I know. It was Odin and Thor.
You had some euhemerus beliefs with history, yeah. You've got Snorri talking about how Freyr is part of the royal family of Sweden or whatever.
Literally thought, yeah, like in
it's a Christian's record, but anyway, whatever. Go ahead.
They thought even if they were just metaphysical forces, Thor being lightning would mean that he could affect the world materially. And if you believe those things, if that's a material belief that you hold, unerringly, people would be executed for heresy. I mean, you have to believe this to varying extents. It is not irrational. It is purely logical to then go, yeah, human sacrifices to honor the gods are a good thing. That's a correct argument if you presuppose the existence of those gods. And that's what makes the religious...
You can have the existence of the gods, and you can even hold that human sacrifice is effective or whatever. Not my position, but let's talk about it. You can still at that point hold a pluralist position and say, regardless of whatever effect human sacrifice has, regardless of it, it's still not a preferable position or preferable practice to have because of the harm associated with it.
There have been gods.
Doesn't matter. If the gods are asking you to do things that are unethical, then fuck that shit. Right? Like that's easy enough to convince somebody to do. If the gods are asking you to harm people that are your friends, there's no reason to actually listen to that shit.
But they thought the gods would raise their villages. The Norse, the pagans didn't believe that the gods were necessarily the arbiters of morality, but they did believe they'd be punished for not showing due deference to the gods.
Oh yeah,
so if it's like,
and that's not something. Okay, so this gets into a misunderstanding of history with respect to pagan belief, where it's like, well, they worship the gods because they were afraid of them on some level. This is not what we see bearing out in history when we read these people actually discussing their own religions. Usually what's going on is that we see people that are giving and sacrifice and engaging in a system of reciprocity, gifts for a gift, that the gods give gifts and they give gifts in return. It's not like, oh, well, we didn't sacrifice to the gods, therefore we're going to be experiencing a tsunami tomorrow or some shit, or that human sacrifice...
Why is Vosh going this deep into something he knows nothing about? You just described every Vosh topic ever. But yeah, I don't know why you would decide to enter a debate like that. He has a lot of arrogance, I think, to where he kind of, and I understand it because I was there probably not even that long ago, maybe a couple years ago. The idea that like once you've debated enough dumb people, you think you can just step in and debate every topic perfectly and that you can destroy anybody on it. But yeah, that's the only reason I can think of this. Like the Aqua guy, that was just like a disaster. Like, oh my God, dude, you need to humble yourself a little.
Were not participated in or whatever. Like this is getting into like highly superstitious beliefs, which we have records of people in history bitching about and saying, this is a terrible practice. Stop fucking doing it because of the consequences of it.
There would be consequences for not venerating the gods and benefits to venerating the gods. That's pretty common across.
And the consequence to human sacrifice is dead humans.
Dead humans happen all the time. You lose humans sending them out on hunting expeditions, but you execute one for the sake of keeping the god from raising your village or ending a drought. That's an ethical argument that lands in your favor. Ethically, if you send a group of people out in a hunting party or a raiding party, we're talking about Vikings here after all, you're far more likely more death for less gain than maintaining a studious and reverent relationship with your deities. So human sacrifice is a logical thing to do.
But we see also in history that if the gods do not receive sacrifice, that the substantive damages that happen is not necessarily that kind of severe. People have been Christian for a long time, and especially now, right? Like if we're gonna be talking about religiosity now, with the arguments that we have access to, and not just what people think are possible religions that exist. You know what I mean? Because I think that what you're talking about is like, well, if we have a possibility of this religion in which we can possibly come to that conclusion and all that kind of stuff, this is where we get into the religion analogy or the
fuck this. I'm not shitting on the guy talking because it seems like he's knowledgeable about like religious stuff, which is cool, but he's not doing well in like the debate thing because there's a lot of contrary points that he could bring up that I think very easily destroy Vosh's arguments here. So like for instance, like religion is really bad because it's unempirical. So like we should trust things like scientific methods or whatever. It's like, okay, well, phrenology was something that was quote unquote proven by science. There's a lot of trouble that we've gotten into in the past by assuming that science is always this ultra rigid process that delivers us good empirical results because we're empirical and not spiritual, whatever. So you got to be really careful there. And I'm not here saying religion is better than science, but I'm saying that like just because the process itself might lend itself to certain things doesn't mean it's always going to produce these horribly negative outcomes. But maybe this guy just doesn't want to be like really rude or whatever too, you know? Okay, this Jade tweet is fucking driving me crazy. Can you guys help me with this? I don't understand. Some of you say my arms look fine, but that is because I always show them in a way that's flattering. These two pictures are exactly 1 year apart. Same shirt. I know there's a difference, but when I look in the mirror, I still see the arms I had 1 year ago. What am I looking at? I'm so confused. The right is way better. Is it even? It's a totally different lighting. I don't know if she's even in the same body position. It doesn't look that different to me. Maybe you could say this one might look a little chubbier, maybe, but like, what a weird... She just has hella body dysmorphia? Yeah, I think she does. But I mean, like, there was like, she did the whole plastic surgery arc and everything, and who knows what other work, but yeah. She needs to be not on social media. I don't think it's healthy for her mind.
Politics analogy really quickly, that you can have people that are organized by atheistically, fascistically, and the problem there is going to be the authoritarianism. The problem with what you're talking about is the authoritarian aspect, not necessarily just mere God belief at that point.
It's the reasoning process. It's the belief in anything spiritual that does this. It's not the authoritarian aspect. There's if you believe
if that's okay, if it's
please, there's a literal God that dictates the rains and that it's represented by a capricious woman, and that glory to that woman in the form of sacrifice will bring the rains and end the drought. That all of the predicating beliefs, all of the material assumptions about the nature of rain and that God, now you have a logical argument for human sacrifice. That's not about...
You can come up with a logical argument for inhumane shit all the fucking time. The thing that I'm saying, and the point, one second, the point of this discussion of which I'm trying to do is not necessarily argue that in any religious construction you're going to be able to get entirely, moral people or moral beliefs in any subset. I don't think that that's something you can say about any set of beliefs. You have, when you get into an extremism or fundamentalism representation of any religion, you wind up with these serious problems. And that goes true for any ideology in general, beyond the spiritual shit. Hold on, the spiritual shit winds up. You get extremist. What do you mean?
You can't equivocate this to extremist political systems. My argument.
It is the same thing.
I think equivocating is when you are equivocating is when you're not quite saying what you mean to say. Kind of, or you're like, so for instance, let's say that I beat the shit out of Melina and she's like got a broken arm and like contusions, like head injuries and all this shit. And then I'm like, and somebody's like, what happened to Melina? It's like, well, we were roughhousing a little bit last night. I think that's equivocating. It's not making two things equivalent. It's a different word, but.
Religion. I'm arguing against the very concept of making statements about the material world based on metaphysical presumptions. It has nothing to do with how...
Well, we've already agreed that metaphysical presumptions can be made with effect, right? Like that, in order to study history, in order to study logic, in order to even to get anywhere in theology, in order to get anywhere with logic in the first place, you're going to need to make some metaphysical assumptions. In order to engage with the external world, you need to make metaphysical assumptions.
No, outside
Come
of
on,
the
we already
basic
agreed with that
rules for
earlier.
Engaging with the world, that's not the same as also believing in deities that control the rain.
Right.
There
If you
are
want to
basic
explore spiritually, there's
metaphysical
certain assumptions you're going to make. Just like if you want to explore history, there's going to be certain assumptions
Not
you're
all
going to make.
metaphysical
You want to
assumptions
explore
are equal.
mathematics, there's certain
You do
assumptions you
not
need
have
to
to
make.
make any metaphysical assumptions to understand history at all. You don't have to. You can keep that entirely within the material world. The metaphysics in our case are just bridging consciousness gaps. But you don't need to then go, okay, because we have to bridge the consciousness gap, therefore it's okay to believe in fucking Odin. Like you can't jump that and then run to any
No,
metaphysical.
you did. You have different arguments with respect to deities, right? Like, so with polytheism, arguments are going to be related to personal experience, the diversity of personal experiences, and then at that point, you're going to be getting into some form of polytheism. That's the general steps that you're going to be able to get there. And people are going to continue to have spiritual experiences. People are going to continue to explore spirituality on the basis of those assumptions. It's something that you agreed earlier in this conversation we're just going to have to deal with.
Yes,
so
yes,
from
people
that
are
perspective,
often
how do you deal with that socially? And that's where I'm saying pluralism is preferable to anti-theism. Because
Well, no,
anti-theism, in my opinion, is just another supremacy narrative at the end of the day. Pluralism is not.
Experiences that make them racist or sexist because we have tribal instincts like buried deep in our lizard brains.
Right. I'm not saying trust every experience, right?
Okay, so
right.
Even though humans are going to keep having tribalistic biases ingrained into their brains, I think you should still principally fight against that.
What the
type of
problem
behavior.
is and articulate what the actual issue is at the end of the day. And that's where I'm saying all the examples that you're bringing up are extremist fundamentalist expressions of religion.
No, they're not.
Wait, is this guy? Can we tweet at this guy? I'd be curious if I could chat with him for like 2 seconds. Real James Klug. I died a little inside. Is this guy? He's Australian, right? Is he? Oh, he got that Ukrainian flag. Oh, he tweeted 14 minutes ago. Hey yo, wanna chat real quick about religion stuffs? I'm streaming for the next hour and a half. O-face. Not that O-face.
California.
How many stars are on the United States flag?
103.
103?
Why would you even guess that number?
32.
What ocean is on the east side of the United States?
What ocean? Can I Google it?
You guys know this.
I know this. I don't know this.
What country is the Queen of England from?
I'm not a politics guy, I ain't gonna lie. I don't know. I really don't know.
Just take a guess. Like, what country is the Queen of England from?
Europe? I don't know.
Base.
I don't know. I just took a guess.
What's the capital of the United States?
There's a capital? What?
Yes.
Lexi.
Take a guess.
I don't know. Probably California.
Yeah, that's right.
It is?
No. The United States, do we know?
Stop! I knew he was gonna embarrass us. I know, wait. I don't even want to think because I don't want to sound dumb.
Well, just...
There's no capital of the United States. Is there no capital?
Correct.
Was that right?
No.
Oh!
You guys are UCLA
We literally
students?
go to UCLA. It's, yeah.
Wait, really?
Who was the first president?
This is why there were so many homeless people in fucking California, because all my tax money was going to UC schools? What are these motherfuckers learning?
The United States.
Abraham Lincoln?
Can you name the 3 Kardashian sisters?
Kim, Courtney, and Chloe.
What are the 3 Kardashian sisters' names?
Courtney, Kim, and Chloe.
Chloe, Kim, Courtney, and Courtney. Yeah.
Bonus points for the brother?
Robert.
The Kardashians' brother's name. What?
Rob.
What are the Kardashian sisters' names?
I don't even know. I ain't gonna lie. Don't know.
That one, you get respect from me on that one.
Did that one guy respond to me? Oh, sorry. Hold on.
Were you talking about?
I talked about horoscopes. That's not an extremist fundamentalist aspect of religion.
And horoscopes, we can probably agree, can be practiced without anybody dying in the process. I think that you make a point with respect to horoscopes where it talks about essentializing people, and on that I agree with you on, and I think I've said as much in the past. But I don't think that when you're looking at practices in general, you should be looking at them under the auspices of what harm they cause, and then making a judgment call on that effect. Because people, again, are going to be religious. People are going to continue exploring religiosity.
If you want to talk about the harm religion is causing right now, then you're going to have to wait for fundamentalist Christians to die off. Because if we're talking about immediate
we need to be able to criticize fundamentalist Christians without attacking our allies, right? And that's why I'm saying pluralism is the way to go.
There are allies who have toxic masculine tendencies. You can still target toxic masculinity while being like you're jumping between like spiritual critiques and ethical positions and like the pragmatics of coalition building.
The spiritual critiques that you're making and the spiritual critiques that I think that are a good system to go under are both ethical considerations, right? Unless you think that human sacrifice is bad for some reason other than ethical reasons.
I think that it's bad for ethical reasons, unless you believe that there's a God who will end a drought, in which case I think it's ethically good to do because you've now established supernatural...
That's just a bad argument. I think at that point, no. If you're saying that human sacrifice is ethical under certain considerations?
Wait. Why? Especially back in those days, we sacrificed people all the time to go on hunting trips, to go on expeditions, to go gather resources.
Right.
All the time they lost people. If you could end a drought that's plaguing a country of millions with a human sacrifice, that is an incredibly straightforward ethical assumption.
And in this time period, that is an extremist notion, right?
There are places in the world right now that are suffering from drought. What if you could like in West Africa end malaria with a human sacrifice?
Can it be done?
Well, I'm not religious, so
you want to. The thing is, there's so many. Damn. Listening to this discussion is like, what is the point? He's like, it's like such a basic engagement with the subject matter. So here is the truly interesting way to engage with religious arguments. Food for thought. I'm not saying that any of this is necessarily true, just something to think about, okay? There could be two possibilities. You might think that in the past, the world is random and chaotic, and there is no order to things because it truly is a godless, crazy place, and you don't have any tools to investigate or understand. Or it might be the case that there are some gods behind things. There is some order. Like, most of the traditional religious practices that involve, like, sacrifice and shit are probably going to be, in a way, those people's only ways of empirically validating the world. And in some ways, it's probably going to lead them to better thoughts than just saying that the world is chaotic. Now, the best way would be to have a fully vetted scientific process, of course. But, like, here's the issue with the examples that Vosh brings up. My understanding would be is that if you had a traditional society where, like, we need to start sacrificing people to make our crops work, if they started sacrificing people and the crops weren't growing, they'd probably be more likely to interpret that as like, wow, I guess these things aren't making the gods happy, so we ought to try something different. Maybe if we do this or this or this, these types of things will make the gods happy, and that's how we get crops growing. I don't think that there would be a ancient or historical society where they start doing a bunch of random shit and murdering a ton of people, and it's not producing good outcomes, and then all of a sudden, you know, they're like, oh, well, we just need to kill even more people. Now, you do run into problems with things like religion where they might kill somebody and there happens to be a lot of rain, and now they start doing a bad practice. But I'm willing to bet that some of these bad practices got weeded out over time just because, you know, there wasn't like the empirical validation behind it. If you keep doing something dumb as a tribe over and over again and you're not rewarded by a god, you probably would think that your god is unhappy with what you're doing. That'd be my guess. That's like a more fair way, I think, to engage with some historic practices. That's probably why historically, even though a lot of these people didn't have strong scientific methods, they were able to stumble into some things that were true, like discovering ancient herbs and medicines by using, you know, roots of trees or parts of the forest, et cetera, et cetera. I think that's a more interesting engagement with, this topic than just like all religious people have incoherent or bad thought processes or whatever. What happened with the Aztecs, though? They started sacrificing like crazy when their civilization was falling apart. I would have to look more precisely into why they sacrificed people or how much they did it, but...
No.
Right.
But if a person
And
believed that
that's
it
not
could
an
be
expression
done,
of religion that I would be holding to. I think that if you're going to be engaging in harmful practices, it should not be done. Harmful practice is bad.
If
right,
you
and we can
believe
make criticisms of religions on the basis of their harmful practices.
you would be saving hundreds of thousands of lives. If you believed it could be done, would you agree it's an ethically right thing to do? Like, hey, does anyone volunteer in the entirety of West Africa? One person is willing to lay themselves down on the table?
I'm not.
Like,
I'm not interested in getting convinced into some sort of human sacrifice notion. It's not
wouldn't
something that I
you-
would hold.
Wait. If you believed that malaria, the biggest killer of humans, next to like cancer or whatever, could be ended.
Yeah,
with
this is
one
as my chat's kind of pointing this out. This is consequentialist thinking. I'm
consequentialist.
within. Yeah, you're.
Oh,
if
no.
that would be a
Stop.
big difference between us then, because I think that an action that is ethically wrong is not going to be the best approach in order to actually deal with a problem like
But
this.
It wouldn't be an action that's ethically wrong. The consequences of it would be good. Therefore, it would be. An
Yeah, this is the problem with consequentialism, not a problem with religious thinking.
No, this is very basic.
Like
religious-
this is your position, not mine at this point. That you're saying that if you held religiosity and were a consequentialist, this would be the result, right? But this is a problem with consequentialism.
That malaria could be ended with that. You would then say no. Malaria should continue. Hundreds of thousands should die every year. Not one person.
I think that
should
at
be
some
allowed
point,
to
if you have that situation as a reality, then you're going to find like a couple of consequentialists that are probably going to be engaging with that on a consensual basis between each other, and then the problem does whatever it does. But that does not mean that I'm necessarily going to be condoning it, because I'm not a fucking consequentialist at the end of the day. I believe that if you're going to be having practices that are harmful, then you need to be criticizing those practices on the basis of harm, right? You need this.
Malaria
Those
would be harmful.
they can be. Sorry, I misspoke. These practices can be criticized on the basis of their harm, right? So
like allowing malaria to continue, which would be the consequence of not allowing something.
that's not. Is the religious practice is not doing something a practice?
I'm sorry.
Is not doing something a practice?
Wait, absolutely. You're
Okay.
You're absolutely
Then we're-
responsible for what happens if you choose not to do something. Yes.
Okay. Then sure. And that can be like a large ethical conversation. But I think that at that point, you're going to want to talk about how effective those practices are going to be.
Well,
and now at that point, if this situation arises, what is going to be your position? Do you hold that we should do the human sacrifice at that point?
To save hundreds. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. And then that would be your position. I'm not necessarily of that position because of the harmful practice aspect. Because then we're opening the door to doing human sacrifice for all kinds of stuff. We're building a cultural narrative and sort of into getting into human sacrifice as a regular practice generally. And that's something that is going to be creating a superstitious angle. And I'm not into that.
We sacrifice our soldiers so that they can affect good geopolitical outcomes. World War II, we made the decision tens of thousands of our soldiers can die because it's better.
That's a little bit different of a fight is a different practice than killing them yourself.
Blood is the only relevant human currency when it comes to great actions that are recorded in history books, I'm afraid. No matter what you choose,
Vosh
yes,
quote.
no, abstenious,
Epic
or not,
Vosh
people are
quote.
going to get hurt.
But you're going to also agree that some of those actions are unethical. You can make an
Epic.
unethical action and have beneficial consequences from it. This is ends justify the means, and we see that throughout history too. That doesn't mean it's something we ought do.
Well, that's consequentialism. If the ends do
Right, and that's where a big difference between us. Let me try and make this argument in a way to appeal to the consequentialism, though. So, if you're wanting to engage in a way that is going to create change, you're going to want to get as many people on your side as possible, and therefore you're going to be wanting to engage in a pluralist standard rather than an anti-theist standard.
And reaching out to guys who have toxic masculine aspects, but I'll still sit on here and argue that toxic masculinity is bad for 7 hours straight. This isn't.
Sure.
I'm not pitching this to a crowd right now. I'm just talking about my basic beliefs about what types of thoughts are good, what's structured well. I'm not making the case for the pan-religious socialist union of America or whatever. If I was, then I wouldn't talk about any of this because I don't think I can convince anyone or affect any positive change while pitching it there behind the podium.
Right. If
But
you're
right here, while
if you're going to
talking
hold a
about
position that is anti-theist, then when you're expressing it on your channel, you're
Please deal with this EQTH guy. I think this guy was here in my chat before, but I could be wrong. There was a guy in my chat a few months ago that was spam linking the lab leak thing. Look at this lab leak article. Look at this lab leak. But I mean, I have so much time in the day for so many conspiracy theories. Okay, Jesus.
Engaging in political action, right?
I talk about toxic masculinity on my channel.
Right.
But I
You
still
talk
want
about, and that's good. So do I. I've got a video on toxic masculinity as well. So we're on the same page with respect to that. But I think that we would agree that toxic masculinity is in all cases bad, right?
Well, if it's toxic masculinity, by definition, it has to be bad.
Right. So we can also talk about toxic religiosity, right?
Well, I would just think religiosity is toxic religiosity.
Right. And so, I think that with masculinity, you can have beneficial expressions of masculinity, and you can have beneficial expressions of religiosity. We can separate those issues by saying,
I'll debate COVID. Yeah, I'm interested in talking about like mRNA vaccines and like stuff related to immunology, not like the really shady, spurious, random claims of like this guy had this stock and that person was erased from that website and blah blah blah. The lab leak theory is infinitely less interesting, unless some actual hard data or information comes out relating to it. But the but like the lab leak shit is like one of the most boring fucking. Yeah, maybe in the future, who knows? But
we're not demonizing masculinity. We're talking about toxic masculinity, and we're not demonizing religiosity. We're talking about toxic religiosity, and that's the criticisms that were being made by Plutarch and Theophrastus in the past. They were talking about toxic expressions of religiosity.
But I am talking about all religiosity. It's not about the outcomes. It's the thought process.
And so there's no benefit.
Inexplicable to you. How many of these beams were cut, firstly?
9/11 truthers are so fucking bad at arguing. Of course Destiny's just gonna hand wave away this evidence. Because evidence like this is irrelevant. It doesn't matter. The whole frame needs reversed. Like, the onus shouldn't be on us to provide this 100% conclusive theory that accounts for every little variable. The onus should be on them to explain the gaping holes in the official story and the extremely sus behavior surrounding the official story. And the emphasis should be on the motives for 9/11, not these tedious architectural and engineering details that can be easily hand-waved away.
Sure. If this guy wants to chat, I might be able to chat tonight if he wants to. Don't know who he is, but...
You explain to me why Larry Silverstein and his family weren't there, and why months prior to the attacks he took out a multi-billion-dollar insurance plan on the World Trade Center that specifically covered terrorist attacks via...
Who is this guy? Bring him on. These are all he has all the easiest ones. Listen, we might be doing a lot of 9/11 debate, okay? Because I just fucking wasted 3 or 4 days researching this shit. I'll use my knowledge to steamroll some dudes in a debate if he wants to, okay? Because he's on Gab. Yeah, I don't even know how to reach out to somebody. Well, hey, make sure word gets back to him, okay? I'm dragging his name in the streets. Make sure that word gets back to this guy. And we'll see if he wants to step 2, all right?
Official religiosity to you.
Everything that can be...
Fuck, how does this go on for another hour? Every time I listen to Vosh debates, they're like circling the drain, and I'm like, damn, I guess they're winding up soon. And then I'll go on and I'll check the time, and there's always like 12 hours left in the debate. I'm like, bro, what the fuck are you doing? Oh no. Will this continue to put more cargo sections in even after it's full, or will it stop automatically? I feel like it's going to keep putting them in. Yeah, fuck. Okay, we need to... There's probably a circuit condition for... Oh, man. Connected to network 8. How do I, okay. Oh, 8 is the red one. Okay, wait. This is so easy. So when the cargo, hold on, sorry, one sec. I'm big braining it right now. What the fuck is all this shit? Oh no. Okay, don't worry about that yet. I can't find anything. Okay, cargo rocket section. When that equals 100, or I should say when it's greater than 99, enable or disable? Or how about when it's less than 100? It should disable. Will that work? Oh my god, it does. I'm so smart. Okay.
Be done from religiosity that is good can be done through secular means, and even if that wasn't the case, I would still be against religiosity. It is so far down.
Even if it wasn't the case, okay. This is
you can get.
This is where we get into toxic narratives of atheism, in my opinion. This is where if you have toxic veganism, if you have toxic leftism, you get like fucking tankies that have narratives in which they're better than everybody else. If you have toxic Christianity, that's when you get into authoritarian fundamentalism, where everybody, if they think they're better than everybody else. If you have toxic pagans, you get folkists who are racist shitheads who think they're better than everybody else. And then you have toxic atheists who are anti-theists who engage in a supremacy narrative in which they think they're better than everybody else and want the world to be secular.
Wait, please stop.
Okay, go ahead.
Again, it's not about being better than religious people. There are plenty of religious people who are in almost every imaginable sense more accomplished and more impressive than I am. It is about religion, the openness to spiritualism, being a fundamentally destructive thought process that erodes the ability to make...
Same argument applies to politics, man. No, if you're open to political narratives, then you're open to toxic political narratives.
It's not about whether or not it's you keep... Okay,
you keep
again,
doing this thing.
This is the toxic masculinity thing is such a better example because
it's not about toxic religion versus non-toxic. I am attacking all of it.
Right, so, unjustifiably, I think.
Okay, you may think that.
Go ahead.
You keep relating this to like, well, politics can have bad outcomes. I know everything can have bad outcomes
because the criticism you're applying applies there.
No, it isn't, because I think religiosity fundamentally erodes the capacity to make logical arguments because you're capable of adding supernatural justifications for ethical arguments.
There's a whole study of philosophy of religion that it requires logical arguments of people going back and forth over this issue. And if what you were saying was true, hold on. If what you're saying was true, in philosophy of religion, you would have the atheist being like, these theists are absolutely crazy. They're not using logical arguments at all, right?
I didn't say religious people can't use logic. There are plenty of logical religious people.
But you said fundamentally, which means that, right? So it's fundamentally an issue, which means that there's not exceptions.
No, yes, that is correct. Religion is fundamentally an erosive force when it comes to rational thought, but there are still rational people in spite of their religion, much in the same way that there are people who are overwhelmingly good, but you might say that it's like fundamentally bad to undertip waiters. So you can have people who are like 99.9% good, but they always undertip the waiters, and that's shitty of them to do, and that should be criticized, but it's still possible to be like a generally really great person.
This is just a claim that you're not able to demonstrate, in my opinion. Like you have positive manifestations of religion.
Okay, fine. If I am a rational, non-religious person, as long as you and I have the same basic axioms of well-being, it should always be possible to change my mind on something. If you give counterexamples on empirics, you should always be able to adjust my position. There's always going to be some variety there because so much of what people understand about the world is
you could have irrational atheists and all that kind of stuff. I think that we've already agreed on that.
Yeah, but theoretically, if you took a rational person and they were
wait, real quick. I can only recycle this compromised space capsule, right? I can't like use it again, I don't think, right? Oh, I hope so. You can refurbish it? Oh, fuck. Well, not anymore. Wait, fuck, hold on, wait, how do you refurbish it? Oh my god, hold on, wait. Nope, loading the autosave on that one. What? Chill. Okay.
A secular, it should be possible. But if there was a religious person who had supernatural justifications for some of their positions, beliefs about the world that aren't tied directly to empirical analysis, even if you had the same basic axioms, if they had a disagreement with you based on some of those presuppositions, it would not be possible to change their mind because it's rooted in something outside the bounds of physical logic. You would have to...
This is where, all right, so again, this is where I was talking about ethical constraints on religion that we've seen manifest in history a few times, going back to Plutarch and Theophrastus, where Plutarch is criticizing the superstitiousness of human sacrifice and as a harmful practice and the effects of that. And then Theophrastus is talking about superstition as it relates to the harm to your personal life. Now, you can
convince such a person that they were wrong in what they were doing.
If you can demonstrate it to them, I think that it can be difficult, but I think it's difficult to convince people that they're wrong on things that they're wrong about generally.
Ever tried convincing a religious person that they're following their religious doctrine too closely? That you think it's easy to
that's something that comes up. I've managed a community full of religious people. We have conversations around that all the time with respect to, okay, wait, there's mythic literalism is something that is criticized within my community. That's basically within Christianity that would manifest as creationism. I think that when you're taking religious documents to a absolute literal standpoint, you're going to get ridiculous results, like thinking that plants predate the sun, which can be empirically shown as not true.
Wait,
right?
Why would a person who believes in a God care about empirics? Why would the faulty tools of man stand up to the word of God printed on the Bible?
Yeah, this is where you get into fundamentalism, which is something that we're criticizing.
Okay, let's try this from a different perspective. I'm now Christian, or no, I'm actually a pagan.
Okay.
I hold a variety of beliefs, and I want you to explain to me how they're morally wrong. Okay. Okay. So, I dedicate 80% of all my earnings to a tithe to the local church because I believe that if I don't do so, I'll be struck down by lightning in my sleep.
You mean a tithe?
Tithe, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, like, getting 80% of your earnings is something that is well beyond means, and like, that's not, unless you're making a shitload of money, you're not going to be able to live very well off of that. And that's what we're going to be talking about Theophrastus, right? That's you are bringing harm to your own life in your religious practice, and that's something that is not going to be helpful or productive to you.
It does, and it's the gods, so I'll die.
Right, and there's a point of, like, if somebody is just dead convinced that they're going to be engaging in self-harm, there's only so much logical reasoning that you can give to somebody to that, if they're religious or not. Like, if somebody is just like, if somebody's talking about self-harm from any number of perspectives, honestly, and they're dead convinced that they're going to be doing it, it's difficult to convince them out of it.
How can you convince a person that self-harm is wrong if that self-harm...
But I gave you a logical argument about it, and you just said so, right? If whatever logical, ethical argument that I give to anybody, if their response is so, and their ethics just disagree with you, this is something that is well outside the bounds of a religious conversation.
Wait, no, it's not. It's God. The point of gods is that they're above us. Personally, I think it's, and this is, I'm being serious. Incredibly funny when pagans come on my stream and they talk about gods, though they're buddy-buddy. They're above you. That's the point. If you die for them, that's fine. They are literally the mesh that holds the world together for you guys. The idea that
there's a
kind of like abstemious ethical argument where,
with
like,
polytheism,
we would never do a
hold
human
on
sacrifice.
I'm going to agree with you but also disagree with you here, because with the majority of polytheist traditions that I'm familiar with, yes, the gods are above us. This buddy thing, I would agree with you, winds up being like a different kind of toxic, and I think that winds up being like an overcorrection of former Christians. But at the same time, say what?
How is that toxic? If you believe it, you believe it.
The buddy thing?
The hierarchical, them being above us, self-harm for them thing. Like, how is that harmful at all? It's just as...
Because you just talked about self-harm and then asked how it was harmful. It's harmful because it's self-harm.
No, that applies to my logic.
Fuck, okay, this is really boring. Damn, these discussions are so bad. What do they feel like is being achieved in And it's a bad discussion because of Vosh. This guy seems like he's a little bit more capable of engaging, but... For real on a stack. On the climate change bill. Oh yeah, actually, maybe we should watch this.
Good morning, John. Today,
I think Vosh is
Joe
just
Biden
stupid or lost his ability to engage. I don't know. It seems hard for him to understand what other people are saying, or to make what he's saying kind of compatible or understandable to people that he's talking about. Yeah, fuck. Hold on. I'll be back and then we'll do the climate change thing. And then I'm moderating the debate between Mr. Girl and the one guy. One sec.
Because I don't think there's anything above me.
Should I even play this in the background? I don't know. Here, have fun. I'll be back in a sec.
You believe in gods. If self-harm is being done for a god, what's wrong with that?
Because it's harmful.
It's God.
You can have ethical constraints on practice. This is not unreasonable, and this is something we see in history from polytheists, which is what I've been bringing up over and over again.
I've seen lacks of those ethical constraints demonstrated by polytheists as well.
Absolutely. And just as you're going to find ethical lapses within any ideological system.
I agree with that.
Right. So we should criticize the ethical lapses, not necessarily just the ideological system in the first place.
What if a person...
If I said that if I gave you every example of toxic leftists not being convinced of empirical arguments, right, and then therefore said leftism bad because of these multiple examples of leftists being shitty...
Again, it's not
again,
system can be bad. Every system can be bad. My problem
right.
With
We're agreeing now on that. Right.
I can make a logical argument against a bad outcome in a leftist system. If a person believes that the universe is God and God determines what's right or wrong, there's literally no logical argument against that. It is logically bulletproof.
That's an authoritarian position, and that's what okay. When you get into criticism of religion, and I think that you should be able to criticize religion, often what's going to be happening is that you're going to be finding fundamentalism, extremism, or authoritarianism. And if you want to criticize religion and be against the toxic aspects of it, you can criticize them on those bases. And I add to that supremacy narratives, which I think show up and these things will show up in multiple ideologies, and that's what makes them into toxic narratives.
What's toxic about the supremacy narrative if you believe that the God is above you? They're literally above you. So the supremacy narrative would be the correct one. It'd be logically correct, right?
This would be, do you think that the universe is bigger than you or something like that? I don't necessarily think that that winds up being a supremacy narrative in that way. Supremacy narrative, what I'm talking about is when you have populations of people viewing themselves as better than others. And I'd say that you can find this in religion as a prime example with Christianity, where they believe that the fact that they believe in their God ultimately makes them better than others because they think that everybody else is going to be going and burning for all of eternity. That's the supremacy narrative, right?
What's logically incorrect about that?
What's logically incorrect about that?
That's the problem. If they're God's chosen people and they believe that all the heretics are going to burn.
Right. If you want to talk about like an internal critique or an external critique or what? Like, because you can have internal problems with it, and that they claim that their God is merciful, and then also is like sending a bunch of people to burn that he created, and then you get into questions of like whether or not he knows the future, and who actually bears responsibility if he's the creator. Especially if you're like a Calvinist or something like that, and you hold a deterministic view that God creates all of his creations, is omnibenevolent, and then also creates his creations in order to that generate sin, that winds up being self-contradictory and illogical, because you have God is the ultimate responsible element there, and is therefore responsible for all of the actions that people below him contribute to, because he's the one who created all of it, right?
It doesn't matter. God is above logic.
Then God is illogical. Now you're just saying, now you wanted to say that whether or not God is logical there, you just said God is illogical at that point.
Well, from our perspective, yeah, God works in mysterious ways. It's like Christianity 101, right? It doesn't matter whether or not God is logical. You can't mount a logical
All right, well,
argument.
you asked what was logically wrong with it, and then you said that God is beyond logic or whatever.
Exactly.
So all right,
So
now
your
he's
argument
outside of logic, and that would be the criticism of the religion at that point.
Okay, I hope those last 3 minutes were good for you. Oh wait, what is this real quick? Come on, Vosh, do something interesting. We got 9 minutes. Good luck.
You might have said religion is a mental illness. And that what? I got a problem with mentally ill people? Come on, whoa. Half of you people are autistic. I'm not backing off that, though. In all practical senses, being schizophrenic and having a convinced religious belief that you're being stalked by a invisible spiritual creature are, in a practical sense, they're at the very least like 90% overlap. Do you sincerely believe I have 90% overlap? Wait, White Nervosa, do you think there's an invisible spirit?
Oh no, is this where White Nervosa gets... Oh no, wait, this is August 23rd. This is recent, unless this was an older video. White Nervosa said she was going to step back from the community because of the anti-religious stuff, but we'll see.
Creature are, in a practical sense, they're at the very least like 90% overlap. Do you sincerely believe I have 90% overlap? Wait, White Nervosa, do you think there's an invisible spirit that's following directly behind you, like right now? Like all the time? No? Okay, yeah, then no, you're fine. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not saying all religious thinking is like that. I'm saying that
okay.
like believing that religiously would in a diagnosable or material sense overlap heavily with like schizophrenia. This seems like not all religion. Well, I mean, there are. I didn't make the claim that all religion was schizophrenia or whatever. Just that specific thing, if motivated by a religious belief. Okay, but like Vosh, you have to admit there's a difference between believing that for no reason and believing that because everyone else around you does, right? Well, that would only reinforce my belief that in a lot of cases, like some religious beliefs are just like broader manifest mental illness socialized. Think of death cults, right? Like death cults where Jonestown or whatever. It's like you can... all the things that can break in a brain can happen socially as well, right? Like all the stuff that can go wrong in a brain, it doesn't have to be like some chemical imbalance directly in your brain, like some personal medical thing. Socially, people can be conditioned into essentially identical behaviors. Though I don't know if you could treat that with the same medication. I don't think you could, actually. So that's really dangerous.
Isn't it a little bit scary to say religion is like a social contagion mental illness that some people convince themselves of? Like, isn't that kind of what religious people say about like trans people? Seems like a kind of a spooky argument to walk down, but I just feel like I would do the phrasing on this so much differently. But maybe not. Maybe I'm just a fucking contrarian, you know?
Careful, Vosh, you're starting to sound like an edgy Reddit atheist. I have this entire conversation. Ooh. Is there a distinction between someone who argues that versus being against all religion, or despite my firm belief to be bad, someone trying to extrapolate the religion of the world? Is there a hole in my roof? Okay, this could be a caveat that I could have carved out a little bit better, but I do think there are kinds of things that people might refer to as spiritualism that I wouldn't have an issue with because I would relegate them to the land of allegory. So what I mean by that is it's kind of an analytical framework. You can have like an understanding of history that is turned into allegory that you can understand and appreciate as long as you don't allow it to influence any decisions that you make on ethics or on the material world. So a good example of this would be believing in real life legends. So like the 300 Spartans of Thermopylae, right? That is like the story that's passed down through culture of that event has entered legend to the point, or like King Arthur or whatever, like, or if a person like wants to believe in Robin Hood or stuff like that. So those would be historical examples. Another example would be like if a person has a kind of allegorical belief about what happens after you die, like I don't know, you're the grand consciousness of the world intermingling or something. As what matters to me most is that these sets of beliefs don't affect people's empirical or ethical decision making. Does that make sense? I never ever want to have a convo with somebody where a person makes a claim about the world or a claim about what ought be, you know, like a prescriptive or descriptive claim that is rooted in something that can't that's supernatural. You can have empirical stuff and you can have philosophical stuff. Like, obviously, empirics aren't enough on their own. But if you have both of the, like, that's fine, you know. But there's a difference between, like, a philosophical perspective or an axiom and just, like, inserting a supernatural belief. Another good example would be like other kinds of allegory, right? So like, was Alexander the Great a lion? I mean, not literally, no, right? Like he was a dude, he died, it happened, he was a person, but like in another sense, yeah, he kind of was, right?
Whatever
like,
you say,
if you were talking
but
about
go off,
Alexander
sis.
the Great,
Got
and,
him.
like a lesson,
Hit
like,
him with
you
the
were
go
talking
off,
about all the
sis
cool
line.
shit he did, and you were like, he was a lion. Would anyone be like, no, actually, he was a human? That is not true. He is not actually a lion. Like, no, because obviously you're talking in allegory, right? Like you aren't making an empirical claim, not literally. You're making like a kind of broader narrative claim. Does that make sense? Yeah, at that point you're engaging in like narrativization, literature, metaphor, and that's kind of makes life beautiful. Does that make any sense? So stuff like this, I'm fine. I don't want to like. I'm not saying we should all be Poindexters where we can only make statements that can be measured with a ruler or whatever. Just it's about any descriptive or prescriptive claims that are being supported by, you know, just a supernatural belief. That would be the issue. But I think there's plenty of room to make life beautiful without doing stuff like that. Would you be okay with Jungian archetypes? Well, isn't that more of an analytical framework? What do you think of believing in a deist god totally separate?
Okay, this is boring. All right, climate bill. Big Biden, climate bill.
Is probably going to sign the largest single piece of climate change legislation any country on our planet has ever enacted, but everything I have read, and I have read a lot, is frustratingly thin on detail. And as I tried to do the research myself on that, I discovered why. I've been going over nonpartisan analyses, Congressional Budget Office reports, talking to the people who wrote those reports, talking to the administrator of the EPA, even in some cases, reading the actual text of the 700-page bill, and what I have found has been a surprise, but also a bit of a delight. So let's start at the beginning. Around 4 billion years ago, something started to be alive on Earth, and ever since then, that life has had a profound effect on the planet. Photosynthesizers used sunlight to break up carbon dioxide, build their bodies out of the carbon, and release the oxygen. That oxygen made all kinds of interesting, weird things happen, including at one point killing almost everything. So no, life creating atmospheric change that has a profound negative impact on life, not actually new. Over time, life kept shoving energy into carbon-containing molecules, and then after the life died, those molecules would break down and the energy would be re-released. But sometimes the molecules of the dead thing would stay trapped, and they wouldn't break down, and they would get stuck in the earth, where they'd heat up and get squished and become coal or oil or natural gas. All of that energy, emitted by the sun, grabbed by life, and then stored...
Andrew Tate just released a big statement about all the accusations and debunks them. You should check it out. It's quite interesting and shows a different side of him.
Wow.
By the earth, waiting there to power your car or your refrigerator or your Microsoft Zoom. That energy is what has powered so much of our modern lives. But as we have released that energy to do things with, we have also released the original molecules that it was stored inside of. Those complicated carbon molecules get broken down and carbon dioxide gets released. It is a molecule that is opaque to a lot of infrared radiation, a gas that makes our atmosphere less clear to heat. And so heat that would otherwise escape no longer is. There is more energy in the atmosphere, and it's changing weather patterns, increasing droughts and fires and storms and heat waves. But unfortunately, we also really need all of that energy to prevent people from dying in heat waves, to make the food that people eat, to move it around, and to power the plane that takes me to visit my brother. We can't just turn the power plants off. People would start dying very quickly, and they wouldn't stop for a really long time.
Absolutely
It's messy and it's
not
complex.
based.
And like those first cyanobacteria, people started to wonder if we weren't gonna just ruin it for ourselves. But we are smarter than them. And we are more capable of passing broad-based industrial policy with a focus on clean energy than they are. Barely. Just barely. And that brings us up to now.
I'm so excited, and I just can't hide.
In 2005, a couple of years before this YouTube channel began, the US hit peak carbon emissions of 7 billion tons per year. At the time, that problem looked pretty insurmountable. This is Jesse Jenkins, one of the world's leading experts on modeling decarbonization efforts, talking about those dark years.
You know, at the time, if you could get a wind farm that costs less than $100 a megawatt hour, which is like triple the normal electricity rate, that was a great deal.
Yeah.
And solar was 10 times the cost of normal power from a gas plant or something. But over the last decade, due to supportive policies in the US, but also abroad in China and Germany and Japan and elsewhere, we've taken these what we used to call expensive alternative energy technologies that at the time people were worried we couldn't
Ross
get,
sounds
5 or
incoherent
10.
and just desperate. He seems to feel himself drifting to obscurity and desperate to hold onto his cash cow.
Bro, great point. Awesome facts. Thank you for the $5. We love you, bud.
10 or 15% of our electricity from without blowing up the grid. And now they're cheap trillion-dollar mainstream, technologies that are scaling rapidly and are powering, in the case of some parts of the country, the majority of our electricity on certain days.
I am in what seems to be a weird situation of being more optimistic now than I was 20 years ago, because in that time I have seen a lot of change. Since this YouTube channel began, we have dropped from 7 billion tons to 5 billion tons emitted per year in the US. In the next 15 years, according to Jesse's models, which admittedly are trying to predict the future, we will probably get down to 3.5 billion tons, 50% lower than our peak. This week I was able to talk to Michael Regan, the head of the EPA, and he also talked about this optimism.
Even when I talk to past EPA administrators, the role technology plays in the solutions that we're seeking, the quickness of innovation and the evolution of business models, matching with technology and science and data, we can move much faster than we've ever moved before.
We are aiming for net zero carbon emissions in America by 2050. And this is the first time in my life that I have felt like that might be possible. We have never undergone a shift in energy use that is anything like this. Maybe the original electrification of the country, but we're gonna have to make this shift a lot faster than we made that shift. However complex you think this is, it's more complex than that. As is the case even for experts. Like, we only ever get to see our own little corner of what's going on. This is a big problem that no one person understands all of. But in this video, you're gonna go from understanding more than like 80 or 90% of people to understanding this more than 99% of people. And it's only gonna take you like 15 minutes. So let's do this.
What's this? Okay, I like it. Picasso.
This bill basically has 3 big goals, and I don't see them being talked about. So here's the framework with which to understand this. 1, we are trying to decrease the amount of carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases we emit in the atmosphere. 2, we are trying to make the impacts of climate change and pollution and also this energy shift less impactful on people, or ideally a good thing for people so that they like it. Particularly, we would like to decrease the impacts on the most disadvantaged people. And 3rd, and this is important to understand anything that's going on here, this is a bill that is trying to make the United States of America into an industrial center of the clean technology revolution. Now, there are some other smaller things in the bill that don't fit into any of these categories. We'll talk about them in the future, but that's the 3 big things. Oh, look, each one of these blocks is $1 billion, and there are 369 of them, and we're gonna start filling them up. First, we want to drive down the cost of installing renewable energy projects. That's wind, solar, and grid-scale batteries. That's gonna lower people's electricity bills, and it's also gonna make it so that when you plug in your electric car in the year 2027, we'll get to that, the power turning your wheels is going to produce less carbon dioxide. And wow, we have filled up a lot of our billions. All this money is here to incentivize power producers to use more wind, solar, and grid-scale batteries. That's gonna reduce the amount of CO2 being released into the atmosphere, but also it does the second thing. It does that by decreasing electricity bills, having minimum wage requirements and apprenticeship requirements. And it does the third thing by requiring
Do you think that
a
we
lot
can
of
fix
the
climate
stuff
change,
that
or we don't?
Can we fix climate? Sorry, fuck, I just read it, my game. Can we fix climate change? I think I'm similar to this guy in that it seemed like 10, 20 years ago, it was pretty hopeless and we were going to all just melt or die, or the planet was going to become like much different as zones became uninhabitable or crops or agriculture to change. But it feels like in the past like 10, 15 years especially, there have been like huge changes or advancements in a lot of different types of alternative energies that make it seem more feasible than not that moving over to things like solar, maybe nuclear, and even wind is becoming more and more profitable. So who knows? We'll see.
That is going into these projects. Solar panels, batteries, wind turbines are made in America, and the components are either from America or from our free trade allies. If you've ever played Tony Hawk Pro Skater, you know how like when you do like more than one trick in a row, you can get a multiplier. It's like that. If you do any of these individual things, you get some stuff, but there's multipliers every time you do more. But Hank, I hear you saying, we don't make a lot of solar panels or wind turbines or batteries in America right now. How are we gonna be able to
I have nothing of value to say. I am annoying thousands of people with this pointless dono. I do not care. You all have to listen to my useless rambling. Destiny will not skip this dono because he is my close personal friend. I love you all.
Those from America. Oh, don't worry about that. Boom, it's the second biggest thing in the bill, the manufacturing tax credits. Not only do the people buying the thing get the tax credit, but so do the people making the things. We're building out a whole industry here. $37 billion is expected to go toward helping companies make solar panels and battery components and wind turbines and et cetera, et cetera. And they've got to be made in the US, and they got to hit those wage and apprenticeship requirements. But Hank, you continue to be concerned. Solar power and wind power, they're intermittent. You can't expect them to be on all the time, and those batteries, they're going to handle some of that shifting, but not all of it. That is right. We need firm power, power that you can turn on whenever you need it. And the biggest piece of cash in this bill that goes toward that goes toward existing nuclear power plants, helping them stay open and keep operating. Existing carbon-free electricity with tax breaks, but only if you meet wage and apprenticeship requirements. Probably just expect that everything you hear about is going to have wage and apprenticeship requirements, because this bill has to be good for people, and also there need to be people to work on these things, so you need to be training people and you need to be paying them well. Now, also focused on firm power are smaller investments in potential future technologies like advanced nuclear power, advanced geothermal, and advanced biofuels. We don't know which of those things is going to be the best or most impactful, but all of them could end up being important players in carbon-free firm power. All right, so now this hypothetical person who's basically constructing the bill with me is concerned that we're giving a lot of money to power plants, not a lot of money to people. Well, how about $22 billion for you, and another $14 billion after that, and then $12 billion after that. The $22 billion goes to help people upgrade their appliances in their homes, like water heaters, furnaces, stoves, and even just their electrical boxes to handle all of that new electricity. Because guess what? You might not have noticed, your house currently has an exhaust pipe. It is extremely likely that you have power coming into your house in two ways. The electricity that powers the lights and the microwave and your Microsoft Zune, and then there's the gas power that powers your furnace and your water heater and maybe your stovetop, possibly even your clothes dryer. All of that means that your house chugs out CO2, and there isn't an easy way to clean that up without replacing those methane-burning appliances with appliances that run on electricity. And if you can't do that, not only are you just releasing a lot of carbon dioxide, also you're reliant on a single source of fuel for your heat and your hot water, and that fuel price can fluctuate a lot, while electricity costs don't fluctuate as much. And those fluctuations hit low-income people extra hard because fuel costs and energy costs are a higher portion of what they spend their money on. So this $22 billion goes toward helping people buy, and in some cases outright covering the entire cost of appliances that electrify these previously gas-powered things. Heat pumps to heat and cool homes using electricity, heat pump water heaters, electric or induction stovetops. Just buying one of these appliances saves people money in the long term already, but folks usually can't afford the upfront costs of that, especially doing all of these things at the same time. Well, no longer. The next $14 billion are to help people and property owners make their buildings more efficient. And these last $12 billion are for, you guessed it, electric vehicle tax credits that you probably can't use. I know what you're thinking. All that sounded so great until that last part. Why can I not use my electric vehicle tax credits? Because of the third thing. These cars also have manufacturing requirements. And when this bill goes into effect, the number of cars that will qualify for that is quite small, and they will all be sold very quickly. Now, there were already tax credits on electric vehicles, but those credits only apply for the first 200,000 vehicles from each manufacturer, and many manufacturers, GM, Tesla, etc., have already burned through all of those. This extends those indefinitely for the next 10 years, but only if they meet the requirements. Because again, the bill is about all three things. Other countries have had this kind of industrial policy for decades, and that has allowed them to build up their industries producing these things. And the people who crafted this bill, for better or worse, want the US to have that kind of industrial policy. It now looks like we are more than halfway through the things that this bill does.
Wow.
But we are not. Down here, things start to get much more dense, and then you realize that there are actually hundreds of ways that this bill spends money, and each one of them does a different thing for different people in different places. Like, Hank, what about the carbon impact of forest fires? Yeah, that is in there. How about decarbonizing airplane fuels? Yeah, early stages in trying to get that done, that's in there. Converting garbage trucks and city buses to electric, it definitely does that. Tax incentives for existing power plants to capture their emissions, yeah, $3 billion for that. Electrifying most of the postal service fleet, another $3 billion for that. Reconnecting communities communities that were divided by the interstate highway system? Yes, $3 billion for that too. Helping farmers figure out systems for sequestering carbon in their fields? Sure. Cleaning up and electrifying port infrastructure? Definitely that. Early market creation for low carbon building materials? Also in there. New transmission lines, because all of this electrification is going to require a more robust grid? Yeah, that too. Charging stations for EVs? Got that as well. Grants for tribes to invest in clean energy? Got that too. Buying debt from rural power co-ops if they promise to shut down their carbon emitting power plants and giving them money to build new infrastructure? That's in there too. There's a lot of things that are trying to do really specific individual things, but there's also big hunks in here that aren't prescriptive. It's money for communities to do things that they want to do to decrease their impact. Here's EPA Administrator Michael Regan again talking about that.
A lot of these grant dollars that are in the Act, we're able to give those to community groups who are partnering with universities and incubation centers. The matching dollars and the low interest loans are available to people who have never been at the table. If we get these universities and these young adults, these incubation centers, really tackling these issues with community groups on the ground, these solutions can look 1,001 different ways. And we have to feed all of these solutions to see which ones work for each individual community. We don't have to accept the notion that there's a one-size-fits-all. It can look 1,001 different ways.
But Hank, this hypothetical person who is walking me through this entire bill, is now asking me, why are we doing all of these individual things instead of just doing the one thing? If you did one thing, it would do everything. And that's just to make fossil fuels more expensive.
Gretchen, stop trying to make fetch happen. It's not going to happen.
A few years ago, an ex-lobbyist from ExxonMobil was caught on video saying this.
Nobody is going to propose a tax on all Americans. And the cynical side of me says, yeah, we kind of know that, but it gives us a talking point that we can say, well, what is ExxonMobil for? Well, we're for a carbon tax.
Here's the thing. We passed this bill staring down the highest inflation rate in decades and $5 per gallon gas. There are two ways to incentivize the move towards...
Wait, what does that mean, like, he was caught saying that? That doesn't seem like a highly unreasonable thing to say. Did I miss something? I mean, like, that seems pretty...
energy. We can make clean energy cheaper, and we can make fossil fuels more expensive. And with people already having a hard time getting their butts to work, nobody in Congress was going to keep their jobs if they intentionally made fuel
the whole thing wasn't a good look?
go up.
Okay.
This bill is very nearly all carrots for clean energy, and just a few sticks for fossil fuels. But I will talk about those sticks.
There was more
now,
to the video.
one of them I love very much. Methane is the most simple carbon-containing molecule, and it is even better at trapping heat than carbon dioxide. Over the short term, it's 80 times better at trapping heat. And as we've moved away from coal and toward natural gas, which is basically just methane, that has been good because methane is a more efficient fuel. You get more heat per carbon dioxide molecule that you release. Except that at every step of the way, methane can leak into the atmosphere. At the wellhead, at the pipeline, at the compressor, at the infrastructure that delivers it to your house, and the facilities that use it. The Methane Emissions Reduction Program provides incentives to fix leaks and acquire more advanced systems for keeping methane from being released. And it also pays for teams to check and see if there are methane leaks and charge increasingly hefty fines to the companies that are releasing this entirely usable, potent greenhouse gas into the atmosphere. Those fines go up and up and up until they generate a fairly significant amount of revenue as it forces these companies to clean up their act. The other sticks against fossil fuels are fairly minor. They reinstate the Superfund tax, which is basically a big pool of money that polluters pay into, and that money is then used to rehabilitate the damage that they do to the environment. It is a super fund. When I was a kid, I thought it was the Superfund program. It's not that. There's also an increase in the percentage of money that the government gets back from oil companies when they take oil and gas off of federal lands. And finally, there's an increase in the cost of holding a lease without developing it. So just having it sit there and not using it, there's an increase in that cost. Both of those are basically ways to disincentivize companies from using federal lands to produce oil and gas. So there are a couple of things to keep fossil fuels a little more under control, but mostly we want their cost to remain steady or even go down as demand for them decreases because the alternatives are just better. But also,
wow,
weirdly, there's a couple of carrots for fossil fuels.
And I would do anything for love.
Since we are obsessed with anything and everything that makes us feel bad, if you've heard anything about this bill, you have heard that Joe Manchin, moderate Democrat, forced the inclusion of a few very weird provisions. First, and most frustratingly, he took a few oil and gas leases in Alaska and the Gulf of Mexico that Trump had authorized and then Biden had paused and people have been fighting against for years and was like, you want my name on this? You make those leases happen. It's super weird. It's super frustrating. It's outside of the normal process. No one likes this, except for, of course, the oil and gas companies and Joe Manchin. And the other thing was basically a way to prevent any president or lawmakers in the next 10 years from banning fossil fuel leases on federal land. And it does this by tying the ability to put clean energy projects on federal land to a requirement to offer leases for oil and gas drilling on other separate federal land. Now, an offered lease is not a sold lease, and a sold lease is not an oil well, but it is still disappointing. Kind of gets stuck in your throat, even if motto.
Is it? I mean, as long as we're making all these really aggressive steps towards alternative energies, is that really the worst thing in the world to you know, help with federal lands drilling and stuff? Is that really a horrible thing? It seems like it's not that bad, but
show that the overall carbon effectiveness of the bill only goes down by about 2% because of these provisions. But Manchin, I guess, got what he wanted out of it, which is everyone talking more about how he loves fossil fuels and they're his pretty little baby than the entire rest of the bill. And also, he got to be like one of the title names on the bill, despite being one of its biggest opponents. So now the right question to ask is all of this going to work? And luckily, I have prepared for you more squares. Each one of these is roughly 5 million fewer tons of CO2, and by 2030 there are 200 of them. So that's roughly 1 billion fewer tons of carbon dioxide per year. Here's where we'll be. Decreased CO2 in transportation saves us 280 million tons per year. Cleaner power generation saves us 360 million tons. Cleaner industry saves us 130 million. Cleaner buildings save us around 70 million tons. Same for the equivalent carbon dioxide effects of mostly methane, but also other greenhouse gases produced by cars like nitric oxides. And finally, carbon sequestration in agricultural and forest lands gets us a final 80 million tons. Wow. And of course, we do not pause there. The effects of these changes are projected to get us down another 500 million tons by 2035. I'm aware that there are going to be people who are going to be mad at me for being pretty unapologetically excited about this bill. Like, I'm mad that we lost the Civilian Climate Corps, which would have been thousands of young people working on the ground on these problems. I am frustrated.
You should elaborate your point. It sounds like you're saying it's okay to take one step backwards as long as we take 2 steps forward. Well, yeah. I mean, like, hasn't that always been the problem? Is that, like, when we try to negotiate legislation and shit, we're unwilling to make any compromises whatsoever? Republicans have been crying for so long about, like, let us drill on land, let us drill on federal land, blah, 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 blah. Or the moderate Dems, right? The Manchins and the Cinemas. I was like, okay, fine. You know what? Fuck it. We'll let you drill on federal land. But you have to approve a fuck ton of spending that centralizes green energy manufacturing in the United States. It needs to be on the scale of tens of billions of dollars. Like, yeah, okay, fuck it. I think that's an okay trade. I think that's a fine trade. I think that's more than a fine trade. I think that's totally A-okay.
Frustrated that we lost a lot of due process on these oil leases, and they weren't even something that I was actively working on, so I can't imagine what it must be like for the people who've been fighting those battles. Look, I don't know if it's that I'm old now, or that I'm privileged in like 1,000 ways, or that I've been through a number of climate fights that went very badly. Or maybe I'm just thinking practically about the fact that this might be our last chance to get something substantial done for years, like many years maybe, especially because there was every likelihood that this could have just not happened, like many other parts of the original Build Back Better didn't happen. In fact, 4 measly weeks ago, it seemed like it wouldn't happen. I got to talk to Jesse Jenkins about that.
I was on vacation with my family, or leaving for vacation, and I got the call from Senator Schumer's staff that the bill was dead. Same phases of grief, right? Shock, loss, anger. And some people stopped at anger and they just got mad at Joe Manchin on the internet and yelled at, got cynical like you were talking about. And some of us, including some members of, a handful of members of the Senate, again said, no. This is not how it's going to end. I refuse to accept that. So this is also bargaining, right? That's one of the phases of grief. And we went back to work and we bargained, and it, against all odds, it worked. I had pretty well given up hope that it was going to succeed at that point, given that this is the second time the rug was pulled out from under us. I wanted to be able to tell my kids that we fought to the very end, and it worked. And I am so grateful I'm gonna tear up a little, for all the people really that did that, because it was very, very close to failure.
I don't harbor any illusions that I live in a perfect world or a perfect country or that perfect legislation exists. There are 330 million of us. The fact that we get anything done at all is a little impressive. And over the last 10 years, we have made tremendous strides in cutting carbon emissions, and that has been in large part because of government investment in the US and elsewhere. Between 2009 and 2017, America spent around $20 billion per year fighting climate change. Over the next 10 years, we will spend $80 billion per year. There are a lot of super powerful people who have been working really hard this whole time to slow this down as much as they can. First, they say it doesn't exist. Then they say it's not caused by people. Then they say it's caused by people, but it's not that big of a deal. Then they say it's that big of a deal, but the costs to take it on are too great. We have hit them with reality at every step in that process, and we are going to hit them with reality at this step of the process too. They will tell us that the costs are too great, and after we prove to them that it's not, they will tell us that it's too late. Nothing gets done if you don't believe it can't be done. And I, for the first time in decades of this, have started to believe that it can be done. And it's happening, I think, for two reasons. One, because of the very hard work of a lot of people, from policy to science to communication and outreach. And two, because it is getting hard to ignore the very real effects of all of this extra energy in our atmosphere and in our oceans. We might be in a very narrow window here, a moment when the effects are too present for anyone to ignore anymore.
But not so horrible that we're dying.
Not so present that they will hold us back from implementing solutions. I don't know how long that window is going to be open, and I was not sure that it was open until somebody did something and said something, and they kept working, and they kept pushing, and they kept making the case that this needed to be done until it got done. But now it feels like the window's open. It does not feel like we are done. One big step does not get you over the mountain pass. There is much more to do, but as I've been saying, I am more optimistic now that this is a challenge that we can actually take on than I have been maybe in my entire career. John, I'll see you on Tuesday. Heads up, my full interviews with Jesse Jenkins and Administrator Regan are up over on Hank's channel. I learned a ton from both of them. They are fascinating conversations. There's links in the description. And also just a general thank you to everyone, and there are thousands of you, who worked in some way on this bill, either advocating or writing or doing policy analysis. Like, it's a big thing, both on my behalf, but also on behalf of like my son, who's going to be around for more of this future. And I want his future to be one that I can believe in, one where the fair rides that he loves so much are powered by clean energy. And you're helping with that, so thanks.
Wow. Okay, cringe. We need to roll back on this shit. Please stop, okay? We're excited to share that we're currently testing a Black-owned business badge to help customers identify products sold by certified Black-owned. That's cringe. That is cringe. Stop doing this cringe shit, okay? Racial segregation of business owners is not a good meme. It's not a good meme. Please stop this. Please stop, okay? Black businesses for black people and white businesses for white people is not a good thing, okay? Who cares? I care. It's cringe. It's dumb. It's stupid. It's like the easiest optic wins in the world. Okay? It's literally that Ryan Long skit.
When me and Brad...
It's the fucking... What the fuck? Why are these in Korean? Wait, no? Hello? Stop? How do you change the transcript language?
And white men that date ethnic women are fetishized. Who put you up to this?
Ugh, you know that taco place is white-owned? White people should be making white foods, like Kraft macaroni and cheese, no seasoning, not even salt. It's like he's a mind reader. I mean, I've been pushing for segregation forever, and my man does what?
I created an improv comedy show exclusively for ethnic people.
Guy segregates comedy on my birthday.
White people
Cringe.
need to stop wearing dreadlocks and then...
Don't do this. Wait, why am I clicking this?
Oh, it's not mental, it actually hurts.
Wait, somebody linked a thing in my chat that said critical clip. Like of Moist Critical, or was it that? I don't know. Jordan Peterson, what does he think?
Hello, everyone. I'm going to read to you today a piece I wrote for The Telegraph in the UK. I'm reading it because sometimes, rather than speaking spontaneously, it's necessary for me to craft my words with as much care as I can manage, especially when dealing with things that are pushing the limits of my conceptual ability, let's say. Writing is the deepest form of thinking, and sometimes I need to rely on it. And so that's why I'm reading it. Now, the next issue is how I'm going to read it. So I've written a number of these news pieces, let's say, commentaries recently, and people have objected, some people have objected to my tone. I'm often dealing with things that I would say frighten me to take on to some degree. They're big issues and they're contentious, and so a handy source of impetus and power, motive power in such situations, is to harness a certain degree of outrage and anger.
Jesus Christ, I don't like the way that he speaks. Am I fuck? I should go back and watch. I feel like he was a pretty effective communicator before. Like I feel like this is something that Jordan Peterson would have said like 4 or 5 years ago. Well, I feel like it's important to reconcile the darker parts of your personality with the lighter parts of your personality. That just because you can act in an unreasonable or malevolent manner doesn't mean that you shouldn't try to understand the motivations for that, subsume them under your normal personality. That might be something we said 5 years ago. Now it's like, well, I understand when I speak about evil, and when I say evil, I don't mean in the traditional Machiavellian sense. When I speak of evil, I have to do a great deal of care to even understand what one can surmise when I say evil. 7 years ago, when I first began my exploration into evil, it's like, bro, get to the fucking point! I feel like he rambles so much today. Like, but maybe I'm just being biased. I'm not sure. I don't know. It's hard to. I feel like when I watched his stuff before, it was like pretty concise, like pretty. When he was speaking matters of psychology, like pretty insightful. But now it's like so much pointless political jargon, ramble, trash. Fuck, it's so irritating. But maybe he's always rambling. Maybe I just watch certain videos. Who knows? I don't know.
That also fuels my spirit, I suppose, in some sense. When I'm writing these articles, it would be easier in many ways just to sit on the couch and read a Stephen King novel, but I have to get up the energy. And maybe I do that by relying to an untenable degree on...
I also feel like, and it's hard to tell, I even worry that I do this sometimes, it's hard to tell. It also feels like a lot of times when I listen to him talk, kind of feels like he's getting high off his own farts. I feel that sometimes. And I know that when I truly dig into the deepest recesses of my mind, even I'm surprised at some of the things that I find in there sometimes, and it's truly shocking. Even I can't imagine the depths sometimes that I explore inside myself. And it's like, bro, just, what the fuck are you doing?
Wrath, which is a cardinal sin in some regards. Now, it's not like there's no...
Okay, I don't know what okay, I gotta rewind. I don't know what the fuck we're even talking about. I'm sorry, it's a minute and a half. Let me rewind and listen to this again. I'm sorry, I paused it too much.
Hello, everyone. I'm going to read to you today a piece I wrote for The Telegraph in the UK. I'm reading it because sometimes, rather than speaking spontaneously, it's necessary for me to craft my words with as much care as I can manage, especially when dealing with things that are pushing the limits of my conceptual ability, let's say. Writing is the deepest form of thinking, and sometimes I need to rely on it. And so that's why I'm reading it. Now, the next issue is how I'm going to read it. So I've written a number of these news pieces, let's say, commentaries recently, and people have objected, some people have objected to my tone. I'm often dealing with things that I would say frighten me to take on to some degree. They're big issues and they're contentious, and so a handy source of impetus and power, motive power in such situations, is to harness a certain degree of outrage and anger. That also fuels my spirit, I suppose, in some sense, when I'm writing these articles. It would be easier in many ways just to sit on the couch and read a Stephen King novel, but I have to get up the energy. And maybe I do that by relying to an untenable degree on wrath, which is a cardinal sin in some regards. Now, it's not like there's not things that are worth being irritable about. But I thought what I would do today as an experiment is to attempt to read this in the most calm and understanding manner that I can, despite its rather pointed message. And so I'm trying to get the tone right, you know, and I'm paying attention to the feedback I'm getting from friend and foe alike, let's say, and modifying my approach as a consequence. And so this is an attempt to modify it yet again in the hopes of attaining something better.
Okay, dude.
And here we go.
Jesus Christ. Okay, I have to moderate a debate in like 1 minute, so I'm gonna do that, but... And then maybe afterwards we'll... Listen to this. Jesus Christ. Ooh. Sorry, I don't know. Legends never die. God, I hate League of Legends music. It's literally this video. Is this the weird animation one?
I'm afraid your father will have to remain in his coma for several more months. We'll be feeding him pure meat through a tube just like you asked. In the meantime, let's go party all over Europe.
When people think of happiness or pursuing happiness, the first thing they think of is, well, it's a pretty selfish desire. I want to be happy for me. I mean, after all, who wants to be unhappy? But I'm here to tell you that, in fact, happiness is far, far, far more than a selfish desire. It's actually a moral obligation. Whether or not you're happy, and certainly whether or not you act happy, is a very, very altruistic endeavor. Yes, indeed, we have a moral obligation. Happy people make the world better. Unhappy people tend to make the world worse.
There's a scene in Pinocchio where Geppetto wishes on a star, right? And what it means is he lifts up his eyes beyond the horizon to something transcendent. And so he lifts his eyes up above his daily concerns and he says, what I want more than anything else is that my creation will become a genuine individual, right? It's a heroic gesture because it's so unlikely, and that catalyzes the puppet's transformation into a real being, and we start as puppets. And so the trick is to get rid of your goddamn strings.
I want to be like you, Mr. Peterson. Please tell me how to live.
I want to get into this because this is I think this is a fascinating thing with you personally. Your diet. You're on this carnivore diet now. This is what, I mean, what's fascinating to me is I haven't heard any negative stories about people doing this.
Well, I have a negative story.
Okay.
Okay. When we restricted our diet and then ate something we weren't supposed to, the reaction was absolutely catastrophic.
What did you do? What did you switch to?
Well, the worst response, and we had some apple cider that had sulfites in it, and that was really not good. Like, I was done for a month.
You were done for a month?
Oh, yeah, it took me out for a month. It was awful.
Apple cider? Like, what was it doing?
Sulfites in it.
What was it doing to you?
Oh, it produced an overwhelming sense of impending doom.
Come on over here.
We are intrinsically tied to the president. He's with us. He's for us.
If you love birds, you'd never want to walk under a windmill because it's a very sad sight.
Hey, hold on. Let me adjust my sound. 1 second.
Jesus said, take this cup. This is my blood of the new covenant.
I said certified freak 7 days a week. Wet ass hero. Make that pull-out game weak.
Fear is a fact. There's no God over me. There's no policeman over me. There's no one over me. I am God.
Fucking cider.
Oh, I didn't sleep that month. I didn't sleep for 25 days. I didn't sleep at all.
Oh my god.
Oh yeah, not
and
good.
this is from fucking cider. From cider.
That's what we thought. Yeah. I mean, look, again, I don't know what the hell I'm talking about.
You need to wake up, Dr. Peterson. My master.
Hold on, sorry. 1 minute, 40 seconds.
Please wake up for us. We are so lost without you.
"12 more rules. What is natural must be right. Eat your meat and worship might. Stand up straight, listen carefully, accept your place within the hierarchy.
Pinocchio. My brave little boy.
Clean your room, pray to God, obey your lords with 12 new rules.
Pinocchio! Oh, Pinocchio!
Think of all the cash, think of all the suits. Don't you think the world needs 12 more rules?
You watch what you say, and you will find out
What is
some
natural
things you
must
say
be
make you come
right.
apart,
Eat your
make you
meat
fall
and
apart.
worship
It's a
might.
feeling of chaotic
Stand up
weakness and
straight,
dissolution.
listen
It's
carefully,
a sense of
accept
self-betrayal.
your place
And then
within
if
the
you
hierarchy.
tell the truth, that pulls you together and strengthens you.
12 more rules. 12 more rules. 12 more rules.
You're dead, Pinocchio.
All right, my mic's working now. How are we doing, guys?
Okay. I think my headphones are working.
That's good.
Hello?
The shirt's not getting you any bonus points, just letting you know. But
Are you sure?
I'm sure.
Yeah, that's
Unethical.
Yeah, you. Exactly.
Listen, I'm just trying to win over the audience, okay?
Okay,
By
well.
being a fucking teacher's pet.
True.
Yep. Representing.
All right. Here we are. Someone in my chat's asking, who's Dario? Dario, you want to introduce yourself?
I'm Dario.
Okay. And now we begin, right? We have any preamble or anything?
What are you guys debating on for the audience so they can introduce the topic?
The trans question.
I don't like that framing because it makes me sound like a Nazi.
Okay.
What would you prefer?
I would prefer gender debate.
Okay.
You know?
And you're anti-gender.
I'm anti-gender. Yeah, what is gender? What is the I think the real question is what is dysphoria? What is the solution to dysphoria? Treatment. What is the societal prescription for gender dysphoria and questions of gender?
All right.
Sure.
Well, who wants to start?
Well, Dario, you did challenge me to this, but if you want me to go first, I'm happy to.
Sure. I mean, I guess I'm not sure how this entire debate is gonna go. But I wasn't. The reason why I challenged you and I wanted to talk to you specifically is actually because I'm interested in your perspective on, like, your specific perspective on gender and these questions, right? I'm not interested in just talking about it in general.
Okay.
And it's sort of like I guess the way that I envision it is more like a continuation of where I think sort of you're at with like the whole gender and trans thing, and sort of building on that and what you've talked to with other people, rather than just like us presenting like two worldviews.
Yeah, because we're both sort of familiar with each other's.
Yeah, I probably watched I think I watched every single piece of content you put out on like gender and trans stuff in preparation.
Okay.
So yeah.
Okay, so do you want to summarize my position?
Well, sure. I mean, we can go that way, or I guess I mean, maybe you should try.
Sounds like that's a no.
Sure. I mean, I was sort of expecting you to maybe summarize what you think position. Even gender is, yeah, and then maybe take it from there.
I think when I was making my hit video, the gender narrative, I think what I came up with was gender is your feelings and experience about your physical sex with respect to yourself and the world around you.
So you believe gender, or well, in your view, gender is a representation of biological sex in some way.
It's like a psychological reflection upon your biological sex.
Jeez.
So I think of that as the way to relate, because there's always like the problem of like, what's the difference between sex and gender? And conservatives will say they're the same word, whatever. And clearly there's a relationship between the two. So I think it's like, how do you feel about your, penis? And and that's kind of like, how do you think other people feel about it? How do you feel about fitting into society as a male? How do you feel about walking into a locker room? And I think that the summation of all those feelings and thoughts you have is like your gender.
How do you think other people feel about your penis?
I've gotten mixed reviews, to be frank.
Does that upset you?
It upsets me that you're derailing the debate.
I'm sorry.
It makes it sound like you are not prepared, and like you don't know what you want to talk
I mean, we can get right to it. I mean, if you wanna.
I think we should probably get right to it.
Sure. Do you mind if I put down some ground rules? I mean, I was just trying to lighten the mood a little bit before we get into.
I don't want to lighten the mood. You know what? I think that this is a travesty. Honestly, like I joke about. I know I brought up penis first, so I actually take full responsibility for that. But I think as a distraction, as a shiny object. But I think that what we're doing to trans people is terrible, specifically trans kids. And I think I was realizing last night that I think that I'm trying to get on the right side of history. I think in 20 years, all these pro-trans people like you are going to be at your Nuremberg trial, and I want to be. I don't know. I want to be seen as somebody who tried to stop this.
Do you even believe that there is such a thing as trans people?
I mean, the way that there's such a thing as like carpenters and what do you mean? What people who like in the conceptualization, the progressive conceptualization of people who are born in the wrong body?
Or no, well, not necessarily. Or people who have a strong desire, I guess, to present themselves in ways that are different from.
Clearly, absolutely, people have. It's obvious people have a strong desire to present themselves as the opposite sex, but how much that desire should be sated, and to what extent we should enable that desire.
If you go to turn on Mr. Girl's stream, there is no buzzing sound.
What's the consequence of enabling it? Like, well, let's take
mutilating themselves physically and hormonally.
Just to, I guess, angle the conversation a little bit.
Sure.
Let's remove the concept of like children from the equation completely, because I think that's like a slightly different angle than what I want to go for.
Sure.
So if I ask you the question, well, let's say a 25-year-old or whatever.
Well, I think. Wait. Most trans-identifying people, I think at this point probably are under 18. There's a lot of trans teenagers.
Is that relevant to like your thoughts about like?
Are you fucking fact checking me, Steven?
Yeah, I am. That number sounds way off.
Sure. So
just as a,
wait.
Just as a real quick, just so that I can look at this real quick. So, the percentage of individuals who identify as transgender by age, from the ages of 13 to 17, 0.7% of those two. From the ages of 18 to 24, 0.7% of those two. From the ages of 25 to 64, 0.6%. From 65 and older, it's 0.5%. So it seems like there's more.
What year is this study from?
I'm just looking at January of 2017 right now. Age of individuals who identify as trans. Yeah.
I think things have changed a bit since January of 2017.
Okay. You guys should define your terms very rigidly, because there are worlds where Mr. Girl is right, but those quote-unquote trans people include non-binary women that just want to be trained in college, and it's not really what we're talking about in this conversation. Sure. Sorry, that was really loaded. I shouldn't have said that. But I'm saying that, like, I don't know if I would consider the, like, 80% of trans people in college that are, like, non-binaries as being the subject of this conversation. Or maybe you would. I don't know. That's up to you two to figure out.
Yeah,
I want to say, let's define trans people as people who you and I think probably want the hormones, at least.
Yeah. I think that so going through all of your content and stuff. I think we have a lot of agreement, especially on some of the things. Specifically,
I'm pro social transition.
Sure.
I like it. I'm for it.
Sure. Before you cut me off, what I was trying to say is I think we have. now I'm doing it. Okay. Before you cut me off, what I wanted to say was that I think we have a lot of agreement on many of the social aspects and stuff like what you should be able to discuss, a lot of the social response to people who are discussing trans issues and gender stuff, and I'm very much pro free speech. I think in one of your videos you defined that as your ape rights. I think I'm on board with the ape rights.
Well, I think you're a little slightly paraphrasing me, but I don't want to interrupt you.
Go ahead. You have my permission.
Why would you interrupt somebody to tell them you don't want to interrupt them? What a pointless interruption. Sorry, go ahead. Just minus 1 point to your side for that, but go ahead.
Well, I was actually trying to collaborate with him and asking him, do you want me to make an aside here, or do you just want to know that I disagree with your paraphrasing, and then you can keep going?
Okay, minus 2 points for trying to argue with me about your minus 1 point. Okay, keep going.
Okay, well, I think that this minus 2 points is completely out of line, and I don't think you should be subtracting any points. Okay, but the ape rights point thing I was saying in the video is that with respect to free speech, mammals sex other mammals. So we have an innate sense of whether the male or female that we're talking to is male or female. And when people tell me that I shouldn't misgender other people, it starts to feel like I'm being told I have to mess with that internal mechanism by which I sense the sex of the people around me. And I feel like as an ape, I want to be able to just like feel somebody's male or female on my own without being told I'm basically calling them the N-word if I react the wrong way.
Yeah, and I actually, and I don't know, this might be a radical position, but like I actually believe, like, I mean, in your own view, like with your friends or whatever, like whichever you want to communicate at, I think that's fine. Right, like I'm not as concerned with like the society's response to your feelings or your thoughts about these things, right? And I think we find a lot of agreement there in terms of like the free speech aspects of it. Like what I've come here to talk about is like if there can be such a thing, like the truth of the matter of these like concepts of like how can we even figure out like what is a correct position, like what makes the most sense logically or scientifically or stuff like that, or like just fits best into our worldviews. Like I'm not as concerned with like the social responses and like who the trans people are that we're talking about. Like we can like for all of those, just assume like the best case scenario, the one that we agree the most on. Like for example, with like who is trans or whatever. Like we can just assume all those.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay.
Cool.
So, where I think we have the most disagreement, and I think as maybe Destiny pointed out, was specifically like for people who suffer from like gender dysphoria, people who want to take hormones, get surgery, stuff like that. I think that's where sort of the body of the disagreement is. I think I've boiled it down to two base positions where I think actually the disagreement lies, and I think all other positions flow from there. So I think the number one position is our differences in the area of like personal self-reporting in medical settings, and the other one is a position on informed consent medically and what you should be able to do with that. I think those are the two base positions that I think all other sort of arguments flow from. I don't know if you want to talk about that, or can maybe.
Do you think you should be able to get your eyeballs removed surgically if the idea makes you horny?
Yeah. Do you think you should be able to kill yourself?
This conversation is over.
Do you think you should be able to kill yourself if you have full medical informed consent?
No.
Well, that's the difference.
Okay, I don't see this as really a debate about gender. It's a debate about to what extent the medical field should enable self-harm.
Sure. And the definition of self-harm in that context is very relevant.
Well, I think the definition of self-harm is relevant because if you think, like, you're not really a trans ally if you're like, I think you should be able to transition the same way you should be able to get decapitated by your dentist. It's not really what I think this kind of support they're looking for. It's fine if you're like, you got a libertarian, like, to do whatever you want point of view, but as far as how it relates to gender, you're not like, what does it matter if it's self-harm if that's like the lens we're looking through?
But we can't really have a conversation about like, should people be able to take steps to do like sexual reassignment surgery and hormones if you don't even think that people should get breast enlargement surgeries? Like, just in general, like, people shouldn't do that. Like, if you don't believe that, and I believe that you've said that you don't believe.
I don't think people should do that. I don't know that it should be illegal, though.
Sure. Yeah, but like, we're not necessarily talking about like what is legal or illegal. Like, you can say that you believe people should be able to do things that you believe are immoral, like legally, right? But that's going to be a different discussion. Right, but can you see, like, if you don't believe that people should be able to even, or you don't think anyone should get breast surgery, then obviously you're also going to think that trans people also shouldn't get breast surgery.
When you say shouldn't, are you saying I think it's self-harm, or I think that it should be
it's bad, like not banned, like never, like we can talk about that as well, right? But
I'm gonna wait real quick. I'm gonna ground this out right now. We're talking purely ethics/philosophy, no legal shit yet. If you want to talk legal shit, then somebody specify. Otherwise, right now when we say you shouldn't do this, we're saying that like it would be ethically bad to do it, or maybe other people should like not want you to do it, but not that it should be a law or not a law yet. Okay, let's be clear on that.
Okay.
Well, am I mischaracterizing your position, right? You don't believe in general that women, if they think, okay, I would look so much better if I just had.
I don't think anybody should get plastic surgery.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So like, if you don't believe that, then I mean, obviously from that follows that
no, because trans people and the progressive narrative believes that gender reassignment surgery is.
But I don't care about the progressive narrative. Like, I'm talking about like.
Yeah, but but you just said it. You just said it doesn't matter, so it doesn't matter to whom.
Well, to you.
It doesn't.
To you.
Well, yeah, right? I agree with myself. No, Dario. I think you were making a compare. You were saying, if you believe that nobody should get plastic surgery, then of course, why would you believe that people should not get gender reassignment surgery? But the fact that I think that those are the same, is my position. I think that, like,
yeah.
Do you think they're the same?
No.
Okay, so I think that's what our disagreement is about. So whether or not you think the dentist should be able to pull your teeth out for fun, regardless of all that,
yeah, but that doesn't matter. Like whether or not I convince you that there's a difference there, it's still gonna hold that you think for all cases nobody should get like plastic surgery.
Why do you think that? No, that's not true.
Isn't that your position? That you
What
shouldn't
the fuck
get
are you talking? Wait, no. Let me.
I'm asking you.
I know what you're asking me. Let me walk you through this real quick.
Okay.
I believe people should not get breast implants because you're getting surgery to conform to societal norms for no fucking reason.
Yeah.
I believe people should get their breasts removed if they have breast cancer.
Yes. Yes.
But
I'm not talking.
I just let me walk you through this just real brief. Okay. The fact that I think that those are different, I think gender reassignment surgery is more like a cosmetic surgery, and I think you think it's more like a life-saving procedure.
No, I mean,
necessary
in some cases,
necessary gender affirming.
Not in all cases.
In some cases.
In some cases, yeah, yeah, sure.
Okay,
but like,
so I feel like that's kind of the central disagreement we have is all of this shit just like makeup and cosmetic surgery?
Sure, but okay, so
if I believed that it was necessary or medically sound, then I would be for it.
Sure, but what I'm trying to convince you of, right? I've already heard you talk about whether or not like something is medically necessary in terms of like the surgeries.
Okay, but you just said that I would still be against it, even if I thought about it the same way you do. But I wouldn't. I would be for it.
Sure. Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, I understand. Okay, so yeah, you've previously stated you would cut off your dick if it had cancer. Okay, so I understand that aspect of it. What I'm trying to get at is the other one, right? Why is it bad to get cosmetic surgery just because you want to get cosmetic surgery? Like, why is that a bad thing morally in society? Right? That's what I want.
Fine, but that has nothing to do with gender. You're conceding.
Why?
You fucking slime ball. Already, you're instantly conceding the most important part of this disagreement and simultaneously maintaining that you disagree with me. So you're saying I don't think it's cosmetic surgery, but let's assume that it is for the sake of this conversation.
Well,
you're basically surrendering the entire debate. Well,
no,
and then saying let's just debate like.
Okay, hold on, real quick. It sounds like he's saying that like you guys can argue about that, but it sounds like he wants to say for sake of argument, let's assume it was cosmetic surgery. Why are you opposed to that? Which is a fundamentally different conversation, but.
I mean, it has nothing to do with gender, though.
Yeah.
I titled the stream gender.
Wait, why? Why is it nothing to do with gender?
Because you are conceding my views about gender in the gender debate and then transitioning quite clunkily to a medical ethics debate that has nothing to do with gender. You said yourself, we could just equally debate. Should you be able to get all your fingers cut off at the surgeon if you're in the mood?
Sure, we can talk about that. Can I just finish the statement and then you can tell me whether or not it's relevant?
It's not. I can tell you right now.
Go ahead, make the statement.
Okay. So the statement is, right, I believe that people should be able to get cosmetic surgeries to alter their bodies for pretty much whatever reason, right? As long as there isn't as long as they have like medical informed consent, right? And what I'm saying is within that spectrum, there is the reason of conforming to like some kind of gender norms you wish to conform to, right? So the gender aspect comes from, I believe people should, given that they have medical consent.
Okay, careful here, just so that we don't run down this whole hole. You're kind of begging the question here, right? Because what Mr. Girl's going to argue against is that like, well, the medically informed consent is part of the debate, because he's probably going to argue that like, if the true consent existed here, they would never get the surgery because it's not helping them with their problem. So we should probably just focus on the gender thing, right?
Sure. Well. So if we fast track to that, right, and we can say, well, can you even medically consent to being able to like change your gender or gendered aspects, right? That's the question that I'm trying to ask, right? Like
if you think that the surgery is fundamentally doing something different from what it's doing, then how can you consent to it? If you're delusional about this procedure, I don't think you can consent to it.
Yeah, but we can talk about whether or not it's a delusion.
Which is the whole point of this conversation, I think, right?
Yeah, I'm trying to bring it back to
Yeah.
like, you know, fucking gender. Like if I think getting my nose cut off is going to let me be able to fly.
Sure, but you brought that up, right? You asked me whether or not you should be able to cut out your eyeball. That was the first question you asked me.
Yes, because I was trying to, because you brought up medical ethics, and I was trying to get this. I said because you were horny, so I was trying to cover all future possible line of questioning and debate on this topic.
Sure.
If you can get your eyes removed because it makes you horny, then I believe that our stances on medical ethics are very clear and need no further exploration, and we can get back to gender.
Sure. I think it's a part of like the gender debate, whether or not like medical ethics apply and like whether or not doctors should be able to do like sexual reassignment surgeries and stuff like that.
This is kind of like it's kind of like arguing with like the argument you're trying to make right now is, are blood transfusions good if they can actually save patients? And I can show you maybe that they save patients, or that like we agree they save patients, and you're arguing against a religious person that thinks that blood transfusions are immoral, right? You're on like a different stage of the argument that's like so far past what you need to argue, which is like gender confirmation surgery like the ethically appropriate way to resolve issues relating to gender dysphoria or trans people? That's where the conversation is centered. Once you guys have figured out whether you agree or disagree there, then that next part is going to be almost entirely informed by this first part. Because my guess is going to be is that if Mr. Girl believed that gender confirmation surgery was a good way of alleviating dysphoria of a mental illness, he would agree with it the same way that he'd agree with removing your breasts because you've got breast cancer, or removing your dick because you have penile cancer. That's so.
Let's even believe in gender dysphoria, right?
Exactly, but that's what I'm saying. That's where the conversation needs to happen. Not like, well, what do we do with the surgeries afterwards? Because you guys don't fundamentally agree on what type of surgery it is. Mr. Grow right now is probably arguing that gender confirmation surgery is cosmetic, full stop. And you don't believe it's cosmetic. So arguing whether you should or shouldn't do the surgery is like, well, you guys don't even agree on what the surgery is or what it's for.
I would say also further, we have reversed positions on both issues. So even if it was cosmetic and self-mutilation, you'd still say it's ethical, because people can just choose to do whatever. Okay, so we have both reversed positions. So I think we should argue about the gender one.
Sure. So the gender one. Okay, so I guess maybe this is the other. Maybe this position flows into that other position. But like fundamentally, like the question of like self-reporting, right? So like if somebody says, goes to like a psychologist and they explain their experiences, and the psychologist goes, well, it seems to me that you have some sort of gender dysphoria. You don't believe that that's an actual thing that can be diagnosed by a doctor, right?
It's an experience. I think gender dysphoria is an actual experience that people have. When you say actual thing, I feel like you're kind of smuggling in actual thing in the brain that requires a medical intervention to fix.
Yeah, that isn't.
I think gender dysphoria is a feeling. Or a feeling of intense discomfort combined with an idea of what that discomfort is about.
What's the solution?
Therapy, and maybe social transition.
What if that doesn't work?
Copium. The same as the solution to any person who comes into a psychologist's office with like a delusion, a really bad feeling. Every single person who goes to therapy, like myself included, like when I first started going to therapy, I was like, I'm really upset because my wife left me. And you're like, well, that's true, but you know, not really. That's part of it. And I was like, I know what I need. I need her to come back. Boy, was I wrong. And that's the therapist's job, is to say, well, oh, this is what you're feeling. This is why you think you're feeling it. And this is what you think you need to fix it. And I'm going to help you through a relationship where I reflect things to you. Discover that most of what you just said about yourself isn't true.
So if you go to the doctor...
Most therapy is non-affirming.
Sure. If you go to the doctor and or like the psychologist, right, and you talk to them, you say, I have issues relating to, I don't feel like I'm one of the boys. Like I feel like I fit more in with the girls. Like all of the social roles or whatever. Like that they talk about. That's more like me. I feel that way. Like, what do you think? And the doctor says, well, maybe you have gender dysphoria.
No,
or some
I don't. Well, God forbid a doctor says that. God fucking forbid. Okay, so when you come in and you say that, the therapist is at a fork in the road. They can either do non-affirmation, which I think is like normal therapy, or affirmation. So I think a good therapist would start deconstructing and say, well, what do you mean what does that mean you don't feel like you're one of the boys? What does that mean? Let's walk through that. Tell me about your experiences about being one of the boys, about being with boys. What's your relationship with your father like? Do you have a brother? Do you have a sister? What was it like? What was your family like growing up? They're going to learn all these things about you, and they're going to start taking these placeholder beliefs that you have about yourself and about your gender and what all these things mean, and start figuring out uncomfortable truths about you that you didn't know, and feelings and beliefs and values that you didn't know you held. Whereas the affirming model is going to do the exact opposite. They're going to say, well, let's run with it. Whatever you think about yourself. And so the affirming, the trans therapist, the gender therapist who I told I needed my wife back would have said, all right, let's come up with a plan. Does she like flowers? How are we going to get her back? What did she say when she left you? What went wrong in your relationship? And how have you worked on those things? How can we fix that? But I don't think the therapist's job is to take the thing you think you want when you walk into the office and help you get it.
What if that's not the thing that? Sure. What if that's not the thing? So I recognize this is a thing that happens, right? Like people will try and self-diagnose themselves, and they'll go in with a plan. I'm going to say this and this and this and this. I'm going to get this diagnosis.
Everybody's self-diagnosed. Everybody has an idea of what would make their life better.
Sure.
The therapist's job is to help you come up with a better idea, because your idea is probably wrong.
So what if the therapist
has, or at least to interrogate your idea. Sorry, go ahead.
Sure. What if the therapist has exhausted all other options, right? We've gone through, okay, it isn't just general depression, right? It isn't just suicidality. It isn't this and this and this and this. Goes through the list, and the final thing that's left is, okay, maybe it's gender dysphoria, right? Maybe you're just not comfortable with the gender that you have, like the presentation, your social roles.
That shouldn't be on the list.
Why not? If it's a real thing that people experience, that we agreed upon, right? Like not in a sense that it necessarily needs.
Because you're baking into your therapy approach that the person has to get what they want.
No.
And or that the dysphoria has to be resolved.
Well, yeah, if it's bringing great psychological harm or like disturbing your everyday, like you can't function to that degree,
yeah,
right?
But that approach to therapy is wrong. Like, if you come in and you say, I'm full of grief because my family died in a plane crash, the therapist doesn't go through treatment options until the grief is gone.
Well, sure, but I mean, kind of, right? I mean, you're probably.
Wait,
you're probably talking.
Where's my life support? Does it get absorbed into my suit?
Right.
Yeah, but what if talking doesn't fix the grief?
Sure, then you try other things, right?
I'd say I don't agree. There's a lot of things in life are not fixable.
Sure.
You could try, and then there's pills you can take that's like just disconnect you from the grief.
Okay, but sure. I mean, there's a spectrum. Okay, I feel like we're talking past each other, right?
Wait, stop. Like, you are talking past each other. Let's center this. What should gender affirming care look like, or gender affirming or gender confirming therapy? What should that look like?
So I think what it should look like is you go in kind of like depression, right? Like kind of how we treat depression, right? You go in, talk to a therapist, psychologist, whatever, right? And then you talk through the issues that you have, you present the issues that you have, and then you go through the list and you're like, okay, do you fill these criteria, and then you try socially transitioning, you try the things, and you, at some point you end up at like the irreversible stuff, or like irreversible, right? Like that's like at one end of the spectrum, but that's like you move towards there, right? You start with the hormones can be reversed to some degree, right? And then there's you build on, and at some point you end up like at the far end. That's what I think.
Okay, my problem with your premise is that you can't change sexes. So I think therapy for people who want a man who wants to turn into a woman should be the same as a man who wants to turn into a fox. Any attempt to change into a fox will result in immediate, irreversible self-harm. So this should not be encouraged. The therapist should not go through a checklist and have maybe you're actually a fox at the bottom of the checklist. I think that's negligent malpractice. So that's got to be off the table. So maybe you're actually a woman, or maybe you should turn into a woman, should be off the table.
Yeah. Yeah, I understand. So I understand, right? But
okay,
the
wait.
issue...
More fundamental now. Okay, hold on. We have to get more fundamental. Okay, so in the beginning of this debate, Dario, you kind of asked, do you believe in trans people? But then you gave the bad definition of, can a doctor diagnose you as trans? Both of you agree that exists because obviously doctors do this. But we need to get to a more fundamental question on, do you both agree that trans people exist? Because it sounds like, Dario, for the definition you're using, Mr. Girl doesn't believe that. So you kind of need to resolve that.
Yeah, that's what I think is the main issue, right? I don't think Mr. Girl actually thinks trans people exist. And that's why I think this conversation is so hard to have.
I believe trans people exist in the sense that there are people who really want to change to the opposite sex.
Sure. But you don't believe that there are people who...
Dario, do you believe that brains can be sexed differently than the body? Because Mr. Girl's position on this is no. That's the question.
Yeah. Well, insofar as, like, we can... I guess... I would say the brain is part of your body. Right, so like insofar as
I want to try more girls therapy and see if I can.
But in like that's what I would call like severe gender dysphoria, right? Like yeah.
Well, let me try that one more time. Wait, do you think the brain can be sexed differently than the body?
Yes.
Okay. Yes. Okay. So that's what you guys have a disagreement on.
Yeah, I think if you took your brain out and you threw it into a trash can, and then a biologist came and found your brain later, they would say this is a man's brain. I don't think they would say this is a man's brain, but beyond it being a man's brain, it's a woman's brain.
What?
Okay, do you think if
this is a man's brain?
Imagine the most passing, convincing trans woman you've ever seen in your life. And her brain pops out of the top of her head, lands in a trash can. And a biologist comes and tests that brain. Somebody says, what sex is that brain? Do you think the biologist is going to say this is a man's brain? This is a woman's brain?
Well, I guess if we presume that we have the technology, I mean, he would probably tell you the sex of the brain. It's a woman's brain. If you ask him, what biological sex did this brain have before it...
the biologist is female. Ask her, but continue.
Ask her, sorry.
It's okay.
So if you ask...
I'm saying a biologist right now scooping up the brain and tests it. And the question is, what sex is this brain?
Yeah.
They would say this is a man's brain. Or no, they would say this is a woman's brain. Is that what you're saying?
I'm sorry, I'm really confused now.
I know, it's confusing because it's a big made-up bunch of shit, but...
No, hold on, it's not confusing. Trans woman.
It's a trans woman.
Trans woman, brain is ripped out of her skull, okay? Trans woman, male biology, female brain, supposedly.
Smoking hot.
If that... Yes, okay. Taftaj's brain is sucked from her body, okay? And then we put this under a perfect testing machine. Would that brain be... Well, let's not make it personal to a person, actually. That's kind of weird. We not because it's sexual, because we're questioning their transness, okay? I'll sexualize Taftaj all day. Okay. So let's say we have the brain on the table, and now we're scanning it with some perfect tool, okay? Can we tell, is this brain male or female from a trans woman's body?
I don't want to use perfect tool. I want to use modern, current... available technology.
No, we're using perfect because this is more interesting. Because if you say modern,
so you might think it's more interesting, but I'm the one making the question. I think they're two different questions, and you are.
Oh, okay, fine. Never mind. Go ahead, man. You can get hung up on dumb technicalities. Then knock yourself out.
It's not a dumb technicality.
I'll entertain you.
It's not a dumb technicality because here's why, Stephen. Here's why your hypothetical doesn't make any fucking sense. I'm saying leading biologists currently now, do you think they would think it's a man's brain or a woman's brain? And you're saying, no, let's do a hypothetical future where all of our suppositions about gender turn out to be correct, and then we have the technology that affirms whatever my fucking weirdo beliefs about gender are. That's
you
why
against
your
all
hypothetical doesn't.
forms? Are you against all forms of antipsychotics, SSRIs, anything like that? Because you can't pull a brain out of the body and go, this person 100% has depression, 100% has ADHD, 100% is bipolar.
He's against it.
No, but now you're changing the subject.
We're not changing the subject.
Efficacy. You are changing the subject from the efficacy of. You're changing it to efficacy of treatment from fundamentally what is a man and what is a woman, which is the question you just asked.
No.
You said we need
Hold
to
on,
drill down.
no, bullshit.
No, shut the fuck up.
Oh my
you said
God.
we need to drill down to. We need to drill down to fundamentals. You said we need to talk about what is a real trans person, what is not a trans person, what's a man, what's a woman. And then in my thought experiment, I said, okay, if you took the brain out of a trans woman, do you think a biologist would say this is a woman's brain? And now you're inventing this mystery tool. You're bringing this other stuff, and now you're saying that I'm like, no.
Okay, you made it about efficacy. I wanted to make it about whether the fact of the matter that there could be a male brain or a female brain, and you're saying, well, what about with the technology we have right now? Okay, fine. If you're not talking about the technology we have right now you're asking a fundamentally different question. What my question was, is there a male brain versus female brain? Your question was, can they be detected in a lab? Those are two fundamentally different questions that are worlds apart. And if you're saying, well, hold on, I don't care about the underlying fact of the matter. I care about, let me finish. I care about whether or not I can detect it with some scientific tool, and I'm telling you, there aren't scientific tools to connect anything to diagnose 100% anything that we have mental illnesses for, right? You can't measure a brain and go, that brain was definitely depressed, that brain was definitely ADHD,
Agreed.
right?
Agreed.
So if that's the case, if you want to make the argument, that's fine, but you're the one in the efficacy world, if you want to do that. But I don't care, this is your argument, Darius, go. I'm not listening to you.
No.
Can't hear you.
Well, you can't cover your headphones.
I am. I can't hear you at all.
Go
talk to Dario.
Okay. Is it Dario or Dario?
Yes. Well, actually, it's Dario. If you wanna.
Okay.
If you can say it, I don't believe you can.
Because my grandmother used to say the Mario brothers.
Yeah, it's not Mario. It's Dario.
Dario.
Okay.
Dario. Okay. that was a bit weird, Steven.
Okay. Let's just break this into different questions. My hypothetical question is, do you think current leading biologists discovering the brain of a trans woman, do you think they would say this is a man's brain or a woman's brain, using the same test that they use if they find a monkey's brain or a rat's brain? Whatever they do to determine what sex you are, do you think that the brain would turn out to be a female brain or a man's brain under their test?
So with the current technology,
I
honestly don't know, because I haven't looked up, I don't even know what the technology looks like. I don't even know how they do. I don't even know if that's a thing they do. So I honestly don't know.
Well, if they find there's a murder scene and they find blood at the scene, do you think that lab technicians can figure out whether that's a man's blood or a woman's blood by looking at it under a microscope? Or running some tests on it?
I actually don't know. Honestly, I would assume so. I don't know.
I would assume so too.
I honestly don't know. It's not a cop out. I honestly don't know.
Okay. I believe that they can tell what sex you are by finding a strand of hair or a drop of blood.
Sure.
And I believe that same test would probably have the same results if they found a brain.
Sure.
Okay.
Sure, but we have to. So then we have to get into what is a male or a female brain? What are those things even like?
Yeah, sure. So I'm saying that in the mind of a biologist, a male brain is a brain with XY chromosomes, and a female brain is a brain with XX chromosomes. And you're saying, and now I think what's disturbing to me.
I honestly don't know.
What's disturbing to me is
just for a
that
fact
you're saying
brains do have chromosomes. Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay, so what's disturbing to me is that I feel like before you were indoctrinated with this gender shit, you would have known this, but somehow this knowledge has actually been sucked out of your brain by gender education.
I prepared in the wrong field.
Okay, so my point is that to me, I agree with Steven's conjecture that they would not be able to tell if you're depressed. Basically, they can't tell how you feel by looking at your brain. And a trans woman is a man who feels like a woman and thinks he is a woman, but ultimately it's a man.
Well,
hypothetically, if there was a tool that
chromosomes.
If there's a special tool in a lab called the I agree with Steven and Dario tool, that probably would detect whatever you guys would predict it would detect. But currently, that's not where we're at. So, I don't believe that a brain can be sexed differently. What the brain, I think fundamentally, what we're getting to, what the brain thinks it is different from what it is. What the body thinks it is not the same as what it is. And to tie it into the therapy thing, you go into a therapist's office and you say, I'm a dragon, I'm a woman, I'm a fox, I'm Muhammad Ali's grandson, whatever the fuck you think you are, that doesn't make it so. And so I would no more prescribe a sex change operation for someone who thinks they're a woman than I would for to wear blackface to somebody who thinks they're Muhammad Ali's grandson, unless they are. If they're white. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I don't think most transgender people think that they are the opposite sex. Actually, the opposite sex.
Okay, great. So I agree with those transgender people then. So if those transgender people just think they really want to be, but they're not, they just want
they want to socially present as that. Right? That's generally what I feel like the trans people that I know, at least.
Okay, so our working definition is a trans woman is a man who wants to socially present as a woman.
Sure. If you want to put it like that. Yeah, sure.
Sure. Okay, then I agree. Then we have the same definition now. We're aligned.
Okay.
Okay.
So what's the issue with that?
If a man wants to socially present as a fox, I don't think it's the job of the person who, a therapist, who's supposed to help you be more sane, less delusional, to tell you that you are a fox. And to say, you know what would help you, is if you told everybody around you to tell you that you're a fox, and get really upset if they don't, and freak out, get them banned from Twitch if they argue with you about it. I don't think that that's healthy.
You think
I think the therapist should say like, well, let's start coping with the grief that you must feel that you're not a fucking fox. And if you want to dress up as a fox, knock yourself out.
You think there's a difference between a man wanting to present as a fox and a man wanting to present as a woman?
I think I can think of some differences. Yeah. But I think there's some similarities too, Dario. It's an analogy.
If I wanted to today, let's do the today example. If I wanted to today, as a man, present as a fox in a believable way, do you think I would be able to do that?
No.
Do you think I'd be able to present as a woman with today's tools?
Yup. The way you're arguing in this fucking debate, it would, yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Maybe I have the female brain.
Yes, I think that it's more feasible for you to present as a woman than as a fox.
And if it would make me very happy to present as a woman. Do you think that's a bad thing?
No. I think happiness is a good thing.
So if somebody wants to take steps to make sure that they present in a way that makes them more happy, why is that bad?
Take steps, huh?
Take steps,
huh?
Steps.
Take steps, take snips.
Well, if you take a little bit of the
it's just one snip. It's just a snip. It's not a big deal.
Just a little bit at the time.
Yeah.
Wait, okay, so how far? Okay, so how far did your
we're just taking yeah,
no, it's like
I broke into your house and cut your dick off while you were sleeping.
Sure,
It's just a step though.
Sure.
Just taking steps.
So you don't like when they lose the penis. Obviously.
I don't like it when anybody loses their penis.
Okay.
No.
What about
I'm on the brain penis connection committee.
How are
we
you
got to
with the
keep these
hormones?
suckers hooked up and pumping away
with
as long as we can.
How are you with the hormones and the growth of the?
No, I don't like the hormones either. I'm against that.
Why?
I'm against hormones. Well, I think it's bad for you to take in cross-sex hormones. Well, in a few ways. One, Well, I'm of the view that your endocrine system is very delicate. And I think if you start fucking with it, things go wrong. Like you become infertile. Well, I don't know. I don't want to try to list medical issues. I just want to say I believe you will have long-term medical issues if you take even if you take same-sex hormones. And those issues are like known side effects, and they're offset. Like cutting your dick off. That's a side effect. That's a hell of a side effect. But it's offset by how happy it makes you. And the hormones are offset. I don't think anybody thinks that like if taking estrogen were good for you, then we would all be doing it. Doctors would be telling you.
Good for you? But what is good for you in this
case? Eat your leafy greens and estrogen. Like we're
Sure.
not doing that because we know that it's not good for you.
But what is good for you in this specific scenario is
okay. So just accept, right? Yes. So just agree. Please agree with me that you're taking physical side effects in exchange for a psychological perceived benefit. We agree with that.
But isn't that the same case for like a bunch of like other psychological treatments like SSRIs or stuff like that, right?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah,
and I think those decisions should be made very carefully. But this is escalating to a level of irreversible harm. Plus, the basis for it is delusional. So when you prescribe somebody the difference is that the trans patient is fantasizing about the treatment itself. They want to be turned into a woman or a man. That is the thing they are after. Whereas a depressed person, a depressed person does not
fantasizing about being happy, right?
Those are different. No, stop saying it with the facial expression is wrong. You're making a face like you're right, but you should be making a sheepish, wounded face because you're wrong. The difference is the depressed person is not fantasizing about how good it would feel to slide that fucking SSRI pill around in my mouth and crush it with my tongue and swallow all those neurouptake inhibitors. That's not what they're thinking about. They're struggling with their problem, and they want a solution to their problem. Yeah, those are similar. But the trans person is after the treatment itself.
I don't think so. Right. So so you're saying you believe that most trans people, or like I don't know, some trans people, they wanna transition because of doing the things within the transition, not because they want to achieve an end goal of being
I think it's both. I do think they want to achieve a goal at the end state, but I also think it is a I bought a new graphics card today.
Okay.
And I bought a 3090. I ordered a 3090. And
TI?
No. And I kept like thinking about like considering it because I'm trying to do some like graphically intensive stuff, and like my 2080 is giving me some issues. Okay. And I kept thinking about it, and I was like, well, can I afford this? Because I'm like, is the Mr. Girl budget? This doesn't make sense. Like this video is not going to make any money, so I don't know. And I kept thinking about it, and then I'm like, I want to buy it. I'm not even thinking about the project. I want to buy it. I want it. I want it. I don't even know why I want it now. I just want it. And I'm like, should I do? I'm like, I make a lot of decisions like this, like really obsessive, spinning thought in my head. And I'm like, if I'll buy it just to stop fucking thinking about it at this point. I think that's how trans people come across to me, of just this like burning obsessive need to take like the next step or like do the next thing. So I do feel like there is a fundamental difference in the patient's involvement in feelings about the process of the treatment versus a depressed person.
But why?
And certainly
why
versus like a schizophrenic
Why does that
person.
matter? Why does that matter at all? Like in terms of like, so like I can even grant.
I can explain why it matters.
Sure.
Okay. It matters because I believe that we are doing a massive, destructive act of capitulation to mentally ill people to fulfill their fantasies so that we can avoid being called bigots. I think that this is a extreme disservice to trans people. I think it's very wrong to tell the fucking person who comes into a therapist's office that you're Willy Wonka and you're going to make all their wishes come true. That's not what they need. That's not what the psychological community believes any patient needs, except coincidentally, the scariest and loudest, like, political movement right now. It just so happens that the most coercive, like, angry, controlling, manipulative ideology, the new group that is the scariest to speak out against, also happens to get their way in the therapist's office, in the doctor's office, and on the medical table, in our language, in our science.
I'm really confused about, like, what you think about these scientific communities, right? Because it seems to be, to me, on one hand, you're saying, well, they have a lot of good opinions on, like, these kinds of medical conditions, and they do pretty good dealing with this, and they have, like, ways, like, therapists and stuff have ways dealing with it. But like, when it comes to trans people, we don't believe them. That's the limit. That's where we that's too far. How are we believing them on a bunch of stuff, but, like, not on the best treatments for this specific section of people?
Well, they will do what you're doing. That they will sidestep the question of what actually is a woman. So, like, the new Supreme Court justice famously asked what is a woman and wouldn't answer the question during her confirmation hearing. So it seems like they're not. I don't see any serious scientists saying a trans woman is a female brain in a male's body. I see them, if asked that question, they would probably just say, "Oh, well, we don't know. We don't know. How could we know? You made up a thing that's untestable, and then ask me if it's true." And if I say yes, I can't prove it, but neither can you. If I say no, I seem like a bigot, so I'll just say, "Who knows?" And, like, nobody wants to put their foot down and just, like, stop this.
Sure, but do you think maybe there's a reason why people aren't putting their foot down that isn't malicious, or
yes, I do believe there are genuine believers, for sure. But I think there's a lot of people who are just like, okay, this is anecdotal. It's all anecdotal because I feel like I'm in a terrorist cell of a growing network of people who are comfortable enough with me and each other to be like, this trans shit is really fucking weird, huh? But you have to be in a little tight-knit social terrorist cell in order to be able to actually talk about this with other people. So Shaylin and I went to a barbecue, and everybody at the barbecue was, I think, 50 or older except us. And, you know, they got to talking, and I think they're all Democrats, and everybody's saying, you know, these days it's hard to say anything, blah 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 blah, and you know, you never know what kids are going to be offended by, and then kind of looking over at me, especially Shaylin, looking at that, looking at, you know, her, you've seen her, and then I say, you know, I think that progressives have a really hard time with saying no to new identity politics and movements. And then there's just like flood of like, thank God, this like relief of like, yeah, and I'm supposed to, you know, I'm worried about losing my job, and my friend got, you know, chewed out by HR because she said the wrong thing, and this guy like, well, I don't even want to say anything anymore. And it's just like this like fucking uncorking of like relief. So surely you agree there's immense social, financial, and societal pressure on people to pretend that they agree with to squeeze out whatever equivocating statement you can make to at least make it seem like you don't disagree, right?
So this is what I brought up, like, in my, I think, in the opening 5 minutes, right? Like, I agree that there are these pressures upon people, and probably even to some degree in like medical communities and stuff, right? But what I'm asking you is, So I will agree that there are social issues of like discussing this topic or even
Yeah.
like being a naysayer.
I
But
don't
what I'm
see-
asking you is how do we go about figuring out what is correct? And then
Scientists are not even saying the shit that progressives are implying they're saying. I have not. I scoured the
But if
internet.
you look at the DSM, right, and definitions of gender dysphoria and like how we treat people with gender dysphoria, like the recommended treatments, like all of these.
I don't think the DSM has treatments listed.
No, and I'm not. That's not.
Well,
what I said.
look. Do you want to look at the DSM definition of
No.
gender dysphoria? I'm sure I'll agree with it. It's probably just somebody who
if you want
thinks.
to,
Wait. No. But you just bring it up like it's like, oh, I have so many things to say. You're just like saying. You're like, I have so many things.
There's a period in the middle of the sentence. I was like.
Yes, but I know. But you're like, I have so many things to say, and then one of the things you said, the DSM, but the DSM doesn't say anything about trans people, trans women actually being women. It doesn't say anything about that.
I'm talking about that.
Well, then don't bring it up because I think what we're talking. I agree with the DSM's. As far as I understand,
I'm trying to ask you a very simple question. Well, and not a simple answer.
Well, how about you not load it with a bunch of lies?
Jeez.
Okay, I'll try again with no lies this time. I'm sorry.
Okay. All right.
How do we figure out what is the correct path forward for treatment of people who believe that they are transgender?
I believe this comes down to a few factors.
Okay. Such as?
Imagine he's about to say it.
No, I wasn't going to say anything. I'm glad you asked, though.
I'm sorry. I took his speaking time away, Steven.
2 points. Okay. What is the best treatment? Well, in any treatment of any psychological disorder, you got to think about, does the treatment have side effects or harms? Now, this is a big one because the exact way that so a depressed person is not fantasizing about like losing their sex drive, right? That's like a big side effect of SSRIs. You don't want to lose your sex drive. So you want a pill that fixes your depression, but you're taking a risk. Is it going to fuck up your sex life? And then you're balancing those two things out. Now, with trans people, it's tricky because they want the side effect. You think, what's the worst side effect of gender reassignment surgery? Is gender reassignment surgery. What's the worst side effect of getting huge tits? If the tits themselves are the side effect. So it's
I don't
hard
think
to.
that's
It's
the side effect.
Well, there's other side effects too, but I'm saying.
Well, that would definitionally not be the side. Like, is that a serious point or like?
Yes, it is a serious point. Okay.
Okay. I don't understand.
What do you think are the side effects of getting your penis removed? And your balls. Just name one. Name what do you think the biggest side effect is?
I don't know. Like,
We'll just pick one.
Like
Pick anything.
I don't know. Honestly, don't know.
We'll just make one up. Do you think there are no side effects?
I don't know. Maybe you'd walk weird. I don't know.
Okay. So let's say you walk weird, right? Now, let's say you find out that a surgeon is going to remove your penis tomorrow.
Okay.
And there's two things you can pick to worry about. One is that you're going to walk weird, and the other is that your penis is going to be removed tomorrow. Which do you think you'd be worried about more personally?
But that depends on why you're getting.
No.
Penis
It's just happening. You get an email that says, "Hey, I'm a surgeon." And
wait, are we talking in the? Okay, I might have misunderstood. Wait, are you talking about
a surgeon's gonna? No, you.
Oh, you
Dario.
as me. Okay,
you
okay, yeah,
as you.
Sure.
In this hypothetical,
I'd
you're
be
you.
pretty sad about losing the penis. Yeah.
Right. The walking weird would not. Okay.
No, yeah, I thought you were talking about a trans person.
Yes. Okay. So I'm trying to make this point to you that to a trans person, the thing you would be the most worried about is the thing they want.
Okay, I see
SSR.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. You're saying you and then, yeah.
Yeah, so the trans person wants the side effects. So it's really confusing because my definition and your definition intrinsically of harm, as what we would see as an extra. I mean, You want to take this antidepressant? It literally makes your dick and balls fall off. Probably nobody would take it. Very few people would take it. So to a trans person, the side effect, the harmful side effect, is the thing they want. So it becomes really complicated because then you have to take a stance of kind of, if you're going to argue with them, of saying you don't know what's good for you. Otherwise, then there's no way to.
Is this okay? Am I crazy? Isn't this the case with like other medication and stuff, like stuff that was previously considered to be like a side effect of some, like? Am I crazy?
No. Yes, the other medications that have side effects become the main effects, then repurpose the medication. But that's not the same thing. The person taking the medication does not want the nightmarish side effect. Like, do you understand what I'm saying? Nobody would accept your dick falling off as a side effect unless you actually wanted your dick to fall off.
Yeah.
Okay, so if a small portion of the population...
Well, I mean, depends on the treatment. Yeah, but I understand what you're saying, but I don't understand the connection, right? I feel like we're... Like, what's the point? Like, I feel like I'm just...
You said, how do you decide the best treatments for trans people? And I'm saying one problem in deciding what the best treatment is for somebody who wants to harm themselves is you have to decide, is their desire to harm themselves, does that outweigh the harm they do to themselves? Or do they need to be stopped from harming themselves? Now, the progressive answer to this is interesting because it's neither. It's actually, well, we're just going to decide that cutting your penis off isn't harm. Even though in any other context, you would go to jail for 1 billion years if you were to do this, rightly so. But in this context, we don't even engage with the calculation of like, well, yeah, these people really want to fuck up their bodies in like horrible ways that the rest of us would like find literally torturous. But, you know, they really want to do it, so should we let them do it or not? That, to me, that's like the correct evaluation. And like, of course, my answer to it is no, we shouldn't let them do it, or they shouldn't do it or whatever. But we don't even get to that question.
Sure, but how do you figure out whether or not something is going to be a harm in that regard to somebody, right? Because I assume that there's going to be, I mean, probably other than trans people, right? There's probably going to be some spectrum of like how harmful do you think losing your penis is going to be to your life. And
yeah,
if you take
absolutely.
somebody who's rather old, like let's say you take somebody who's like 50 years old, 60 years old, right? They probably care less. I mean, I don't know. I'm sorry.
I'm 37, and my relationship with my penis is only improving. We're only getting closer.
Okay, let's say somebody who's 70, right? Somebody who's 70, far away.
I think 70. You know, like 60 plus is like some of the most sexually active people.
Really?
I think so. I think they fuck a lot. Retired, kids are out of the house. They got money.
Yeah.
Vacations. Hot summer nights. I don't know. Guess I'll see. But no. See, trans people have manipulated you, or progressives have manipulated you to saying brain dead Mr. Girl takes, like, is cutting your dick off bad? I don't know. It's a spectrum. Everything's anything harmful could be seen as on a spectrum. Cutting your dick off is bad. It's that simple.
Well, no, I would say, well, no. I'm trying to ask you a question about like how do we decide whether or not something is bad in that way, right? So like cutting off your dick, right? Like obviously there are people who don't think that's bad for them, right? But how do we decide, or how do we find out whether or not that is bad for the individual person, right? That's what I'm asking, right? And the way what I would say is, well, we have to figure out together with like a trained doctor who has experience like addressing those issues.
Okay, so I don't agree. I just feel like you're just like murking the water and then saying let's trust authority. You asked me what I think. I don't agree with you. I think.
Can I suggest a question?
Yeah.
Guy goes into a therapist, and the guy says, "I am a sexual deviant. I'm a homosexual. I need you to cure me." And the therapist says, "I'm not going to cure you. I'm going to show you how to get fucked in the ass and not feel bad about it." Couldn't you argue in that sense that the cure that the gay person is looking for would be the disease that any other person is looking for? That a normal person doesn't want to get fucked in the ass the same way that a normal man doesn't want to get their dick chopped off to become a female?
Yeah, except it's a weird analogy because you're saying a normal person thinks of getting fucked in the ass as being raped.
No, not rape, just unnatural, bad, gross. In the same way that you'd view cutting your penis off as mutilation.
Yeah, but the problem with getting fucked in the ass if you're not gay is that you view it as a awful, violating experience itself.
I agree 100%. The problem with getting fucked in the ass if you're not gay is really bad. The prospect of cutting off a penis if you're not a man, though, biologically in your brain. Go ahead.
But getting fucked in the ass does not leave you disfigured in any objective way.
So the only harm that you have... So, okay, but now you're shifting completely. So
no, you're shifting, and I'm just shifting you back.
Okay, let's ask this question. Let's say that...
Okay, motherfucker.
Genital surgery was reversible, 100% reversible. Would you be okay with these surgeries now? Because if that's true, then everything you just argued about like, well, you know, most people wouldn't want this because it is the side effect. This is irrelevant then. Let's say that the
hormones.
Yeah, if it's reversible, I would be 90% okay.
Okay,
I'd probably feel the same. I feel the same way about it that I'd feel about most psychiatric treatments.
Sure. Okay. Before hormones,
it'd be like taking a pill.
Sure.
That turns you.
Yeah. So let's say it was reversible. In that case, the fact that they're taking the pill for the bad side effect that nobody else wants, that whole argument is irrelevant. That's not what you care about. All you care about is
Hey, motherfucker.
Because most people would want to get their dick temporarily chopped off.
That's because nobody has a conception of what it's like to get something temporarily chopped off. If it's immediately, easily reversible, getting your dick chopped off would be like getting your fingernails chopped off. It wouldn't be something that we wouldn't be horrified by it. The permanence
there are
of
some
getting
girls
your
that
dick...
get very mad when they break their nails, but go ahead. Sexist.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm just saying that this argument about how like they're seeking the side effect is not a real argument.
No, it is. You're just saying something that's just not true. Because the problem with getting your dick cut off is that it doesn't grow back. If your dick grew back, then it wouldn't be that big of a deal to cut somebody's dick off or to cut your own dick off.
It would still be bad. People still wouldn't want to go dickless if you're a man because you identify as having a dick. You want to have a dick.
If it's immediately, completely 100% reversible, it wouldn't matter.
Okay, let's say it's not immediate. Let's say it takes you 6 months to grow it back. Are we back where we believed before?
You can fucking change the slider wherever you want. Just for the next series of questions, just assume the longer... Right now, it's forever. The longer you have to not have a dick after it gets cut off, the worse I think it is. And that goes for, I think, any body part. Any body part that doesn't grow back, I think most people are pretty upset about losing.
But what's the cutoff? Right, like, so you're saying there's like a sliding scale, right? It's a spectrum, right? Of like where you think it's acceptable or not, right? And you say if it's immediately, then you probably wouldn't have a big deal. But like, is there like a ballpark, like? So, for example, like this is the case with like hormones.
I
right?
don't
like,
understand why you
stop taking hormones. Well,
I'll answer your question if you're sure you won't really want to ask it, but I don't get what the point of this question is. Cutting your dick off is permanent.
Sure. The point is with the question I brought
Steven's
up
trying to
earlier in the debate with the hormones, right? Because like you can stop taking the hormones, right? Or like you can take opposite hormones. You can take you can alleviate like many of the effects of taking.
You can't reverse them though. They're not completely reversible, so that's why I'm calling it harm.
In what regard?
I don't know. I just thought I thought we agreed on this as a given that if you took estrogen for 10 years and then stopped, you would not be the same man that you would be if you didn't do that. Do we not agree?
What if you take it for 6 months?
I don't know. Whatever hypothetical. You're just using my lack of specific medical knowledge about hormones as a Trojan horse to sneak in your fucking harmful psycho ideology.
No, I'm trying to sell you on the psycho harmful ideology. Okay, I'm not trying to sneak it in. I'm trying to sell you on it. Okay, the thing I'm trying to sell you on is taking hormones for like some amount of time. Let's say it's like 6 months or whatever. And then you stop taking the hormones because you figure out, hey, it wasn't for me anyway. Like, is the harm there significant enough compared to not giving people the option at all? Right? That's what I'm asking.
Yes, I believe so. I mean, like, yeah, at some point you're gonna get me to say, What if you only put one molecule of estrogen in your arm for $1 million? Would you do that, Max? And I'm gonna be like, I guess so. And you're gonna be like, aha! So you do believe that happiness is worth transitioning. It's just a question of how much happiness and how much transitioning. So let's just start pulling these levers until we get the fucking outcome we want. Like I guess we can play that game, and I'm sure you will find a exact point. Because I'll be willing to bite the bullet, and I'll say the answer is 28 milligrams of blah blah blah, and 1/8 of my penis being cut off. I would do if for X amount of happiness, and then you can have me bite that bullet, and then you can make me look real stupid, and you can say, oh, and everybody on Destiny subreddit can talk for a fucking year about, oh, Mr. Girl thinks that the only reason you should ever transition is if you get 1/8 of your dick cut off and you get $5 billion. Remember when he said that?
The subreddit in the room with you right now.
Based.
So, you can pin me down to increasingly specific and stupid hypotheticals if it's going to make you feel smart. But I would like you to just accept the premise that most detransitioners regret transitioning because of the effects that it had on their physical body, not because... Okay, so it's not about time. It's not just the time they spent. It's not just the time they spent taking SSRIs. It actually leaves them with irreversible, permanent side effects. And again, cutting your dick off. Hypotheticals. I feel like you can try to use hypotheticals as this kind of lubricant to just make all these things feel nicer and easier. But currently, it is not reversible, and I don't think the reversibility or the idea of your dick growing back should be part of this conversation. Because obviously what I'm reacting to so emotionally is the idea that it doesn't grow back.
Sure. What I think is weird for me in this whole conversation is I think you take it to extremes that I think just sound silly to me. Right? Like taking it to the extreme of saying
You're out of your mind.
Ooh.
Okay. So the extreme that I'm upset about is, right, like if we can't even say trans people, like trans women, right, that they can't even get breast surgeries, like they can't get implants, right, or like they shouldn't, not they can't, like illegal, but they shouldn't get implants, like something that's like a normal procedure that like cis women even do, right, like a bunch of people do it all the time, right, and you can get them removed as well. I mean, obviously,
oh my god, just as a real quick thing, Mr. Girl, Urk in my chat just suggested this. You should take estrogen for 3 months and do a video on it. On how it makes you feel.
For $5 billion.
$5 billion? Oh my god. Okay, sorry. I thought you were an artist. My bad. Keep going, guys.
No, I'm an artist. I just don't like using my nuts as the canvas. Thank you.
Well, I mean, you literally quite do that.
Well, okay, technically that's your okay. I take it back. Not entirely true. Continue.
So what I was getting at was that I feel like when you, because I understand, right? Like when I try and use the spectrum analogy, right? I understand. Like we can probably agree on some level. Like I heard you, I heard like you had a debate with Rose Wrist, right? And in that debate, you asked him, right? If all of these surgeries, like cutting your dick off, like all of it, like if it improved your life 0.001%. And he was like, "Yeah, still go for it, right?" I don't believe that, right? I believe that there needs to be some sort of threshold that we can, with some qualifications, say this improves your life.
Yeah,
and
that's
like
what I
said.
said. Okay,
sure. I'm trying to explain, right? And on that spectrum, these different things exist, like these different solutions exist for people. And I feel like you're just unnecessarily, I feel like you're being the rose wrist in this conversation. Where you're like,
don't ever fucking say that.
Doesn't matter.
Don't ever say that to me.
You cannot take 1 week of hormones, even if it improves your life 100 times. I feel like you're on that end for like no reason, instead of just being, hey, let's evaluate this from like a person-to-person basis, and let's start with the reversible stuff, and then let's move over to like, and maybe cutting your dick off is like the last fucking thing you can do because the penis is apparently the most important thing. But like there are a bunch of stuff that are relatively reversible. Like you can reverse the effects.
Wait,
of,
are you trying to sneak in a jab at me by saying apparently the penis is the most important thing?
Yes.
Okay. Would you rather have people call you Dariel? Would you rather take estrogen for 6 months, or would you rather cut your dick off? If you have to choose, you have to do 2 of these things, but you can eliminate one. Which do you think you'd eliminate?
I would probably eliminate cutting my dick off, I believe.
I think so too. So I think it's a little unfair.
It's my argument, right? Like there's.
I think 99% of people. No. There's a weird, creepy thing happening with progressives where we're starting to pretend that we don't think our dicks are an important part of our body, and you're like, oh, because you're so attached to your penis. Literally, almost everybody feels that way. So
okay,
don't.
I'm sorry. Yeah, sure. That was my attempt at a joke. Okay, I'm sorry.
Convenient.
that was. I'm sorry, everybody. I am very attached to my dick. Okay, I love my dick. It's a very nice shape and size. I've gotten good feedback as well. What I'm saying is, if that's
women say it's cute,
they do.
Go ahead.
They do. Not as many as probably talk about yours, but
ooh.
Sometimes quality is better than quantity.
That is true. That's true. Okay, what I'm saying is, if chopping the dick off is like the last point on the spectrum, like there is a whole swath of other things that are relatively reversible with like minimal damage. And I feel like we should be responsible there and say, well, it depends on the individual and how reversible the treatment is, which is my position. Right? And I feel like you're on this end.
No, that's also my position. I think I just said that. You were like, how do we evaluate whether the best treatment for trans people? And I said we have to balance out what is good for them and what is harmful for them. But the problem is that trans people specifically are fixated on getting the harm.
Well, yeah, but that's because no, but you believe
the equation.
Like you believe that the harm is in the transition.
Yes, and I believe that because I don't believe the patient decides. The patient
justify that the harm is what makes them happy?
The weird sexual fantasies of the patient, or identity fantasies of the patient, or a combination thereof, cannot dictate the definition of harm that the surgeon is using.
I'm saying when we are trying to figure out.
Okay, we both agree on this. You're just saying the same thing over and over again. Are you trying to destroy this conversation?
Yes. What I'm trying to say is
you're saying we should weigh the harm of the patient.
No.
We should weigh the harm against the benefit to the patient. And you're saying that you think that and I think that, but if it's a spectrum, I'm way too far on the side of saying.
I want to bring in something else. I'm trying to bring in something else. I'm trying to bring in the concept of like the patient is.
Stephen, will you stop him?
Is the best person to inform you of the harm in this case, where we're talking about psychological matters. And
no, I don't agree that the patient is the best person to inform you of the harm. I believe they're the worst person to inform you of the harm.
Nice.
The last person who should define what harm is the person who is begging you for the treatment, especially if they're already.
But who decides what the harm is then?
The trained professional.
The trained professional.
In conjunction with.
No.
In
conjunction with society.
Wait, real quick, just so we understand this. So patients don't tell you what treatment they need or what disease they have. Patients self-report conditions or symptoms. So especially for psychological ailments, a patient can self-report a symptom, but they're not supposed to say, like, I have ADHD, I have depression. Instead, they tell you...
the difference between self-reporting and self-diagnosis.
Yeah.
Right, so I'm saying we should use self-reporting, and the professional...
Yeah, but the patient comes in... clearly, the trans patient comes in with an idea of the exact treatment they want. That's why they're there.
Yeah, but I don't care about that, right?
I know you don't care about that, but that's why we're disagreeing. That's fine if you don't care about it, but stop acting. But I care about it.
I feel like I get cut off mid-sentence all the time.
That's because you're not saying anything. You're
I'm
not really
trying-
saying anything.
I'm trying
You're just
to.
like going in circle. Okay.
I'm talking for like 10% of the time you're talking, right? So it's hard for me to say anything.
And
I'm
yet you're
trying-
only saying 2% of what I'm saying.
Wow. Jeez.
I'm not as eloquent as you, Max. I'm sorry.
Yikes.
I'll do better.
I want to talk. And I don't want you to talk. I want you to focus what you're saying up. I can't even follow what you're saying. It just feels like I'm on a Ferris wheel, and then I realize it's a corkscrew. And I'm like, wow, this is a weird illusion. I feel like we're going around and around, and then I see my past self over there. And I'm like, hey, past Max. And he's like, hey, buddy, is Dario still saying this thing? And I'm like, I guess so. I don't know what we're talking about anymore. I just want you...
What I'm trying to point out,
okay,
is that we have a disagreement of the harm, right? We have a disagreement on the amount of harm.
Okay, just as a real quick thing, the problem is that you guys have never reconciled your position on whether or not you think there's a fact of the matter of if trans people are real or not. All of this other conversation has been dancing around that, but you're never going to agree on this upper level thing.
Okay. Steven, I want you to take us like you remember when you were a kid and you had magnets?
Yeah.
And you're opposing magnets and you smush them together?
Yeah.
I want you to do that.
Okay. This is how the argument is from Mr. Girl's perspective, Dario. Okay, are you ready?
Yes.
Okay. What you are arguing for is you're arguing to create a room that is the most comfortable, elegant, safe, and self-reinforcing way to throw up every time you eat, to be bulimic. You're saying that what if we create the best rooms and we give them antacids after and we protect their teeth with a lining so they don't rot away, and we're doing everything we can so that when bulimic people come in, we give them a room to go and throw up in. And what Mr. Girl is saying is bulimic people shouldn't be encouraged or given a space to throw up. We should try and help them be not bulimic. That's how Mr. Girl views this. And you're arguing for all of these different treatments that involve them inducing themselves to vomit. And he's saying we should not induce them to vomit. That's where this whole argument has been.
Sure.
And it's like if they believed they were meant to vomit. These bulimic people don't just want to vomit. They think they identify as fountains. So they have to vomit just to be what they are. And then everybody starts agreeing with them and saying like, oh, there's a fountain. She is a fountain. And then somebody says to the Supreme Court, is bulimia a eating disorder? And she's like, I don't know. And they're just like, what is eating? And she's like, I don't know. I'm not a scientist. That's what that's a pretty good analogy.
Is I think my issue with it is, so if we're using the bulimic analogy, we're saying, okay, somebody is bulimic. I think the thing we're disagreeing on is whether or not, in this case, wanting to be a different gender is analogous to bulimia, where I think bulimia is generally considered to be like a bad condition, right? Or like
I think being
like by most people.
I think being gender dysphoric is a bad condition.
Sure, but like, so the bad condition for feeling like you are bulimic is a bad condition in the same way that being gender dysphoric is the bad condition, right? But what we're arguing about, like, how do you solve the bad condition, right? How do you make people go from being bulimic to not being bulimic anymore, right? And if somebody is bulimic because they want to lose weight or whatever, or like they're trying to throw up and lose a bunch of weight because they want to be thinner, and there's no other solution for them than just like keep throwing up or like being bulimic or whatever and losing weight. If we go to them and be like, hey, there's this surgery that's gonna solve that, that's gonna make you lose the weight. We tried everything else. There's nothing else that works for you. But this surgery where we can cut off like some of the fat or whatever around your belly
And your dick.
And your dick. And that's going to fix the problem. And we can see that it does fix the problem of them not being bulimic anymore. And there's nothing else that works.
I think the part where the analogy breaks down for me is that, to my mind, transitioning is the purging behavior. So, the bulimic person, yeah, the throwing up. So the bulimic person hates their body. The trans person hates their body. The solution to the bulimic person wants to throw up is the solution. The trans person wants to transition as the solution. When a bulimic person comes to the therapist, they're going there to not throw up. They're saying, I think I have a problem. And the problem is, I want to throw. I'm fucked. Wait, what?
Why are they bulimic, right? So I don't agree with. Or maybe I
Yes,
heard
that's
you
a really good question, Dario, because that's where you guys disagree at. But for some reason, neither of you are really talking about it. Is why are they bulimic? And you think, well, I imagine you think there's some underlying fact of the matter about being trans, and Mr. Girl doesn't believe that. That's the whole center point of your guys' disagreement. But you're all talking about the treatments, and that's all you're going in on. Yeah.
Why don't you moderate?
Well, I already tried to direct you guys there two or three times earlier, but neither of you seem
to. Don't let us drift.
Okay, ready? Okay.
Yeah.
The question I asked earlier: sexed brains. Is there a male or a female sexed brain? Can your brain be sexed differently than the rest of your body?
No.
Obviously, you think that. Dario, do you think yes? Yes. Okay. How do you argue in the affirmative for that? Because there's really two ways that we can address dysphoria. We can either bring the body in line with the brain via surgery, or we can bring the brain in line with the body via some kind of trans conversion therapy or something else. Yeah.
Me.
Sure. And now if you're saying we want to bring the body in line with the brain, you're advocating for gender affirming care. Things like hormone treatment, social transitioning, and gender affirming surgery. So, how do you argue in the affirmative that you believe that brains can be sexed differently from the body?
Sure. The way that I would argue it is that I guess I would observe the way that people act in society, right? And like I would observe the people who claim that they suffer from this condition, and like research them and figure out, well, what is going on with these people, right? Because I don't believe that we can, right now at least, like use the brain machines to figure this out, right? And in the future,
sure. So now the problem, what Mr. Groh would say is, okay, what about people that cut themselves? Should we give them cleaner tools to do it? What about people that are anorexic? Should we give them strategies on how to eat less? What about people that want to be animals? Should we show them how to have safe sex with horses? In all of these cases, I would imagine you would say, no. We're not going to bring the body in line with their fantasies. We're going to try to bring their brain in line with a normal human experience. So what sets those experiences apart from being a trans person?
Sure, I think the thing that sets those experiences apart is the spectrum of harm versus gain, right? So like if there's somebody who's suicidal.
No, you don't believe this. Because if I were to demonstrate that there was a perfectly safe way to have sex with dogs and horses, would you seriously say that people that feel like they need to fuck dogs and horses should be given that? Or if I could show you that there was a very safe way to cut, there's lots of ways to self-harm that aren't going to cause long-term damage or anything. Would you seriously say, well, yeah, sure, I think that we can like teach them better ways to self-harm? Would you really say that?
Would I say that? So, I mean, it depends on how you frame the question, right?
Well,
so,
no, hold on, I'm framing it very specifically. There are tons of ways that I can teach you to self-harm that are very safe. No long-term damage.
Sure.
You can get sterilized tools and you're fine. Would you say, okay, well, in that case, we teach a person
there's
self-harm?
Sure, and there's no like mental effects that like down the road, like we're not sneaking in some kind of like.
Well, you don't want to do that because there's tons of mental effects down the road related to SRS and HRT. Like those are tons of mental effects related to that. So you wouldn't even use this bar for that because if you did, you'd immediately axe all trans care, right? So we'll just say that I can teach you a really safe way to cut or a really safe way to self-harm. Would you be okay with teaching people how to do that in a therapeutic environment rather than trying to get them to not self-harm? And if the answer to that is no, what's the difference between that and trans people? That's the difference.
Sure. So my intuition would obviously be, I mean, we would teach you not to self-harm. But if I'm thinking about it, right, and saying, okay, well, depends. What I want to say is, depends on like the harm, right? So like what I wanted to say was, if there's like a special knife that you can cut like your arm with or whatever, and like there's literally not gonna be like next day, like nothing is gonna happen. It's gonna grow back. Like that's just how it works, right? I wouldn't see any issue with that. Right? Like,
really?
Why? Yeah. Like what's the harm if you can cut yourself?
Wait, let's take a step back from this trans. Let's wipe this whole conversation away from our brains and pretend we never had it. Okay. And then let's say that I come up and I start talking to you and I'm like, hey, like I want to self-harm. A couple people I know self-harm. Like I've learned ways to do this. I'm into model building. I've got an X-Acto knife. I got a disinfectant. Like I can do it really safe. I cut myself in a place where people don't see. And like I know how to manage myself. It's not like too deep or whatever. Do you think it's like this is okay for me to emotionally regulate?
Do you think this is analogous to like people doing drugs?
No, hold on, whoa. We don't have to make it that complicated. Just like I have a very easy way to self-harm. I've got sterilized tools. I know where to cut so that I don't cause permanent damage, and I know how to like clean my wounds and everything, and it's totally fine. So,
well,
would you really would you really say like, well, listen, dude, if you know how to cut yourself really well, then fucking go for it. If that's how you emotionally regulate.
I would say sure. I would say the issue there is like what kind of things that tells me about the person. Like
okay, hold on, no. I just want you to keep this in mind because every single thing you're about to say, I'm going to apply to trans people. So that thing you just said, well, that tells me something about the person. Max would say, well, that tells me something about trans people. That they want to chop their dick off.
Well, yeah, but that's where I would have like the doctors and like the therapists to like analyze like why do they want to transition.
Yeah, but if there's been an ideological capture of those industries, which Mr. Grohl would assert because
sure, but we can talk about that, right? But I feel like that's is the trans cult in the medical industry is taking everything over so that we can't trust any doctors.
Sure. Well, the argument, Mr. Girl's already put forth an argument there in saying he's saying that he believes that he's adequately demonstrated that trans care is fundamentally different than other forms of what he would call mental illness. Yeah. When you go into a therapist, they don't reinforce your desire to have sex with animals. They don't reinforce your bulimia or your dyslexia, or not dyslexia, your anorexia. They wouldn't reinforce these things. They would try to alleviate these things. But for trans care, Mr. Grohl would say it's different fundamentally because you go in with the diagnosis and all they do is give you the treatment, and that no other mental illness is anywhere like that. Yeah.
Sure, I would hold the same position there, right? I said that early on in the conversation, right? Like, I don't feel like we should instantly, like somebody comes into the therapist's office and they're like, I'm trans, I know I'm trans, I just want this, right? I don't believe that's the thing that should happen, right? I think you should have a conversation about your symptoms. You should do self-reporting, but not self-diagnosis.
Sure.
Right?
And then the question would be, could anybody self-report adequately such that you show them how to throw up in a safe way? Or can anybody self-report adequately such that you show them how to cut in a safe way?
Sure.
You really think that?
Or like take drugs in a safe way, right? Like we can say, okay.
Do you think if somebody comes in with a heroin addiction, do you think that they should be like counseled?
Well, if they're addicted.
Well, when we talk about taking drugs, it's usually what we're talking about. You're not going to the doctor if you do like a drug like once a year. You're going in because you're addicted, right? Yeah.
Sure, but if so what I'm saying is the addiction would be the problem there, right? Like I don't think like taking drugs in general, like most drugs, like if you can take a drug, let's say heroin or shrooms or whatever, and like you have a trip. You feel that for a few days, and then after a week or a month, like you're as good as new, like nothing happens. I don't see any issue with that, right?
But hold on, that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about drug addictions, right? You would never go in and have a doctor reinforce an addiction, right? The goal is always to wean you off the drug you're addicted to.
Yeah,
you'd never go in and a doctor would never help you self-harm.
If you have a cutting addiction, that's what I said. Like if you have a cutting addiction,
all of these things are problems.
Addiction. Yeah, but they shouldn't reinforce the addiction. But like the
hold on. If you want to frame it in this way, then fine. We can actually work with this framing. So then Mr. Girl would say, okay, well, I believe that some women have an addiction with wanting to be men, or some men want to have an addiction with wanting to be women. You're talking about a way to make that a permanent thing, a permanent satiation of that unhealthy addiction, is what he would say.
Sure. I'm not confident that I agree with that framing. In terms of like being,
well, yeah, of course,
like the way. Well, sure, but the way that I understand like the concept of addiction is that like it's a thing you want that's out of your control, right? So I wouldn't say if you come in and you have gender dysphoria and you're like, I wanna be seen as a woman, right? Like, and that's the way that I feel that would make me happy, right? And I would like to, and then you talk to the doctor and you're like, well, there are people who are transitioning. Could that be something for you? Like, I wouldn't say you're addicted to transitioning. Like, you.
No, you'd say you're addicted to Mr. Girl would say you're addicted to wanting to be seen as the other gender. And that in any other form of addiction counseling or care, or in any other form of mental illness, you would try to alleviate the underlying conditions that made them feel.
I guess I'm not. I guess I don't see the analogy there with like the addiction and the like addicted in the same way. Like I don't feel like that's analogous.
Okay, well here's an analogy. One person wants to cut their arms, the other person wants to cut their dick off. Both of them go into a therapist. Mr. Girl would argue that the person that wants to cut their dick off gets dick cutting affirming care, and the person that wants to cut their wrists is made to stop cutting their wrists at all costs. The goal of therapy in one is to reduce the self-harm, and the goal of therapy in the other, in Mr. Girl's view, would be to encourage and facilitate the self-harm. So fundamentally, what is the difference between those two types of self-harm?
And placate the patient.
Sure. So I guess for me, the difference is, I mean, there's a difference between like what happens versus what I would like to happen, right? And I believe that what I would like to happen is that people who believe that they are trans go into these, like talk to these doctors, and they go through like the swath and maybe like a period of.
Nope, none of this is relevant to what we're talking about. At the end of the day, you still want this to be reinforced.
Reinforced. It depends on what you want to be reinforced, right? I want it to be a treatment for people. Like I don't want. No,
but that difference is you guys are arguing what the treatment should be. Mr. Girl is not arguing that this should be something treated by placating it. You're arguing that the treatment should be the placation of it.
Mr. Girl is arguing that there shouldn't be a treatment.
No, he thinks there should be a treatment. He acknowledges that trans people are real and that some people have dysphoria, but he thinks the treatment should be some form of therapy and learning how to cope and deal with being trans rather than surgery to placate that.
Sure, but Mr. Girl has seen evidence of like, and has probably read studies as well, like in terms of like the efficacy of,
motherfucker.
Sure, the efficacy of like SRS and stuff like that, in terms of like how it improves people's lives, right? But like that doesn't.
Yeah, but
the efficacy at the end doesn't matter because he could probably say there might be studies of people that learn how to self-harm better that improves their lives, or people that throw up with bulimia feel really good after they throw up. People that are anorexic when they look in the mirror and they see that their skin and bones feel really good when they look in the mirror, or they don't actually. They still feel bad about it. So,
sure, but
all you have to do to evaluate the efficacy of something more positively is redefine harm so that you take away the bad and then you're only left with good.
See, I would, the way that I would
wait, no, I want you to fucking no, Dario, I want you to think about what I just said. I want you to really absorb this.
I understand.
If you've got a scale, you got good and you got bad, and you're weighing a treatment. If a bunch of leftists were to convince you to define the bad as good, then you can say, oh, this treatment's very effective because it's only good. Right? So that's my problem with the way we're talking about this.
And I'm saying, I don't think that's what's happening. I think that the way we understand harm in this case.
Okay. So you think? Let me get this straight. You think? Okay. You are making the claim that progressives acknowledge that, even though you yourself failed to do this, or in this exact conversation we're still having, you are claiming that progressives acknowledge that hormones and surgery are inherently, innately destructive and harmful to the body. Do you think progressives acknowledge that and they're saying, but it's balanced out by the benefits? Or do you agree with me that progressives have adopted a language for talking about these things that denies that they're harmful at all?
It depends on the progressive, I guess. But yeah, sure, I can grant you.
Okay.
But like, but that's not my view. Like, I don't want to debate what progressives say. I want to debate.
You literally were like, "What's so harmful about taking cross-sex hormones?" And I was like, "Would you do it?" And you're like, "No." Well, I wouldn't do that shit. But like,
no, I said I wouldn't cut off my dick. Right?
Would you take cross-sex? Okay, would you take cross-sex hormones for 6 months?
Probably for like limited amount of time. Like depends on like what the.
Would you take cross-sex hormone? No, right now you don't get to research. Would you take cross-sex hormones for 6 months?
Depends on how much money I would get, but sure.
$5,000.
That's probably too low. Maybe like 100K. I'd probably do that.
Why would you charge so much? If it's not harmful. Would you take vitamin C?
Because I don't know.
Would you take
because I don't know.
vitamin C every day for 6 months?
Because I don't know. Because I don't know the harm. If you gave me time to.
But you know, I'm just saying. Do you innately consider it harmful?
No.
Like,
oh well, it depends on.
Okay, so I don't believe you. I think that you do. I think that you know that taking cross-sex hormones for 6 months would cause irreversible damage to your body.
Oh, but wait. So let's talk about testosterone, right? Like trans men take testosterone. I don't believe taking testosterone is inherently harmful to you.
Do you see how your mind just slips out of your own fingers like that? I'm asking you.
Answer that. Wait. What's the?
I'm asking you a question.
Well, actually, and even
you
hold on.
answer.
Wait. Would you take then? Would you go on TRT right now for 6 months?
Yeah, sure.
Really? Wait, then why don't you? There's nothing but pros for starting HRT.
Wait, why would I need to?
Why not? There's just pros. Higher muscle mass, maybe better mood, probably burn more fat.
Isn't that basically like people who work out that take steroids or whatever?
Just having a higher T, even if you can take steroids or you can take more testosterone and not work out a single day and still get more muscle. You can gain more muscle doing it just by having a naturally higher level T.
Isn't so I believe that there are some side effects, right? Like you can have like
okay, well hold on. You're saying there's side effects for a male taking testosterone.
Yeah.
But there are no side effects for the trans people, or I don't understand.
No, I didn't say that there are no side effects. Right? Like obviously there's going to be or like potential side effects.
It sounded like you were saying that like you would try estrogen for a few months, but you won't try testosterone. I don't understand why not.
No, I would. No, it depends on the money. Right? That's what I said. Oh. Right? Like it depends on how much I get paid.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Figure out the final arguments. I'm hungry. I'm gonna go eat.
Dario, I think you're weaseling out of answering this question of whether you are willing to even concede that there is any harm to be balanced against the good.
I said that multiple. I can tell you now. Yeah, probably there's gonna be some. If there isn't.
Wait, no. Probably there's gonna be some. If there's
I don't know. I don't know. I can
How do you not know? Okay, I'm saying innately. I think you know. I think you do know. I think you know that taking estrogen would be bad. If I gave you a glass of estrogen and a glass of coffee and a glass of water, and I said pick one to drink, I don't think you would drink the estrogen. If I gave you pills, if I gave you vitamin C pills, and I gave you a placebo, and I gave you estrogen, and you had to pick one, I don't think you'd choose the estrogen.
Sure, Mr. Girl. If I gave you a cup of dirt, a cup of feces, and a cup of estrogen, you probably think, oh, there's probably some harm to drinking all 3 cups. Right, but the harm wouldn't be the same.
Okay, so we agree that estrogen, and yes, I think estrogen.
Sure. So there's
is pretty bad for you. If you,
you can think
unless you have a hormone deficiency.
Sure. So you can think that there is probably some side effects or some harm associated with like taking all of these things, right? If my doctor came to me and was like, yeah, you could probably use some testosterone, like some extra testosterone. Maybe you should take it for 6 months. I'd be like, yeah, sure, I'll do it. Like no worries, but I wouldn't just do it like as myself right now, like out of nowhere, without consulting a doctor. If the doctor
okay, great. So you're just bouncing around you're just bouncing around from thing to thing. Yes, got it. Okay, so you know, the problem is, if you had a hormone deficiency, then taking estrogen would be good, right? So we both agree, healthy men should not take estrogen. But if you redefine a man,
well,
we've taken a political, social redefinition of man. Now we're saying some men are really just estrogen deficient women. And they need estrogen to fix themselves.
Sure, healthy people probably shouldn't take penicillin. Like people who aren't in pain probably
You're
shouldn't
not
take
listening. You're not
penicillin.
listening to me, Steven. Make him listen to me.
I've translated as best I could. Okay, it's up to you guys. I'm hungry. I'm about to leave soon. I'm getting grumpy. Okay, get your final arguments out. Go.
Healthy people probably shouldn't just take penicillin. Like if you're not like feeling bad or whatever, but that doesn't mean that the effects of taking penicillin is gonna be detrimental to your health, even if you do it while you're healthy. Right? That's what I'm getting at, right? It depends on the harm. I can concede that there's probably going to be some harm if you do it excessively for no reason. Right? That's why we don't just go around to it.
I think this topic has melted your brain.
Wow.
You're not responding to anything I'm saying.
I feel like I am.
Okay, respond to this. Prove me wrong. A estrogen deficient woman should take estrogen. We agree on that, right?
Oh, well, yeah, if the doctor recommends it, sure.
If the doctor recommends it. Okay. I think we're taking a socially constructed definition of woman and saying some men are really just estrogen deficient women.
Wait, what? Hold on. Bring me in, you get dinner, I moderate? Why do you want to moderate these guys? We're going out to eat. I'm not going to be back for like an hour and a half. You really want to do this?
Wait, who is
Do I just leave my stream up to Dan? Dan wants to moderate. I don't know why the fuck you would moderate this conversation. You're such a loser. I asked you if you wanted to go out to eat, and you said you were busy tonight, and now you want to stream on my stream while I go out to eat? Fuck you, Dan.
That's what he's busy doing.
Wait, why did he say never mind? Oh, now he says he doesn't want to. 90 minutes. I can do 60.
We only need 20.
You guys are... Okay, do you... I feel nervous. What if you guys start screaming the N-word?
Well, I won't do that.
Dario?
I would never do that.
Dario, do you have perms in my Discord server?
No.
Okay, join the general lobby and I'll drag you in. Okay, you guys can hash it out there. Okay, that's what we're doing. And then,
join the lobby?
Well, you should have perms, don't you? Can you join Destiny's room in my Discord server? Join general lobby if you can. Otherwise, join Destiny's room above tier 4 waiting room. I'll be there. Or join general lobby if you can. Fuck you, you snake fuck.
Well, well, well. If it isn't Steven. Listen, I had to go out to dinner with my old lady tonight. You know, that's why I couldn't do it. I told her, though, tomorrow, me and you, so she knows that that's coming.
Uh-huh.
Alright, they're in here.
Alright.
Dario. And Mr. Girl.
Wait,
hey.
Can you say it again, Dan?
No.
That was pretty good.
I know.
I'm impressed.
Thanks. So, Steve, so what's the deal? So you're going to go get dinner. Then your stream's just going to be idle for an hour and a half?
I don't know. Why is August in here?
Hey, August.
Can you even talk?
Hey, August.
All right, well, pull up video. All right, you guys go on, click the video button, Max and Dario.
Yeah.
I've never heard August talk, actually.
I don't know if I've even barely heard him talk.
Is that the thing? Is that the thing we're missing?
We need an editor. He can just edit us during the conversation instead of after.
Live editing.
All right, so
save
Steve, now
you need time.
Now you need to get Discord video set
If
up.
anybody else joins or leaves, it's gonna fuck everything up.
Oh.
No, that's all right. I got the whole window there, so if anybody joins, it'll.
Wait, pop it out though. Pop it out.
Yeah,
So
no.
worst case scenario, it's not showing like DMs or any shenanigans.
No,
or
I want
anything
people
like
to see
that.
my DMs. That would make me happy, actually.
Okay. Hi, Nabito.
Okay.
How are you?
Good luck, guys.
All right. So
Thanks,
where
sir.
were we? Maximus and Dario. What were you guys?
Wanted to get in on it, Dan. Listen, you fucking DM'd me on Discord or like pinged me, and it was like,
yeah, I said
not
I said not looking good. Step your game up because Max is fucking destroying you.
I mean, I knew Max would destroy me. That usually happens when we talk.
Yeah.
You think so?
Yeah.
All right. I wasn't here for any of this. What are you guys arguing about? I can set you guys on the path of fireworks and vengeance very easily. So tell me, what is the
I don't want to destroy you. I like you. I don't want to destroy you. I hate this it's like I hate this ideology, and I feel like you put it in front of your face, and then I punch it, and then I'm like, oh, I just punched. I'm punching Dario,
And I don't think it's ideology, Max. I don't think it's ideology. I think it's
Shut up.
consistent
Yes,
with
it is, motherfucker. It is ideology.
how we generally treat science and the way we diagnose like everything in society. I think it's completely consistent with everything. But for you, there's this trans cult that has taken over the universe, and you're the sole warrior left on the battlefield, destroying and fighting back all the trances. That's what you're telling me, Max. You're the one alone in the dark, and I'm trying to pull you out of the dark. Be like, listen, Max, you can just be a normal progressive. You don't need to have this wedge issue of like transness. That's like your battleground for like
the gender shit. The gender shit is destroying the Democratic Party.
Hold on, I can set you. Let's move to a topic that I think you guys are probably both a little bit more passionate about as well. So there's a few things I think that I'm just gonna go off you, Max, because you've had a little bit some fire topics lately. So one of them is you kind of felt. Why don't you say your things on ADHD? Because I'm pretty sure Dario won't agree with you on that, and that's something that we can all get behind, and we know that. So you think that ADHD should not be medicated? Yeah.
No.
Okay. Can you rephrase what you do feel? I didn't want to misquote you.
I believe that we have a overly simplistic and pro-medication view of ADHD. I think that we are unwilling to evaluate the tasks that we are asking people to do for their reasonability, and instead, when especially kids don't perform in school, we don't say, well, maybe we should look at this through a lens of maybe school isn't interesting enough. Maybe we need to make school interesting enough for everybody or for a larger portion of people. Maybe school is outdated, blah, blah, blah. We tend to ask the kids to conform to the system, and ADHD is generally, as a kind of broad diagnosis, after talking to this expert about it, feels like a diagnosis of you're not able to do your tasks. And I think that's useful as a diagnosis, but I also think we need to evaluate consistently the tasks and the system that the person is in. And I think that we're not doing that enough. So I think we're over-diagnosing and over-prescribing instead of retooling school and maybe even work to be something that people find interesting and that people can perform in.
Wait, Dan, where's your webcam?
I'll turn it on a little bit. Right now, I got my cock out. So, Dario, how do you feel about that? ADHD, medicating?
I actually so maybe a big issue with this conversation and the previous one is that I don't have any issue with people medicating themselves in general. I don't have any issue with people like taking ADHD medication if they just want to regulate their like mental state, like being able to focus better or whatever. Like I think
you think real quick, do you think they should be able to do that without the counsel or advice of a qualified doctor? You think they should just be able to order ADHD meds online on ADHD.com?
Sure. And this is going to come down to like the harm versus gain. And like I'm completely consistent with like this is why it's also a hard conversation to have with you, Max, about the trans stuff, is because my position is actually all the way over here where like the position I had wasn't first. Like I don't even believe you need to have any kind of condition in order to change your gender, right? I believe like if that's what you feel like doing, and we can test you and we can be like, okay, this person is clearly not like there's like to the best of our ability, we can say that they are giving informed consent. They should just be able to do it. Like it doesn't have to be any harm, doesn't have to be any dysphoria. I feel the same way about ADHD, right? If there is no like the barriers should only be as great as the potential harm and the informed consent necessary to gain those, right? And I think to some degree I agree with you in terms of kids, because I don't believe kids have the ability to give informed consent. generally on like most stuff, right? So I actually believe we should be way more cautious around kids and giving them ADHD medication, but I think we should be less cautious around adults, probably. Now I'm not exactly sure on like the possible harms of ADHD medication, like every single medication in the world, but yeah, that would be like my general position.
Okay, Max, thoughts on that?
Yeah, so I just want to say that my position on ADHD is a little different because I'm not saying I'm pro medication or anti medication. It's more like I'm anti the mindset that sees medication as the default or only solution to a problem of a person, especially a child, not conforming to a system. I think we need to always be criticizing the systems that we ask people to conform to, especially children. And I think if we, by default, say the system's fine, it's you that's the problem, and we'll fix you with this medication, I think that's negligent. And I think we're doing the same thing with trans people.
Sure, but don't you think, so let's do ADHD. So don't you think that there is a sufficient spectrum? I love that word now. It's a good word. It's also my internet provider.
Nice.
Yeah. There's a sufficient spectrum of people who have different mental capabilities or like different abilities to concentrate, like in all different cases, that we can. I don't believe we can decide like a one size fits all, like design a one size fits all from like the education perspective. So that's why I think stuff like medication, like it's the same argument people do with like autism and like high functioning autism and stuff like that, right? It's kind of the same argument, right? Like society doesn't work for people who have autism, but like is autism inherently like a bad thing? I don't think so, right? But I think people should have the option to conform to society in whatever ways like that makes them feel the best, right? And I don't think we can make a society that is completely perfect for every single human being. Obviously we should strive to do it, but I don't think that's realistic.
I'm not saying we should do it, but I'm saying it's something we should keep in mind. I'm not saying it's realistic. I'm saying that it's a way to evaluate a system that I think goes overlooked often, especially when children are involved. We seem to, when a child's in a family, the family is fighting, the child is misbehaving, we usually say, oh, the child is the problem and they need to fix their behavior, instead of thinking, well, maybe the family needs to change their behavior. Maybe there's 8 kids, 2 parents, and they all agree that, little Timmy is the asshole in the family, and if little Timmy would change, everything would be fine. Maybe everybody else needs to change. So I think with school, especially, and this was my experience, is that if there's conflict between you and the teacher, conflict between you and the school, conflict between you and the material, usually the system decides you have to change.
The winners
and a lot of that conflict now is kind of funneled into an ADHD diagnosis, and the way you change is we give you pills until you do what you're told.
Sure, but do you think that there are mutually what's the word? Mutually opposite ways to structure society, where there's always going to be like a winner and a loser in that scenario, right? Or like, do you think that it's possible to create a society that is perfect for all cases? Mutually exclusive. Sorry, that's the word. Exclusive.
No, I don't think that perfection is possible. I think there's always going to be the need for constant interrogation of the current systems in place. I think for something that's changing as quickly as school is kids using computers now. And the relationship between a kid and a computer, I graduated high school in 2003. Even at that time, was changing exponentially in a way where the teachers couldn't really keep up with what was happening. The tools we're using to evaluate, to do our homework, our knowledge of using those tools turned out to be more important than the homework itself. Right? So like the thing that prepared me for my job now, and like every job I've had that wasn't like working in a restaurant or posing nude for Asian high school students, has involved me using a computer and knowing technology. $20 to $30 an hour. Oh, to $40 an hour.
That's
30,
pretty good.
20, 25 to 40.
Was that the going rate, or is that like individual?
No, it's the going rate.
Okay.
Yeah.
Continue, sorry.
So even at that time, it felt like the shit I taught myself in school of like, how do you install a game? How do you pirate a game? How do you update the fuck? How much RAM do you need? Blah, blah. How do you use this drawing software, animation software? How do you do all that? How do you edit a video? How do you get a video from here to on a computer, and then how do you put it on the internet? All these things that we were like figuring out. How do you rip a CD? That turned out to be my real education. That shit was a fucking 1,000 times more important to then who the Mesopotamians were. And now I think that's skyrocketing more. It's faster and faster and faster to the point where kids are consuming media that the teachers and parents literally cannot cognitively process. If you see a screenshot of like tweets or they watch a TikTok, parents and teachers often cannot even understand the information that is being shown on the fucking screen. And so
society is evolving and
rapidly, and so to say like, oh, you just want to play around on your phone and learn the things that are probably going to carry you through the rest of your life instead of listening to me explain how like butterflies mate. I'm not saying the teacher's always wrong. I'm just saying there clearly needs to be more evaluation. I think
but I feel
more
like
evaluation of like, maybe you're just teaching wrong. Maybe you're all just wrong. Maybe the 20.
Obviously, there's like some stuff you would like everybody to know, right? Like,
what the fuck are you guys talking about? Mr. Girl,
you asked me my take on ADHD.
I know. I just feel like we're getting a little off. Do you want to? What's
if
new
you want to
with Dr.
moderate,
K?
then moderate. If you want to moderate, then you should moderate. But if you're at the point where you're saying what the fuck are you talking about, you and Steven both just did this.
I'm sorry.
If you're complaining about the conversation, this is a perfect example. Oh my God, this is great. This is the analogy.
Good.
Dan, you're the teacher.
Yes.
You're the moderator. You're in control of the system. You're in control of the conversation. You have allowed the conversation through a lapse in your abilities as a moderator to go to the direction that you don't like, and now you're yelling at us as though it's our fault.
That is true. I will say that.
So isn't this your fault? Shouldn't you be doing a better job of moderating?
I had too much faith in the two of you to go to war. That is my fault.
Trying, Dan.
I need to bring up something that Max is more passionate about, and that's the fact that Dr. K is roaming free on the streets, and you seem powerless to stop him.
Yeah,
I think me and Max agree on a bunch of stuff in general.
I am passionate about that.
I think we agree on Dr. K as well, right? In general.
Son of a bitch. Do you?
I think we agree on.
Yeah, I think the only disagreement we had on Dr. K was whether or not I guess we disagreed on whether or not he, to a meaningful degree, I guess, assisted in wreckful suicide, or like made it worse or whatever. And we disagreed about whether or not your video was good, I guess. But I think I'm coming over on that one. The more I look at like sort of the aftermath and everything about your video, I think it was probably good. So yeah, I don't think we disagreed that much. I don't like Dr. K.
Well, do you guys know Dario, since you do a little bit less content than Max, I feel like you're gonna know stuff that Max has said. Okay, I feel like you're gonna know stuff that Max has said that you do not agree with or think was irresponsible or that he's just doing something for attention. What are some of those things? What comes to the top of your mind?
Sure. You know
what's number one?
You know what's number one?
Yeah.
What?
Max, why do you think the brothel would be 15, 16 years old? Like, how does that...
It's just a strip club, not a brothel.
Oh, sorry.
Is the thing you disagree the most on, or are you just making a meme here? I feel
like
you're making a meme.
No, I actually disagree, right?
And you're very passionate about this.
Like, do people, like in general, right? So like in general, I mean, when people have intercourse, right? Or like are seeking to have sex with people, like, do they really, like in general, or like, I might be wrong here, but like in general, are men just looking for like super the youngest they can find.
You already wait. You already set the wrong premise. I already corrected you, and you're already switching it back.
Okay.
The premise of the question is, if there were a strip club with android strippers, and every club had a different age of stripper in it, from 0 to 100, which do I think would be the most popular? And I said to Vosh, I said 15 or 16. He said 14 or 17, which is the same answer as my answer, averaged 15 and a half.
Sure.
And then, or I guess exactly 16 years old. And then called me a pedophile for having the same answer as him.
Sure.
So this is not about who you want to have sex with. It's not about who you want to date. It's not about who you want to spend time with. It's not about who you want to talk to. It's just who would you want to watch twirl on a stage.
Yeah, and I don't think people would go that young in general. Like maybe that would be like, if I'm trying to be super charitable, I could be like, maybe that's like because there's like some shock factor or whatever there. Maybe that's why like they would try. But I think in general, I think most men like
you think seeing a 16-year-old nude is shocking?
Yeah. in that setting, probably, yeah. Like, it depends on how old you are. If you're 16, I mean, probably not. But I assume we're talking about like in general, like
I said the average American.
Yeah. I mean, for somebody that's like 20, let's say 25 to 30 or whatever, yeah, I would say that would be like that'd be like a novel thing or like a shocking experience or whatever, or like there would be some taboo there, right? Obviously, like that would be the factor. But I think in general, I think the average male wants to see women, and I think that's also very obvious in like media and stuff, like the way that like very popular like singers or whatever, most of them have very big features, like they have big tits, big asses, like they're like these over sexualized like bodies or whatever, and you don't find that in super young people. So I think in general people
you 16 if most people are done with puberty at 16.
I don't feel like in that way, right? Like when you I guess we might have a different view of like what a 16-year-old looks like.
Yeah, when I picture a 16-year-old, I picture somebody who with secondary sex characteristics.
Be like a Cardi B. Like, does her body look like that of a 16-year-old?
I don't know, but
you don't know?
When does puberty end? Most girls finish puberty by age 14. Most boys finish puberty by age 15 or 16. That's from familydoctor.org.
Does ending puberty mean that like everything stops growing and like is that the
means
really?
I mean, if you got if you gained a bunch of weight,
the way that
wait, most people tend to weigh more. Yeah, so if you get fat between you're 16, your breasts are developed, but if you gain weight after that, they're gonna get bigger. So your breasts change with relation to your body fat, and most 20-year-olds have higher body fat than most 16-year-olds.
Sure. Okay, Max. What I'm telling you is, I think that when people are saying they are attracted to like a 15, 16-year-old, right? They're not saying, "Oh, I'm attracted to somebody who looks like Cardi B, but like a younger version, but like with those proportions, like with the huge breasts and the huge asses and like the shaking and everything." I think what they're saying is, I'm attracted to people that look innocent, that look like more androgynous.
I get what you're saying. I'm not saying 16 because 16-year-olds are like innocent little schoolgirls. I'm saying 16 because I think that is the body type. I mean,
yeah, that's the body type, right? Like but a
16. Well, I don't know what 16-year-olds. I think you're in denial about like what a 16-year-old's body is like. A 16-year-old is like, it has an adult body.
All right.
What do you think, Dan?
I think, Max, I have a something that came up that's actually, if you remember, we were discussing in one of our other calls before the whole mind freak type of thing, and you were pretty adamant that you wouldn't do that. I said at one point that I didn't believe you, and you got a little upset, and then that's fine.
We had our first fight.
But do you? I hate to say it, I still kind of don't believe it because I think that I think that you would kill Hitler. So do you think that killing Hitler is worse than mind raping him?
Wait, this is actually something I agree with Max on as well, Dan.
Okay. Well, I can
So let me
tag team you guys, no problem.
I just got a $20 super chat complaining about your moderation.
Oh, can you give me the name so I never mind. I don't give a shit. And it's fine. You can tell them that without my shit moderation, there wouldn't be a debate right now. So perhaps they should use their critical thinking skills and realize that, hey, maybe I shouldn't criticize something that wouldn't be there unless he stood up and said something.
I'm enjoying it, man. I'm enjoying your input.
Okay.
So mind rape. So go ahead.
Okay. If I knew that Hitler, if I had perfect knowledge, I thought about this more because I think you're right that I said things that weren't true. I wasn't lying though, I was just wrong. But here's what I really think.
Go for it.
If I had perfect knowledge of the future, then yes, I would kill Hitler to stop the Holocaust for sure. And I would mind rape Hitler to stop the Holocaust as well.
Okay, we are getting someplace then.
But my problem is that I would need the mind control plus omniscience. At that point, I would just be God, I guess. Maybe I would just take up the job of God. But my problem is, and the reason I was so adamantly against it, is that people think they know the future. So somebody, you have a progressive mind control, and they're going to turn Andrew Tate into a feminist. Or they're going to ban people, they're going to silence people, they're going to control people. So I'm trying so hard not to fall into that with my content or my role on social media that I'm horrified by the prospect of having that kind of power.
With great power comes great responsibility, for sure. Okay.
Yeah.
But I feel like if you do have this power, I feel like we would. So there's the idea: will you use this for your own gain? And it seems to me that you might not. But will you use that for the gain of other people? And that it sounds like you might.
I think at a point I would feel like I'm not using it. I'm making a decision not to use it. But the problem is, again, the people, Keffels believes she is acting on behalf of others. So to those of us who don't agree with Keffels politically or socially or whatever, for those of us who are not on Team Keffels, we believe that Keffels is a selfish actor who actually hurts.
Well, let's use a more extreme
Isn't it just
example.
isn't it just like the basic concept of like no man should have that power?
But wait, you have the power. So okay, we're not talking about like these types of maybe more extreme issues. Like let's say we're just talking about like, hey, there's some batshit insane leader in Rwanda that's literally going to go kill a million people.
But you don't know they're going to kill a million people unless.
Well, they're starting. They've killed like 100,000 in the last week, and they say that they're not going to be done until they kill the rest of them.
Okay, but that's the same exact way that like the Taliban might talk about our government.
Sure. You can only go off of your own judgment in that situation.
Yeah,
sure.
Exactly, and that's my point is that Keffels everybody thinks they're the good guy and they know what's best. The guy in Rwanda who's killing 100,000 people believes. I'm saying we're all Keffels. We all think that way. We all think we're the main character and that we're using our power for good. And then from everybody else's perspective and the perspective of history and time, we're committing an atrocity.
But you're kind of, Max, now you're kind of making a moral relativism argument. Right? You're saying, well, everything is relative. Like somebody's good is maybe somebody's bad. Like, and it's all subjective, right? But I'm saying
your own good,
I don't think
given time and wisdom and experience, might turn out to be your own bad.
Sure, you might change like what you consider good.
You
and
will
bad.
change, right? So that's why I think it's wrong to even
Well,
to
why
try
would you
to
concede? Why would you then concede to Dan and be like, yeah, you would kill Hitler? Like I think you can defend the position of not doing it just by being like, well,
if I knew the outcome of killing Hitler was better, like I would think it like killing Hitler as a baby. When I think about doing that, I think no, I wouldn't, because I don't kill babies. Killing Hitler halfway through his reign, yeah, maybe.
Sure, but the issue,
so it's still wrong.
But the issue then, Max, becomes, well, if you capitulate to the Hitler argument, right? The question is then every single time somebody else is doing like Stalin, or like you're basically saying, okay, I'm gonna kill this one guy, but what about Stalin? What about all the other people?
I'm not saying it's right to do it. I'm not saying it's right to do it. I'm saying
you
I
would do. Yeah, sure.
Yes.
But like every single time there's another atrocity, you're capitulating and saying, well, you're basically playing favorites.
Yeah. I'm saying there are things I would do that are wrong. So yeah, so Steven asked me if I saw somebody who was about to shoot 5 people, would I mind control them to stop them? Yeah, I would. But I think that would be wrong.
But why would you do something that you know would be wrong?
Because I can't tolerate I wouldn't be able to tolerate not doing it. It's for myself.
Wouldn't you then actually think that it's good, but you would just have some dissonance? That's how I feel.
So can I
No.
let me take this a step back, because I feel like we're getting too caught up in a specific action of changing someone's things and us not knowing that that's good. I think that there's things that we can pretty much universally agree that would be good, like feeding people that don't have food or saving people that are about to die. So
Yeah.
another thing of this mind power, if we could, is can you find a way to benefit yourself that doesn't necessarily hurt anyone else? So a good example of this is like, I don't know, mind controlling not the president or someone to essentially add zeros to your bank account, right? Like there's no harm being caused as this, and as a result of that,
but that does cause harm. You're creating inflation. You're creating inflation.
Sure, but we're talking about what goal can we do here?
Well, I would say the act itself would be harmful, right? Because you're condoning the act. You're condoning the act of like doing this thing, right? You're saying this is acceptable, right? And like the way that I view all of these questions is simply like, if I'm allowed to do it, then I implicitly also should be able to have other people allowed to do it, and I can't have that. So I would rather nobody have that power.
So, yeah. So this is the kind of the idea. Actually, let's just go out and throw this to two of you. I don't need a long answer, just a thought. Is the act of not saving someone that's about to die the same as killing them? So
it depends on the situation.
Okay, well, I guess the classic example is you really, really don't like Steven, and you're going to go upstairs. You know he's taking a bath right now, and
I would say yes to that.
You're gonna shoot him in the head. But you actually, when you open the door with a gun, you see that he actually is having a seizure and he's drowning under the water. Is the act of you not taking him out, you were going in there to kill him 100%. But now I'm just like, oh, you're dying on your own. Poggers, I don't have to do anything. Is that the same to you, Max?
Yeah.
Okay, is that the same to you, Dario?
Yeah, I would say it's the same, and the only difference is like the opportunity, right? So if it's like if it is reasonable to expect me to be able to do that, then I should do that in the given situation of like saving somebody else's life.
So to both of you, what it sounds like you've agreed to is that if you have the ability to save someone and you don't, that to you is almost you could be the protagonist in causing this bad action. So
well, there's no negative side effect of pulling somebody out of a bathtub. So I think you're kind of
that's not true. Okay, if you're gonna bring up inflation as your big bad statistic for saving all the kids in Africa, or even let's say just saving the kids in Chicago from starving, if you're gonna pull out inflation as that example, I can pull out some sort of butterfly effect example of the act of you pulling him out might cause a school bus of kids to die.
I think that's
just as reasonable.
I think that's a foolish thing to say, because do you want kids to starve in Chicago?
No, I don't.
Do you think that the government should print truckloads of cash to bring to Chicago so those kids can have food?
I think that food should be. I don't know the best.
Do you think?
means.
No.
Okay,
you just said inflation. No, you said I was bringing up inflation as this big bad thing that nobody cares about.
I'll follow your argument. Go ahead.
Do you think the government should print truckloads of cash to bring to Chicago so the poor kids can have as much money as they need?
Yes, Giga Chad.
Yeah, I think in not as much money as they need, but I think that people shouldn't be homeless or
I
starving.
don't think people should be homeless either. Do you
Or
think the government should print?
The government should print money until
Yes.
every single human being has free access or sufficient access to food, shelter.
No, I
medicine.
listen. I think that your
Wait,
free
wait, wait.
healthcare and free food should be fucking like not good.
Welcome to Denmark. Welcome to Denmark.
Oh, wait a second.
Government should
The government already
food and shelter.
Okay, the government already provides free food for people via like food stamps.
I
right?
don't think we see a lot of homeless people that seem to not agree with that. I don't know why.
That's because
the case.
that's because they're fucking schizophrenic and can't get their shit together enough to apply for food stamps.
That's all. Everyone should. So there could be no starving people in America unless you're crazy.
Yes.
Okay.
I don't think there is any. I think the government provides food stamps. Yes.
Okay. So what about housing?
The government does not provide
public housing.
Adequate housing to poor people.
All right. So you have the ability.
So do you think the government should print out truckloads of cash to build houses for all homeless people?
Yes.
I don't think like this is getting to be more expensive than just feeding people. In my example, I was trying to do something small.
My point is that at some point you're going to say we shouldn't print money just to give it to poor people. Because
yes,
when you do
I will say that eventually they shouldn't have Lamborghinis, for instance. We could just end up there.
Well, I think that's a little further than I was going to have to go.
No, but I mean that's the
my
end.
point is that when you print money to give to poor people, you're actually redistributing all the wealth.
So what is that stupid thing, modern monetary theory, MMT, that kind of says that this doesn't exist at a level that people believe that it does? So the idea being we just printed a lot of money with coronavirus that came up here. And yeah, I don't know how much the idea of the magic money tree affects stuff. But look, I understand inflation is a thing. I just hold on. I understand
we have a magic money tree called the Fed. They print money, and the more they print, the temporary relief, and then it causes problems down the line, right?
I understand that, but the question is it worth it for you to be able to do that? To be able to go and do that? Sure, maybe we have extra 1% inflation if we take care of just, let's assume that people are dying because they can't eat, or people are dying for whatever reason. Diabetes medicine are too expensive.
So the idea that I would just take my like half-assed knowledge of economics and then start mind controlling people to change economic policy to fulfill my emotional whims, when I believe that there is Congress and voters and the experts and the people who run the Fed are way more informed and qualified than me to make these decisions. That's an exact example of why I would not use this power.
So do you feel like there's any issues which you feel like you couldn't possibly be wrong about?
Well, but Max,
I think I'm right about
yourself? What if you can mind control yourself to be an expert on economics and then do it?
Well, that's not mind control power. You can't do that. You can't make yourself. It's not the Matrix.
I think they're wrong. I think most people are wrong, or most progressives are wrong about the gender thing. I just said I think it's an atrocity that I'm trying to be on the right side of history. But I wouldn't mind control. I'm not trying to mind control people to agree with me, though.
So okay. Is there anything that you feel passionate about, that there's a harm happening right now, that you know it in your bones, that you feel like you are the expert? Like, I guess that Dr. K thing as well, right?
Gender and Dr. K, yeah.
Okay, so right now,
I know in my bones.
So you could technically have the power to stop a harm if you think it was that big of a harm. So do you think that? So if you believe, like you say, that this could kill people, you technically could have the ability to just like go do your magical mind whisper in Dr. K's head to be like, hey, tomorrow you're going to get on stream and be like, I realize this is wrong. I'm not doing this anymore.
No.
You wouldn't.
I respect Dr. K's bodily and psychological autonomy, and I would not mind rape him.
But you would kill Hitler, though. So there is a line where it's better to kill someone than to mind rape them.
I don't know if it's better, but I would snap.
I certainly feel like the person would prefer to be mind raped than killed, would be my guess.
Well, I would mind rape Hitler, whatever. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know, but I would mind rape Hitler. If like at some point I agree I would do that, but I don't think it's right.
So you don't think there's any issues right now in the United States that either of you, because I know this has been very Max-centric so far, Is there any issues right now in the world that you feel that you could go out and be like, you know what, guys? Guess what? Every fucking world leader, we're taking global warming seriously. You don't feel like there's anything like that either of you guys care about?
And the issue for me, the issue is, first off, okay, you can definitely mind control yourself, okay? You can use the Sharingan on your own eyes in order to make them do commands like in the future, right? So obviously you can.
You can't make yourself smarter. It's not the Matrix. You can't insert the economist DVD into your head. No.
You can brainwash yourself into becoming smarter and doing actions in the future.
Oh my god, Dario.
Whatever.
It's my thing, so you can't.
Okay.
That's so stupid.
Okay.
You can't brainwash yourself into something you don't know. Hello? Yeah, I can't.
But you can brainwash yourself into learning it, right?
No, you can brainwash yourself into thinking you're a fucking genius, but you're still a moron. You could do that. Yeah, but that's it. That doesn't help anyone.
But you can brainwash yourself into.
Can you answer the fucking question I asked instead of fucking memeing around?
Whatever. It's not a meme. Whatever. The reason why I wouldn't do it, and I hope that Max also wouldn't do it, is that the act of doing the thing is allowing this thing to be done, and therefore the act itself is bringing more harm. It's breaking a more important virtue in the world, right? It's not like the result would never be good enough, right? It's like saying, would you actively spread misinformation, or like would you actively be dishonest in order to achieve some kind of political?
Is that Duolingo?
Yes, it is Duolingo.
Who's learning Who's learning what?
It's my wife. She's learning Portuguese, I think.
How many languages does she speak?
How many languages do you speak? I think it's 2. 3?
That's not. I think that's more than enough.
I agree.
I feel bad
you
for
people. You start piling them on. All of a sudden, you learn 6-7 languages. Makes me feel inadequate.
Yeah, but they're shit at all of them, though.
I actually speak 4 languages.
Oh, look at you, Mr. Fucking Big Shot. Who asked?
Right.
You did.
I didn't.
Well, Max did.
I feel sad for both of you that you feel so unconfident in your own environment and knowledge that you think that you couldn't possibly change something to save lives across the world. That you don't believe in anything strong enough to be like, you know what? I'm pretty sure global warming is real.
We believe that mind control is wrong.
Then how do you feel about misinformation, Dan? Are you a fan
of misinformation?
Yes, like actively being dishonest and doing misinformation online.
Only if
it's for a good cause.
Good cause, yeah, I would be okay.
But how can anybody ever trust you then? Right? So like it would just be whatever you think is a good cause.
Well, they don't have to trust me because I'm the one with mind control. They just have to do what I say.
Sure, but let's not do mind control. Let's do like a more real world scenario. Right? So like if you go out and you say, I am willing to spread misinformation to achieve my political goals.
Yes.
Then why should anybody ever trust you to do anything? Right? Or like that you're being honest in any regard.
Well, it doesn't matter if they trust me. It just matters if I'm efficient and effective with what I'm trying to do. So let's say what I'm trying to do is end global warming. And the way I'm going to do it is spreading misinformation by saying that people that are for pollution are like pedophiles. That's going to be my misinformation campaign. Is anyone that goes against me, I'm going to be number one, getting these people fucked up in their lives and everything. It wouldn't matter if people were like, oh, I can't believe he's doing this. As long as I'm effective and I accomplish my goal, it's a win.
And what I would say is that the world you are creating, where if everybody thought like you did, is worse than the world you're trying to bring about by spreading misinformation. And then
this is where the missing piece comes in. That always comes with us. Is that it isn't always. Go ahead, Max.
I want to tie it all together.
Okay, go for it.
I want to shoot a bank shot, bounce off of mind control through ADHD, and sink a hole in one in gender. I think a lot of people are being very dishonest about gender. And I think they're doing it because they believe it's for a good cause. But I don't think it is a good cause. I don't think you know better. When you're pretending that you agree with this ideology, or at least tiptoeing around it or being very careful with how you talk about it, I think you are doing a disservice to trans people and to all people, to psychology, to medical profession, everything, when you will not allow the natural, honest process of like social interrogation of a new idea to happen. There's no pushback, and we need pushback on every idea. And the more polarization there is, the less pushback there is, less cross-pollination of ideas there are. And so you're actively eliminating pushback. And so the mind control thing, I think, is analogous to misinformation. And the misinformation about trans stuff now is misrepresenting what you yourself feel and think about what's happening. I just see it. I see it everywhere. And with the ADHD thing, we have a system that makes people feel inadequate, or says that they actually are inadequate. And I think...
Have you ever been diagnosed with ADHD or ADD?
No.
Okay.
And we have a system that makes people feel bad about their bodies.
Okay.
And the ADHD, we have a system that makes people feel bad about their minds. And while I understand there's other like objective measure, or not objective measures, but other more specific measures that say like you're underperforming or whatever, it's still all part of the system I'm describing.
Okay.
And I think there are intangible ways that we tell young girls you're not woman enough, you're not the right kind of woman. There's still evaluative transactions happening that they are internalizing and think means that they are actually not girls. They're not supposed to be girls. They don't feel like girls. And then instead of being willing to audit our own system and audit our own treatment of young people and say, well, maybe, you know, if 2% or 1% of teenage girls are saying they want to remove their breasts, maybe we are communicating with them in a way that is psychologically harmful to them and makes them hate their bodies. But that is not, there's no room for that in the progressive dogma. We're so sure that we're right, even though we have a nagging feeling and we're like, well, I'm terrified to say that I believe this, but I would be terrified to say I don't believe this because something horrible would happen to me. We just kind of accept that. It's like, I'm being forced to say the thing that I genuinely believe is true, which is almost never the case. If we really believe it were true,
I'm lost in the weeds.
No, Dan. If we really believed it were true, why would we be forced to say it? We don't ask these kinds of questions. So we're complicit in this approach that says we didn't do anything wrong. You need to get your breasts cut off. You need to take hormones.
You can't say no, Dan, when I say I don't understand what's going on.
You do.
You've lost. No, I might be stupid. I've unironically kind of lost the train of. I've lost your train of thought a little bit. Can you maybe more concise? That's a little epic, Mr. Go Ramp. I need a more. Go ahead.
Okay.
Like I'm a 5-year-old.
Okay. Dan.
Yes.
Sometimes when mommy and daddy get mad at you and say that you did something wrong,
I hate that.
It turns out that mommy and daddy were wrong.
What, all the time? But yeah.
Sometimes.
Every time.
The way we decide who was wrong is we think about what kind of family we want to have. And sometimes we get confused, and sometimes we think you're older than you are, and that you should know better than you really do. And that's not the kind of family you need. You need an environment, or not environment. You need a mommy and daddy who want you to be 5 and who will let you be 5. And when we tell you that you're supposed to be 8, or we complain that you're acting like you're 5, we're wrong, because you are 5.
Okay.
Other times we think you're younger than you are.
Well, that's
sometimes
stupid.
Sometimes we put you in a stroller when you want to get up and run around, and sometimes it's because we're lazy. You know.
Sometimes mom and dad tells you want to be a boy, but you actually want to be a girl.
I feel like you guys just constantly want to get yourself stirred up into the most amount of drama ever. I'm missing this bone that you guys have in your bodies. But
No,
okay.
like, listen, okay, Max, it is
Wait,
so
wait, wait.
frustrating to me. Okay, when
Wait, no, hear me. I want to finish explaining it like you're 5. Okay, so
I feel like I got it, but go ahead.
Okay, so sometimes the system is wrong, right? And you're 5. So you can complain, you can yell, and you can shout, but when you're right, it sounds the same to me as it does when you're wrong.
Okay.
And so it is very important for me to look in the mirror and to get help. That's why we see a family psychologist, because we need an outside person commentating on this. We need outside opinions, constantly investigating and critiquing what we've decided is normal and right. And when we don't have that, things can get really out of hand really quickly.
Okay.
Max, can I say something?
Yeah.
It's really frustrating to me.
He said yes. Go.
I think I agree with almost everything you said there, and that's like the basis of like I think a lot of my philosophy and how I view the world. But I feel like that's the opposite of the argument that you make in the gender debate, right? Because I feel like in the gender debate, you are explicitly saying society, as we know it right now, has a specific view of viewing what you can and cannot do with your body, what you can and cannot do with the hormones, and like how you want to present yourself. Society is telling you you're a man, you'll always be a man, you cannot be anything else, even though you're coming to society and saying maybe I want to be a girl. Right? And that's how I build that. Like in my view, the way that I view society is we as a society, we can never tell people what makes them happy. The best society we can create is a society that allows people as much as possible to create their own happiness in life, and that isn't restricted to, and exactly that is like in terms of like ADHD medication, yes or no. That's like schools. That's like empowering people to make individual decisions. And I think your gender, your presentation, like your secondary sexual characteristics, that's a part of it. That's a part of you actualizing yourself and becoming as happy as you can in society, and saying fuck you to whatever like society standards currently are.
There's 2 sets of societal standards.
Okay.
There's the progressive and the conservative set. The progressive set is winning in terms of gender. You're not going to lose your job for saying that you think trans women are really women. You might lose your job if your boss is conservative and he thinks he can get away with it, but you're not going to lose your government job.
Sure. And I think that's bad.
But you will lose your government job. Okay. So I don't think it's true that there's just one set of societal standards.
No, I agree. I agree. So my issue isn't with the one set. My issue is that in every case, barring like some extreme stuff, and maybe the issue is that for you the trans thing is like one of those extreme things that is like barring for me. But like I think in almost every scenario, the society I want to create, and I don't care about the society that exists, but like to the best of my ability, I want to move society towards where you can choose whatever the fuck you want to do with your body, right? If you want to chop your dick off.
Have you seen Cuties?
No.
Okay. Cuties is a...
it all comes back to Cuties.
It always comes back to Cuties. Cuties is a French film
not the French.
About some young girls.
Okay. How young?
And they're 11 in the movie. In real life, they were 12 to 14.
Okay. Was it believable? That they
was
were
the
11?
movie? Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's believable. They look preteen, prepubescent, or what the main character gets her period in the movie, so that it felt believable. On screen.
Okay.
So it's about this girl whose parents are Muslim. Her father. What'd you say?
Relatable. Continue.
Okay. So her father is married to her mother, but he's taking on a second wife. And she's horrified by the idea that he's taking a second wife. She feels betrayed by this. she feels totally estranged from him. We don't even ever meet him in the movie. He's just this like figure in her life. And she is surrounded by these French girls who are very promiscuous dancers on Instagram. These older teens that she wants to be like. And she and her friends start this kind of promiscuous dancing. And throughout the movie, she's bouncing back and forth between cultures and being really kind of smacked in the face by the downsides of both cultures. And it's all about the build-up to two things. There's this big dance competition that she and her friends are going to go twerk in, and there's a big wedding, right, where her father is marrying his second wife, and her mother is devastated by this, humiliated, because like in a way she's not really from the old country anymore. Her mother is kind of like integrated enough so that she just feels like completely humiliated and slighted by this wedding. And so she's hurtling towards these two cataclysmic identity events. And at the end, I'm going to spoil cuties. At the end...
Spoiler alert.
Spoiler alert. At the end, at the big dance-off, she just gets kind of horrified by what she's doing and just leaves. She goes home to run into her mother's arms, finally ready to conform, saying like, I've seen the opposite. I've seen where this goes. I'm ready to be a good Muslim. I'm ready to come to the wedding. And her mother says, you don't have to do this. You don't have to force yourself through this awful experience. Basically, like, it's too late for me, but it's not too late for you. Go free. And so throughout the movie, we've seen her kind of, her dress has like bounced back and forth between like more traditional. She like hides her stomach when her mom comes around, and then like slutty outfits, and then she finally kind of wears the clothes that we think are her. She becomes herself. And it's about the mother realizing that she was wrong, that she's been berating her the entire movie for not following this tradition, and finally the mother has this change of heart where she realizes, I don't even fucking like this. I don't want to be like this. I don't want this to be the way the world is. And she sets her free by admitting that she was wrong. And I think we see young people, especially young girls, being squeezed by the way we treat women and the way we talk about women and conceptualize them in our society. They feel like they don't want to be women. They're either going to be women the way we're telling them to be, or they're going to be men. And I think they're flip-flopping back and forth, just like the main character in Cuties. And I think we are, as progressives, are failing to learn the lesson the mother learned and say, maybe there's something we are doing to squeeze you into one of these two boxes.
I agree. I agree with that. I think the only addendum I would make there, is
it's one little addendum.
If we make the perfect society of like we're all the wise mother who was grown.
Absolutely. Then nobody, you think, it's possible nobody would be trans, or what?
No.
Okay.
I still think some people would want to do the surgeries and the hormones, and I think they should be able to do that. That's what I would say.
Okay. My issue is children always want to blame themselves, especially modern parents. Parents are fragile. And this needs to change, but I don't think we've figured out parenting very well yet. And parents are extremely fragile. You give your parents negative feedback. You give another parent negative feedback. It's the most important job in the world, is being a parent. You tell somebody they're doing a bad job at it, they won't listen to you. They don't want feedback. Ain't nobody going to tell me how to raise my kids. Well, fuck, you should want people to tell you how to raise. You should want even feedback from the kid is usually unwelcome. So kids are...
I would go a step further. I would say you should be forced to take feedback about how you raise your kids.
from a
society.
blue-haired
All right.
liberal.
Yes.
Okay.
You guys come back. What, Max, you were saying something?
Yeah, so
brevity.
The parents have primed the kid to blame themselves. And so I think we've got a lot of young people now who, when they feel bad about their bodies, are set up to believe that that's their fault, that there's something wrong with them.
I agree with that.
And I think progressives are kind of unknowingly, but very irresponsibly playing into that and allowing trans kids and young trans people to believe that they are the problem and that the solution is medical.
Sure.
That they have to change to fit in.
Sure.
All right.
I believe that happens.
And so if you say the solution, the solution with the greatest efficacy is transitioning, you're leaving out the possibility of really rethinking how we're making young people feel about their bodies.
No, I think that should be integral.
All right, listen, I appreciate you guys are having a good conversation, but without being too weird, I understand you guys, you're both intellectuals, and you could tip Milady and have very smart conversations, but we got to try and...
You're for real?
We have to keep a little bit of entertainment value in this for this stuff, so I'm trying to find something where you guys don't fucking just want to suck each other's dick and agree on something. So either that, or I got to find a way to get Lav on here to fucking have her go against you, Max, because I don't know what else there is to do here. We need something.
You're too content brain, Dan.
Please, Max, give me some thoughts here, because otherwise I got to wing it.
Let's have a meta conversation about what you believe is entertaining.
Sure. Conflict.
Yeah, I know, but here's the problem with Lav.
Sure. What do you hate the most about her?
This is something I hate about you plus her.
Okay, but her specifically.
The problem is that the conflict does not come from... The entertainment value does not come from strong beliefs about the topic, right? So like Brittany Simon, I was expressing my beliefs about the topic. I don't feel fiery about Brittany Simon. I don't want to scream at Brittany Simon. Like I have mixed feelings about Brittany Simon. I like Brittany Simon. I have criticisms for her. The problem is your view of content.
Yeah.
The entertainment value is in exploiting my autistic fixation on being able to get my point across. So you ask me, you try to find something I care about.
Yes.
Content, psych ethics or gender, trans people, something I'm really passionate about. And then you start placing obstacles in front of my ability to express my thoughts about that thing. And the conflict becomes me freaking out that I can't actually have the conversation that I'm like a robot. You're telling, it's like I'm like a Roomba. You're telling me to clean up a piece of dust or like a patch of dust. And then putting like a brick wall named Lav in front of me, and then I just run into it continuously. And I start screaming. But the problem is, for me, I have a couple problems with that.
Yeah, go ahead.
It is. It's funny and it's entertaining, and I do have an autistic freak out. Like you're telling me to solve a puzzle, but you've hidden a bunch of the pieces from me. And I'm just like looking for them and looking for them and looking for them. I can't find them.
I don't think it's that
screaming
cruel.
and crying.
It's not that cruel. I wouldn't concur with that. What it is putting you in a situation where you're super passionate about something and you're coming up against not even your greatest challenger or anything, but just someone who disagrees with you, and your ability or inability to effectively convince that person.
No. It's not somebody who disagrees with me. It's somebody who is either unwilling or unable to actually have a conversation with the kind of logical flow that I require in order to even be able to function.
Well, I will say that
some people can't follow a conversation.
I think it's unable.
I will say your flow sometimes isn't very fair to the opposing party. You would like to... I think some things that you would do, you would not expect or allow them to do to you in return, because you do have a view that you're kind of right, in that they Like the best example I have is only because someone called me out on this. You got very upset when I said, I don't believe you. And you said, fuck you. You know, you're not allowed to say that. And then people brought it up like, wait a minute, this guy, Max, he that's
Wait,
literally
did I
his
say
line.
you're not allowed? Wait, did I say you're not allowed to say that?
No, I don't know.
I think I said don't say that.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
That could be possible. But it was brought up that
I have this talk with Shaylin a lot, where Shaylin will think if I tell her not to do something, or that I don't like something, or that something's made me angry, that I'm making a rule in the relationship that we should both follow.
Sure.
No one likes being told that they're lying.
Yes, that's true. But
I don't
feel
like
that
it either.
Well, I feel like you lose some ability to ever tell people to not say that when you seem to be the number one person who does that to other people, right?
Yes,
like
absolutely.
Yeah. So that was the thing there, right? Is like you have to your mission, if you are passionate about things, isn't being right. It's only about one thing: convincing the other person through whatever means possible to get them to understand what you're saying.
I think my problem with you. So what happened was you said, "Would you use this power for your own good?" And I said no, and then you said, "I think you're lying."
Yeah. I believe that you wouldn't, but I also believe that eventually it would wear you down and you would, because I can't imagine a person who wouldn't. Is my thinking. Not anything specific towards you, but go ahead.
My problem with you saying I'm lying, and so first of all, it's annoying to be told you're lying. So I think I don't think I always. I think people tell me I'm lying fairly regularly. I don't think they usually say don't say that. But what I found very irritating about that.
Well, I didn't say you're lying. I said I didn't believe you. But you inferred that I said that you were lying.
Yeah. I said I don't believe you. My problem is that you are asking me just like a yes or no question, to which there's only one answer, and then whatever answer I give, you're going to just think whatever you think. So then I just feel like you're just making a monologue about how everybody would use this power, but using me to give the monologue as though you're asking me a question, but there was no question in the first place. So I find that setup very annoying. It's
designed to be annoying, by the way. For sure.
Okay, so that's why I said don't tell me I'm lying. I don't actually mean don't ever tell me that you doubt that I believe what I'm saying. I think you should do that. I probably will never like it, but I especially don't like it when it means that I don't even get to have any participation in the conversation.
Well, you did, because you went in a direction and you stood your ground in a way that I feel wasn't expected. The whole point of that conversation is you come out with something egregious. Like, if you had complete mind control, would you just go around sleeping with celebrities and turn yourself into a billionaire and have pina coladas all day? And most people would say, no, of course not. That's fucked up.
Dan, isn't the problem here in this specific scenario is that you're upset? Like you're basically saying Mr. Girl does a bad thing about like not believing people when they tell him that they.
Well, no, that's not.
You're upset.
I'm not upset. I was just bringing that up as a side note. That's not
sure, but you're kind of doing that with the question, right? Where you're saying I'm posing this question, and if you're saying no, then I don't believe you because I don't believe that's possible, right?
Yeah,
you're
so it's
criticizing Mr. Girl for.
It's being used as a prop for a thing on a linear track that you were just going to say anyway. That's what I find annoying.
So it's designed a little bit to test people's I guess. So I did this in the past
to test people's honesty. It's a lie detector test.
It is a little bit. Like, I did this in a different way with Rem back in the day. I don't know if you know who Rem is or not, but the one I had back then is like it was something with like a cash machine or something like that. But the whole point of it is that I think for most people, they're going to say no initially. Okay. They're not going to go up.
But the problem with the lie detector test is that if you don't have a logical trap, which would be annoying anyway, but you didn't even have a logical trap set up. You were just like, I passed the test that is designed to make everybody fail. And so then your backup is just like, well, you're wrong anyway.
Well, so here's my thought is this is not a test that most people can pass. It's a more how far can you get before you succumb, right? And I think you in my mind, what happened is that you're like, oh shit, this is one of those things where it's how far do I go before I admit, fuck it, I agree with you. And instead you're like, you know what, fuck it, I'm going to say out of principle, I would never do this, even if there was a million dying kids.
But that's not why I said it.
No,
that's
okay.
That's what annoys me, because it's dismissive.
Sure, but I would say...
I said it because when people are committing the greatest atrocities, the greatest power-hungry atrocities, they believe they are doing acts of good. And so knowing that I can rationalize a horrible act as me doing the right thing, then I know I just wouldn't, I can't use the power ever, ethically. Now that's a different question. Would I do it? Yeah, maybe eventually, yes. I would snap, and there'd be something I just couldn't bear to watch, and I would just do it anyway. But it's wrong.
So I don't necessarily even care about the morals of the thing. It's just
I also think you were asking me if I'd rape people, and I said no, like that. I actually just wouldn't do.
No, of course, because it's designed to start off as a dogwarts question, if you will, right? Because then everyone says no to dogwarts on day one, but then you find out that actually the argument I had with Rem was there was a cash machine, and you could literally just go to this cash machine and pull money out of it, and that's it. And would you? How often would you do that if you could go and use that money to save kids? And people, they say, "Oh, I'd do it for a little bit," but then I'd go do something else or anything else. But you wouldn't dedicate your life to doing this if you were saving children. With money that literally got printed, like the goose that lays golden eggs, so to speak. There is no inflation. I mean, I guess technically there is, but it's not coming from anywhere. But, would you do that? And people say, no, I wouldn't. So is that your lack of action causing a harm? As you said, not pulling someone out of the bathtub is death. Is your saying, fuck it, I'm not going to the golden goose today, is that causing death? These questions are interesting to me on that front.
Dan, are you familiar, like when Destiny recently, in like many of the Red Pill debates, like when he uses the argument about soul, like every single time you do an action for its outcomes, like you lose a little bit of your soul, and you keep like losing a little bit and a little bit, and at some point, like you don't know where you end up with. Like, are you familiar with that argument from Steven?
I don't think I remember that one.
Sure, that's sort of a response to, or like a more, I guess, philosophical response to some of those like mind rape / dogwarts riddles. It's like it's basically saying, right, does the ends always justify the means, right? And I think if you ask the average person off the street, right?
Well, I asked the both of you guys that,
sure,
and you both said yes.
No,
or sorry, on the Go ahead.
Sure. If you ask the average person on the street, like if most people, if they don't think too much about it, they would say, yes, the ends justify the means generally. Right? They would have some sort of like end in mind. But I think, but if you look at like the philosophical field, like there are real like philosophical debates and discussions where in philosophical leanings where the ends don't justify the means. Like you can be like a deontologist or like a virtue ethicist or whatever. And that's like a very real position that people hold, that you can logically justify through a different framework that it seems that you hold, right? But like it's not a meme that like some people wouldn't do it, right? Or like they're being dishonest. It's a real philosophical position.
I understand you guys trying to justify it. I still I'm thinking like, yeah, I just it's hard for me to say because I know both of you guys are like, no, Dan, I wouldn't use it, but deep down in my soul, I feel like both of you would.
Well, that's
but the best part I can say is I think that both of you believe that you wouldn't.
Yeah.
But I also think that maybe you don't understand that you would eventually, or maybe you do.
We think we're wrong about ourselves.
So I believe,
I guess a little bit because I
believe that I shouldn't do it, right? Whether
I think so. I shouldn't either.
Sure.
Well,
whether or not I would do it in the situation, I cannot know before I'm in the situation. But if you're asking me, should you do this? Would this be an ethical thing to do? I can confidently say no. Right?
I don't even think it's that case. There's going to be some stuff in your life that is going to be we've given very broad examples of the power of mind control and if it's ethical or not, and very like huge things like, oh, I'm not an economist, I can't understand. But it could be as simple as you're walking down the street, just nothing in your pockets, nothing, and you see someone about to fucking rob and murder someone in front of you. you know that saving that whispering in that guy's ear, hey, don't do that. That there is no negative that's coming from that.
Well, there is, right? Because you're setting a rule that if you have this power,
We're not talking about morals. We're talking about real life.
But that's
no.
You are
no, because morals. Listen, morals are just rules. We're talking about actual impact in the world. There is no inflation of like dead ladies or something that you saved from going on here. You have only done a positive thing, and you not as well. Hold on, as both of you guys saying,
dog words is not in a vacuum. Okay, if I accept dog words, then everybody has to accept dog words. Or like,
no, I don't know where you're going. All I can say is that both of you guys said that not saving someone that's about to drown in a bathtub and you wanted to kill them was murder. Now you're here at a situation where you have the ability to harmlessly save someone from dying, and you're trying to explain it away.
I would say that would be. Well,
well, do you accept my position that
I would say that's bad. I would say not whispering in the ear of the person is bad, but I would say doing so would be worse.
Yeah, I think if you ask that person, they would disagree with you pretty heavily.
I mean,
I think those who commit atrocities often see themselves as saviors.
Well, we're not talking about your ability to control this power. We're talking about if you would even use it at all.
Okay. So my problem with what you view as content is that I actually care about the topics we're talking about.
I do too. I care about this topic. I think it's interesting.
But it doesn't feel that way, then.
You don't feel like I care about mind control?
I don't feel like you care about it, because when I try and bring up like a nuanced answer that's like rooted in ethics, then you're dismissing it and you want to go back to like the meme questions instead.
It's not a meme question, and ethics is the child's way out of this type of thing. It's like, well, technically it's not right. We're talking about in practice.
Well, you're asking in practice this doesn't happen, right? You're asking me the dumb question and being like, oh, you should answer the dumb question.
I don't believe you, Dan. I think my content, my content is about me talking about stuff. And sometimes talking about stuff with other people. And your content is about me not being able to talk about stuff.
No, I like it when you talk.
You like it when I when I achieve flow. That's when you're at your least happy. Literally, you were like, "That's a great Mr. Girl speech, but let's shake things up a bit." You don't want to watch me be able to talk. I'm like a little fish swimming along, and you want to put me in a canoe and watch me flop around on the bottom.
I want you to fight other fish. And right now, it felt like you and Dario were just swimming, two salmon.
I know. I understand that. And I think I believe that Steven's audience, my relationship with Steven's audience at this point, has come to. That's probably the thing they want to watch the most too. They want to watch me freak out and not scream at people, tell them they're interrupting me when I interrupted them, tell them they're talking too much when I've talked too much, whatever. Just to be a cartoon character.
Sure.
And you do this.
Yes, you have played this part pretty heavily.
You did this in our debates. You are the cartoon character that people accuse you of being. Step outside.
Maybe.
Well, the way we can answer this very quickly.
I don't. I think it's multifaceted. I don't know if I just did that in our debate. I also think I get set up to do it.
That's fair. I mean, it's not only. I agree with that.
I don't think it is only me. So
okay, listen. The way that you solve these questions is if you ask them to 100 randomly sampled people that are familiar with the content broadly from different places or whatever. So not just 100 of your fans or 100 of Destiny's, but broadly. What's their impact and understanding of you? And if most of them or a majority of them are feeling that you are that character, you don't get to say, "Oh, I'm not," because you can't. What you are is not controlled by what you imagine you are. What you are is what people view you are as. That's your impact with that. So you could certainly imagine you're something else.
I think that's a different definition of who you are. Mm-hmm. Like I agree that's a definition. But you also have to take into account the framing device of Steven's stream, of Steven's moderation, of Dario's, the way he's talking to me, of your moderation, the way you're talking to me. And those are very, very powerful framing devices. So like somebody in one context can appear like a cartoon character, but in another context, you think they're a completely different person. So like I'll often see comments about me that are like, but you should watch his solo videos. There's a whole another side of Mr. Girl that comes out when he's not being throttled by Dan.
I mean, I think you would have Steven give the same arguments about how he's very progressive. And what percent of the people on Twitter or online or whatever think that Steve is progressive right now? Very small.
Yes, but that's the I think we probably both agree that the result of a dishonest framing of who he is.
It doesn't matter.
It absolutely matters.
No, all that matters is action and perception in the world. Like, you want to go to your grave and be like, I was, they don't know I was actually right.
You're fucking disconnecting from the whole like framework when you say that. That's not all that, like, sure, that's all that matters, but if Steven is actually a progressive, and his claim is online progressivism is so far gone and so toxic and so much about outdoing the next progressive so that you don't become the one on the cancel culture chopping block, then that has a lot of different implications. Like that means Steven's channel is a safe haven for moderate progressives or moderates in general, or even fucking conservatives. That means that when people watch his content and get to know him better, they're going to have a totally different experience. So I don't think you can just say people's current immediate opinions of you are true forever. Like, people thought I was a pedophile until I made a song about how I'm a pedophile, and they stopped thinking it, right? So,
well,
I mean, Dan, you got
some of them stopped thinking it.
There's like value. There's a value in the truth of a claim, right? Like we can make it ridiculous and be like, Steven goes to his grave, and Steven thinks he is a man, and we know he's a man, but like maybe 90% of people think Steven was a banana. Like, is Steven a banana? Like, no. I mean, he's a man. So there's like a truth of the claim, like whether or not Steven is progressive or like whatever, and that should matter to us, right?
No, because those definitions are defined. If we're talking about a banana, which we're not, we're talking about, is he a progressive person that is doing good for the leftist causes? He would say he thinks that I don't know about leftist shit, but he would say he's progressive, very progressive, more than most people. But if you ask most online progressives, what do they think Steven is? He'd say, I don't know, maybe 2 clicks away from a Nazi.
Sure, but I think for many of those people, they don't have a coherent view of what it means to be a progressive, right? And we can say that we can from outside of the bubble, we can look in and say, oh, they don't have, like, they think liberals, like, there's a lot of online leftists who think liberals are basically akin to fascists, right? Or like they're enabling fascists, right? Like, that doesn't mean it's true. Just because they think that, we can look at like the definition of liberal, and we can contextualize how liberal works in today's society and say that's definitely not true, and that's not how it plays out.
I think we have a fundamental, I guess, I don't know how Max feels on this, but I certainly, from you, have a fundamental difference on what's important. To me, the important is, to you guys, it seems, number one is that you know that you're right. And there's a small set of people that know that you're right too. But optics be damned. Effective action be damned. You know what? I'm right, and you know what? I don't care that I can't go do Mark Gudgel's campaign.
Can you be more specific? I don't think this is going to generalize nicely to everything both of us think or do.
I will.
It may not be for you then.
I'll agree with the meaning, Dan. I'll agree with the meaning. Right? I don't like. This is actually one of the reasons why I
hate these abstract conversations. Can't you just talk about something actual? We've all talked about a bunch of topics. Can you just?
Well, I guess in this one we're talking about the idea that optics matter a lot more than
being correct.
Than anything that you guys are giving it credit for. So being right matters less than having people assume that you're right if you're trying to accomplish a goal.
It matters less to you.
No, well, it matters less in practice if you're trying to accomplish something. If
Yeah, but
if we're both trying to build a bridge and you're right and I'm wrong, I'm still going to build my bridge. It'll be a wrong bridge, but I'll build it before you because no one will believe you can do it or something.
The difference between me and you, Dan, is that you're trying to win, right? You're trying to forcibly win and change the world through what you think is correct, and I'm trying to build a fundamentally better world, right? I'm saying if we focus solely on being right and following the correct paths of logic, we're eventually going to project out into the world and trying to create human beings which have a focus on being correct and holding the correct positions rather than just convincing people through power.
I understand. Listen, you don't have to go too far in here. I understand what you're talking about, but you're building a bridge for yourself. You'll have no one following you because that's how most of these things go, or a very small amount of people.
My chat is saying that Dan is too insincere to understand the value of sincerity.
I don't think that's true. I think I like to feel like I'm pretty sincere. I share a lot about myself and everything, just because
a sincere person.
I just feel that if you're trying to accomplish a goal, the number one thing that you should be like, you have goals in life, right? There's some things that you want to do. I don't know if that's to help people or I don't know. You could probably answer that better for me. I have my own goals. And my goals and the ability to accomplish them is number one. And if I can get there and be honest and true and everything to do it all step of the way, that's the way I prefer to do it. But if I have to take some less honest ways to get there, I'm okay doing that. Because for me, I know what I'm trying to accomplish. It's a little bit the ends justify the means, but that's when things get done. In fact, it's a lot ends justify the means in this case. And I know that those can lead to bad things, but I also trust in myself and my own internal morals that I know that I don't believe I could ever go off the deep end and all of a sudden turn into Hitler 2.0 or anything like that. You know, not that I'll ever even have that power, but that's my thought on it.
You're taking the Voss position, then. This is
Oh,
like what
maybe.
Voss believes. I mean, it is, right? This is what Voss believes, right? And my issue with that sort of belief system...
Just to be clear, I'm older than he is, so I believe this.
Sure.
He believes
he
what
is
Dan
taking
believes.
the Dan position. He's
Yes.
taking the Dan position, right? So my issue with that position is that if you want to change the world into what you envision to be a better place through you being a dictator, you're not really fundamentally changing the world. You might change it very short term, like you might fix some things short term, but you're not creating a better world. I think if you instead try and go at it from the honest way, from the correct way, trying to teach people from the ground up, building a movement of people who believe in the truth of things and who don't only believe in power, but believe about creating better human beings, then we're actually going to change the world. And if that's not our goal, then we've already lost. Like, then we can only, then we're constantly just in a fight where we are like,
Listen, I understand this logic, but to me, someone said something and it made me think of this. It's like we have the trolley problem here. And I can pull the lever and either kill one person or 5 person. And I'm like, oh, that's easy. I'll just kill the one dude. And you're like, oh, touching that thing is against my moral code. I'm like, okay, dude, it's against your moral. I'm gonna go save 5 kids. I'll catch you later. Like that's I think one of the fundamental differences it feels like I have between you two is you guys are like, I can't touch that.
I can't stand these conversations.
No?
No, I can't.
I thought you would have it.
I love them. I love them.
I need it to be specific. I can't tolerate these abstract.
All right, what do you want to talk about more specific?
It feels like you're giving me some kind of criticism.
No, I don't think so. In fact, this started off with you, I think, a little extent trying to criticize the way that we were.
We have different goals, and that my goal is to say stuff and talk about stuff, and your goal is to set me up to want to say stuff and talk about stuff, but actually prevent me from being able to because my tantrums are funny. Which is, I'm not disagreeing with that as a goal. Like that's fine if that's what you want to do, but I do think it bears some acknowledgement that we have pretty different. Like it's funny, you know. I watched the clips of me freaking out, and I laugh my ass off. I think they're funny, but then I show them to Shaylin, and I'm like, Shaylin, look at me scream, watch me scream at this girl.
This is completely unfair.
And I show them to Shaylin, and she has this laugh where she laughs, and it's like there's this pity, on her face. She
Listen.
laughs, but she's wincing at the same time because she's like, it's funny, but I don't like how these people are treating you.
I'm going to tell you right now
Every
that if
stream, Shaylin wants to just rip apart every single person I talk to after every stream.
That's fine.
And so I show this to the mama bear. I'm going to show this. I'm going to ask her, what did you think of Dan? What did you think of the conversation with Dan? She's going to fucking.
That's fine.
Come out.
I don't think that's the case, because she probably recognizes a very simple fact that if you were serious all the time and you were never blowing up at people and never doing anything profound, you'd be fucking boring for a lot of parts. You wouldn't have as many people that watch you, that love you, that have your fan base. If you didn't have all the quirks and fun parts about you and the crazy debates, no, it's true. You can't deny it.
I absolutely.
You want to say that you would have every fan you have if you weren't fun and crazy to have in debates and the crazy shit you do. Why? Why say that when you know that's not true?
No. The debates that people like, there's people liking me that make them actually want to come watch more of my content and think I have interesting stuff to say. Then there's people who like me as a foil for Steven.
You don't think that there's any people that come in with one and switch to two?
Yeah, there's some, but I think generally it's the people who actually understand what I'm doing or think that there even is a thing that I'm doing that's not just coming in and taking the contrarian position on every single issue for no reason or because I have a personality disorder. Like that gets old real fast. So I don't. That's not what Shaylin wants to see me doing, and it's not.
Actually, I mean, this is actually what happened to me in terms of like your content, Max. It's like the first few times you were talking.
You thought I was an idiot.
Yeah, I thought you were an idiot, right? I did. Like
you literally said I was stupid.
I came on a panel show like 3 days after you talked to Steven the first time, and I called you an idiot to your face, and I was like, "You're a fucking idiot. You're just a contrarian," right? But like after, and I mean. I believe this. I mean, you might deny it, right? But I kind of feel like you change some of the ways that you do stuff where you sounded less like what I heard the first time. I can see that you disagree with that, but like I feel like
I do. I just think it's the framing. Like maybe, but I think a lot of it is just the framing. I think it's really easy for whoever I'm talking to and I have a very autistic tantrum throwing response to anything. If I say something and I feel like the other person isn't actually responding, I freak out. That's true. And Dan has used this. Dan knows that. Dan has used this to great effect, and he'll bring in. That's why Lav is like my kryptonite, because she's
messaging me. She's willing to come in right now. By the way, if you're,
I'm sure she is.
Yeah.
She's going to come in and change this up. Lav will not respond to anything I say, no matter what. She's unable to respond to anything anybody says, and I'm unable to cope with that. So it's fucking baking soda and vinegar, and it's entertaining. But no, Dan, that's not what's interesting about me. That's not what my fans.
I'm not saying that's the number one thing about you. I'm saying
no, you did. You said you would be boring without that. But like, no, that's not true.
Hold up.
I'm actually this shit right now. You're doing it right now. You interrupting me to tell me you didn't say something you just said while I'm fucking responding to it.
I was gonna
it makes me freak out, and it's funny. It's funny in a superficial way. But it's very shallow. It's a shallow form of entertainment. My Valve Index review, my music videos. When I am able to actually talk about something without people derailing the fucking conversation, I think I'm more interesting then. I'm less clippable for sure, but I think the discussions with Steven where we've been able to build on and respect the thing that the other person is saying are way more interesting, or at least make me look way more interesting than the conversations when like I'm screaming for air. Absolutely. But you like watching me. You like watching me scream.
Let me ask you.
You like watching me squirm. Oh yeah. Okay.
I don't think that's true. But in the same part, I don't watch you specifically for analytical stuff. I watch you when you're on and having debates with Destiny. I think that's how probably a lot of people have exposure to you, and you can be very funny. I've told you in DM sometimes when I find that your things that you say are well done.
Yeah, but my channel, the goal of my channel and the goal of Steven's channel are fundamentally different, especially when you are in charge or you're, puppeteering the social situation. You and I have almost opposite goals, which makes it funny. I just want to acknowledge that, like, I can't really do my thing when you're doing that.
Well, your thing.
Wait, what the fuck are you guys talking about? I just got home.
Your thing probably wouldn't. Well, nothing. We're arguing. Is that okay?
What are you guys arguing about?
I said that Dan likes to set up situations. Dan's idea of content or entertainment is putting me in a conversation or situation where I'm very passionate about the topic, and then placing obstacles in front of my ability to actually talk about the topic. Then I have an autistic freak out and start screaming about how nobody's listening to me or how I'm not allowed. It's like he's giving me a puzzle and with three pieces missing, and I'm frantically trying to do it. And then, so he was saying, like, oh, I like it when there's fire, when you guys are arguing about stuff. But usually when I'm having a freak out on your channel, it's not because I disagree with the person that much about what we're talking about. It's because I feel like I can't actually have the conversation.
Wow. How do you feel about that, Dan?
If
defensive.
He was... No, not defensive. I think I would put it that if you were going to be in this path where I guess is the assumption that you would be able to come on streams and just preach, because people probably wouldn't have you on if you weren't entertaining for their audience.
No, it's not that I want to just preach. I like having a back and forth with Steven or Dario where we are disagreeing with each other, but there's also a linear, logical flow to the conversation where we're solving problems, we're steel manning each other, we're saying things that are funny or outrageous. Like, that's all fine and good. I think that's more interesting. It certainly makes me look more interesting. I like that, but then other times I feel like I'm just playing the freak out, contrarian, controlling, personality disordered, narcissistic foil to Steven, where if you take Mr. Girl and you put a sprinkle of lav on top of there, or a little erudite on the side, or a pinch of Britney, you get this like cartoon character, which is, it's funny, it's clippable, and it's funny for Steven. And
Max, can I ask you honestly here, of the debate you had with Dario?
Yeah.
Let's say that you divide that up into 10 minutes before I came in. How many of those minutes do you think you're talking versus him? I want you to be honest here. 7. So you think only 70-30? Because what I'm getting is it's more like 90-10.
Yeah, it's like 90.
90-10. You should.
So to be clear, you are preaching with this stuff in practice and in reality. You might say, "No, I'm not. I'm having a debate," but that's just how you see it. Everyone else sees you doing 90% of the talking.
Okay.
This is an interesting framing device that you're using, where you just tell me what everybody sees.
Real quick, I love you guys. I'm going downstairs to work out. Okay, I'll be back. Good luck.
No. I gotta go soon, Steve.
What do you?
Big man.
Oh, so I come and now you're leaving?
Well, yeah, this is your stream.
Yeah,
so I'm about to go to bed. I'm tired.
Oh my god. Okay, finish your convo then. Go ahead. Sorry, I'll be back.
Yeah. That's fair for me to say how people view. I'd be willing to do a poll in both chats if you want to see how much you spoke is not really up for debate, right? That's not like an opinion thing.
That's a factual. Maybe it is 90-10, but that's not.
I mean, there's multiple factors. Like, there's multiple factors which concern about like why Max talks a lot, right? So like initially I came in and I asked him questions, right? So like when I ask him questions, obviously he's going to take time to answer them, and I appreciate that, right? But there are also times where I guess I felt that I was trying to talk about my disagreements and I wouldn't have adequate time to do that. Right, so there's like I think a bunch of the time is valid, Max talking a lot because I'm asking him questions. And I think there's maybe like 20-30% of the time where I'm trying to get a word in and I don't feel like I have the space to do so. I think it's a combination. That was my feeling, at least.
Did I miss any crazy things in here tonight?
No.
Somebody I saw in chat, they were saying Lav was coming in. Did she come in and fight with you guys?
That's gonna have that happen, but Mr. Girl Max kind of took the wind out of my sails on that maneuver.
Jeez.
Yeah.
I think that while the time spent talking is a useful metric for evaluating a conversation,
Mm-hmm.
I think it's not true that I just want to preach. So,
what percentage of conversation would be preaching? 99 and 1?
There is a threshold at which I guess it would just be preaching. Sure.
Do you feel like you're pretty close to that at 90-10 on a conversation?
Is this a real question?
Yes.
Okay, this is a good example. I'm talking 90% of the time in this exchange, right?
No, I think we're pretty even right now.
Okay, I'm about to. But the reason is because you asked me a question, right?
Mm-hmm.
So Dario asked me a question. Let's back up.
No reason to get upset.
You're upsetting me on purpose.
I'm asking you. Okay.
Yes, you are upsetting me on purpose by asking me a question. So now I want you to. Now I want you to shut up.
Okay,
I want you to
I'm
listen to
shutting
me
up.
for a second.
Go
Okay.
ahead.
Do you understand why I'm asking you to shut up?
So you can ramble and not adjust that talking for 90% of the time isn't preaching.
No.
Okay.
It's because you've asked me. You probably raised like 3. You are now playing both the role of Dan and Lav, right? So you're gonna say, what do you think about preaching? How do you define preaching, Mr. Girl? You 90-10? That's what. So let's take it as 90-10 as an example. Let's say that's true. Is that preaching? And then I'm gonna start to answer that question, and then you're gonna take some like emotional dig at me while I'm doing that, and then you're gonna say some other fucking premise at the same time that I'm doing that, and now you've stacked like 4 things that I'm supposedly being asked to respond to, and then as I'm responding to them, you're going to start interrupting me and say, oh, it seems like you're getting upset. Then I'm going to get annoyed by that and say, oh, you're being passive aggressive. And you're saying, oh, no, I'm not being passive aggressive. So now I've just talked for about 45 seconds just to fucking explain all the bullshit you're pulling all at once. And unfortunately, with the trans shit, my view is pretty straightforward and easy to understand. But in order to buy into the trans ideology, you have to turn your brain into fucking scrambled eggs to not be able to understand or talk about any of this coherently. So when you're talking to somebody who does not want the conversation to have a linear, logical flow, all they can do is derail. So every comment, even if it's coming from good faith, every comment Dario makes about the gender ideology is going to be a derailment. And my response to derailment is to try to re-explain what I was already saying. So if you stop doing that and you actually, in good faith, with your standing tall and your chin up, respond to what I'm saying, I think you'll find that I'm not talking simply because I like the sound of my own voice. I'm talking because you're obfuscating what I am trying to say.
Wow. What do you think about that, Dan?
Yeah, sounds good.
That's it, Dan?
I mean, makes sense to me. I don't, I
when all other tools are removed from your...
He retreats to sarcasm and irony.
Toolkit,
I just don't want to go any further.
You don't have any tools left. When I take obfuscation, changing the subject, petty shots at me, polling the audience to see what reality really is, and bringing Lav in, then what are we left with? Respond. Respond honestly. I know you're a smart guy. I think you're smart. We've had like extended DM conversations where I feel like I feel like we somewhat have some kind of connection, right? Where like
I feel like I don't want this to get.
You do. No, you do. You just thought that I would not call your bluff. You thought that I wouldn't get actually mad at you and actually call you out and say, then fucking show the fuck up, nut up or shut up, Dan.
All right.
Stand up tall and fucking genuinely respond to what I'm saying.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. So optics matter, and I don't think it's fair for you to say that I had to talk so much because Dario fucking sucks at his side. You don't get to say that for the other person. Tough shit.
I don't think he sucks.
You literally just said that.
Sucks.
Okay,
I think
well,
the
it doesn't
side.
matter.
No, I said that he necessarily. And so now you're misquoting me. So now I have to talk for half an hour. Do you know what I said? Did you really not understand what I said? Gender ideology sucks, and it takes forever to disentangle what the fuck the other person's saying when they're trying to defend it. That's not Dario's fault. Dario. That's not Dario's fault.
Thank you.
That's gender ideology's fault. I don't blame him for that.
So are you right on this issue? On this,
yes.
You are. You know you're right.
It's a philosophical, logical lens that I am offering in response to the gender ideology lens, which is flawed. So I'm not objectively right that people shouldn't transition or whatever, but I am objectively right that gender ideology literally doesn't make sense, and that people should hear these criticisms of it and take it into account.
I think from my perspective, I think a reason why I'm gonna leave this feeling a little bit bad about our conversation is because I feel like where I wanted to push the conversation was perhaps a more, like, in a more philosophical lens. Like, I feel like the best input I had in this conversation was when Dan joined, and like 30 minutes in, we were talking about a completely unrelated issue about like ADHD medication. I kind of got to explain my worldview a little bit, and I still feel like you have some issues there in terms of like where I see dissonance in your worldview about like some things, but not like the gender issue, where I feel like there's like some dissonance. I feel like that was the best part of the conversation, and I feel like during the debate, I felt like you were constantly trying to pull, I guess, the conversation into an area where I wasn't comfortable and I wasn't prepared to like discuss that in that way.
Okay, here's my problem with that. You said you wanted to debate me about gender and trans people. So
Yes.
So maybe it's my autism or hyperfocus or whatever, but I want everything we talk about to be directly related to that. And the only way to defend a nonsensical ideology like the trans ideology is to make endless analogies and comparisons and change the subject endlessly to other things. And I agree we could have an interesting conversation about those other things, and I would love to have it with you, but it feels irresponsible for me to do that with you in the context of me trying to defend young people from being brainwashed into thinking that their bodies should be like fucking mutilated.
Yeah, and I think that's I kind of realized my mistake maybe like 10 minutes into the conversation, where I was starting to like frame it in the way that I wanted to, and you were like, but that's not really discussing the trans question. And I agree kind of not, but I don't think I can convince you on the trans question once we're already past the part where I disagree with you the most, right? Because I think our disagreement is actually in another field. It's in ethics, right? And I think from that disagreement builds the trans question. So like does that make sense, right? So, like, I don't think.
Wait, hold on. Just before you guys run about, so just real quick and really concisely, to reiterate this again, the issue that you guys have is you fundamentally disagree on what trans is, right?
Yeah.
Like Mr. Girl views it as a delusion, but you view it as not a delusion, as a correct assessment. You, on your end, view that there is a fact of the matter that a brain can be sexed differently than the body. Mr. Girl doesn't believe that's possible. That's the disagreement right there. That's it.
Yeah,
okay,
but
wait. Can I respond?
Go ahead.
Okay. So if you agree with what Steven just said, and I said this earlier, if you're saying for the purpose of argument, I will concede or set aside the question of whether trans women are really women or whether their brains are sexed differently, you're setting aside the thing I want to talk about.
Yeah, and I realize that. Yeah.
Okay, so you can see how if somebody were doing that, this is for you, Dan, if you were talking to somebody who is constantly trying to set aside the main premise you disagree on and then bring up another set of questions where you disagree but in the opposite direction.
I'm listening.
You can see how, in order to keep that conversation like on track or organized, you would end up talking a lot more than the other person.
I can grant you that. I don't know if Dan would agree.
I think part of your ability to convince people and get the view about what you're trying to say, if you care about this issue a lot, I believe you do, and I believe that you feel that you're right. And if that is your goal, I think that you should try to be effective at talking with people so as not to be like, hey, you're talking about this wrong, you're getting off point, and more so along the lines of trying to find a way to get them to actually come to your side more effectively. I would say for that. Does that make sense?
Well, if you believe the premise, and maybe you don't, that it is in the interest of the pro-trans ideology person to confuse and disassemble the debate. Like, whether or not Dario's doing that on purpose, I don't think he is, but he himself is admitting, I did come into this thinking we would not talk about gender that much or that directly, and the things I really want to talk about are not gender. That actually works really well in his favor, because that's just the way that you push the gender ideology, by just bringing up different shit and changing the subject. Simultaneously, Steven's moderation, while he did hold us to account a couple times, also kind of devolved into him being like, I'm frustrated and I don't want to do this, I'm hungry and I'm leaving. And me basically begging him to keep us focused and in direct communication and conflict. And the reason I did that, because I felt like I was having to moderate the debate myself.
Sure. Okay, here's the frustration. Okay, listen, hold on. I love you both very much. Okay. I need you to both say that you know that I love both of you. Okay.
I know that you love me.
Do you know that I love you, Dario?
I think we have that close of a relationship.
Well, yeah, to be clear, I guarantee he doesn't love either of you.
I love
he finds you guys probably as friends.
So
yeah, then his love is me.
Here's what actually happened. Okay. I love everyone in this conversation except for Dan. Okay. I think the issue is that, Mr. Girl, I think you spent a lot of time on panels arguing about this particular topic, and I think your thoughts are pretty refined. Dario, I don't think you spent as much time in this foundational area, and I think what happens is when you can't grapple with that central point, we have a tendency to kind of reach over to other things and try to make analogies and try to kind of scoot around it. But that central point of like, I still don't feel confident that if I were to push you on what is the difference between somebody that is bulimic or anorexic and somebody that is trans, I still don't think you have a good answer for that. And I think that that's the area that Mr. Girl wanted to fight on, like the 9th circle of hell. And I think you're still like in trans purgatory, where you're trying to figure out like, well, trans women are women because it makes everybody feel happy. And now how do I like post hoc that, is what it felt like.
Sure.
That's
can I prod you on that?
Sure, prod, go ahead.
Sure. So I actually agree with the thing that you said earlier about like where the fundamental disagreement is between me and Mr. Girl. The issue is that in this conversation, I came in recognizing that, right? I came in recognizing that that is the fundamental disagreement, but I don't think I can push Max on that, right? Like that's just going to be me saying, I think
this is a watershed disagreement. It is from this disagreement that everything else deductively flows.
Sure.
So without moving him on that, you're never moving him on those.
But don't you think that it's I guess this might just be me thinking that something else is possible than you, right? But my thinking going in, and that's basically all the notes I did going into this conversation, was like, well, if I can't convince him on that like fundamental part, that's why I started it out by saying, do you even believe trans people are real, right? Because I recognize this is this kind of the distinction, and I mean, you can frame it how you want, right? But what I'm saying is, well, how do we even know whether or not trans people are real? Like how can I convince
But this is the
Max...
issue is that like if you can't convince him, or if you can't know, then especially in regards to children, then the answer is probably to err on the side of caution. If you concede that ground, the rest of it, I think, logically just follows that Max is right. Unless you want to make very esoteric arguments about how we can extend like trans SRS, like sex reassignment surgery, to being like cosmetic surgeries, which gets really hairy and almost impossible to argue.
I think for me, the answer is, how do we generally know these things? And that was sort of the angle I was going for, right?
Yeah, but like, again, how do we generally know these things? You have to go back foundationally. Like, we know a lot about bulimia and anorexia. We don't placate those people. What about trans people, right?
Okay, so there's a mind fuckiness to the way you're approaching this, Dario, where you're saying, I want to debate you about gender, but actually what you want is you want to go feel out the entire chain of thought I have between what is a transgender person, what is mental health care, what is surgery, what is medical care, what is bodily autonomy, and you're even willing to go so far as to say, like, okay, well, what if we just accept that trans people are getting self-destructive surgeries adjacent to suicide because they're horny? What, like, Max, I'm okay with that as long as you just say, like, well, people are allowed to do that. And then it becomes no longer, we're not discussing gender anymore at all. We're discussing Just, is there anywhere in my entire belief system where you can find a little wiggle room to get me to shift a little bit towards saying, sure, if you're trans, for whatever reason Dario was ever able to hunt down, then yeah, you should transition. Do you see how
that was my goal? No, but I understand.
Okay,
I
but you see that's totally different from like, let's talk about gender.
And that's why I said, right, this was my mistake going in, because I actually, like, 30
I know, but
minutes.
It's a mistake that ends up making me look like whatever Dan is painting me out to be, this monologuing, speech fucking giving asshole who just wants to hear himself talk, when actually you're fucking scattering the pieces of what I'm trying to talk to you about into a million pieces, and the entire thing just becomes me this like meta trying to duct tape it back together, or trying to recruit Steven to do that for me.
I think and I understand that's sort of the result. First off, I don't think you're coming off of this conversation looking bad. I think maybe from Dan's perspective, but I think for most people's perspective, you're not coming out of the conversation looking bad. And secondary, I think oh, that was August. I thought that was Dan leaving. Fuck, what? Oh yeah. And secondary, I agree. I didn't come into this conversation to have like a trans debate, insofar as I didn't come into this conversation to proselytize like my side, like this is the progressive view on trans people, because you've had that debate many times, right? What I actually wanted to do is I wanted to spend like all of my time to try and move you philosophically, like even slightly, towards like, or even maybe creating doubt in your mind about like the foundation of like why you believe what you believe.
Well, no, hold on, wait. To be clear, you're not pushing him on the foundation. You're trying to say even if he has the foundation, maybe you can push him on some higher level points to change like what he would view as like.
No, but because I don't think.
Because you can't move him on the foundation without having. You can't move him on foundation without having the gender conversation.
Well, you're saying move you on this, but this again is not referring to gender. It's referring to surgery, or bodily autonomy, or medical ethics.
Yeah,
it's really
it's
anything.
way past the point. Like my cutting analogy worked. It'd be like, imagine arguing somebody that was pro-slavery and you're anti-slavery, and he's like, I want to have a debate on slavery, and then you come in and your whole debate is like, couldn't black people be like really good employees? Like imagine how they work, and you're like, hold on, I'm not even thinking of it. And he's like, well, what if we got rid of minimum wage? Like, would you be okay then? I was like, no, I just want black people to be slaves. I don't know why we're talking about minimum wage. Or like, and then you're like, okay, but imagine if black people could make unions better with white people. And it's like, I'm not even thinking about that. What do you mean? It's like, okay, well, what if like OSHA didn't apply to black? It's like, no, that's what this entire conversation was, and that's why I think it felt so frustrating on Mr. Girl's end. Because like, I want to talk about the gender thing, and you're like, what about the medical ethics? What if it's like cosmetic surgery? What if we know like 20%? And it's like, yeah, and it's completely away from the foundation. So if you wanted to have that conversation, like, listen, I want to debate with you. Like, let's debate. Like, I think that even if trans people aren't real, people should be able to have like all the trans surgeries anyway. That would have been like the framing of the debate. And I'm pretty sure if you would have come in with that, Max either would have rejected it or he would have accepted it and been ready to come in and argue on those premises, where it would have been about like ethics or whatever.
Sure, and just to be clear, right? I'm not convinced that the fundamental question you posed about the brain in the person's mind, I don't necessarily believe that's the most foundational step. I think the foundational step before that is how do we even find out like whether or not that's a thing, or
no, that step is solved. We do that with a combination of self-reporting and biomarkers. That's what we do with every single mental stuff, affliction, and the entire.
But Max doesn't believe in self-reporting.
Max has to.
I believe in self-reporting of experience and symptoms. I don't believe in self-diagnosis.
Yep.
The problem. So I absolutely believe you can. If you tell me you have gender dysphoria, I'll take you at your word. I believe you. Okay. But the problem is, you're telling me I have gender dysphoria, and therefore my gender dysphoria is not just a feeling or belief that I'm in the wrong body, it's actually true. And now that what flows from that is my fantasy about what I want to do about this is also my correct treatment that's best for me.
Okay. Fair enough. Then maybe I guess maybe I had a different perception of that part. I think another question you could ask is, why does it matter whether or not like the brain is in a different body?
It super matters. So so I'll give you my cheat codes for how I have this conversation. And I don't feel like I've heard Max adequately address this yet, but I'm not having this debate right now, right? So the fundamental difference is... I'm not having this debate with you. I'm just telling Dario this is how I view it, okay? If somebody comes up to me and they say that they are anorexic or bulimic, okay? I view that as a delusional belief. You have a belief about your body that is not true. When an anorexic person or bulimic person or somebody with an eating disorder looks in the mirror, they genuinely believe that they're like fat or they've got too much weight or whatever. And oftentimes these are delusional beliefs. It's not like a 400-pound person that's anorexic. It'll be like somebody that's 5'7" and weighs like 75 pounds. That is a delusional belief. You are not fat, you are not overweight, and people aren't perceiving you as such. You have a delusion, right? A delusion is in some belief that can't be altered based on the perception of things happening around you. But for a trans person, I believe that there is an underlying fact of the matter on whether or not your brain is sexed differently. So a trans woman that says, I feel like a woman stuck in a man's body, that statement can be true. That's not a delusional statement. That's a true statement. And insofar as that is a true statement, we have to make a decision on how do we best alleviate that truth. Do we bring...
How do you decide what's a true statement and what's not?
The only way we can is by collecting a whole bunch of data and seeing how people react and respond to things. So when we look at like conversion therapy for trans people, can we bring the mind in line with the body? From everything I've seen, it has overwhelmingly been a failure. Much the same way that if you would have asked me 10,000 years ago, are gay people natural? Maybe I would have said, I don't know, give them therapy, make them straight. But now, after thousands of years of trying to like straight or heteroize gay people, seems like that doesn't work. So whatever that gay feeling is...
So you're saying the lack of efficacy of conversion therapy is evidence to you that people's brains are in the wrong bodies?
The lack of efficacy in conversion therapy and the positive efficacy related to SRS and HRT seems to point in that direction. That's not to say that it's impossible. It could be in the future. We discover some conversion therapy for trans people that is actually, oh my God, boom, we detransed you, de-dysphoric you, and you're fine. In which case, oh, okay, cool, I'd support that. But I don't see the evidence for that. That's my issue. And insofar as I don't see evidence for that, then I have to assume, and then when you see there are some neurological studies where they cut into brains, there's different like basal area differences in brain mass or different gray matter things where trans brains look a little bit different or whatever, then it seems like maybe there is some underlying fact of the matter that a brain can be sexed differently than the body. And insofar as that is the case, the only ways to alleviate that so far seem to be HRT and SRS. But if there is no underlying fact of the matter about the sex of the brain, then there ought to be some sort of like conversion therapy, I would hope or would think, to talk somebody out of it. But I haven't seen the efficacy for those treatments. And the efficacy for those treatments would be what I would need to see to know that it's something that somebody can be talked out of. Otherwise, why would I assume otherwise? That's how I view it.
I think I might hold, and maybe there's like because maybe there's a disagreement in position between like why I hold these positions and why you hold these positions, Stephen. Because when you ask me the bulimic question or like the cutting question, I do actually believe, right, if there was a way to cut yourself safely, right? Like if I'm putting that through my moral system and how I envision the world, right? If there's a way to do that was safe and like didn't necessarily, and like you could consent to it, right? I wouldn't have an issue with that, right? But it seems like you would have an issue.
Just real quick, you would have an issue. Running down the argument super quickly, this would be the issue, okay? You might say in a perfect world, there's some set of behaviors that we could do that are maybe negative, but we can find ways to patch these up and make them positive. But the problem is if we head down the road in both of our worlds. In my world, you have an unhealthy, completely abnormal, maladaptive behavior. We fix that, we fix that, we fix that. At the end, you get a healthier, happier person. In your world, where somebody's cutting because they have a problem with emotional dysregulation or whatever, instead of ever actually figuring out the underlying problems that's causing them to do that, all you do is you give them band-aids so that they continue to engage in the maladaptive and unhealthy behavior without ever remedying any of the underlying problems. That's why you can't do things like encouraging people to safely abuse drugs or encouraging people to safely cut themselves or safely be bulimic, because the reason why they are those things is evidence that there's some kind of underlying problem that needs to be fixed. I don't think we can have a world of band-aids because that creates fucked up people and fucked up minds, and there's no way that can carry on indefinitely.
Why do some people detransition?
Probably because some people are incorrectly identified as trans, or they incorrectly believe they're trans for a variety of reasons. There's a ton of reasons why you can come to the wrong conclusion that you are trans. I think that every trans person...
Why do some trans people kill themselves after transitioning?
For a whole host of reasons. Some might be, if you're implying this, some might be because they transitioned and it was incorrect. Others might be that they transition and transitioning is really hard. They didn't get the results that they wanted. Some might transition and they just don't have the support from the community around them, and they don't. Yeah, I can rattle off a ton of reasons.
Okay, why do some people still have dysphoria or unhappiness or all their same symptoms after transitioning?
For those people, well, one, it could be the issue that they weren't trans, so they had some other issue that they were trying to alleviate by transitioning, like depression or anxiety or whatever. Another thing could be that transitioning is really hard and they weren't able to achieve the right results because not everybody has money for facial feminization surgery or money for voice training or whatever.
Okay, so it seems like you're constructing a definition of trans where A real trans person is a trans person who transitions, is happy they transitioned, don't have a negative psychological outcome, and don't detransition. But it feels like you're just basically carving out any evidence or data that contradicts the idea that somebody could be in the wrong body and then switch to the right body. So you're just taking all of the cases that reinforce your belief, including those in your data set, and excluding anything that refutes or casts doubt on what you're saying, and creating this tautological definition of really trans, which is not actually workable in socially or medically, by this post hoc definition of really trans that just is irrefutable.
No, that's absolutely not true. And the issue that you have to contend with is, how do you contend with all of the people that do transition and are happier and healthier for it?
There are some people. Well, I don't think.
Because here's what I would say on the flip side.
Wait. Let me respond.
Think about it if you want.
I'm gonna go.
Healthy.
Okay, love you, Dan. Be careful.
Sorry. I had fun talking with Mr. Girl. I'm sorry if I.
Yeah, you're good. Go. He still likes you. Well, maybe not, but I love you.
I do still like it. I do still like it. Dan. I'm just pissed off at you.
That's good. That's the mark that we're doing good things.
Good job.
All right. Take care. Bye.
Bye.
Healthier and happier are doing a lot of work there. You're including on cross-sex hormones and genital lists as healthy, and I would say that's not healthy. So by their own definition of healthy, right? Not by a general definition, certainly.
No. We'll go by generally accepted psychological definitions of healthy, meaning is able to maintain a job, maintain a social circle, is able to keep themselves clean, feels happy, wake up, like the things that you would use to identify like a disorder, right? As long as these things
Cutting your dick off is generally seen as a sign of poor mental and physical health.
Okay. You automatically win the whole argument if you're going to tautologically define unhealthy as having SRS, when I'm telling you that SRS is
and you automatically win the argument if you're going to tautologically define being trans as your rosy success stories.
No,
and
not
then
at all.
and then smuggle in things like healthy when you and I have different definitions of healthy.
That's not true.
And unfortunately, up until the trans things happened, cutting your own dick off, whether you have a surgeon do it or do it yourself, was broadly accepted as an unhealthy thing to do.
That's
so to
fine.
accept,
and there's tons of things that can be broadly accepted as unhealthy things to do that can produce positive outcomes. Chemotherapy is poisoning your body slowly until it kills the cancer before it kills you, right? And I could show you. You could ask me. Does chemotherapy work? What about all the people that take it and get sick and die anyways? What about the people that take it and develop other cancers? What about the people that take it and develop autoimmune disease?
Are you really trying to make this comparison? This analogy is going to fall apart immediately.
Sure, attack it, because I can show you a million people that have tried chemotherapy, failed, and died miserable fucking deaths, worse than if they wouldn't have tried it at all. And then you can say, well, you're just keeping the ones where they happen to get cured of cancer. Like, congratulations. Like, okay, well, what do you? I mean, like, yeah, I am keeping the ones where the outcomes were good, and then you have to weigh that against the outcomes that are bad and see if it's worth it. That's how medicine works.
No, but you are removing bad outcomes from the data set of trans people. So my definition of a trans person is somebody who says they're trans. If you say you're trans, then you're trans.
That's not my definition. If that's your definition, that's fine.
I know. Your definition is a tautological definition designed to appease trans people.
No, hold on.
Or progressive.
You're super wrong. Your definition
okay,
is
well,
the one designed to...
square how my definition, anybody who says they're trans, then we look at the people who undergo treatment for being trans, and then we take the data set of all those people. So who report being happier, who report being healthier, who do I evaluate as healthier, or who do doctors and the psychological community evaluate as being healthier and happier based on all the different outcomes, and we look at all of that, and then we can talk about the efficacy of transitioning.
Sure.
You are saying only people with positive experiences with transitioning are actually trans.
Gotcha. Okay, hold on.
So then
you're just wrong on a lot of these things, okay? Number one, you're the one using the tautological definition, okay? If you
said, why do some trans people detransition? You said they're not trans, removed from data set.
You said that people that identify as trans are trans. That's a tautology. 1 = 1, I = I. Okay, that's not what I'm saying, okay? I'm saying there's an underlying fact of the matter. The only way we get to that underlying fact of the matter is through self-reporting. If it is the case that somebody self-reports and we determine they're trans and then they go through some treatment and then it doesn't work, well, they probably weren't trans. Just like how if somebody goes into a doctor's office and they self-report that, I think I've got bronchitis, and you give a bunch of medication, it doesn't fix them, well, fuck, I guess they didn't have fucking bronchitis. It doesn't mean that I'm removing them from the data set. It means that the initial evaluation wasn't accurate enough. I believe there's a fact of the matter if you can be trans or not, and some people might make an incorrect diagnosis.
I know, but the logic you're using to argue that there is a fact of the matter would also work if there weren't.
If there wasn't a fact of the matter, then I would need some way to account for, one, the people that have this issue that can't seem to be alleviated in any other way besides SRS and HRT, and two, the people that are alleviated with HRT and SRS. I don't know how to explain those cases. If you can explain those for me, then I'll be anti-trans right now.
Okay, the answer is they are delusional people who want to live in a fantasy that they are the opposite sex. They want to do this because they have bad feelings about their body and bad feelings about their lives. In the process of hitting a social and physical and psychological reset button and launching themselves into a new life, some portion of these people are going to feel happier. Some of them are going to lie and say that they're happier because they're embarrassed, and some of them are just going to feel relieved that they are not their former selves anymore and are going to experience that or express that by self-reporting and improvement.
Okay, how do we reconcile our disagreement here? What can we possibly do to reconcile the disagreement?
I want you to acknowledge that it's possible that that's true and that you are organizing a framework of evaluation around the assumption that there is a fact of the matter, and the only reason that assumption is brought into the conversation in the first place is through the testimony of people who desperately want there to be a fact of the matter.
Okay, so number one, okay,
yeah.
Don't tell me to acknowledge it could be true because I am. I'm the one that's open to all the possibilities here. Your mind is shut off completely to the idea of trans people being real. So I will reiterate what I said probably not even 5 minutes ago, that there is information you could show me where I'd be like, oh, there's a conversion therapy that works? Well, fuck the transition shit. Fuck the surgeries. Like, let's just do this. I would jump onto that 100%. Number one, okay? And then number two, when you say that your framework is bad, my framework is how probably all of psychology and even a lot of modern medicine works. You think there's a thing, you try to treat it with a thing, and if the outcomes with that therapy are good, then that ends up being the way that you treat it. And then hopefully there's a way to biologically investigate the underlying fact of the matter later on. Even that step doesn't happen all the time in medication.
But there is no other mental illness where the delusion of the mentally ill person is assumed to be the fact of the matter.
What about homosexuality? People view that as an aberrant.
Don't believe that they don't believe that they were like put on earth by God to fuck other men.
Trans people don't believe they were put on earth by God to be trans. Trans people believe that
I'm saying there is no delusion in homosexuality.
Yeah, because you think gay people are real. But some people think there is a delusion.
No, gay people are real in the same way trans people are real. Gay people want to fuck other men. Trans men want to live as women.
Okay.
But
there are a lot of people
the delusional part is they think they actually are women.
Okay, and people would have argued that gay people think that there is a delusion that they actually want to fuck other gay men, or that this is a thing that can also be erased with conversion therapy.
Okay, I think all of us believe generally that some subset of people, men, actually want to fuck other men. There is overwhelming evidence that these men love fucking. They love fucking each other.
It's
they
not
can't get enough of it.
overwhelming evidence. Gay people are like 2% of the population or something. That's not overwhelming.
There's overwhelming evidence that 2% of the population is like that.
Okay, why can't there be 1% of the population that has... Okay, go ahead.
Okay, I think 99% of people, myself included, believe that some men like fucking other men. That's not a delusion. That's a preference. It's an odd preference or an unusual preference, maybe. But it's not a delusion. Trans people believe they are in the wrong body. It's a common delusion among delusional people to believe I'm in the wrong body, I'm not supposed to be here, blah, 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 I hear voices. It's just another delusion. But we believe that we are presupposing
no one is
that this delusion...
Stop saying that. That's not true. It's not presupposing.
Do you have any scientific evidence or proof that a brain can be in the wrong body other than trans people saying that's their experience?
Well, you say other than some people. Self-reporting when it comes to psychological things are the only things that we can go off of. I can't prove to you that... We can go off of that
as a symptom, but not a description of the cause.
I can't prove to you anything about depression or anxiety or OCD or even schizophrenia, I don't think.
Yeah, we don't ask depressed people, what is the nature in your brain of why you're depressed, and then accept their answer as medical fact.
But we treat them with medicine.
We treat them with medicine, but we don't give them the treatment that they fucking delusionally believe they should have.
What if the delusion is that they ought to be happy? Maybe the reality is they just have a sad brain. You don't need to be happy. Why would you take medication to look like somebody else's brain? What if ADHD people have the delusion that they should be normal in society and, maybe you don't want to take a shower for 2 weeks?
That's fine, but you're contorting the word delusion to mean both an unrealistic view of the ability to get rid of the symptoms and to mean a factual belief about themselves that is just not true.
Okay, is there any evidence that could convince you otherwise?
Yeah.
What?
A biologist or a lot of biologists saying, when you give us a test, you take 10 trans cadavers, and 5 are male and 5 are female, but we mix up the brains, and then we check that your brain actually has XY chromosomes in it if you're a woman.
So
it would be I would be fucking blown away if that happened, because it could never happen. But
wait,
that
XY chromosomes are the only thing that would change your mind? So I'll give you the standard trans questions. How do you account for like XY females? Like women that are born that have
your question, like, I'm saying that something fantastical would probably have to happen to change my mind.
So, okay, hold on.
That's
not what you're saying. What you're saying,
this is an ad hom.
No,
this is an
it's
ad
not
hom
an
that you're
ad
making.
hom.
It is an ad hom because you're saying I have a unchangeable dogmatic belief.
You said that about me. You said that my framework only gave one answer, and I'm asking you what could change your mind, and you're admitting to me that nothing could change your mind. Yet you're accusing me.
No, I'm not admitting to you that nothing could change my mind. I'm saying if you actually took a female brain out of a male body, then I would absolutely concede that that's what happened. But that does not get at the thing I'm asking you to concede. I guess 2 things now is the definition of what is happening is being created by the mentally ill patient. And that does not happen with the definition of scientifically and medically what is happening is created in the delusion of the patient, and that does not happen in any other mental illness. And the second thing is that in your evaluation of what is really a trans person, you are excluding all contradictory data from your data set. And you're saying, I only view real trans person as a success story. And then, of course, after you've done that, the efficacy of the treatments is really high because you excluded everybody that the treatments don't work on.
How are treatments working if it's not treating some underlying thing? What is it just that some women that get a lot of testosterone end up being happy?
You asked me to explain it to you. I said,
because they jump into a new life and they have to. Okay. I have to go work out because it's late for me. I don't think your mind can ever be moved on this. I think if we got to a point where we were cutting out brains and like a male brain and a trans male brain or a female brain and a trans female brain were almost indistinguishable or line up as their voice.
There's 2 possibilities of why my mind can't be moved on this.
Okay.
One is that I have a dogmatic, old-fashioned belief that can't be challenged or changed, and I am just closed-minded. And the other is that you're wrong.
Okay, but the difference is at multiple points in this conversation, I've said that I'm open to new data, I'm open to new facts, and within
saying that don't make it true.
Okay, but you've literally said you're not open to your mind even being changed. And people have watched me change my mind on stream over big issues before. I've changed my mind over some trans stuff before. I changed my mind even on these
I'm not saying your mind is unchangeable.
That's fine, but you've multiple times in this conversation, others say you will never be moved on this topic. So to accuse me of having an irreworkable framework is, I don't know, kind of...
I'm saying that your framework is tautological and therefore inarguable.
Okay, well, listen, I love you.
I love you too.
Can I just interject and say that I agree with Steven?
Great. That's great. Of course you do, because we're part of the trans alliance. We're there. Okay, I love you. We can have a deeper conversation on this at some point if you want. But I need to work out. It's 11 o'clock. Okay.
I want to sink my teeth in.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. Well, listen, I love you both. Thank you for
I love you too.
Being here. Dario, what the fuck time is it for you?
Dude, I actually live in New York, so it's 11.
Fine. Okay.
Yep.
All right.
So I'm good. Steven, I want to talk to you about the thing that you asked me, but Mr. Gill interjected, so...
Okay. We're going to do that sometime.
Again.
We can all talk. It'll be great.
The bulimic people, okay? I want to talk to you about bulimia.
Gotcha. Okay. I love you both. Stay safe. Be careful. I'll see you guys later, okay? Bye.
Bye, Steven.
Jesus. Okay. I have to go work out because it's late. I'm trying not to stay up super late. Okay. Wicked Supreme. Oh, and Mr. Girl streaming. Oh, fuck. I think Mr. Girl's Probably ending soon. Well, he'll do Wicked Supreme. He's a golden. All right. Sorry, it's been a while. I love you guys. I'll be back tomorrow. I won't leave you for so long. This was Dan's fault. Blame him, okay? Ripper and cappuccino, poppuccino, hoppuccino, moppuccino, cappuccino, 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 my dude. I will catch you guys next stream arena. Peace out.